Chapter 001 Uchiha Haneda. It contains a little calcium in a knife, so read with caution. Konoha 42nd Year, Ninja Academy. A middle-aged man wearing a white Hokage robe and a Hokage hat was giving a passionate speech. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will continue to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate this village and allow new leaves to sprout. The speaker was none other than the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, he was in his prime and his voice was sonorous and powerful. The students in the audience were listening with their blood boiling and their eyes filled with infinite longing. Among them, a 5-year-old boy wearing a fashionable white shirt was yawning out of boredom. The small red and white round fan printed on the back of his shirt revealed his identity, Uchiha Haneda. When will this boring will of fire end? Haneda complained in his heart and glanced at the boy next to him with the same family emblem without thinking, Uchiha Obito. He was dressed like in the anime, with a hedgehog-like hairstyle and goggles, and his eyes were looking eagerly at the Sandaime Hokage on the stage in front of him. When he was little, Obito was quite cute. Just like in the original novel, he was a boy who dreamed of becoming Hokage. What a pity, he is a complete love brain. Haneda calmly withdrew his gaze and looked at another white-haired boy who was wearing a black mask that covered half of his face. You can tell his identity by looking at his iconic dead fish eyes. Hitaki Kakashi, known as the 50-50 man. However, as soon as Haneda's eyes turned to Kakashi, the other party looked over at him. As expected of Kakashi, a genius among geniuses, his reaction is very quick. Haneda, who was caught peeping, did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he looked at Kakashi openly. His 3 biggest targets now are these 2 people. Of course, there is also Might Guy, who later became the Blue Beast of Konoha. In Shippuden, Might Guy opened 8 gates and almost kicked out the finale, and was called the strongest man by the King of Dance. At this moment, the other party was behind him, several meters away. Because Kai was recording a supplementary performance, he stood at the back. The reason why Haneda wanted to keep an eye on these 3 people was because almost every time traveler had one of these systems. The name of the system is the most powerful and invincible favorability system in the world. The name sounds awesome, but the function is just so-so. When he first traveled through time, Haneda, who was embraced by the system, was arrogant and ready to compete with Naruto and Sasuke for the title of the King of Cheats. After he really studied the system thoroughly, haha. Ignoring the first 6 words, the real core of the system lies in the word favorability. The so-called goodwill refers to the relationship between Haneda and the original characters. The better and more intimate the relationship, the more abilities you can gain from the other party. For example, Obito's ninjutsu, taijutsu, chakra, and even the eye technique Kamui. However, in order to obtain Kamui, Haneda estimated that he would at least have to obtain a gay friend. This is almost the same bond that existed between Kakashi and Obito in the future. As for friends, mentor-apprentice relationships, etc., that's just a joke. In the original work, Obito treated his mentor, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and his excellent master's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, as well. You have to know that Obito has eaten food that Naruto has never eaten in his life. Not only that, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, Obito didn't even let go of the newly born Naruto, and thoughtfully gave him a few warm baby photos. It can be said to be a real birth. It's just that Obito is in love and just wants to create a world with Rin. In the face of great love, it's really hard to say what to do. After all, it's quite touching to think that a person who doesn't even dare to confess his love dares to declare war on the whole world for his lover. I just don't know why Obito didn't come and say, "Resurrection, my love." In short, Haneda didn't have high expectations for Kamui, and he wanted to have a good relationship with Obito just to get some of the Sharingan's power. At present, among all the Uchiha clan members, Obito is the most talkative. The others are either too tsundere, have expressionless faces, or are mentally ill. Moreover, the vast majority of those who have opened their eyes are still paranoid. Haneda really didn't want to deal with his clan members, even though he was also an Uchiha. After a long time, the third Hokage finally ended his propaganda, brainwashing, of the will of fire, and the students left one after another. "Hey, Haneda! What did you call me yesterday, you bastard?" As soon as he finished his speech, Obito pulled Haneda and spoke viciously. "The last one, oh, Bito, you got last place in the test yesterday, isn't that the last one?" Haneda teased with a smile. "Ha! You're not much better than me, second to last." "It's enough. It's just better than the last one." Haneda laughed. You. Obito pointed at Haneda, his face flushed, and for a moment he couldn't find any words to refute. Kakashi, who was standing by, interrupted coldly. "Two slackers, what's there to quarrel about?" "Shut up, idiot Kakashi." Obito immediately looked at Kakashi and said through gritted teeth. Haneda just smiled indifferently, not paying any attention to Kakashi's ridicule. To be honest, he was just like the 7th Hokage's strategist. He ranked second to last in the exam, but he just wanted to rank second to last. It doesn't mean he is incapable. After all, the last place guy can have a better relationship with the last place guy. At present, Haneda wants to take advantage of the fact that Obito has not yet turned evil and try to gain a lot of favor in the past few years. In the past few years, he has obtained the single Megatama Sharingan and many ninjutsu from Obito, and even occasionally shows some of the physique of a sage. Compared with Kakashi and Guy, Obito undoubtedly has the best cost-effectiveness. "Let's go, Obito. You can't be late for even this class, right? The teacher will scold you by name, so don't let me get involved." Haneda put his hands in his pockets and stood waiting for Obito for a while, but seeing that Obito was still arguing with Kakashi, he couldn't help but remind him. "I know, second to last. Good to know, you are the last one." Just when Obito was about to quarrel with Haneda again, Lin stood in front and looked at Obito and the other two with a smile. "Come on, Obito, get to class early." Ignore Haneda and Kakashi, they mean well. Upon hearing what Lin said, Obito immediately abandoned Haneda and Kakashi. He ran in front of Lin. Then suddenly stopped, his face slightly red, and he scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. "Ah ha ha ha, it's because Haneda and the other two always call me the last one." Lin covered her mouth and laughed. Without saying anything, she pulled Obito towards the classroom. As for the single guy behind, he whispered. The damn love-brained guy decisively abandoned his good brother of many years. Kakashi, who has the strength of a genin, has a very sharp hearing and passively heard Haneda's complaints. Boring. Kakashi walked past Haneda with his hands in his pockets. Classroom. Haneda sat in the back row by the window. He chose this seat because of a wise saying in his previous life. Page 2. The back row is by the window, the hometown of the king. As a time traveler, the protagonist of the future, a man who knows the direction of the plot and has his own system, how could he not occupy such a throne? Cough cough. That's too much. The above is just Haneda's YY. After all, the system is relatively weak and not very strong in the early stages. In the later stages, it still depends on the stacked favorability. As for Obito and the others, they are similar to the original. Obito was sitting next to him, Rin was sitting across from him, and Kakashi was in front of him. It was summer now, with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine. Accompanied by the sound of the lecture which had a great sleep-inducing effect, Obito, who was a slow learner, had already laid down on the table and was snoring in sleep. Haneda has become accustomed to Obito sleeping in class. There must be a reason why he is the last in the class. But, can he put a piece of paper under him when he sleeps? His drool is almost flowing onto me. Haneda moved reluctantly, and coincidentally, the teacher looked over at this time. He saw Obito sleeping with his head on the table, frowned, and instantly threw the chalk in his hand at Obito. As expected, it hit right between the eyebrows. Chapter 002, Tsundere Boy. Uchiha Obito. The teacher yelled, but Obito continued to sleep on the table, not noticing the teacher's increasingly angry glare. Obito, don't sleep, the teacher is watching you. Lin pushed Obito gently a few times, but he was sleeping soundly and didn't respond at all. However, Haneda, who was standing by, grabbed Obito's waist with one hand and pulled it hard. Ah! Obito jumped up and looked at the culprit, Haneda, pointing his finger and yelling. Asshole Haneda, do you want to fight with your uncle Obito? Haneda ignored Obito and pointed at the teacher in front of the podium with his little finger and whispered. I was caught sleeping in class by the teacher. I am the last one. Ah! Obito subconsciously looked at the teacher in front of the podium, scratched his head awkwardly, and quickly forced a smile. I'm sorry, teacher, I really didn't mean it. The teacher looked at Obito who said, admit your mistakes actively and do it again next time, and sighed silently. Thinking that Obito was still young and had a chance to change, his eyes gradually became firmer and he said fiercely. Obito! How many times have you fallen asleep in class? The teacher did not give Obito a chance to answer and continued. You're late for class, you sleep in class, you rank last on the test, and I'm ashamed of you even though I'm not from the Uchiha clan. Think about it carefully. The Uchiha kids in the Ninja Academy are all top students, and they all occupy the top 10 positions in their grade. And look at you. When the teacher finished speaking, the whole classroom became a little quieter. Even the sparrows outside the classroom were frightened by the teacher's ninja aura and flew away from this place of trouble. Obito lowered his head silently and uttered dryly. That guy Haneda is also from the Uchiha clan, and he is also the last one in the class, teacher. The teacher glanced at Haneda who was sitting obediently, snorted coldly, and roared. Get out! A hot breeze blew through the corridor outside the classroom, but it could not warm Obito's somewhat cold heart. Asshole Haneda! You said you would supervise my studies, but you only reminded me after the teacher saw me. Obito leaned against the wall, looking at the scenery in the distance and complaining silently. Even though he knew it was his fault, he just wanted to pass the blame on. After complaining a few words, Obito's mood improved a lot. He squatted down, held his cheeks with both hands, and stared blankly at the Hokage building in the distance. Obito, are you looking at the Hokage building? A familiar voice came from beside his ear. As soon as Obito heard it, he knew that it was that bastard Haneda, and he subconsciously said. Of course, I, Uchiha Obito, will be the man who will become Hokage in the future. It's a nice dream, but no matter how I look at it, I don't think a loser can become Hokage. Haneda stood next to Obito, leaning against the wall. At this time, Obito also stood up. He glanced at Haneda and asked in a low voice. Why are you here? Were you also kicked out by the teacher? Of course not. Haneda shook his head, put his hands in his pockets, and smiled. I saw you squatting outside the classroom by yourself and felt so sorry for yourself, so I came to keep you company. Are you so kind? Obito turned his head away and retorted out of habit. However, the rising favorability value shows Obito's abnormal mood at this time. Ding! Uchiha Obito's favorability value increased by 20, and the current favorability value is 203. When the favorability value reaches 200, you will be rewarded with 2 Megatama Sharingan and 0.2 card of Chakra. Haneda smiled, thinking that Obito had inherited the common Tsundere attribute of the Uchiha. Obviously, he was deeply touched, but he just kept pretending not to care and said something like, I don't care. Haneda is not good at comforting people, he feels that one person's company is the most important thing. You have to think through a lot of things on your own. Of course, with Obito's carefree personality, he would definitely forget about this matter completely in no time and continue to sleep in class. Well, this is very Uchiha Obito. System, open the panel. Haneda read out the command in his mind, and then a light blue screen appeared in front of him. Uchiha Haneda. Strength, Genin, 89/100. Chakra, 0.6 card, attributes fire, wind, thunder. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, double Megatama, not awakened, Sage body, insufficient purity, not awakened. Special ability, none. Note 1, the pupil power can be stored, and it is up to the host to decide whether to awaken the Sharingan. Note 2, 1 Ka is equal to the chakra amount of a young Kakashi. 0.6 is stuck, hehe. I should be able to release an S-rank ninjutsu. Haneda thought about it, and Kakashi, the young man who was seriously lacking in blue, shook his head silently. Judging from the young Kakashi's kidney deficiency, his chakra was almost exhausted by one Reikari. Alas, there is still a long way to go. After school. Since both Haneda and Obito lived in the Uchiha clan's territory, the two returned home together. Haneda, how did you walk out of the classroom during class? Obito asked with a slightly blushing face, a little embarrassed. Just walk out directly and tell the teacher. Haneda smiled and patted Obito's shoulder gently, then said. You know, Obito, I rarely pay attention in class. For me, it's better to breathe some fresh air outside the classroom than to stay in the classroom. Hearing this, Obito was stunned for a second and remembered a word Haneda once said, tsundere. Haneda obviously left the classroom for me. On weekdays, he is very well behaved and would never do anything to offend the teacher. Obito felt touched. He was indeed his good brother for many years and a friend he had grown up with. Ding! Uchiha Obito's favorability value +1. Ding! Uchiha Obito's favorability value +3. When the favorability value reaches 210, some immortal bodies will be awarded, and the awakening conditions for the primary immortal body will reach 61%. A series of system prompts made Haneda a little confused. He didn't say anything just now, but his favorability value increased by 13 points. Page 3. Also obtained part of the immortal body. You should know that a favorability value of 100 is almost the level of good friends, and the higher the favorability value, the harder it is to increase. Haneda was in a good mood and wanted to reward himself and take Obito with him. After all, eating alone at night is a bit lonely. Oh, Bito, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a luxurious dinner. What? Obito thought he had misheard and asked quickly, Haneda, what did you just say? Can't you hear me, you last place guy? I said I'd treat you to a sumptuous dinner. When he heard that Haneda was treating them, Obito no longer cared about being the last one. The one who spends the money is the sponsor, so what's wrong with just a few insults? However, Obito thought of Lin and scratched the back of his head. I'm sorry, Haneda, Lin and I made an appointment to go enjoy the lanterns in the evening. It's okay. It's a please if you invite one person, or it's a please if you invite two people. Obito, how about inviting Rin over tonight and having dinner at the barbecue restaurant together? Okay. Obito thought that Rin would not refuse, and finally agreed. The two chatted all the way and before they knew it they arrived at Obito's house. As Obito walked away, he waved goodbye to Haneda, see you tonight. Remember not to be late, you're the last one. After saying this, Haneda turned around and left, even his steps were much faster than usual. Damn Haneda! Obito's scolding rang in his ears, and Haneda's mouth corners slightly raised, and his mood became even better. Chapter 003 White Fang Crisis. Haneda's home is in a more remote location in the Uchiha clan's territory, which is closer to the training ground and the Death Forest. The closer to home, the smaller the flow of people. When I arrived at the doorstep, I could only vaguely see a few ninjas training nearby. Crunch! Pushing the door open, Haneda took off his shoes, put them in place, and habitually shouted inside. "I'm back." No one answered, but the black and white photos on the table gave the answer. That's right, Haneda is an orphan and his parents died when he was young. In the world of Naruto, 4 people can only barely make up a pair of parents. Right, Class 7. For a ninja family, losing both parents is a very common thing. It is worth mentioning that Haneda's parents were both jonin. They died heroically while on a mission, leaving a rich inheritance to little Haneda. Of course, most of it was money saved by Haneda's parents. There was no way around it. During the time when the Uchiha clan was targeted, the pensions issued by the village were all given according to the minimum standards. I walked to my father's bedroom, where there was a bookshelf with various books neatly arranged on it. Haneda walked to the bookshelf and pulled out an inconspicuous book on the edge of the shelf. He raised his index and middle fingers, and as his chakra was released, the bookshelf suddenly moved, revealing a secret passage. Da-da-da. Walking down the stairs step by step, I soon arrived at the basement. In the basement, there are scrolls and glittering gold. The scrolls are all ninjutsu that my parents collected on a daily basis. Haneda once counted and found that there were about 10 C-level ninjutsu and several B-level ninjutsu. There aren't too many of them, and they're all fire escape and illusion. As for the gold, it was left by our grandparents. There is a saying that goes, antiques are valuable in prosperous times, gold is valuable in troubled times. In the Warring States period, a country could perish at any time, but gold would always maintain its value. Haneda ignored all that and walked straight towards a suitcase. He opened the suitcase, which was filled with banknotes. Smelling the ink on the banknotes, Haneda felt that the air was filled with a sweet scent that was intoxicating. He carefully counted a few bills, put them in his pocket, and returned to the room as if nothing had happened. The gathering was held at the barbecue restaurant. This place appears quite frequently in the comics and can be considered the favorite of the fat boy of the Akimichi clan. Of course, the one that appears most frequently is Ichiraku Ramen, but this ramen restaurant is not open yet, so we have to wait for a while. Due to lack of funds, Haneda and his 2 companions ate in the lobby. There were many people around them and the dining environment was rather noisy. "Haneda, this barbecue restaurant is quite expensive, how about changing to another one?" Rin has been playing with Obito and Haneda since they were young, and has a relatively clear understanding of Haneda's family background. She didn't really want Haneda to spend money. It's okay. 3 kids can't eat much. Besides, everyone is already seated and the money is ready. It wouldn't be convenient to leave now and go to another store. Haneda said with a smile. Yeah, Lin. Let me tell you, Haneda has a lot of money in his pocket. It's not easy for someone to treat me to a meal, I have to rip him off. Obito stood next to Lin and chuckled. He has long wanted to take advantage of Haneda, because that guy always called him the last one. Okay. Seeing that Haneda and Obito didn't say anything, Lin silently buried what was in her heart. Before coming, she took out some of the money she had saved, and if Haneda didn't bring enough money, she would add some. Lady first. Haneda handed the menu to Lin very gentlemanly. Lin ordered a few relatively cheap dishes and then handed the menu to Obito next to her. Hey, Haneda, what do you like to eat? Obito had difficulty making decisions. Looking at the menu, his mind was confused and he had no idea what to order. Pork belly and lettuce. I like to wrap grilled meat with lettuce. Haneda chuckled. Forget it, that's it. Obito knew that Haneda was very rich, so he immediately ordered a few more expensive dishes. He originally wanted to order the most expensive dishes, but he was thinking about how Haneda, an orphan, would survive if his parents' inheritance was all spent. So, Obito felt guilty and consciously lowered his standards. Haneda took the menu, glanced at it, and looked at the price difference between the top and bottom of the menu. The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. He could naturally guess which ones had dirt on them. In response to this, Haneta's comment was that Obito is a guy with a conscience, but not much. Have you heard? Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo gave up the S-rank mission, which seriously damaged the interests of the village. Didn't Lord Sakumo give up in order to save his companions? Is there some hidden secret? Oh! The companions he saved even accused him to his face. In my opinion, the interests of the village are above all else. If you damage the village, wouldn't you indirectly harm us? From what you said, isn't Lord Sakumo the sinner of Konoha? There was a loud conversation coming from the next table, and Haneta and the others could hear it clearly. Konoha White Fang, Sakumo-sama? Could he be the father of that Kakashi guy? Obito muttered quietly, his voice gradually growing louder, with a hint of surprise in his tone as he spoke later. Hey, two uncles, are you talking about Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo-sama? Obito listened to two middle-aged men at the next table criticizing the behavior of Kakashi's father, and couldn't help but walk over and ask loudly. Yeah. It's Hitaki Sakumo. An uncle replied with a somewhat disdainful tone. Uncle, Lord Sakumo is a jonin who has carried out many S-level missions. He is a hero of Konoha. How can you speak so casually? Obito said. Hero? Can a ninja who abandons a mission be considered a hero? Moreover, the mission he abandoned is extremely important to the village. That's right, little kid, read more books. A ninja's priority is to complete the mission. Where are our companions? Aren't our companions more important than the mission? Obito shouted. Companions? Haha, Hitaki Sakumo is a ninja, not a villager, so of course the mission is the priority. When Obito heard the critical tone, he immediately started arguing with them. For Obito, companions are definitely more important than missions. Page 4. What's more, they were slandering their friend, Kakashi's father. Has the White Fang suicide incident begun? Haneta lowered his head, his eyes gradually becoming deeper. The best time to improve Kakashi's impression has arrived. Haneta raised his head and inadvertently saw a white-haired boy wearing a black mask. With those iconic dead fish eyes, the other person was undoubtedly Kakashi. But for some reason, Kakashi was sitting alone, grilling meat by himself. His eyes frequently turned to the two people who were arguing with Obito. Okay, Obito, the barbecue is here. Lin saw that Obito's face was flushed, and he looked like he was going to argue with them to the end. She took Obito's hand and dragged him towards his seat. Rin, didn't you hear them slandering Kakashi's father? Obito said unconvinced. Seeing this, Rin was helpless with Obito and held his hand, fearing that he would go up and hit people. P.S. Kakashi probably graduated in the 42nd year of Konoha, but White Fang probably graduated in the 44th year of Konoha. For the sake of the plot, I moved the time forward. Again, if you mind the timeline, you can just skip it. Except for the relatively coherent timeline between Shippuden and the original work, I will make appropriate adjustments for the sake of the plot. Chapter 004, Conflict with Confucians. Is the mission really the most important thing for a ninja? Haneta stood up, looked at those who criticized White Fang, and asked in a deep voice. If a ninja doesn't follow the rules and doesn't complete his mission, what's the difference between him and trash? One of the uncles asked back, with a hint of sarcasm in his words. Haneta chuckled a few times and said disdainfully, only the weak are bound by the rules, while the strong break the rules. Also, Master Jiraiya once said that a ninja is someone who can endure everything. Endure the accusation of not completing the task, endure the condemnation in your heart, endure the hardships, and wait for the opportunity silently. In a word, the mission can be done at any time, but the companion only has one life. The middle-aged uncle snorted coldly, showing great disdain for the young man in front of him. Ninjas like Hitaki Sakumo complete missions that are extremely important to the village. If such missions fail, it will have a huge impact on the village. What do you, a little kid, know? An extremely important mission? Then, what exactly is this mission? Haneda asked calmly. How should I know such secrets involving Konoha? The middle-aged man asked impatiently. Since it is a secret, shouldn't you be able to discuss it? Besides, who knows the goal of the mission and the dangers they face? Only the parties involved and the village's top leaders know about this kind of thing. Konoha White Fang is a strong man who can rival the three ninjas. Even he thinks the mission should be abandoned. Shouldn't we give up? The mission is extremely difficult. If Lord Sakumo dies there, the village will be one less strong man. The other four great nations will definitely not want to miss this great opportunity and will definitely declare war on Konoha. Are you satisfied with this result? Humph, stupid people always think they are right, but they don't know that this will lead more people into the abyss. When Haneda finished speaking, the entire barbecue restaurant fell silent. Yes, what he said makes sense. Especially that sentence, if Lord Sakumo dies on the way to the mission, the village will lose a strong man, and the other four major powers will take the opportunity to declare war on Konoha. Are you satisfied with this result? Are you satisfied with the result and the war it has brought? Such a result harms the interests of more villages. Are you satisfied? Rather than letting Konoha White Fang die on the way to the mission, it is better to give up the mission and save his companions. This is a sensible choice. Of course, it is unknown whether it is the best choice in the specific situation. However, who else knows this secret except the parties involved and high-level officials such as the third Hokage? Anyway, the Konoha high-level officials intend to keep the mission details secret, so a few words of excuses won't matter. Haneda is right. Do you want Lord Sakumo to die and start a war? Obito was the first to agree and loudly condemn those who slandered White Fang. It's like standing on the moral high ground and accusing others, just like anyone else. Besides, what Haneda said made sense, and the mission details were unclear. For a moment, the two people who were the most critical shut their mouths and even ignored the barbecue on the table. After paying the bill, they left the barbecue restaurant in shame. At the same time, the original voices criticizing White Fang disappeared, and more people began to become rational. Ding! Hitaki Kakashi's favorability plus 13. Ding! Hitaki Kakashi's favorability plus 17. Hitaki Kakashi's favorability value has reached 73, reward 0.2 card of chakra, Konoha Taijutsu's secret technique 1000 years of kill. 1000 years of killing? Haneda's face turned red as he recalled his childhood memories. Just watching this trick of ninjutsu once will teach you how to do it. Do you still need to learn it? Fortunately, there is still a minimum of 0.2 kilocalories chakra, which is barely acceptable. Haneda paused and glanced at the corner of the barbecue restaurant. At this time, Kakashi's figure had disappeared. But the ever-increasing favorability can reveal the other person's turbulent state of mind. Hey, Haneda, you're a bit cool today, and you speak in a very coherent way. At this time, Obito walked over, put his arm around Haneda's shoulder and smiled. Of course, I've always been a cool person. Haneda rolled his eyes at Obito. Haha. Obito turned his head away, thinking about Haneda, who usually didn't talk much to his classmates, but was arguing with so many people tonight. He always felt that something was wrong. However, the result was good and Obito didn't think much about it. At this time, the waiter came over with a plate. The plate was filled with exquisitely sliced meat, and the aroma of meat wafted from their noses. For a moment, the three of them drooled. Yoshi, I'm going to start. Obito picked up a piece of meat without any hesitation and prepared to put it into his mouth. Before he could even start, he was interrupted by another pair of chopsticks. What are you doing, Haneda? Are you looking for trouble? Obito said with a pout. Are you an idiot? Haneda looked at Obito as if he was a fool. It's not grilled yet, Obito. Lin was afraid that Obito and Haneda would start arguing again, so she tugged at Obito's sleeve. He not all of them are pickled. Hearing his sweetheart talking, Obito said something tough. Then immediately forgave Haneda and put the meat on the grill. The charcoal fire burns on the meat slices, which are then brushed with cooking oil, making a sizzling sound. Soon, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. After 2.5 minutes, the barbecue was almost done. Obito couldn't wait to stuff the barbecue into his mouth. The hot meat stimulated his taste buds and he almost spit out the meat. Ah! It's hot, hot, hot! You're so stupid and pitiful, you deserve to be the last one in the class. Haneda couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Lin just covered her face and laughed. Damn Haneda! Obito looked at Haneda, became more and more angry, and stood up directly. Stupid Obito! Haneda responded directly, not patronizing Obito at all. Okay, both of you, be quiet. Lin held Obito's little head with one hand and pressed him down. Also, Haneda, you should talk less. Seeing Obito's indignation, Lin added. Haneda smiled. In this world without the internet, teasing Obito was one of his few pleasures. On the other side of Konoha, Kakashi's home. Father, I'm back. Kakashi pushed the door open, took off his shoes, placed them flat on the shoe rack, and walked in. What greeted him was a head of silver-white hair, the same as Kakashi's. The man in front of me has regular features. Although he looks ordinary, he seems quite handsome after taking a closer look. No doubt his name was Hitaki Sakumo, the man known as the White Fang of Konoha. This person is Kakashi's father. However, the Konoha White Fang, who was well known in the ninja world, had a look of fatigue and confusion in his eyes. Page 5. His hair was disheveled and looked like it hadn't been taken care of in a few days. Moreover, there was black under his eyes, and he looked listless, as if he had not had a good sleep for a long time. Kakashi looked at his father, his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. Kakashi, do you have something to tell me? Sakumo said, forcing a smile. No, no. Kakashi walked straight into his bedroom and closed the door. This kid. Shimao shook his head and spoke a little louder. Have you had dinner tonight? Yet. I've eaten. Remember to go to bed early. Staying up late is bad for your health. Kakashi was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling in a daze for a moment. He recalled the villagers' accusations against his father these days, and recalled Haneda's words, and murmured in a low voice. Ninja, which is more important, the mission or the companions? Chapter 005, Obito's ridiculous way to school. The next day, early morning. Haneda got up early and washed up. He was not Obito, so he didn't have the habit of being late every day. After breakfast, Haneda just walked out of the Uchiha clan territory and remembered that Obito was criticized by the teacher yesterday. Hey, let's call Obito, lest he be late again. Arriving at Obito's door, Haneda knocked politely. Grandma, I'm looking for Obito, let's go to school together. Not long after, an old lady with a hunchback opened the door. She looked at the familiar face and shouted upstairs. Obito, little Haneda is here to pick you up from school. Haneda? Let me close my eyes for a while, Grandma. Obito's weak voice came from upstairs. This child. Grandma shook her head and said softly to Haneda. Grandma, I'm going to go wake up little Obito. Little Haneda, you go sit inside for a while. No need, Grandma, I'll go call him. Haneda said with a smile. Well, go ahead. He's upstairs, in the bedroom on the right side of the hallway. Da-da-day. Haneda walked in the quiet corridor, thinking about how he had tortured Obito, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He tiptoed to Obito's bed, and with a crisp pop sound, the quilt was completely lifted up. "Hey, what are you doing?" Obito was in a daze and didn't react for a while. Looking at Haneda's familiar and annoying face, he suddenly remembered something. He rubbed his slightly red face and said angrily, "Asshole Haneda! I, Uchiha Obito, will never coexist with you." After saying that, he got angry and waved his fist, ready to attack. Haneda dodged Obito's punch and at the same time grabbed Obito's fist with one hand. "Wake up, Obito! Who told you to sleep in? Besides, you can't beat me, baa. Haneda laughed wantonly. "Ah! Asshole Haneda!" Just as the two were getting ready to show their skills, Grandma came up. She looked at the two men preparing to fight and smiled. "Breakfast is on the table, little Obito, take it and eat it on the way, don't be late." "Yeah." Obito nodded, looked at Haneda with gritted teeth, and finally said nothing and went straight down the stairs. Soon, Haneda followed. Looking at the backs of her grandson and little Haneda, the grandmother smiled and fell into memories. Young people are full of energy. Walking on the way to school. "What's wrong, Obito? Are you angry already?" Haneda teased, looking at Obito's expressionless face. "Damn Haneda!" Upon hearing this, Obito immediately became furious. At this time, an old lady came on the road, walking tremblingly with a cane. "Grandma, let me help you." The kind-hearted Obito immediately abandoned Haneda and helped the old lady across the road. Haneda, who was standing by, just watched and thought that Obito might be late because he was helping an old lady cross the street. But it doesn't take long to help each time. Well, it must be because Obito always sleeps in, like today. Obito had just helped an old lady and had not taken a few steps when an old lady who was also using a cane came towards him. It won't take long for two people. Haneda thought silently, standing on the side of the road waiting boredly. Only another old lady is crossing the road. "Grandma, let me help you," the kind-hearted Obito said immediately upon seeing this. "You are such a good boy, little Obito." The old lady smiled. "Grandma, let me help you too." Haneda couldn't bear it any longer and thought that 3 times the maximum chance of success would come, so he decided to help as soon as possible and get to school earlier. He couldn't believe it. How could there be so many old ladies crossing the road? It's not like we're forming a group to ambush people. The two children helped the old lady cross the road safely. As soon as I turned around, I saw a strange old lady walking towards me tremblingly with a cane. Fuck. Da-da-day. The sound of hurried running rang out in the corridor outside the classroom. The two young men pushed open the door one after the other, stood at the door awkwardly, and said in unison. "Private Marcel, sensei." Obito had already memorized the process of being late, and immediately explained. "Teacher, on my way to school, I met." Before Obito could finish, the teacher interrupted him. "I see, Obito. You wasted time helping the old lady cross the street, right?" The teacher ignored Obito's slightly embarrassed look and looked at Haneda beside him. "Haneda, what's your reason for it?" Haneda scratched the back of his head, feeling very embarrassed, but looking at the teacher's stern face, he had no choice but to explain. "Help the old lady cross the street with Obito." After saying this, the whole class burst into laughter, and the whole classroom was filled with a happy atmosphere. Haneda was even more embarrassed, and his toes almost dug his way out of the 3-bedroom apartment. Damn, Obito's way to school is too outrageous. On a road several hundred meters long, there is an old lady crossing the road every few steps. Could it be that Obito was born with the holy body of an old lady? Two Uchiha idiots. Asuma cursed with a smile, holding a pen in his mouth. He has been unruly since he was a child, even towards his father, the Sandaime Hokage. The Uchiha was always the one who stole the show in the Ninja Academy, and for the prickly Asuma, discrediting the Uchiha was a very pleasant thing. As for Kakashi, one of Haneta's 3 major targets, he had changed his mind about Haneta and Obito last night. All of a sudden, the image collapsed, like a chicken coop. Being on time is the basic rule of a ninja. No matter what mission a ninja is assigned, the first thing they must ensure is punctuality. Page 6. After all, you can't keep your employer waiting for too long, right? What Kakashi despises most is people who lack the ninja spirit. Fortunately, the increased favorability value will not decrease, and the reward will not be returned, otherwise Haneta will definitely regret going to school with Obito. Listening to the two people's explanation, the teacher's face turned pale. But when he saw that Haneta and Obito did not seem to be lying, he finally let them into the classroom and sit down. There is no way, it's the teacher's fault, he is too soft-hearted. The morning class passed quickly. Before lunch break, the teacher left a message. This afternoon is a practical class, so be prepared. Lunch break. Haneta was holding his lunch box and eating at the corridor railing. At this time, Kakashi came over. He was wearing a black mask and his expression could not be seen, but Haneta could sense a hint of confusion in the depths of his eyes. Kakashi, what's the matter with you coming to see me? The chopsticks in Haneta's hand stopped. He could roughly guess why Kakashi came to find him. After all, the increase in favorability last night said it all. Kakashi held the railing and looked into the distance. Haneta, you should know my father, right? Haneta nodded and smiled. Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, a strong man who is skilled in swordsmanship. However, there has been a rumor circulating in the village recently that Lord Sakumo gave up a very important mission because of his companions. As a result, a lot of the village's interests were lost. Everyone in the village blamed him, even the companions he saved. After Haneta finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. Perhaps the rumors brought out painful memories in Kakashi's heart. He was silent for a while before he calmed down. Kakashi stared at Haneta and asked the most confusing question in his mind. Haneta, for a ninja, which is more important, the mission or his companions? Chapter 006 Practical Lesson. When you ask this question, you have already made a choice in your heart. Haneta did not directly answer Kakashi's question. There's no way he's good at talking. Especially when faced with such opposing, complex and contradictory multiple-choice questions. If he really wants to answer this question, he will definitely start from his own interests. If he were White Fang, Haneta would definitely choose the mission and would never be a temporary teammate. But he couldn't say that. If he really had to answer, he could only tell a lie. If you tell a lie, well, with his acting skills and Kakashi's delicate mind, it is very likely that he will be noticed. Haneta still has this kind of self-awareness. A choice? For someone like you who is not punctual, your companions are definitely more important. Kakashi walked back to the classroom with his hands in his pockets just like before, but the confusion in his eyes was a little more obvious. He could understand Haneta, but his father, the villagers, and himself. He is very confused now. Afternoon, training ground. Small groups gathered together excitedly, laughing and chatting. Just like in the previous life, any class that does not require students to sit in the classroom and study will be loved by students. Moreover, when they walk out of the classroom, students' faces will always be filled with smiles unconsciously. At this time, Obito put a hand on Haneta's shoulder and laughed. Haneta, you better be careful in this practical class, because you will inherit the title of the last place student. Is there a possibility that you are still the last? Haneta asked sarcastically, not pleasing Obito at all. How is it possible? Your uncle Obito has been preparing for this day for a long time, you bastard Haneda! Ha ha! Hearing this, Haneda smiled and said nothing. If Obito can really get rid of the reputation of being the last one, it will be a long time until the sun rises from the west. Of course, if he turns evil, just pretend he didn't say anything. What do you mean, you bastard Haneda, you don't believe me? The look in Obito's eyes when he looked at Haneda was like that of a dead fish. As he was also the last in the class, he immediately became angry. How could idiot Kakashi look down on him? After all, he was the top student in the grade. But Haneda, who is only the second to last, how dare he do that? Boring. Haneda shrugged, too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Just when Obito was about to explode, the peacemaker Lin smiled softly and said, "Okay Obito, stop making noise, the teacher is coming soon." Hearing the familiar voice, it was Rin. Obito calmed down immediately and looked at Rin with a slightly blushing face. "Lin, you know, I don't want to argue with that guy Haneda." "Yet." Lin smiled brightly, her eyes curved like crescent moons. "Come on, Obito, let's meet up with the teacher." Lin held Obito's hand and gathered towards the teacher. Seeing this, Obito immediately abandoned Haneda and followed happily. "You abandoned me again, you damn love-brained person." Haneda stared at the backs of Obito and Rin, muttering to himself. Practical classes are different from theoretical classes. You have to practice them yourself, which is similar to the combination of physical education and experimental classes. Generally, the practical classes in first graders train in shuriken and simple combat. Of course, being a ninja is not just that simple, there is a lot that requires training. For example, 3 body skills, wilderness survival, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance and so on. But it's the first grade, and there's still a lot of time, so I'll just practice shuriken and other things to lay a good foundation. The equipment used for training in school are all unsharpened shurikens. In order to ensure the feel, the weight is the same as the standard one. Haneda held the shuriken and felt the familiar cool touch in his palm. Haneda had come into contact with shuriken very early on. His parents were both jonin and they trained frequently. In order to take care of little Haneda, Haneda's mother often carried him to the training ground. During this period, he was just observing and had no contact yet. Perhaps it was because Haneda always stared at his father intently during training, and his father thought that Haneda liked shuriken very much, so he gave him one on his 3rd birthday. Moreover, after that day, his father would take Haneda to train from time to time and teach him hand in hand. As a result, Haneda mastered many shuriken techniques. You all have shurikens in your hands, right? The teacher stood in front and looked at the students with a smile. Seeing that no one said it was too little, he said, "Kakashi, come up and demonstrate it to the students." "It is good." Kakashi, shuriken in hand, hadn't yet reached the platform. I saw 3 shurikens flash by and fly through the air. Chi chi chi. With the sound of breaking through the air, 3 shurikens hit the bull's eye at the same time. The speed was so fast that many people couldn't react at all. However, this did not affect their shock. As expected of Kakashi, his movements are very efficient. The calm man analyzed rationally. As expected of you, Lord Ka. This action is so casual and looks so handsome. Ah! I want to give birth to a baby boy for Kaden. The little fangirl directly turned the scene into a star-chasing scene. Kakashi, who is competing against Team 7, is the same as Sasuke. His handsome face and genius personality attracted many fans. Page 7. Rin, like all the other little fangirls, stared at Kakashi, which made Obito angry. However, Rin's feelings towards Kakashi are more of admiration than liking for him, which is something that Obito cannot tell given his age and experience. Of course, it is normal for admiration to turn into liking, and you never know what will happen in the future. Damn idiot Kakashi! Obito became jealous and muttered to himself. He glanced at Haneda, who had no expression on his face, and asked. Hey, you idiot Haneda, you idiot Kakashi have stolen all the limelight. How come you don't show any appreciation at all? I don't have a sweetheart, and I'm not Fei Yanjiang. Haneda glanced at the angry Obito and said calmly. You should be glad that it's not you who's on the field. Otherwise, you'll be the one to take the spotlight, but the result might not be good. Ha! Obito sneered. He naturally heard the sarcasm in Haneda's words. Again, I have prepared a super powerful ninjutsu, just wait and see. Oh! Seeing that Obito was very serious, Haneda looked at him in surprise. He thought, could this guy be secretly working hard and learning a trick from his tribesmen? You know, the Uchiha clan is very good at shuriken. As long as he mastered the basics, he would have no problem killing all the kids except Kakashi in seconds. At this time, Kakashi quietly left the scene, not caring about his classmates' comments. The teacher aptly commented. Kakashi-san demonstrated very well. His movements looked casual, but if you looked closely, they were very standard. To reach Kakashi's level, it will take at least 1 or 2 years of hard training. Students must learn from Kakashi and don't be lazy on weekdays. I know, teacher. The students echoed one after another, but what they were thinking in their hearts was just a joke. After all, who likes to compete with the most genius of geniuses? Are you making yourself unhappy? The teacher glanced at the crowd and immediately spotted Obito, who was late this morning, and Haneda. Next, Uchiha Obito. Obito was bragging to Haneda about the disadvantages of the ninjutsu he had learned, and didn't pay any attention to his teacher. It's your turn, the last one. Haneda tugged at Obito's sleeve and reminded him. Hey, I heard it a long time ago. Obito said something stubborn, smiled confidently, and said loudly. Watch this, Haneda. I'll only teach you once. Obito's confident tone made the teacher happy, surprised his classmates, and made Haneda feel insecure. When did the tail end of the latter change its nature? Chapter 007 Obito's Embarrassment. There are neatly arranged targets in front and curious people behind. Obito put his hands in his pockets and stood very calmly. Suddenly, he moved. He just waved his sleeves and countless shurikens flew out from his hands. In an instant, the shuriken flew out in 360 degrees with almost no blind spots, shocking everyone present. Throw all the shurikens out. Obito turned around gracefully and spoke loudly. What he was greeted with was the teacher's sandbag-sized fist. Obito! I told you to throw the bullseye, not your classmates and teachers. The teacher had several shurikens between the fingers of his left hand, all of which he had thrown in a hurry. If Kakashi and the others hadn't shared some of the pressure, Obito might have hurt some of his classmates. Sorry, teacher. Seeing Obito's innocent and pitiful eyes, the teacher's heart softened and he said helplessly. Go down, don't do this again next time, Obito. Realizing that he had gotten into trouble, Obito nodded repeatedly, fearing that his teacher would regret it. Oh, Beato, who did you learn this trick from? Did you learn it from some lecherous guy? Haneda said with a smile. How do you know? Obito looked shocked. He had learned this from that lecherous man in front of a hidden waterfall. Even the girl soaking in the hot spring in front didn't notice it, so it's impossible for anyone to know. Hee. I know everything. Haneda said mysteriously. Get lost. You bastard Haneda, you're trying to make fun of me, Obito, again. The reason why Haneda knew this was partly due to guesswork. There are undoubtedly many people in Konoha who know this trick, but there is probably only one who dares to teach it. That's right, that's Jiraiya. In the original work, he is exactly the same as Obito, and in a sense, his counterpart is also Obito. It's just that Jiraiya's is more advanced. What he wants to demonstrate is the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. After Obito, it was Haneda who appeared. He noticed the teacher's eyes and knew that he might be being watched. "There's nothing I can do. I was late this morning, and my class ranking is next to Obito's. This kind of poor student is as much popular with teachers as the top students." Haneda thought about it and finally decided to do the same as an unknown military advisor and set the score at the passing line. It's neither too high nor too low, just on the edge of what the teacher can accept. The teacher glanced at Haneda, gave him a few words of encouragement and said nothing else. After the shuriken training, it's time for the battle phase. The teacher took the student list and began to call the roll. Group 1, Uchiha Obito vs Might Guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito put his hands in his pockets and went on the field confidently again. "Hey! Watermelon Head, you were the one laughing the loudest just now, right? What just happened?" Kai scratched his head, looking confused. He had been so absorbed in his youthful training that he hadn't noticed Obito. Moreover, he has a very bad memory, so things that he doesn't pay much attention to are equivalent to not happening. "Asshole, how dare you look down on me, Uchiha Obito!" Obito waved his fists and shouted. Like Obito, Kai is at the bottom of the class and his theoretical results are also very poor. We are both at the bottom of the class, so who wouldn't look up to whom? Just as the teacher waved the flag to announce the start of the battle, a familiar voice was heard. "Obito, come on!" Obito looked towards the source of the voice, it was Rin. His face flushed, and he was caught in an illusion stronger than that of another god, and his thoughts kept churning in his mind. "Lin is watching me. She is still encouraging me. Asterisk? Does she like me? Should I respond? Ada." With a side kick, Obito's infinite Tsukuyomi was completely ended, and the goggles on his forehead fell to the ground. "The winner is Might Guy." The teacher glanced at Obito, who was lying on the ground rubbing his face, and sighed silently. Looking at Obito's clear yet stupid eyes, he always felt that he had failed in his educational career. But Haneda below felt like laughing. Really? He felt that the love-brained person in front of him was hopeless. After Obito was dragged away by Rin, the teacher read again. The second team, Uchiha Haneda vs Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma walked to the center of the open space with great interest, and heard Haneda casually say, "Teacher, I admit defeat." Page 8. Ah! The teacher was dumbfounded. Why did he admit defeat before the fight even started? And he is a child of the Uchiha family. The young Asuma is still a troublemaker, so he naturally looks down on Haneda, who gave up as soon as he got on the field. He sneered and said, "The Uchiha clan doesn't even have the courage to fight. Haneda is too lazy to pay attention to this second-generation shadow guy because he thinks it's troublesome. If you lose a fight, you lose. You still have to deliberately get beaten. But if he wins, he will win the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and even attract the attention of the 5.5th Nabe Cage." Haneda didn't want to do anything like this which had no benefits. Of course, if he grew up, he would definitely give Asuma a big fight on the spot. If you can't speak, just shut up. Once you leave the village, you are worth 3,500 million. Who will spoil you? Hey, hey, hey! Are you really from the Uchiha clan? Are you afraid of fighting? Asuma continued to talk relentlessly. He really despised such cowardly behavior. But Haneda was determined not to contact Asuma. After all, he is an Uchiha, and if he rashly contacts the second generation of Kage, it will have a bad political impact. When the relationship was good, the Uchiha gave him trouble. Because of their bad relationship, the Hokage faction was looking for trouble with him. The transfer station for World Weary Novels, 2948327800. Moreover, this guy is a troublemaker and a gangster. Haneda, do you really not want to go on stage? The teacher asked unfriendlily. I'm sorry, teacher. I caught a cold last night and I'm not feeling well. Haneda said apologetically. Just looking at his very healthy complexion, the teacher couldn't help but twitch his lips. The teachers at the Ninja Academy are similar to those at universities. As long as you give a reasonable reason, even if it's nonsense, the teachers will accept it. Soon, the teacher waved the flag and announced the result. The winner is Asuma Sarutobi. Yo Haneda, you really betrayed the honor of the Uchiha by admitting defeat as soon as you got on the field. As soon as Obito saw what happened to Haneda, he started to slander him. At least it's better than that last place guy, who didn't get beaten up. Haneda responded calmly. Obito responded immediately and retorted. Damn you Haneda, I was ambushed. I didn't dodge. If Might Guy wasn't so despicable, I wouldn't be like this. Instead of blaming yourself, it is better to slander others. Obito put the blame on Guy, which didn't surprise Haneda at all. It couldn't be possible, to be honest, that I was influenced by my sweetheart, right? Return your attention to the training ground. At this time, Asuma was standing there doing nothing, hanging on a piece of grass. He was upset that he didn't get to fight Haneda. He glanced at Hong out of habit, and saw that Hong, like Rin next to her, was surrounding Kakashi with eyes full of admiration. How can it be repaired? My sweetheart actually likes another man. Asuma felt as if grass had grown on his head, and it was green. As soon as he got angry, he said directly to the teacher. Sensei, I want to challenge Kakashi. Chapter 008 Asuma is angry and humiliated. Asuma, are you sure you want to challenge Kakashi? The teacher asked curiously. Hearing this, Asuma glanced at Kakashi, remembered that he was the top student in the grade, and suddenly regretted it. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back, and his sweetheart Hong is already looking at him. If he took back what he said, he would be humiliated. I hate you. Of course, Sensei. I can't even stretch my muscles to compete with a guy who gave up before he even got on the field. Asuma spoke casually with a piece of grass in his mouth. As for why he was hanging on a straw and slandering Haneda, it was because it made him look cool. Sure enough, when Asuma said this, all the students present looked over. Asuma, the Hokage's son, there's something to watch. Hehe, Kakashi is still Sakumo-sama's son. Why are you talking about status? Kakashi is the top student in the grade, and Asuma. The student who was speaking smiled and didn't continue. The teacher looked at Asuma seriously, then turned to look at Kakashi. Asuma-san, I invite you to a friendly match. What do you think of that, Kakashi-san? It is good. Kakashi never spoke much, so he agreed with just one word. Then, the two men came to the left and right of the open space and stood opposite each other. Asuma looked at Kakashi, who looked calm, and felt a little panicked. There is no way, the person in front of me is the legendary genius boy, the child of other people's families that his father often talks about. Hitaki Kakashi. Asuma snorted coldly and cheered himself up in his heart. For the sake of fame, I'm not afraid. When the teacher waved the flag, the two formed opposing seals. The battle officially begins. Asuma took the initiative and rushed forward with a kunao. Stab it! The kunao collided with each other, creating faint sparks. Kakashi's eyes moved, and he instantly caught Asuma's flaw in his eagerness to win. But when he thought of his father's instructions, he stopped for half a second while intending to use the kunao. Opportunity. Two words flashed through Asuma's mind, and without time to think, he swung the kunao continuously. However, Kakashi was obviously more experienced in combat, and with a few consecutive steps back and twisting his body, he resolved the crises one by one. At this moment, Asuma felt a gaze directed at him. This familiar gaze made him realize that it was his sweetheart, Hong. He's the top student in the grade. Is that all he's ever been? He's just a little more famous. Asuma wanted to act cool in front of his sweetheart, so he acted casually. But Kakashi ignored him. He was thinking about how to make Asuma lose in a dignified way. It was probably his father's instruction, telling him not to rely on his strength to bully his classmates at school. Moreover, his father told him that strength is used to protect his companions and the village. However, looking at Asuma, who was becoming more and more arrogant, Kakashi felt a little hesitant. If defeating the opponent is the mission, the ninja must ensure victory. So which is more important, companions or missions? While Kakashi was distracted, Asuma rushed over again. The continuous swinging of Kunao actually suppressed Kakashi. Is this Kakashi? Nothing special. Asuma was holding a piece of grass in the corner of his mouth, and he was becoming more and more pleased. He inadvertently glanced at Hong in the crowd. She is looking at herself. I must crush Kakashi and make Hong change her mind. The legendary genius is no match for me, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma said again, pretending even more. Enough. Page 9. Kakashi couldn't bear it anymore and used a substitution technique to break Asuma's suppression. Just as Asuma looked at Kakashi, who had turned into a wooden board in front of him with a confused look on his face, a cold voice sounded from behind him. If this was in the line of duty, you'd be dead. Asuma felt the slight coolness in his throat, which was the breath of the Kunao. What the hell? Substitution technique, win. At this time, the teacher waved the flag and announced victory. Hitaki Kakashi vs Sarutobi Asuma, Kakashi wins. As the battle ended, the girls cheered. Wow, Kadano is so handsome, he won with one strike. This cold tone, this handsome action, I love it, I love it. Ah! What the hell are you yelling about? Don't steal my card palace. Get lost. That's mine. Looking at the girls in front of him cheering for Kakashi, Asuma, as a loser, suddenly felt unhappy. Especially since I mocked him beforehand. Suddenly, Hong's face appeared before my eyes. She was cheering for Kakashi too. Embarrassment, humiliation, anger, unwillingness, all kinds of complicated emotions mixed in my mind. It's over, Asuma-san. Kakashi stood in front of Asuma and made the seal of reconciliation. However, to Asuma, this action was a blatant mockery. That's enough, son of useless White Fang. I don't need your fake pity. Asuma said angrily. White Fang. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire training ground fell silent. As children in Class A, most of them are from major families. White teeth are now a taboo topic, and almost no one in the family dares to mention it. The teacher was also panicking at this time. A White Fang son, a Hokage son. It's really difficult for teachers. What's more, it was the Hokage's son who verbally attacked White Fang. For a moment, the teacher's mind was filled with thoughts, and he finally scolded Asuma. Asuma, this is a school. The competition should only be based on each other's strength, not attacking other people's families. Noticing that Hong was looking at him with a strange look, Asuma felt both regretful and angry. Why do classmates prefer Kakashi? Why does the teacher favor Kakashi? Why does even Hong prefer Kakashi? I am not convinced. I am right. White Fang is trash, trash in the eyes of the villagers, trash of Konoha. Asuma roared. After yelling, Asuma looked around, finally fixed his eyes on Kakashi, and said directly. He gave up the mission for his companions, causing the village to suffer a great loss. As a result, everyone blamed him, even the companions he rescued blamed him. Isn't this just trash? Listening to Asuma's insults, Kakashi lost his mind for a moment and the seal of reconciliation on his hand fell down. The scenes reappeared in my mind. On the way home, the villagers looked at him, pointed at him, and insulted his father. When he got home, his father forced a smile on his tired face. He said it was none of his business, but deep down he was concerned about the villagers' accusations. What made the father most upset was that the companion he had rescued actually accused him to his face. The doubts buried deep in my heart surfaced in my mind again. Ninja, which is more important, your companions or your mission? Father, is your choice really the right one? Chapter 009 White Fang is a hero. White Fang is not a waste, he is the hero of Konoha. Haneda and Obito said loudly in unison. You speak first. Obito glanced at Haneda and turned his head away. It is good. Haneda nodded somewhat awkwardly. He felt that the atmosphere he had created was ruined. In my heart, White Fang is a hero. Haneda patted his chest and said loudly. What kind of hero? A hero who gave up on his mission? This is so funny. Asuma is willing to say anything to save face, to regain his reputation, and to become famous. If his father's 3 generations were here, they would definitely give him a big beating on the spot. It's fine that you're unbridled at home, but how dare you talk nonsense at school? Do you really think White Fang's knife is not bad? Haneda snorted and sneered. Senior White Fang has carried out several S-rank missions. You are the son of the Hokage, don't you even know this? How can a loser who can't even complete the lowest level D-rank mission have the qualifications to laugh at Senior White Fang? Oh, by the way, I hadn't realized that you're not even a ninja. Ha ha ha. Haneda laughed loudly, imitating Asuma's behavior. Asuma didn't know how to refute what was said in his ear for a moment. Yes, with White Fang's contributions, he really deserves the title of hero. There's nothing wrong with that. As for the failed mission, no ninja can guarantee that all tasks can be completed. Even if it is the 3 ninjas, even if it is his own father, the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But why does the last place Haneda dare to say such things about himself? How dare you laugh at me? Asuma sneered. How dare a useless Uchiha who admits defeat as soon as he gets on the field speak to me, the winner, like that? Oh? You thought you won? Haneda looked at Asuma coldly, expressionless. Why do you want to fight? It's not that hard to beat a useless Uchiha like you. Even if you and that useless Obito come together, you can't even withstand half a finger of mine. Asuma responded directly. If he can't beat Kakashi, can he still beat the second-to-last guy? As for why Obito was brought along, it's because he was made to bear the name of the evil Uchiha. Teacher, I want to fight with Asuma Sarutobi again. Haneda turned his gaze to the teacher. It is good. The atmosphere has come to this point, and the teacher can't refuse. Besides, what he had wanted to arrange before was a battle between Haneda and Asuma. What do you think, second generation of Kage, do you dare to come? Haneda said coldly, without even a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Why don't you dare? Asuma made a seal of opposition towards Haneda, but Haneda remained indifferent. Don't you even know the rules? Useless Uchiha. Asuma taunted. You trash are not worthy of being my opponent. Haneda responded coldly. As the two faced off, the teacher raised the flag and announced the start of the competition. Uchiha Haneda vs Sarutobi Asuma, the battle begins. When the flag fell, Asuma rushed up immediately. He held the kunai tightly in his hand and stared at Haneda, determined to teach this evil Uchiha a lesson. Boom! Page 10. With a left hook, he knocked the kunai out of Asuma's hand, and at the same time, he grabbed his arm with one hand. In an instant, Asuma was completely controlled by Haneda. How is this possible? Asuma looked at Haneda's expressionless face in disbelief. He couldn't imagine why the last one could kill him in an instant. You know, the battle has just begun. It's over, loser. I won't let you go on purpose like Kakashi did. Haneda exerted force with his hands and Asuma cried out in pain. He fell to the ground, looking up at Haneda who was leaving. He wanted to stand up, but his body told him. With one strike from Haneda, all his strength was gone. Tell me. Is the White Fang of Konoha a hero? Haneda asked, facing the sun with his back to Asuma. Listening to the words in his ears, Asuma subconsciously wanted to refute. But suddenly, he recalled the fear of being killed instantly by Kakashi and Haneda. And, my father's serious instructions. He was speechless. See, Kakashi, the White Fang of Konoha is a hero. Haneda said as he looked at Kakashi who was standing alone in the corner. That's right. Stupid Kakashi, Uncle Sakumo is a hero, not the trash that Asuma calls him. Obito agreed carelessly. Kakashi listened to what the two said, his mouth slightly open. Suddenly, the villagers pointing and criticizing, and the accusations of his father's companions flashed through his mind. Ninja, which is more important, your companions or your mission? The question was no longer in his mind, but came out of his mouth. You only use force to silence others, but their thoughts haven't changed, Haneda. Kakashi then said. Is there really no change? Haneda asked seriously. As he said this, Kakashi's mind recalled the moment when Haneda from the yakiniku restaurant changed the villagers' minds. He hesitated. Remember what I said during lunch break. When you ask this question, you have already made a choice in your heart. Isn't it? Haneda said calmly. He looked at Kakashi, gazed into his eyes, and smiled as he extended his hand. How about a fight, Kakashi? When the battle is over, perhaps you will have the answer in your heart. The reason why Haneda wanted to fight Kakashi was because he had a strategy in hand. Haven't you seen that Naruto, who has the ability to use his mouth to attack, always beats up his opponent before using his mouth to attack? When defeating an opponent, the winner's words are always convincing. Besides, wasn't Kakashi's final choice also to choose a companion? Okay. Kakashi nodded slightly. Perhaps he has already made a decision in his mind, but he needs someone else to press the button for him. The teacher was also happy to see that Kakashi had figured out something, so he agreed. Uchiha Haneda vs Hitaki Kakashi. The teacher raised the flag high, and Haneda and Kakashi immediately formed opposing seals. Ninja battle begins. As the words and flags fell, the two men moved instantly. Haneda rushed forward with clenched fists. With the support of Obito's powerful physical skills, his swinging fists brought with them a strong wind. For a while, the sound of breaking air continued to roar. Bang bang bang. Fists and arms constantly collide, and defense and attack complement each other. Every punch and every block was so fast that it had already reached the level of a genin. Obito was stunned for a moment. How come Haneda was so strong when they were both at the bottom of the class? Moreover, Obito always felt that his actions were inexplicably familiar. Suddenly, Obito blurted out. Come on, stupid Kakashi, defeat that bastard Haneda. Unlike Obito, Asuma, who was sitting on the ground, was stunned. He didn't expect that Haneda and Kakashi were so ridiculously strong. This level of speed and physical skills, even an ordinary genin can't reach this level, right? These two people are the same age and in the same class as him. Chapter 010 Battle against Kakashi. During the battle, Haneda did not notice Obito's betrayal. His pupils kept moving, always capturing Kakashi's movements. Suddenly, Kakashi pulled out a kunai from his waist while punching and kicking. Brush! The knife flashed across the side of Haneda's face, reflecting his handsome face. Damn, that's too fast. Haneda quickly retreated, pulling a kunai from his waist, his eyes fixed on Kakashi. Tisk tisk tisk. Kakashi moved, swinging the kunai continuously. Every swing of the arm seemed extremely regular, as if the dancer was in control of the beat of the music. The same is true for Haneda. Even though he is slightly weaker than Kakashi, his reaction is enough to deal with Kakashi's attack. Ding! Ding ding ding! The sound of the kunao colliding formed beautiful music, which, combined with the regular movements of both parties, was like a performance and was extremely entertaining. Even the carefree Obito stared at the battle, afraid of missing even a second. Obito's taijutsu is still a little weaker than yours. Haneda and Kakashi supported themselves with their hands and continued to exert their strength. What do you mean? Kakashi stared at Haneda, somewhat puzzled. Lend me your hand. Haneda laughed and moved his right hand. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu. He is making seals with my hands. Kakashi realized something and immediately stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Haneda. And the last seal, Tiger, was formed by Haneda when Kakashi retreated. Fire style, great fireball technique. A ball of fire was spit out from Haneda's mouth. In the air, the fireball expanded from the size of a basketball to a diameter of about 2.5 meters. Earth escape earth flow wall. As Kakashi formed hand seals in the air, his palms fell to the ground. A thick earth wall with dog heads carved on it emerged from the ground, blocking the fireball. Hey, hhhh! The earth walls were constantly being destroyed, and grey-black smoke began to spread. Within 3 seconds, the surroundings were filled with smoke. At this time, Haneda also moved. Countless shurikens flew out of his hands, and wires connected the shurikens, emitting a faint white light. Uchiha-style shuriken throwing technique. Haneda reminded with a smile, manipulating the shuriken with one hand, his eyes always fixed on Kakashi. If you can't get close to me, then I will definitely win. Stab it. The shuriken collided with the kunao in Kakashi's hand, and fierce sparks flashed. Kakashi retreated repeatedly to offset the impact of the shuriken. Page 11. It's over, Kakashi. I'm different from Obito. I won't give you a chance. Haneda said calmly. This is incomprehensible. Kakashi's voice came from behind Haneda. This is... Haneda realized this and swung the kunao in his left hand to block Kakashi's attack. But Kakashi didn't give Haneda any chance and kicked Haneda away. It's over, Haneda. Kakashi said this, his face half covered by a mask with no expression on it, and he made the seal of reconciliation with his hands. The clone technique? It doesn't look ordinary. It should be the shadow clone technique, right? Haneda wiped the dirt off his face and smiled. What a shame. I can't lose as the Uchiha. As he spoke, a hint of blood red appeared in Haneda's pupils, and a black Megatama was spinning above his pupils. The battle has just begun. Haneda stood up and patted his clothes with his hands, as if nothing had happened. Ichikuso. The kunao was raised again. This time, Haneda's speed was faster and his movements were more fierce. Sharingan. Kakashi said in surprise. Even as he spoke, he did not slow down his movements, and he was still forcefully resisting Haneda's attacks. However, this time, the offensive and defensive situations are different. Haneda is slightly faster than Kakashi and has a faster reaction time. All of Kakashi's movements seemed to be in slow motion in front of Haneda and could be seen through at a glance. How is this possible? Is this the power of the Sharingan? Kakashi looked surprised. This time, he realized the weight of the words "never fight an Uchiha one-on-one." Ding! 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 The kunao collided with each other, sparks flying. Haneda kept suppressing Kakashi, not giving him a moment to breathe. Within 2.5 minutes, the intense battle exhausted Kakashi's physical strength, and finally Haneda's kunao stopped on his forehead. You lose, Kakashi. Haneda retracted his kunao and formed the seal of reconciliation. Kakashi, who was sitting on the ground, also made the seal of reconciliation. He looked up at Haneda's face, the sunlight filtering through the gaps in his hair. At this moment, he suddenly understood the choice in his heart. Haneda, companions must be more important to you than missions, right? Just like my father. Kakashi said calmly. Of course. Haneda nodded, glanced at Obito who looked like he had eaten shit, and smiled. I have a message for you, Kakashi. In the ninja world, people who don't follow the rules are called trash, but people who don't cherish their companions are even worse than trash. After saying that, Haneda put his hands in his pockets and left, leaving Kakashi sitting on the ground looking into the sky. The winner is Uchiha Haneda. Asshole Haneda, you actually lied to me and betrayed the friendship of the revolution. How dare you come back? As soon as Obito saw Haneda coming over, he immediately waved his fists and shouted loudly. It was agreed that Haneda would be the last one in the class, but in the end he gave up and became the absolute top student, which made Obito feel uncomfortable. I didn't mean to deceive you, Obito. I should have told you a long time ago that I'm strong, but you, an idiot, didn't take it seriously. Haneda smiled, not paying attention to the strong emotion in Obito's words. He understood Obito's feelings at the moment. To sum it up in one sentence. I am afraid that my brothers are having a hard life, but I am also afraid that they are driving a Land Rover. Haneda patted Obito's shoulder gently and said with a smile. Oh, Bito, no matter what I become, whether I'm a poor student or a top student, we are still friends. Hearing this, Obito took a half step back as if he was stressed. He pointed at Haneda and said loudly. Who is your friend, you bastard Haneda, you stupid Haneda? Hehe, the Uchiha ancestral Tsundere. Haneda smiled and didn't intend to pay any attention to him, because his growing favorability already spoke for itself. Ding! Uchiha Obito's favorability +3. Ding! Uchiha Obito's favorability +5. The host's favorability with Uchiha Obito reaches 230, and he obtains part of the Sage Body and part of the Sharingan Pupil Power. The Immortal Body and Pupil Power are not bad, but unfortunately they have not reached the standard of awakening. Haneda secretly thought it was a pity that some of his pupil powers did not reach the standard of 3 Megatama, and the same went for his Sage Body. As for the Mangekyo and Hashirama's standard Sage Body, it is possible that they will not be able to achieve it until Obito turns evil. Next, it's Kakashi's turn. You have to know that the other party is a copy ninja who has copied thousands of ninjutsu. The most iconic ninjutsu he mastered are Chidori and Reikari. Chidori is an A-level ninjutsu, while Reikari is an S-level ninjutsu. It is worth mentioning that Reikari evolved from Chidori. In the original work, Jiko later developed the Chidori style and Chidori sharp spear based on Chidori, which is said to have great potential. Besides, Chidori is the most suitable ninjutsu for Uchiha, there is no doubt about it. Through the White Fang incident, we can get into the bond with Kakashi. This is the best time and the easiest time to gain his favor. Haneda has high expectations for this. Chapter 011 The Will of Fire. In the ninja world, people who don't follow the rules are called trash, but people who don't cherish their companions are even worse than trash. On the way home, Kakashi kept hearing Haneda's words in his mind. Thump! Kakashi didn't notice the old man in front of him, and the two of them accidentally bumped into each other. Private Marseille, Kakashi apologized immediately. It's okay. The uncle lowered his head and looked at the child in front of him, smiling. But you're not hurt anywhere, are you? I walk fast and I'm fat, haha. As he spoke, the uncle scratched the back of his head and looked embarrassed. Nothing, uncle. I'm a ninja. I'm not that fragile. Kakashi responded with a smile. This time the uncle didn't say much, but waved goodbye to Kakashi. Goodbye, future little ninja. Goodbye, uncle. Kakashi watched the slightly plump uncle leave, and inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of the glass of a shop decoration in the distance. His face, covered by a black mask, was reflected in the glass. Suddenly, Kakashi took off his mask. This time, a child was reflected in the glass. Kakashi and the child looked at each other and smiled. Kakashi, remember, strength is used to protect your companions and the village. His father's words suddenly echoed in his mind. At that time, he had just shown signs of genius and had just entered school. He did not respond to his father, but nodded silently. And this time, he had the answer in his heart. Just like the uncle I met by chance just now, he is an adult, and the first thing he cares about is me as a child. As a ninja, the first person I care about is the uncle who is an ordinary person. This is the will of fire, and it is also the meaning of a father's protection of his companions and the village. Kakashi put his mask back on and headed back towards home. The setting sun shines at the end of the street, and at this moment, his eyes are no longer confused. Page 12. Arriving at the door of his house, Kakashi pushed it open and placed his shoes flat on the shoe cabinet. "I'm back, father." Kakashi smiled, his tone more relaxed. His voice did not change, it was the same as last night, but when Sakumo in the room heard it, it felt like a different person. "Kakashi, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did something happen at school?" Sakumo said softly. Seeing his son's relaxed look, he also felt relaxed, and the depression and fatigue on his face dissipated a lot. "Father, this afternoon the third Hokage's son, Asuma, mentioned your failed mission. Is that so? Then he must be in a bad mood." Sakumo waved his hand and said without much concern. He didn't want to involve his parents' generation in matters between his children. Besides, Sakumo had heard a lot about Asuma's temper from the Hokage. 2 words, rebellion. Kakashi nodded and said slowly, "He called you a waste, but at this time, someone also called you a hero." "Oh? Whose child is this?" Shuo Mao asked with a smile. "Uchiha Haneda and Uchiha Obito." Hearing this, Sakumo frowned, but then he relaxed when he thought of Asuma calling him a waste in public. Why should parents be involved in matters between children? Besides, the Uchiha is also a member of the village. Kakashi did not notice his father's fleeting facial expression at this time, and he continued. "Haneda told me that in the ninja world, people who don't follow the rules are called trash, but people who don't cherish their companions are even worse than trash. Father, do you remember what you once told me? Strength is used to protect, whether it's companions or the village. A ninja is not a tool, but a weapon that symbolizes protection. This is the will of fire." Kakashi finished speaking and Sakumo fell completely silent. He stared at his son blankly, and it took him a long time to calm down. "You are right, Kakashi. Protection is the meaning of strength. This is the will of fire, and it is also my ninja way." After saying that, Sakumo suddenly laughed. His smile was no longer forced, it was genuine. Perhaps he was relieved to see the changes in his son. Or maybe, he figured out everything that happened to him. Ding! Hitaki Kakashi's favorability +5. Ding! Hitaki Kakashi's favorability +7. Ding! Hitaki Kakashi's favorability +37. Ding! Hitaki Sakumo's impression +61. Host's favorability with Sarutobi Asuma reaches 63, and he gains the understanding of Genin level fire release ninjutsu. Host's favorability with Hitaki Kakashi reaches 153, obtains 0.3 cards of chakra, A-level ninjutsu Chidori, and partial Sharingan pupil power. Host's favorability with Hitaki Sakumo reaches 81, and obtains swordsmanship expertise. Sure enough, Kakashi's favor can also bring the power of the Sharingan. When Haneda saw the Sharingan power as a reward, he became envious of the Kamui again. Among the kaleidoscope eye techniques, Kamui's power is definitely ranked in the top 2. As for the one who can rival Kamui, it is of course the strongest illusionist Kota Amatsukami. In Haneda's opinion, the former is very comprehensive, while the latter has too long CD but plays a decisive role. As for Sakumo and Asuma, it's buy one get one free. Wait, What's going on with Asuma? This second-generation Shadow Man was mocked and killed instantly by himself as a villain, but his favorability towards him increased as a result. Isn't he a masochist? On the other side, the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a crystal ball and staring at it intently. The surface of the crystal ball was like a projection, projecting the interior of a hot spring hotel in Konoha. Inside the hot spring shop, countless young girls were laughing and playing. Undoubtedly, as the Hokage, he is understanding the people's sentiments. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly wiped the crystal ball and retracted the telescope technique. He picked up the pipe on the table, took a deep puff, and calmed his restless heart. Please come in. At this time, Haneda and his friend's teacher, Takakura Buntao, walked in. The class he taught was composed of representatives from the major families in the village, typical of which were the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inoshikajo. Moreover, the Hokage's son Asuma is also among them, so he is naturally qualified to meet the Hokage. His situation is similar to that of Irika. Mr. Sande, I am here to report on the teaching situation in the class. Did Asuma get into trouble at school? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile, taking a puff of his cigarette. Gao Kangfun thought about it, nodded, and said. Asuma called Kakashi's father a piece of shit at school and said something about rumors in the village. Okay, I understand. I'll take him to apologize to Sakumo in person. Sarutobi Hiruzen said somewhat helplessly. There was no way. As Asuma's father, he had the responsibility to clean up the mess for his son. Seeing that Takakura Buntao had not said goodbye yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said. Anything else, Buntao? It is like this, Sandame-sama. When Asuma said that about Sakumo-sama, both Uchiha Haneda and Uchiha Obito refuted him and called him a hero. And Haneda defeated Asuma. Even Kakashi was defeated by Haneda. Chapter 012 Regret, Shadow, Bang. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. It's nothing that his son was defeated, he is an Uchiha after all. But Kakashi was defeated, and that was a problem. In a word, Kakashi is a genius among geniuses. Sarutobi Hiruzen had only seen this kind of talent in Orochimaru and Minato. Did he activate his Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen could only attribute this achievement to his bloodline. Yet, single Megatama Sharingan. However, when Haneda and Kakashi were just beginning to fight and the battle was getting intense, Haneda did not activate the Sharingan. His taijutsu is only half as weak as Kakashi's, and he has also learned the C-rank ninjutsu Great Fireball Jutsu. During the battle, I didn't expect Kakashi to know the Shadow Clone technique, which is why I was temporarily defeated. By the time Haneda opened his Sharingan, he overpowered Kakashi in taijutsu. Listening to the words in his ear, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his cigarette. He put down his pipe, exhaled a puff of smoke, and smiled. It seems that Konoha's new leaves have sprouted. Buntao, please pay more attention to the changes in Kakashi and Haneda at school. They are the buds of the new era. Yes, third generation Sama. Well, let's go down. After Takakura Buntao left, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out Haneda's information from the file bag. He glanced at the introduction above and saw 4 words, second to last. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. And then he thought of the children of the Nara clan and began to understand. Hey, Uchiha clan! Pity! Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his cigarette, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and thought of his rebellious child again. Page 13. Asuma. Buntao intentionally concealed some information. Uchiha Haneda should have had an argument with Asuma, roughly about Sakumo and Kakashi. The details of the battle were not given, only the result. Forget it, let's not embarrass him. Let him write a report about the battle between Haneda and Kakashi. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, a figure wearing a grey robe and with a bandage on his right eye walked in. The one who came was the darkness of the ninja world, the 5.5th Nabe Cage, Danzo Shimura. He didn't knock, but walked in directly. Hiruzen, this man is a student at the Ninja Academy. I want his route. Danzo handed Haneta's file to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said bluntly. Danzo, the Uchiha are particularly taboo about the route, you should know that. The Sandame glanced at the name on the file, took a puff of cigarette, and spoke slowly. His tone was very calm, but his words still expressed rejection. Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately exploded. Hiruzen, you are too weak. An evil Uchiha should. Enough. The Sandame slammed the table and stood up. After a while, the Sandame felt that his tone was a bit extreme, and said. The Uchiha are still members of the village. This is an indisputable fact. I need to consider their opinions. Also, it's time to end Sakumo's business. He won't be able to get the position of the 4th Hokage, at least not when it comes to the vote of confidence. Danzo, you should know what you should do. The Sandame took a puff of his cigarette. The first half of his words were soothing, but the second half was an outright threat. Hearing this, Danzo frowned and closed his left eye slightly. I'll send someone to deal with the rumors. As for the evil Uchiha, Hiruzen, you should know what the teacher thinks of the inherently evil Uchiha clan. Danzo said hoarsely, seemingly making sense but actually threatening. That's enough, please stop this, Danzo. The Uchiha are the Uchiha of Konoha, and it was the same when the sensei was here. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo opened his left eye wide and stared at the Sandame. I am the Hokage. The Sandame stood up, supported his hands on the table and stared at Danzo. Boom! The door to the Hokage's office was slammed shut and a grey-robed figure left the Hokage building. His figure gradually faded into the darkness and finally disappeared completely. At the same time, a thin figure rushed into the office. Haneta had no idea what happened in the Hokage building. Even if he knew that Danzo had set his sights on him, Haneta would not panic. Because he has found two backers, one is Hitaki Sakumo and the other is the Uchiha clan. At this time, the Uchiha clan. When the news came that Haneta had defeated Kakashi, a rare genius boy in Konoha, Uchiha Kenji, the head of the Uchiha clan, planned to meet Haneta in person. Lord Patriarch. Haneta stood at the door somewhat awkwardly and greeted them. To be honest, he is a little shy and doesn't like interacting with strangers. Of course, if necessary, he would go, like now. It's Haneta, please sit down. The Patriarch said with a gentle smile. He pulled another young man, about 16 or 17 years old, with a serious face. Haneta guessed that he was another person with a dull expression. This is my son, Uchiha Fugaku. Haneta, if you don't mind, you can call him Brother Fugaku. The clan leader smiled. Hearing the name of the expressionless face, Haneta was stunned for a moment. Isn't this a tragic death, 1 against 7 and the father of Sass? The chance to meet the future kaleidoscope powerhouse, 1 against 7, and a buy one get one free deal for Shisui, has come. Besides, Fugaku himself has the Manjiki Sharingan. Haneta immediately called out affectionately, Brother Fugaku. Yet. Fugaku nodded slightly in response. He was not good at talking to people, but his father's instructions forced him to take the initiative to find topics. Haneta, you have good grades in school, right? Okay? Do you know how to chat? Or did you not read my profile? Haneta was stunned for a moment, but soon a bright smile appeared on his face again. There is no way. For the sake of kaleidoscope, a small embarrassment is not worth worrying about. Not bad, Brother Fugaku. Haneta said with a smile without changing his expression. Then his grades must be very good, definitely among the top few in the grade. Well, I remember that the other children's grades were very good, and they were basically in the top 10 in the grade. Fugaku continued talking about grades. He heard from his father that if Haneda could defeat Kakashi, the genius among geniuses, then Haneda's results must be incredible. Starting a conversation by talking about a person's strengths can greatly bring you closer to each other. The word incredible is quite accurate to describe it. After all, for an Uchiha to be ranked second in the class in the exam is indeed incredulous. Cough cough. At this time, the patriarch coughed a few times and walked in with a plate. There are teapot and teacups on the plate. The patriarch's movements in making and pouring tea are very smooth and have a kind of classical beauty. This made Haneda feel that the patriarch was a person who loved the tea ceremony. Fugaku, Haneda's results, may not be ideal. The clan leader reminded. No, clan leader, the second to last one is indeed ideal, as it's right next to that guy Obito. Haneda said without any concern. Obito? Could it be that Uchiha Shame? That guy is the last in the class and a very outstanding existence in the entire grade. Which Uchiha has such poor grades? Well, there's one right here. The reason why Fugaku knew Obito but not Haneda was mainly because Obito was too lively, often helped the old ladies in the village, had a good reputation and was relatively well known. As for Haneda, with Obito on top of the pillar of shame, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. In addition, he is a relatively silent person with a small social circle, so he has become an 18th tier unknown figure. Chapter 013 Uchiha Fugaku. Controlling the points, Haneda? With your strength surpassing that of Hitaki Kakashi, it should be no problem for you to be the first in the grade, right? The clan leader said with a smile. Almost, but my theoretical performance is not very good, so it is difficult for me to surpass Kakashi. I guess this guy has almost learned all the knowledge of the Ninja Academy. Haneda said. Haha, you'll have to keep working hard. The clan leader patted Haneda's shoulder and smiled amiably. Build relationships first, then do things. As the relationship becomes closer, it is natural to talk about serious matters. However, the clan leader first glared at his son, Fugaku, before getting down to business. Haneda. I heard that you have already opened the Sharingan, right? The clan leader took a sip of tea and said softly. Yet. Haneda nodded and admitted it. There was nothing to hide. After all, when he exposed his Sharingan, he had already decided to rely on the Uchiha, which was still a relatively strong force at the moment. Uncle clan leader, I don't know when I opened it, I just felt that I couldn't lose to Kakashi, and the Sharingan came out. But at the time I felt a lot of sadness, and it seemed to come from my parents. This set of rhetoric was naturally thought out in advance. The Sharingan has awakened, but not fully, and requires certain stimulation. This point has been reflected in Urshizi and Muvyukai. One was whose clan was exterminated, and then he angrily opened the single Megatama Sharingan. One is that Obito's Manjiki was too powerful and had been hidden for more than 10 years, until a young man in a red cloud cloak violated martial ethics and killed a certain copy ninja. It took a month for Obito to awaken. Of course, the former is causing trouble for those who only care about Nissan and his parents, while the latter is a transplant from a foreign race and has severe blood rejection. In general, Haneda believes that the clan must have some records of this. Sure enough, the clan leader did not doubt it and explained with a smile. Yes. You should have awakened when you were about 4 years old. When you awakened, your own chakra was insufficient and did not meet the conditions for full awakening. Later, you were stimulated and it was naturally activated. Page 14. The clan leader was very considerate and did not mention the death of Haneda's parents at all. This gave Haneda a preliminary favorable impression of him. Of course, his previous conversation had also already tested the clan leader's attitude towards him. The clan leader most likely wanted Fugaku to develop a bond with him, something akin to a brotherly relationship. This can be seen from the fact that Haneda gradually calls the clan leader Uncle Clan Leader. I remember you said something when you were about to lose. I can't lose as an Uchiha, right? The patriarch said happily. Yet. Haneda nodded heavily, looking very proud. Of course, the truth is. He just wants to act cool. Haneda, you have done a good job in spreading the honor of the Uchiha in the school. As the clan leader, I am very happy. Fugaku heard about this and asked me to give you a small reward. I thought about it carefully and decided that a genius should be treated like a genius, so I agreed. As the patriarch spoke, the smile on his face was very sincere, and he seemed to be a very real person. However, when Haneda heard the word Fugaku, he knew that the clan leader was going to pave the way for his son. Really, brother Fugaku? Haneda turned his head and looked at Fugaku and said happily. Of course. Fugaku felt a little guilty, but when he saw his old father's sharp eyes out of the corner of his eye, he quickly calmed down. What do you want, Haneda? Fugaku added. Forward. Haneda pretended to be in deep thought and Fugaku and the clan leader did not disturb him. There was silence in the room for half a minute until Haneda spoke. Shadow clone technique. That guy Kakashi tricked me with the shadow clone technique. I can't fall in the same place again. B-level ninjutsu. The clan leader pretended to be hesitant, but his eyes kept moving and he kept looking at his son. Father, just agree to Haneda. Haneda is right. Uchiha must never fall in the same place a second time. Fugaku said with some excitement that even without the clan leader's suggestion, he wanted to plead for Haneda. The patriarch looked at his son, then at Haneda, and finally sighed and agreed. Okay, Haneda, the shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu. Although it is precious, a genius should be treated like a genius in the clan. Thank you, brother Fugaku. Haneda thanked Fugaku first. Of course, after a moment, he seemed to notice the unhappy look of the patriarch, and turned to the patriarch and said. Thank you too, Uncle Patriarch. After Haneda thanked them, the three people in the room all laughed. Haneda received an extra reward. He had originally expected his clan to help him withstand the pressure from the Konoha high-level officials. However, the clan leader gave him a ninjutsu, and it was the shadow clone technique that he had been dreaming of. The function of the shadow clone technique is not just superficial reconnaissance and deceiving those. The most amazing and powerful thing is experience sharing. In other words, the clones have the same talents and the same speed of cultivation, and when they dissipate, the experience will return to the original body. What does this mean? This means you can double, triple, or even dozens of times the experience. Think about NARUTO, the Asura reincarnation who thinks he is not very smart, with hundreds of shadow clones practicing at the same time. This isn't a cheat? Of course, Haneda didn't expect his brain to be as amazing as Naruto's and be able to accept so many memories at the same time. But he is a time traveler, his mental strength must be much higher than that of ordinary people, and he can withstand greater mental pressure. What's more, he also has the blessing of Sharingan. This also means that there is no problem for Haneda to use a little cheat again. As for the other two, Fugaku and the clan leader. As for Fugaku, he was really happy about Haneda's thanks. After all, he helped others and received spiritual rewards. As for the clan leader, he was happy that his son had attracted such a talented young man. The old father who paved the way for his son shed tears. The three of them chatted for a long time, until the sun set. Of course, most of the time it was the clan leader who guided Haneda and Fugaku in their conversations. The clan leader and his son sent Haneda to the door of his house. The clan leader watched Haneda leave and smiled. Haneda, if you have any questions about ninjutsu in the future, you can come to your brother Fugaku. Is it okay, brother Fugaku? Haneda turned around and said somewhat embarrassedly. Hearing this, the clan leader secretly patted Fugaku's thigh as a slight reminder. Yes. Of course, Haneda, I don't mind the trouble. Fugaku replied helplessly. He really didn't like teaching others, not even his own son. It took him a long time to learn the great fireball technique after he fought Fugaku for 7 people at once. As for his youngest son, Sas, he really didn't want to teach him. Look at the one who can fight 7 people alone after being taught once, and then look at Sas, and you can see Fugaku's performance in the original work. Of course, there is no doubt that Fugaku loves his 2 sons very much. But teaching children is indeed troublesome and tiring. Chapter 014 The Art of Shadow Clone. Okay, Brother Fugaku, if I have any questions, I will definitely come to you. Brother Fugaku, please don't think it's troublesome. Haneda stuck out his tongue and smiled. He was saying hello in advance, so that it would be convenient for me to visit him next time. Of course, if an average person says this, they will probably be disliked, but it's different for the cute little boy. So, handsome readers, please don't imitate me easily. Okay, okay. Fugaku glanced at the horizon and felt it was troublesome, but since his father was beside him, he had to agree. After Haneda's figure completely disappeared, the patriarch took Fugaku back home. What do you think of this young man named Haneda? The patriarch asked slowly. A very talented clan member, and kind of cute, father. Fugaku replied honestly. Yes. You should change clan member to younger brother. He opened the Sharingan at the age of 4. This talent is particularly remarkable in the entire Uchiha history. Also, don't underestimate Haneda. He's very smart and his performance was spot on, but a child's performance will always have flaws. But he really likes you, Fugaku. Listening to his father's words, Fugaku's mind unconsciously appeared Haneda's smile. Yes, is that so, father? Arrive home. Haneda put his shoes in place and shouted inside out of habit. I'm back. No one responded in the room, it was quiet, but Haneda had already gotten used to it. He took the scroll containing the shadow clones, walked to the desk, and opened it. The text on the scroll was revealed, the handwriting was very neat, and there were small notes next to it, recording the spiritual experience of the owner of the scroll at that time. The shadow clone technique was created by the naturally evil Senju Tobirama. The clone has entity and will that ordinary clones do not have. Since the shadow clone is made by equally dividing the chakra of the original body, a certain amount of chakra is required to perform this technique. Otherwise, the shadow clone would probably shatter at the slightest touch. Not to mention fighting, he couldn't even complete basic training. My chakra level should be about 1 card now, right? Thinking of this, Haneda read out the command in his mind, and then a light blue screen appeared in front of him. Uchiha Haneda. Strength, Chunin, 13/100. Chakra, 1.3 cards, attributes fire, wind, thunder, yin. Bloodline limit, single Megatama Sharingan, 3 Megatama pupil power 73%, sage body, unawakened, primary 76%. Special ability, none. 1.3 cards, not bad. Even if Kakashi is weak, it shouldn't be a problem to create 3 or 4 shadow clones to train with, right? The only difficulty is whether my spirit can bear it. Haneda glanced at the panel again and couldn't help but smile. Page 15. Yet, he's at the level of a Chunin. A 5-year-old Chunin is considered a genius. The 3 Megatama and the Sage body are almost complete, and the next step is the Mangekyo. I don't know what my kaleidoscope pupil technique will be. The Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul. The awakened eye technique will be generated according to one's own obsession. What is my obsession? When Haneda thought of this, he silently withdrew his thoughts and immediately focused his attention on the scroll. His talent is not that good, and it will take him at least a week to learn the shadow clone technique. And Chidori also requires familiarity and practice. All the ninjutsu obtained from the system are just learning methods and insights. For Haneda, it is easy to learn, but if he wants to master it and apply it in actual combat, he still has to train himself. Haneda's plan is to learn Shadow Clone first, and then let the Shadow Clone practice Chidori. In this way, the speed of practice will increase. At night, deep in the Death Forest, there is a base hidden underground. Danzo sat high on a stone chair, and below him 3 masked ninjas were kneeling on one knee, reporting something. Reporting to Lord Danzo, Uchiha Haneda went to the home of clan leader Kenji after returning home from school and had a conversation with his junior clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, and they became close. After listening to his subordinates' reports, Danzo narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "How is Sakumo doing lately? Especially after Hitaki Kakashi returned home this afternoon." A man wearing a fox mask responded. "Sakumo-sama and Hitaki Kakashi went out around 8 p.m. and ate at Yakiniku Barbecue. The two of them enjoyed their meal, and Lord Sakumo drank quite a bit of wine." The fox-masked man seemed to recall something and added. "Unlike before, Lord Sakumo doesn't care as much about the advice of the surrounding villagers as before." After the fox-masked man finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence, with almost no sound. Da-da-da. Danzo tapped the stone table in front of him with his index finger and murmured softly, "It seems that he has come out." After a moment, he turned his gaze back to the root ninja in front of him. "Let's put an end to the rumors about Hitaki Sakumo in the village tonight. I don't want to hear a word disparaging the hero of Konoha tomorrow morning. Also, about Uchiha Haneda." Having said that, Danzo looked at the deep passage in front of him, which led to Konoha. For the sake of the village and Konoha, Uchiha Haneda, this inherently evil Uchiha brat, must belong to the root. But before that, just keep a close eye on it and don't alert the enemy. "Yes, Lord Danzo." "Go down." Danzo waved his hand, his eyes still looking into the deep, dark passage, as if he saw light in the depths of the passage. A wave of long-lost memories came flooding back to my mind. "Hiruzen, sensei, I will prove that I am right. I am the most suitable person to be the Hokage." The next day, early morning. The sun slowly rose over the mountain. Haneda had breakfast and prepared to go to school. This time, he didn't go looking for Obito. There was no way around it. Obito's route to school was too outrageous and he didn't want to be late for class and affect his reputation. Came to the classroom and took a look. As expected, Obito didn't arrive. But Kakashi came to school early. At this time, he was reading a book. Noticing that Haneda was looking at him, Kakashi raised his head, tilted the book slightly, and showed a sunny smile. World Weary Junyang 1870. "Good morning, Haneda." I saw Kakashi greeting me, and he took off his black mask briefly and smiled. Haneda was surprised for half a second, then responded with a smile. "Good morning, Kakashi." While saying hello, he came to his seat. Haneda glanced at the book in Kakashi's hand. It said 6th grade on the cover, so it should be Konoha's textbook. He asked curiously, "Kakashi, why are you studying books for senior grades? You're only in the 1st grade." Hearing this, Kakashi put down the book and put on his black mask again. He stared into Haneda's eyes seriously and said, "I'm used to it. I was planning to graduate early, originally at the end of this school year." "Are you planning to graduate early?" Haneda asked in surprise. Chapter 015 Follow-up. "Yeah, I used to think that there was very little to learn in school, and only by becoming a ninja could I go further. But now..." Kakashi looked into Haneda's eyes and said, "I feel like I still have a lot to learn. Although ninjutsu is important to a ninja, it is not all there is to a ninja. I want to learn something here, even though I don't know what it is." Looking into Kakashi's eyes, Haneda could feel Kakashi's sincerity. He placed one hand on Kakashi's desk and smiled. I see, Kakashi. But ninjutsu is also very important to ninjas, so don't waste it. Of course. Kakashi nodded and replied seriously, I won't lose the next battle. It's a word. As he spoke, Haneda extended his right fist. Seeing this, Kakashi was a little overwhelmed, and he tried to stretch out his fist. At this time, Haneda's fist collided with his. Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to understand what he needed to learn in this moment. Ding! Kakashi's impression +3. Ding! Kakashi's impression +5. Hitaki Kakashi's favorability reaches 200, gaining 0.2 cards of chakra, partial Sharingan pupil power, and understanding of Chunin level lightning chakra. When he heard the system prompt sound, Haneda was stunned. What the hell? Tired of it? Said Chi turned around and stood up to account for 70. How come Kakashi's favorability is rising like a rocket? It has exceeded the 200 mark. You have to know that he had been with Obito for 3 whole years. Moreover, Haneda remembered that he didn't say anything sentimental. Could it be self-guided guide? Sure enough, green plums can't resist the gift from heaven, At this time, Kakashi came back to his senses, he remembered his father's instructions, and said, Haneda, you should be free tonight, right? What's wrong, Kakashi? Haneda secretly guessed why Kakashi said this. It's like this, my father wants to invite you to dinner tonight, saying that you should meet my new friend. Kakashi said a little embarrassedly. Friends? Haneda said to himself, which made Kakashi feel a little nervous. Okay, I, Uchiha Haneda, recognize you, and Hitaki Kakashi is my friend. Tell me a place, I'll come in the evening. After Haneda said this, Kakashi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yakiniku-kyu, you should know where it is, Haneda. Kakashi said. The two chatted for a while, talking about many unimportant things. Page 16. When the teacher walked into the classroom, Haneda turned around and sat up. However, he was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the empty seat next to him. Konoha Whitefang invited me to dinner. I became fond of him last night. I think this is a thank you. As I recall, the system won't display people whose favorability is less than 50. Yet, 81 favorability, almost to the point of being friends. Danzo probably won't dare to extend his claws to his own hands during this meeting. 2 backers, double insurance. As long as I don't commit suicide, I will be safe in Konoha. When Haneda thought of this, he no longer worried about that rat in the gutter, the 5.5th generation Nabe cage. Da-da-da. The sound of hurried running rang out in the corridor. A teenager with goggles on his forehead rushed into the classroom. Private Marseille, sensei. Obito said breathlessly, holding the classroom door with one hand. No need to say, I already know. It's about helping the old lady cross the road, right? The teacher said expressionlessly. Ah ha ha ha, the teacher already knows. Obito said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Looking at Obito's silly look, the teacher said helplessly. Go down, Obito. Don't be late again tomorrow. The teacher didn't even believe what he said. There was no way. He had secretly investigated Obito and found that Obito did often help old ladies cross the road in the morning. In this regard, the teacher only comforted himself. Yeah, thank you, teacher. Obito bowed 90 degrees and ran back to his seat happily. Lin said in a low voice, somewhat angrily. You're late again, Obito. This is the 5th time this week. And today is Friday. Obito looked at Rin with a pouty face and was inexplicably thinking that she was very cute, and his face suddenly turned slightly red. Okay, Rin. Obito really didn't mean to be late. Haneda whispered, with a hint of palpitations in his tone. He knew very well how horrible Obito's way to school was. A street of about 100 meters long with dozens of old ladies. Wouldn't that make him late? Just spoil Obito, Haneda. Lin said angrily. At this time, the teacher heard the voices and looked at Haneda and the others. We're having a great time chatting. Haneda-san, how do we solve this problem? The teacher pointed at a question on the blackboard with a ruler and said in a deep voice. I don't know. Haneda took a look at the question and replied directly without knowing the answer. The teacher looked at Haneda seriously. Are you sure? I really can't. Haneda said truthfully. He only looked through the textbooks carefully on the first day of school and found that there was nothing worth learning. After that, he hardly paid attention in class and was basically recalling the plot of the original novel. Seeing Haneda's calm refusal, with a nonchalant look on his face, coupled with Uchiha's natural handsomeness buff, the girls in the class immediately had love in their eyes. Wow, I can't stand it. Yudian looks so handsome even when he refuses. She has both strength and beauty. Sisters, I'm about to fall for her. Go away, isn't Ka Palace more attractive? You are a bunch of superficial women. Shut up. I love every handsome guy. The words that came to his ears continued to pollute Haneda's ears. He clearly remembered that this was not the treatment Kakashi received. How come I get this kind of treatment just because I defeated Kakashi once? Sure enough, the girl who turned left was the most outrageous. It wasn't until another conversation came to his ears that Haneda's expression gradually became strange. Brother Asuma, that kid Haneda is trying to show off again. And this kid can't even do such a basic question, yet he's trying to show off. A boy said unhappily. Have some respect and call him Brother Haneda. He is my most respected opponent. Asuma said impatiently. But, Brother Asuma, he beat you up yesterday afternoon. Bullshit. That's the teaching of love. Yesterday afternoon, I snuck into my dad's office and looked through Sakumo-senpai's file. Sakumo-senpai has carried out 27 S-rank missions and 123 A-rank missions. How can I have the nerve to slander such a senior? What's more? Asuma spoke up to this point, his voice subconsciously lowered a lot. I discovered that my father actually allowed the evil Shimura Danzo to slander Sakumo-senpai. Ahem, it is precisely because of the teachings of my lifelong rival, Uchiha Haneda, that I was able to realize that my father is unworthy of his position. Then brother, why don't you make this matter public? The boy asked puzzledly. Hearing this, Asuma blushed slightly and said awkwardly, my father warned me. In short, Uchiha Haneda is a worthy opponent. Be careful with your mouth from now on. I will also overthrow my father's corrupt rule and become Hokage. Yes, brother Asuma, the boy said with shining eyes and great admiration. Chapter 016 Bringing Kakashi to the clan. Filial piety. True filial piety. Make a big filial piety. I wonder if the third generation would beat this rebellious son to death on the spot if they heard it. The description of the evil Shimura Danzo is good and deserves praise. It would be better to add the word natural in front of it. Only. Haneda turned around and glanced at Kakashi who was sitting behind him. He had a mask on his face and was looking at himself. You should have heard everything, Kakashi. Haneda asked in a low voice. Yet. Kakashi nodded slightly. As a genius who graduated at the age of 5 and became a chunin at the age of 6, he naturally had excellent hearing, so it was impossible for him not to hear it. Haneda, what my father really cared about was never the Hokage, but Konoha and the people living in Konoha. Like my father, the will of fire in me has never been a Hokage. Kakashi said softly. It seems that you have walked out of the darkness, Kakashi. Haneda smiled. Yes, after all, there is the sun shining. Quiet. Before Kakashi could finish his words, the teacher at the podium was already furious. Boom. He pounded the table hard and shouted. It's class time now. Haneda, Kakashi. After yelling, the teacher pointed around the classroom and yelled. And you guys, you're all slacking off, the class is in such a mess. Private Marcel, sensei. Haneda apologized directly and dragged Kakashi out of the classroom. Kakashi and I will leave the classroom now and will not disturb you, teacher. The teacher was dumbfounded as he watched the two figures disappear quickly at the classroom door. This plot isn't right. He just said a few words and didn't mention any punishment. And he was doing it for the good of Haneda and Kakashi. Watching Haneda and the other guy disappearing from the sky, the teacher suddenly felt a pain in his chest, feeling aggrieved. Page 17. This guy Haneda is too arrogant. He even dares to skip classes blatantly. He is simply a role model for our generation. Obito thought with 3 parts admiration and 7 parts envy. But why didn't Haneda take me with him when he skipped class, but instead took that idiot Kakashi with him? Damn bastard Haneda, he actually abandoned me. How can it be repaired? Outside the ninja school, Kakashi was dragged out of the school by Haneda. He looked back at the school gate and felt very uncomfortable. Haneda, it's not good for us to skip class like this. Kakashi, as a model student, said with a guilty conscience. Seeing this, Haneda immediately started to deceive people. Kakashi, you care too much about the rules. If you keep going like this, sooner or later you will be bound by the rules. A real man, a real man. Stop, stop, stop. I know you just don't want to stay in the classroom. Kakashi interrupted the spell directly. He was just confused before, but that doesn't mean he is stupid. Kakashi had a pretty good idea of what kind of person Haneda was. Okay, you guessed it right. Haneda spread his hands and said. However, to be precise, I skipped class this time for the purpose of studying. Study. Hearing this, Kakashi thought of something. Haneda is the same age as me, but he was able to defeat me. It must be because of his persistence and hard work. He must have been working hard secretly in a corner where no one knows about it, and then he would make a big splash. Yes, study. Haneda nodded and explained. I found a brother yesterday. His name is Uchiha Fugaku. He is a jonin. How about we go and ask him for advice? A jonin from the Uchiha clan. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Ever since he lost the battle with Haneda, he had become curious about the Uchiha. If I could see the real strong Uchiha, it would be worth the trip. Lead the way, Haneda, I can't wait. Kakashi said a little excitedly. Haneda led Kakashi to the Uchiha clan territory. When the figure of an outsider appeared in the Uchiha clan's territory, he attracted a lot of attention. However, seeing an Uchiha kid bringing in kids from other clans wasn't a big deal. The clan's land is not something to be ashamed of. Is this the Uchiha clan land? It's quite big, but a little deserted. It seems that only Uchiha people are here. Kakashi looked around curiously, muttering quietly. Haneda explained. Yes. Because of the prejudice of the villagers against Uchiha, and the arrogance of the Uchiha themselves, few outsiders come in. But in fact, the Uchiha are not bad by nature. It's just that many people have been mentally stimulated and become paranoid. Many tribesmen began to close their hearts and pursue power. To be honest, I don't really like dealing with my tribe members. Except Obito, of course. That fellow is a real warm-hearted man. Kakashi asked curiously, it must be painful to live in such an environment, right? Fortunately, most Uchiha are just a little too tsundere. They are actually quite caring towards their clan members. Haneda paused here and continued. For a child like me whose parents are both dead and who has no one to take care of me, the clan will give me a sum of money every month for free, and the Uchiha children from other families will never bully me. For Uchiha, bullying the weak is a disgrace. Arrive. Haneda said as they walked, and soon they arrived at the Uchiha clan's training grounds. There was a small forest in front of me, with many targets placed in it, and many kunao and shurikens were stuck in the center of the targets. The clan leader told Haneda that Fugaku often trained here. "Brother Fugaku, I'm here!" Haneda shouted towards the grove. What he was thinking was, "I'm giving Uchiha a chance to turn the tables, so please don't be ungrateful." "It's Haneda," Fugaku said with some annoyance, and there was always a hint of impatience in his tone. "Yes, it's me. I also brought a classmate with me, Sakumo-sama's child. 2 kids will cause more trouble," Fugaku thought secretly. He jumped off the branch helplessly and appeared in front of Haneda and Kakashi from the hidden woods. "Ahem, Haneda, are you here to ask me for advice on ninjutsu?" Fugaku asked with a stern face and expressionless expression. "Yes, brother Fugaku, I had some difficulty in training my shadow clone and I thought of you first," Haneda said, pulling Kakashi to introduce. "Brother Fugaku, this is my friend Hatake Kakashi. He is the top student in his class and grade." Haneda thought that he had hinted so clearly, so he should just come over and try to establish a relationship with her. Uchiha's chance to win over Konoha White Fang was almost within his grasp. Fugaku said with a deadpan expression. "I see. Kakashi, the Hatake clan is good at swordsmanship. Although the Uchiha clan also has strong swordsmen, I am not proficient in it, so I can't teach you anything." Upon hearing this, Haneda's back teeth were almost broken and he almost fainted from anger. "To put it nicely, I don't have the ability to teach you. To put it bluntly, I don't want to teach you, so just leave on your own accord. I can't lead you as a teammate." No wonder he died in such a humiliating way. His political awareness is so poor. The fact that the Uchiha clan was wiped out is definitely due to your contribution, Fugaku. Forget it, for the sake of Kaleidoscope, I will go on stage myself. You don't understand, but it's impossible that even your father doesn't understand, right? Chapter 017 Practice. Cough cough. Haneda coughed a few times and smiled at Fugaku. Kakashi is also very good at ninjutsu. Brother Fugaku, aren't you good at illusion and fire escape? Why don't you teach us? Looking at Haneda's smile, Fugaku remembered his father's instructions and nodded helplessly in agreement. Well, I am indeed good at illusion and fire escape, but I know too many ninjutsu. Wait for a moment and let me think about it carefully. After a while, Fugaku spoke. How about the Phoenix Fire technique and the Fox Heart technique? Both are C-rank ninjutsu and very suitable for you to learn. Hearing this, Haneda looked at Kakashi and saw him nod slightly and respond with a smile. Okay, brother Fugaku. Fugaku ignored Haneda's active appearance and led the two of them to the edge of a lake. The lake is not very big and there are not many people around. Okay, let me demonstrate it first. Fugaku said as he stretched out his hands and began to make seals. Because it was a demonstration, he formed the seals very slowly, about 1 seal in half a second. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Several small fireballs came out of Fugaku's mouth. The fireball was as flexible as if it had consciousness and was flying in the air as if it was controlled by someone. It was not until a few seconds later that the fireball fell to the center of the lake, causing layers of waves. This is the basic ninjutsu passed down by the Uchiha family. Listen carefully, the seals are in order. Before Fugaku could finish his words, Kakashi had already started to form hand seals. Ziyin Sujo Mao Yin. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. 3 seconds later, several fireballs came out of Kakashi's mouth. The fireball danced around the center of the lake and finally landed in the center of the lake, splashing water. This is page 18. Fugaku was stunned watching on the side. It was too outrageous that a genius could learn something after just one teaching. You know, the Phoenix Fire technique has a certain operating threshold, which is a bit more difficult than the Great Fireball technique. And Kakashi learned it just by watching it once. It's really against the will of heaven. After performing the ninjutsu, Kakashi quietly stepped back, leaving the stage to Haneda standing aside. "Ah? I'll come." Haneda was confused. "You, Kakashi, can do it after watching it once, but I can't. You make me feel embarrassed by doing this." "Ahem, brother Fugaku, I was injured yesterday and I'm not feeling well. I'll just watch and observe from the side." Haneda turned to look at Fugaku standing beside him and said awkwardly. He didn't want to be compared with the 1-against-7 like he was with Sass. It makes Sasuke look like he has very poor talent. There is no way. The plugins we have are similar to those given by Sass, both of which are given in the late stage. Haha, they are not comparable to the real genius at all. Is that so, Haneda? Fugaku didn't mind and added with a smile, then watch carefully and learn carefully. As he spoke, Fugaku suddenly smiled mysteriously. He looked at Haneda and Kakashi and said, "Next, I will teach you illusion techniques." Of course, the teaching process includes casting and cracking. I will teach both together. Follow along. Fugaku jumped and came to the big tree next to him. He looked back at Haneda and Kakashi. In the blink of an eye, Fugaku's figure disappeared again, jumping among the trees like a ghost. "Akusu, Kakashi." Haneda jumped and followed. Seeing this, Kakashi followed, but his brows were furrowed. Is this an illusion? I wonder when Senior Fugaku will perform it. Moving at high speed, the shadows of the trees kept flashing by, but they were getting farther and farther away from the lake until they disappeared completely. Suddenly, Kakashi stopped. "Haneda, don't you realize that something is wrong around you?" Hearing this, Haneda also stopped. He looked at Kakashi and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Kakashi, hurry up and catch up, brother Fugaku is about to leave us behind," Haneda urged. Kakashi frowned and jumped to stop Haneda. "I suspect we are under a genjutsu now, Haneda. Didn't you notice that the distance between the trees around us didn't change as we walked along? And every once in a while, we're back to square one." Kakashi analyzed calmly, but Haneda said unconcernedly, "That's what the forest of death is like. Maybe brother Fugaku is deliberately leading us in circles." "You're not Haneda." As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi concentrated his chakra in his palm and slapped Haneda's chest without any hesitation. "Why, Kakashi? Aren't we friends?" Haneda, who was knocked to the ground, covered his chest and looked at Kakashi in disbelief. "Haneda will only be able to detect illusions faster than I can, Fugaku-senpai," Kakashi responded softly. Upon hearing this, Haneda's face slowly changed, eventually transforming into the appearance of Fugaku. "You're pretty good, Kakashi. But you and Haneda have been separated. How are you supposed to break the illusion by yourself?" Kakashi frowned, gathered his chakra in his palm, and slapped himself hard. Illusion, break. The scene before him did not change at all. And Kakashi looked deeply at Fugaku. "Damn it! The most brilliant illusion is that you know you are trapped in it, but you still can't break it." As a top student, Kakashi is very clear about the principles of illusion and how to deal with it. Simply put, illusion is to create illusions by affecting people's 5 senses. The method to remove the spell also seems very simple. The person being cast can break it by disrupting his own chakra. Of course, you can also break it by force with strong will. But Fugaku's illusion is definitely not that simple. When Fugaku casts an illusion, is the chakra in the body of the person being cast really his chakra? Was the ninjutsu performed by the practitioner really performed? Kakashi couldn't help but sweat on his forehead when he thought of this. If Fugaku-senpai was his enemy or this was a battlefield, he would be dead now. "Take your time, Kakashi. There's still a lot of time. Fugaku said this expressionlessly, and his figure gradually disappeared without leaving any trace. The other side. Haneda turned his back to the lake and said softly. Brother Fugaku, it's really boring to play like this. Did you discover it at the beginning? A flock of crows flew by and eventually formed the shape of Fugaku. These are a pair of eyes that can see through illusions, Brother Fugaku, you should know this clearly. As he spoke, Haneda's pupils began to spin, and a pair of single Magatama Sharingan suddenly appeared. You can try to break free, there are also gaps between the Sharingans. Fugaku opened his 3 Magatama Sharingan and said expressionlessly. After hearing what was said, Haneda did not take any action immediately. He closed his eyes and stood quietly, as if sensing something. Found it. Haneda opened his eyes again, gathered his chakra in his palms, and slapped his body. The fox's mind trick, solution. In an instant, his own chakra was disrupted, and everything in front of him changed, and his vision returned to the lake. Haneda turned around and saw a smile on Fugaku's stern face. He looked away and looked at Kakashi. At this point, Kakashi was marking time, and it was obvious that he was very stuck in the world of illusion. P.S. Anything that cannot be found in beta science, that is, anything that is not in the original work or is not important, is set by me. Chapter 018, Practice, Part. It seems that you have a good talent for illusion, Haneda. Fugaku walked over and put his right hand on Haneda's shoulder. It must be the Sharingan's credit. Haneda said calmly. Is it really? Fugaku smiled and revealed his 3 Magatama Sharingan. The illusion contest between the Uchiha is a test of pupil power. A single Magatama versus 3 Magatama is quite ridiculous. Even if it is a double Magatama, it is still the same. But you did it, Haneda. Haneda thought carefully about the process of breaking the illusion. He had sensed it when Fugaku had performed the genjutsu, but was unable to stop it. At that time, Haneda had only 2 ways to break the illusion. A kind of self-mutilation, awakening oneself through physical stimulation. The other method, which is more common in the ninja world, is to disrupt the flow of one's own chakra. For the sake of training, there was no need for Haneda to hurt himself, so he started to look for his own chakra as soon as possible. In the face of advanced illusion, chakra will be hidden or even controlled. Everything you see is just what others want you to see. The idea is that the only way to break through is to find the hidden chakra in one's own body. And Haneda found the chakra very easily, with almost no effort on his part. Thinking about this, Haneda quickly found the key to the matter. That is, his mental power is different from that of ordinary people. Page 19. As a time traveler who has lived 2 lives as a human, Haneda's mental power is much higher than that of ordinary people, not to mention that he also has the blessing of the Sharingan. It seems that I have a high talent for illusion, Brother Fugaku. Haneda chuckled. I have a mission for you, Haneda. Fugaku stretched his hand out from his kimono. Look at my Sharingan, this is how to perform the fox heart technique. The world in front of Haneda changed again, but the process of change was very slow, as if time had slowed down. During this process, Haneda could clearly feel the changes in his own chakra. The source of this change is Fugaku's chakra. His chakra begins to spread from his eyes, invades his brain, and eventually spreads throughout his body. And this process is exactly the method to use the fox's mind technique. At this moment, Fugaku's voice rang in Haneda's ears again. An Uchiha with the Sharingan does not need to cast hand seals to perform illusions. He only needs to let the enemy see his eyes. Even if this process lasts only a moment, it is enough to make the enemy fall into an illusion. And the task I give you is: pull your friend, Kakashi, back to reality from the world of illusion. Fugaku's silhouette slowly turned into black crows and flew away. Accompanied by the cry of crows, Haneda came to a forest, and in front of him was Kakashi. How did you get in, Haneda. Kakashi looked up in surprise at Haneda, who came into his sight. Brother Fugaku sent me to save you. Haneda responded in a joking tone. He slowly walked towards Kakashi and finally stopped 2 meters away from Kakashi. Kakashi was cautious about his intrusion and didn't completely trust himself. It seems that you have already noticed the illusion, Kakashi. Haneda said softly, his expression becoming serious. Before Kakashi could speak, Haneda continued. Look into my eyes, Kakashi. As he spoke, Haneda revealed his single Megatama Sharingan and looked at Kakashi. In an instant, 3 Megatama appeared in Kakashi's pupils and slowly rotated. Haneda covered his eyes in pain. It's not that simple, Haneda. You are also in a genjutsu. Unless you get rid of the genjutsu first, then disrupt my chakra. Kakashi analyzed rationally. Then what should I do? I have only just begun to master the fox mind technique. I want to break the illusion directly, and you have seen the result. Haneda said with a slightly hoarse voice. His eyes were still aching slightly, as Fugaku said, 1 Megatama against 3 Megatama, which was very ridiculous. You can still use your chakra now, right? Kakashi asked. Can. Hearing the answer, Kakashi slowly walked towards Haneda and extended his left fist. You mean, but this is an illusion, Kakashi. Haneda thought Kakashi wanted him to disrupt his chakra, and said with some confusion. The fox heart technique is only to disorient people. What you see is still my true self. Chakra, okay, I understand. Haneda extended his right fist and connected it with Kakashi's left fist. At this moment, 2 chakras appeared on Kakashi's body, one was ordinary and the other was very dark. It's now, Haneda. I know. Haneda opened his single Megatama Sharingan and looked at Kakashi. In an instant, Haneda's understanding of the principles of the fox mind technique began to enter Kakashi's brain. The 3 strands of chakra began to come into contact and collide with each other, disrupting the flow of chakra inside Haneda and Kakashi's bodies. Illusion, break! Haneda and Kakashi said in unison. When the illusion was lifted, the 2 returned to the lake again. Unlike the world of illusion, Haneda and Kakashi were very close, but there was no physical contact. It seems that you 2 have a preliminary understanding of the principles of illusion, and it is not as superficial as the textbook introduction. Fugaku said with some surprise. He originally thought that Haneda and the others would have to suffer some hardships before they could figure out the key to the problem. Unexpectedly, Kakashi soon realized that his body in the illusion world was still his original body, and Haneda was able to release chakra. Haneda also understood this in a short period of time. He used his own chakra to draw out Kakashi's chakra, and then passed the principles of illusion to Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi broke his own illusion and used his own chakra to disrupt Haneda's chakra. With this, the 2 illusions cast by Fugaku were all dispelled with the tacit cooperation of Haneda and Kakashi. Kakashi is not only a genius in ninjutsu, but also a genius in tactics. And Haneda is a qualified ninja who knows what he should do at the first moment. Fugaku silently evaluated the 2 of them in his mind. Brother Fugaku, it seems that Kakashi and I have already mastered the principles of illusion. Haneda said with a smile. That's right, but you need to practice more if you want to use it proficiently. Fugaku said calmly. Although he was very surprised by the performance of Haneda and Kakashi, he was afraid that the 2 children would become proud, so he did not praise them too much. Haneda, you have a good talent for illusion. You can ask me about the use of the Sharingan in illusion in the next few days. Fugaku said to Haneda. Okay, brother Fugaku. Haneda said. Seeing this, Fugaku nodded slightly and turned to look at Kakashi. To be honest, he was attracted by this talented young man from another race. Kakashi's talent is terrifying, and if nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be a strong man in the future. Fugaku felt a sense of accomplishment in becoming a teacher to such people. Chapter 019 The Patriarch almost frustrated. Kakashi, your talent in the field of illusion is not as strong as Haneta's, but your mastery of ninjutsu is very good. I personally suggest that you don't spend too much time on illusions. Just master some necessary illusions and how to break them. You can ask me about these. Of course, for other areas, I suggest you consult your father, Hitaki Sakumo. He is a truly strong man. Yes. Kakashi nodded seriously, I understand. Thank you, Fugaku-senpai. Fugaku nodded slightly, and then pointed out the mistakes that Haneta and Kakashi had made before. In the afternoon, at the Patriarch's home. After teaching Haneta and Kakashi, Fugaku slowly opened the door, took off his shoes and walked in. How's the teaching going, Fugaku? The clan leader smiled when he heard the familiar footsteps. At this moment, he was watering a pot of orchid. After watering, he put down the kettle and looked up at Fugaku. Father, you know. Fugaku said in surprise. However, he thought about his father's identity and felt that there was nothing surprising about it. Shu Mao's son walked into the clan's territory, and naturally someone reported it to me. The clan leader walked to a table and nodded for Fugaku to sit down, then asked, You're having a good time with Kakashi and Haneta, right? Fugaku thought for a moment and replied. Fortunately, Haneta was very active and talked a lot. Kakashi was very calm and spoke less. The Patriarch frowned. This was not the answer he wanted. You conveyed the teaching process to me through illusion. Yes. Fugaku then opened the three Magatama Sharingan, and when the two pairs of Sharingan looked at each other, the teaching scene was reproduced. In a small grove, Fugaku was training with Kunao and Shuriken, when suddenly a childish voice came from outside the grove. Brother Fugaku, I'm here. Haneta and Kakashi appeared, and they were so close to each other that they were almost shaking hands or putting their shoulders around each other. It's Haneta. Fugaku said with some annoyance. Seeing Haneta bringing White Fang's son over, Fugaku actually showed a little impatience, and the clan leader wanted to give him a big fight. Do you know how to win over other families? The Patriarch held back for the time being and continued to watch patiently. Yes, it's me. I also brought a classmate with me, Lord Sakumo's child. Haneta said with a smile. Fugaku seemed to remember something and jumped off the branch with a helpless look on his face. Page 20. Ahem, Haneta, are you here to ask me for advice on ninjutsu? Fugaku asked with a stern face and expressionless expression. Haneta sent his white-fanged son over here, can you please smile a little? Will it be helpful to win people over if you act like someone owes you money? The clan leader turned to look at Fugaku's shadow, looking disappointed in him. Hold on, don't be angry. At this time, Haneta's words came again. Yes, brother Fugaku, I had some difficulty in training my shadow clone and I thought of you first. Haneta said, pulling Kakashi to introduce. Brother Fugaku, this is my friend Hitaki Kakashi. He is the top student in his class and grade. Haneta revealed his relationship with Kakashi, and at the same time, he reiterated Kakashi's identity by praising others. This made the Patriarch very impressed. Revealing information without making any expression, Haneta is simply a typical intelligence ninja. Only. Fugaku still had a stern face and didn't appreciate it at all. I see. Kakashi, the Hitaki clan is good at swordsmanship. Although the Uchiha clan also has strong swordsmen, I am not proficient in it, so I can't teach you anything. After Fugaku finished speaking, the clan leader could no longer hold back and he cursed. I'll teach you a lesson. The clan leader spoke too fast and was too emotional. Fugaku, who was standing by, looked confused. However, he still asked with concern. What's the matter with you, father? You're still asking me what's wrong? Don't you understand what Haneda is doing? Ah! Speak! The patriarch's temper, which had been hidden for many years, burst out and he roared loudly. But the scene continued, and at this time a coughing sound was heard. It was Haneda, and he still had a bright smile on his face. Seeing this smile, the patriarch's anger subsided a lot. My son is not sensible, is Haneda also not sensible? Sure enough, Haneda's next sentence directly made up for the mistake. Haneda said, Kakashi is also good at ninjutsu. Brother Fugaku, aren't you good at illusion and fire escape? Why don't you teach us? Fugaku nodded and said helplessly. Okay, I am indeed good at illusion and fire escape, but I know too many ninjutsu. Wait a minute, let me think about it carefully. Okay, you can stop now. I think Haneda is a better young patriarch than you. The clan leader waved his hand so vigorously that he almost hit Fugaku. If he hadn't heard Fugaku agree, this slap. That's bound to hit something. Seeing this, Fugaku quickly withdrew the illusion. At this moment, his face was confused, but his eyes were clear. Looking at the clear yet stupid eyes, the patriarch was angry. Fortunately, he recalled his son's age, as well as his talent and strength that satisfied him, and managed to suppress his anger. As the head of the Uchiha clan who can live under the nose of the second Hokage, he still has some patience. Do you know why Haneda wanted to learn about shadow clones, and later changed to fire escape and illusion? The clan leader said angrily. Fugaku hesitated for a moment and said, because I am better at fire escape and illusion. This is just one aspect. Haneda is using it to block you. The patriarch said expressionlessly. What else? The patriarch asked. He stared into Fugaku's eyes and read only confusion in his gaze. At this moment, the patriarch seriously doubted whether his son had only put all his strength into muscles and did not inherit any of his wisdom. Fugaku recalled that Haneda and Kakashi had a good relationship and were still friends. He slapped his head and immediately said, It's Kakashi. When the clan leader heard Kakashi, he was so excited that he thought Fugaku had finally figured it out. Only Fugaku has another sentence to say. Haneda and Kakashi have a good relationship and are trustworthy friends. Hearing this, the clan leader almost fainted with anger. Goddamn friend! The first time I saw you was on fire. The first time I saw you was on fire. It's Kakashi. It's because Kakashi's father is Konoha White Fang. Did you hear that clearly, Fugaku? The patriarch roared. Listen, listen carefully, father. Fugaku lowered his head with an innocent look on his face. He spoke the truth without any sand in his mouth. Now, I say, and you remember. The clan leader was very disappointed with Fugaku, his face was so gloomy that he almost dripped water. The Uchiha clan has been suppressed by the Hokage ever since Hashirama-sama died and the Nidaime took over the throne. Whether it's the second generation or the third generation. Now, Tsunade, the Sandaime's disciple, is very disappointed with the village, and Jiraiya doesn't want to be in charge. During the period when there was no war, the village was not in the second Sunin for a long time. The only ones left in the Hokage faction are the Sandaime, Orochimaru, and 3 weakened elders. And there aren't many strong people in the village other than the Hokage, and most of them remain neutral towards the Uchiha. The strongest among them is Konoha's White Fang Hotaki Sakumo. Fugaku, you should know that Hotaki Sakumo is as powerful as the cage. And Haneda used his relationship with Kakashi to help Uchiha win over Hotaki Sakumo in order to compete with the Konoha high-level officials. Of course, this is not enough, but it is enough, as long as the Uchiha does not cause trouble. Chapter 020 Hotaki Sakumo. Ding! Uchiha Kenji's impression plus 13. Ding! Uchiha Kenji's impression plus 27. Ding! Uchiha Fugaku's impression plus 39. The host's favorability with Uchiha Kenji reaches 76, and gains 0.2 cards of chakra and part of the Sharingan's pupil power. The host's favorability with Uchiha Fugaku reaches 86, and gains 0.3 cards of chakra and part of the Sharingan's pupil power. Congratulations to the host for reaching the standard of the 3 Magadama Sharingan. The next level is the Manjiki Sharingan, 9/100. A series of system prompts rang in Haneta's ears. For a moment, he stopped walking. "What's wrong, Haneta?" Kakashi noticed that Haneta looked unhappy and asked with concern. "It's okay." Haneta smiled, and the chakra that was expanding in his body was no longer active. He looked up at the sky, and the setting sun's rays shone on his cheeks. Haneta subconsciously blocked it with his hand and asked with a smile. "Let's go, Kakashi. Shall we go to your house first or go to the barbecue queue?" "Come to my house, my father wants to see you," Kakashi said. "Is it?" The death forest outside Konoha, a base buried under the roots of the trees. A root ninja wearing a fox mask moved quickly in the tunnel until he came to an office, then slowed down. "Report, Lord Danzo. Uchiha Haneta and Hatake Kakashi skipped classes this morning and headed to the Uchiha clan territory around 9 in the morning." The fox-masked man knelt on one knee and spoke without any emotion. Hearing this, Danzo glanced at the clock on the wall and asked in a deep voice. "Why are you reporting in so late?" Reporting to Lord Danzo, this subordinate was captured by an Uchiha Jonin and detained in the guard unit. He was released at 5:32 p.m. Waste! How dare they? Danzo slammed the stone table and said gloomily. He was silent for a moment, then continued. "Don't tell me you don't know where Uchiha Haneta and Hatake Kakashi went next." The fox-masked man immediately said, "Head in the direction of Sakumo-sama's house. It seems that Hatake Kakashi is going to take Uchiha Haneta home." Page 21. Boom! The sound of slamming the table came from Danzo, and at the same time a harsh voice was heard. "Rebellion, rebellion! How dare Hatake Sakumo contact the Uchiha people?" Seeing this, the fox-masked man didn't dare to breathe, for fear of attracting Danzo's attention. After 2.5 seconds, Danzo calmed down and said calmly. "You, Ghost Face, and Demon Cat, led by Muramasa, immediately go to Hatake Sakumo's house and secretly record all the contacts between Hatake Sakumo and Uchiha Haneta. Do not let any information slip through." "Yes, Lord Danzo." Immediately, Muramasa, who was a Jonin, led 3 elite Chunins and left the office in an instant. The Hatake clan's territory, Kakashi's home. Haneta and Kakashi pushed the door open one after the other. "I'm back, father," Kakashi said softly into the house. "I heard that you skipped class today, is that right, Kakashi?" Sakumo's voice came from the study room. Hearing this, Kakashi fell silent. To be honest, this was his first time skipping class and the first time breaking the so-called rules. He didn't know how to face his father. "I helped him escape, Uncle Sakumo," Haneta said. As he spoke, Sakumo appeared before him. He has long silver-white hair like Kakashi, and wears a Konoha forehead protector on his forehead. His eyes are very sharp, as if he can see through people's souls. Haneta glanced into Sakumo's eyes and looked away in an instant. The pressure of looking into Sakumo's eyes was too great. There seemed to be an invisible aura surrounding Shimao. This aura made Haneta vaguely sense a strong murderous intent. It was hard for him to imagine that a man with such a powerful aura would choose to commit suicide because of the accusations of villagers and companions. Likewise, Sakumo was also looking at Haneta. Based on what Haneta said and the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothes, he instantly knew the identity of the person in front of him. "You are Uchiha Haneta, right?" Sakumo opened his mouth and smiled. The moment he opened his mouth, the invisible aura dissipated and his whole body felt as warm as a spring breeze. Haneta secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "That's right, I am Uchiha Haneta, the new generation Konoha's #1 genius boy who defeated Kakashi. Hearing this, Kakashi silently rolled his eyes. However, Sakumo could see that Haneda was putting too much pressure on himself and used Chiyu Nobunaga's words to relieve the pressure. Yes. It's not good to skip classes. If necessary, you can ask the teacher for leave. Sakumo said with a smile. Haneda didn't take skipping classes seriously. He has already thought it through. Once the shadow clone has learned it, the original body will basically not go to school. Kakashi next to him quickly explained. Father, Haneda and I skipped classes to study with Fugaku-senpai. Senior Fugaku is an Uchiha Jonin who is very good at fire escape and illusion. Haneda and I learned 2 C-rank ninjutsu from him, the Phoenix Fire Jutsu and the Fox Heart Jutsu. I can demonstrate, Father. Sakumo glanced at Kakashi, waved his hand, and smiled. You don't have to explain these things to me, Kakashi. You're already grown up, there's no need to tell me many things. Of course, if it's something to share, I'd love to hear it. Really, Father? Kakashi looked up at Sakumo, who had a smile on his face and didn't seem to be lying. Instantly, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more relaxed. But at the same time, I feel empty inside, as if I have lost something. Don't stand for now, let's sit down and talk. Sakumo took Haneda's hand and walked to a table, then said. I didn't prepare any drinks at home. I'm sorry for the neglect. It's okay, only children drink beverages. Haneda sat on the chair with his back straight. Don't be nervous, Haneda, just treat this place as your home. Looking at Haneda sitting upright, Sakumo secretly wondered if he had put too much pressure on him just now. Since Sakumo and Kakashi were not good at speaking, no one spoke for a while and the atmosphere became awkward. Anyway, it was Haneda who took the initiative to find a topic to talk about. Uncle Sakumo, I heard from others that you have completed more than 20 S-level missions, is that right? Are S-rank missions difficult? Ordinary genin can only do D and C-rank missions. Haneda said with a bit of admiration and yearning. S-level mission. Sakumo stroked his chin and smiled. It's okay. Most of the time, there's no danger to life. You'll just encounter some powerful opponents. The really difficult ones are the infiltration and intelligence gathering missions. There are too many things to consider for that kind of mission. It would be easy if it was just killing people. Killing a strong man like Sakumo is indeed easy, it is just a matter of swinging the knife and the head falls off. So Versailles. Haneda thought secretly, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he said. I heard that Uncle Sakumo has been in the ninja world for more than 10 years because of that one skill, the Hotaki swordsmanship that is said to scare people if they look at it for one more time. This sword technique is even inferior to many seniors who are good at Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Chapter 021 Sword Skills Test. Shuomao said. Fortunately, any sword or knife skills will be similar after practicing to a certain level. What matters more is the will of both parties. If you have been to the Iron Kingdom, you will probably understand that the will of the sword is far more important than the skill. In fact, the Uchiha style of swordsmanship is much more technical than the Hotaki swordsmanship. If you don't plan on specializing in swordsmanship, I would suggest you learn Uchiha style swordsmanship. It just so happens that you have also opened the Sharingan. Sakumo saw what was in Haneda's mind and added. Of course, Haneda, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Kakashi is also learning, so having one more person won't be a hindrance. Is it really possible, Uncle Sakumo? Haneda looked up and said happily. Sakumo nodded slightly and smiled, of course you can if you want. But before that, I need to test your swordsmanship. Let's go to the training ground first. It's just right for dinner after the test. As he spoke, Shuomao inadvertently glanced at the treetops outside the window, then he calmly withdrew his gaze. The 4 root members who were monitoring Haneda and Sakumo outside the house were stared at by Sakumo and broke out in a cold sweat. They watched Haneda and the other 2 leave, hiding in the treetops, not daring to move. Even the captain Muramasa did not immediately order a pursuit. He couldn't be sure whether Sakumo would kill someone, especially in a place like the training ground where there were not many people around. "Captain, they have gone far away. What should we do?" asked the man in the fox mask in a low voice. "Follow from a distance. For Konoha, for Lord Denso, even if it means death, we must obtain information about the relationship between the Uchiha and Hotaki Sakumo." Muramasa gritted his teeth and said, "The training ground of the Hotaki family." Haneda and the other 2 slowly walked into an open space. Next, Haneda. Sakumo took out 2 wooden daggers from a row of wooden shelves at the edge and threw one to Haneda. The wooden dagger is brown-black in color and feels a bit heavy to hold, heavier than an iron knife. Haneda swung the knife a few times, performed a handsome knife flower, and then put the dagger away. He felt a little tired holding it and secretly guessed that this was the short sword that the Hotaki family used specifically for training. However, this weight is acceptable to him and will not affect his level too much. Sakumo watched all of Haneda's performance, and he could immediately see the skills hidden behind Haneda's slightly casual movements. However, Shimao felt that this technique was very familiar, as if it was passed down from his own lineage. It has to be said that Sakumo feels that Haneda has a special connection with him. "Kakashi, just watch from the side," Sakumo said softly. When Kakashi reached the edge of the field, Sakumo's eyes turned to Haneda in front of him. "How about we start the battle based on the time when the coin falls, Haneda?" Sakumo said as he picked up a coin. Page 22. Seeing Haneda nodded, he immediately tossed the coin up, and at the same time, holding the short knife at his waist in his right hand, he made a move to attack the enemy. "Be careful, Haneda. Even though the short sword is made of wood, it will still hurt if it hits your body," Sakumo warned. "Come on, Uncle Sakumo." Haneda opened his Sharingan and held the short sword tightly in his hand. He felt Sakumo's aura changing at a very fast speed, and a beast-like aura attacked him. This kind of aura put a lot of pressure on Haneda. Along with the nervousness, a sense of excitement arose spontaneously. Haneda licked his lips and rushed forward when the coin fell. Boom! The short swords collided with each other, making a heavy sound. The moment their swords collided, Haneda realized that Sakumo's strength was far greater than his. He must play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, and make the most of the advantages of his Sharingan. Immediately, Haneda used the force to retract the short sword, and at the same time jumped back to remove the thrust from Sakumo's sword. In mid-air, Haneda's hands did not stop. He concentrated his chakra on the short sword, rotated it 360 degrees, and then rushed forward again using the counter-thrust created by the slashing sword. The acceleration caused by gravity and reverse thrust made Haneda move at a faster speed. In just half a second, he was in front of Sakumo again. Chi-chi! The blade flew through the air, but Sakumo dodged it by leaning sideways. With the help of the Sharingan, Haneda had anticipated Sakumo's actions. He fell from the air, and using his short stature as an advantage, he slipped through Sakumo's lower body and came behind him. Ding! This time, Sakumo couldn't dodge it as easily as he did last time, so he had to turn around and use the side of his sword to block Haneda's attack. Not bad, Haneda! Sakumo couldn't help but praise. Haneda was concentrating on his attack and didn't pay attention to what was said in his ear. He launched another attack and swung his sword at Sakumo continuously, but Sakumo and his men easily dodged it by leaning sideways. It was too fast. Even though I could see his movements clearly, my body couldn't react in time. Haneda narrowed his eyes, and just as he was thinking about a countermeasure, Sakumo moved. In the blink of an eye, Sakumo moved to his right side and swung the short sword quickly. The moment the blade came into contact with Haneta's white shirt, the blade was replaced by the back of the knife. Zzz. The short knife brushed against Haneta's white shirt and passed across his waist, making a slight friction sound. If Haneta had not reacted in time, he would have been hit by the back of the knife. Haneta raised his knife and jumped back twice to create distance. He was breathing heavily, and cold sweat on his forehead dripped from his chin to the ground. I almost got hit. No, if Uncle Sakumo hadn't temporarily replaced the blade with the back of the knife, I might have lost. Haneta stared at Sakumo in front of him, and the handle of the sword in his hand was also corroded by sweat. Sakumo's strength put too much pressure on him, and he didn't dare to relax for a moment. You react very quickly. Perhaps this is the power of the Sharingan. Shu Mao performed a few knife moves and then retracted the dagger. He raised his right leg and slowly walked towards Haneta. With every step, the speed will increase, and the aura will become more fierce and sinister. The eerie and terrifying aura made the surroundings quiet, and even the sparrows on the trees didn't dare to make a sound. Gilu. Haneta looked up at Sakumo and couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, he realized the powerlessness of other ninja villages in the face of Konoha White Fang. Sweat broke out from his forehead, ran down his cheeks, and dripped from his chin. Haneta watched Sakumo approaching step by step. He gripped the dagger tightly, wanting to fight back, but the blade did not move, as if it was trapped in an illusion. Make up your mind to kill me. Shu Mao said coldly, and raised the knife in his hand. At this moment, time seemed to slow down dozens of times. Haneta watched Sakumo getting closer and closer to him, and the blade continued to rise from his waist until it faced him and swung down. What? At this moment, Haneta couldn't help but roar, and at the same time raised the dagger to block the blade in front of him. Using the reaction force from the blade, he quickly retreated backwards. It was not until he was more than 10 meters away from Sakumo that Haneta stopped, raised his dagger, stared at Sakumo, and breathed heavily. Let's end it here. You are able to face me and raise your weapon. You already have qualities that most ninjas don't have. Sakumo retracted the short sword, and his momentum dissipated immediately. Chapter 022 Dinner Party. Feeling the aura surrounding him disappear, Haneta put down the slightly heavy dagger and couldn't help but collapse to the ground. The pressure that Sakumo brought to him was really too great. He had never experienced this kind of powerlessness in his 2 lifetimes. After Haneta calmed down, Sakumo continued. Do you feel the will of the sword? All the techniques I use are just the basics. You know them all, but the knife in your hand is far less heavy than the one in mine. Hearing this, Haneta recalled how he felt when he faced Sakumo just now. It felt like being trapped in an illusion, time slowed down, and there was no way to break free. Haneta nodded and said, this will is interfering with my brain like an illusion. It's a bit like the hell vision technique, which makes people see very scary things. But this fear does not come from within, but from outside, that is, from you. Yet. Sakumo nodded slightly and looked at Kakashi. What about you, Kakashi? Same as Haneta. Kakashi said. Haneta is right. This kind of will is similar to illusion, but it is different from illusion. Illusions use the 5 senses to affect an opponent or enemy, but the will is not required. Sakumo spoke slowly, his terrifying aura radiating out once again. This is the first form of will, completely releasing one's own killing intent or momentum from the body and soul. Many strong people can do this. Transfer Station for World Weary Novels 4-1. I've seen Nidame-sama release his aura before. When he releases it, most people can't even look at him. After saying that, Sakumo's aura quickly faded. The whole person looked ordinary, but Haneta, who opened his Sharingan, could feel that there was great terror in Sakumo's sword. This is the second form of will. Control your own will and focus it on the sword. Most people cannot feel this form. Only when it comes into contact with the blade will the wool burst out. This form is easy to hide and can kill with one strike, but it is ineffective if used too frequently. Remember, for samurai, it's a competition of will, but for ninja, it's a competition of who can survive. This also means that ninjas can add other things to their swords, like chakra. And the essence of Hotaki swordsmanship lies in the combination of chakra and swordsmanship, the combination of will and swordsmanship. Sakumo paused here. He drew out the short sword from his back, concentrated his chakra on the sword, and swung it lightly. The invisible blade swung out, leaving a shallow mark on the ground. This just adds non-attribute chakra. The most common combination of Hotaki swordsmanship is wind attribute chakra and lightning attribute chakra. You should have learned in school the properties corresponding to the two chakra attributes, right? Wind represents cutting, and is suitable for dealing with enemies at close to medium distances. The nature of the chakra on the Sakumo sword changed, and the chakra condensed like a blade. With a swing of the knife, the huge rock 5 or 6 meters in front of Shu Mao was cut in an instant, leaving only a thin long line. Mine spreads more easily, so they are suitable for medium and long distances. Sakumo swung his sword again, and this time the blade was filled with electric light. Amidst the lightning and thunder, in the blink of an eye, the trunk of a large tree more than 10 meters away was split in half by lightning. Page 23. Rumble. Trees dozens of meters high fell down, raising choking dust. This time, the split part was not as neat as the wind attribute chakra, but uneven like a gear. The root ninjas hiding in the treetops were already sweating profusely. If you cut me with this knife, I will really die. At this time, Sakumo sheathed the short sword and said slowly. The flexible use of Hotaki swordsmanship requires the use of different chakras. In general, it can be summed up in one sentence: use the wind when you are close, and use thunder when you are far away. As for the will of the sword, to be honest, you won't be able to master it without more than 10 years of practice. Even after decades of hard training, only a few of the warriors from the Iron Country have mastered it. That's why I recommend you learn Uchiha-style swordsmanship, Haneda. Hearing this, Haneda smiled and responded. Uncle Sakumo, you said that advanced sword techniques are all pretty much the same. Among the Uchiha, there's probably no swordsmanship that can compare to Uncle Sakumo's. We might as well learn from him. Besides, I have both wind and thunder attributes, so aren't they suitable for the Hotaki sword technique? Having said this, Haneda smiled confidently. Seeing this, Shimao said no more and smiled. Let's go to the barbecue queue. If we don't leave now there might be no seats left. Konoha Village, barbecue queue barbecue restaurant. Haneda and his two companions booked a private room upstairs. The decoration inside the box is classical and simple, with a table and 4 square benches. There was a barbecue grill in the middle of the table, and Haneda and the other two found a random spot and sat down. At this time, a young and beautiful waitress came in, holding the menu and smiling. Welcome, may I ask what the guests may need? Although the waitress was talking about a few guests, her smile was clearly directed at Sakumo. Sakumo took the menu and handed the booklet to Haneda sitting across from him. Haneda, you order first, no need to be polite with me. Yet. Haneda nodded slightly and glanced at the menu. Well, I can only say that I have difficulty making choices. Haneda was too lazy to think about it and said directly, 1 serving of pork belly with lettuce and a glass of orange juice with ice, thank you. Didn't you say you don't drink beverages, Haneda? Kakashi said coldly. The drinks are delicious, don't adults like to drink drinks? Besides, I'm a child. Haneda was not embarrassed and responded directly. He casually handed the menu to Sakumo and said with a smile, what would you like to order, Uncle Sakumo? 2 barbecue sets. Sakumo wanted to drink, but after hearing what Haneda said, he felt that it was not a good idea to drink in front of 2 children, so he added to the waiter. 2 glasses of orange juice with ice, please. Kakashi silently rolled his eyes at Haneda and his father. It was agreed that he would make the decision himself, but in the end, his father still ordered the meal for him. Only after the waitress left did Haneda and the others start chatting freely. "Uncle Sakumo, don't you drink?" Haneda asked curiously. Shuomao waved his hand and said, "3 ninja forbidden rules, 3 ninja forbidden rules. As a ninja, I have to be ready to be deployed at any time. Alcohol affects the brain's judgment. I don't usually drink." Hearing this, Kakashi silently rolled his eyes at his father. These days, his old father drinks every day. As soon as I entered his room, I could smell a strong smell of alcohol. When Sakumo saw Kakashi's eye roll, his face turned red and he laughed a few times before letting the matter go. "Haha! But why did you skip class with Kakashi this morning, Haneda?" "Well, skipping classes doesn't have a good impact." Sakumo secretly tugged at Kakashi's pants and laughed. When he heard about skipping class, Haneda subconsciously thought of his behavior of helping Uchiha to win over Uncle Sakumo. Chapter 023 The Dark Side of Konoha. He smiled awkwardly and replied, "Well, one try. Take Kakashi to experience the feeling of not following the rules for once. Actually, it's just that feeling. I felt free for that moment." Haneda was telling the truth, but he had another purpose hidden in his words. Sakumo did not think that Haneda wanted to help Uchiha win him over. He laughed a few times and said to Kakashi, "When you break the rules, you can feel free, but this kind of freedom that is not bound by rules is not true freedom. Sooner or later, this freedom will be constrained by another set of rules. Kakashi, and Haneda, remember that true freedom is living under the rules you make. This kind of rules has a bottom line, human morality, and a certain degree of self-restraint. Instead of inflicting terror and killing people for the sake of so-called freedom. Don't I eat beef?" Haneda held his chin, thinking. He recalled his previous school experience, when he climbed over the wall to skip class and go to the internet cafe to surf the internet. When he stole a cell phone from his class teacher's office at night and took it to his dorm to play with it. At that moment, he truly felt free. But is this kind of freedom really good? In the end, I was afraid of being discovered by the teacher, so I came up with new rules. Haneda shook his head, getting rid of his complicated thoughts. He is just a child, why should he think about these complicated life philosophies like a one-on-one? At this time, the waitress came in with a cart. "Here's your orange juice with ice, kid." The waitress handed Haneda a glass of orange juice and said with a smile, "Okay, thanks." Haneda raised his head and a bright smile appeared on his face again. Night moon, the edge of Konoha village, the death forest. The 4 masked men jumped quickly between the branches, and suddenly, a man with a short knife on his back appeared in front of them. The man had long silver hair and was wearing home clothes. But when he pulled out the dagger from his back, his look changed, becoming extremely sharp and full of murderous intent. When Muramasa and the other 3 looked into his eyes, they suddenly became so nervous that sweat broke out on their foreheads. "Hitaki Sakumo, what do you want to do?" "We are root ninjas, under the command of Lord Danzo." Muramasa pulled a kunao out of his waist bag, held it in his hand, and forced himself to remain calm. "A lesson," Shimao said calmly. Before he could finish his words, there was a flash of a knife, and the mask on Muramasa's face was cut open. The silver-white blade brushed against Muramasa's pale face. And Sakumo had already come behind him. There was no time to react. Brush brush! 3 flashes of sword light appeared, and the masks of the root ninjas were all cut off, revealing their true faces. Muramasa raised his kunao and was about to attack subconsciously. I only heard Shimao say softly, "Don't move. If you move, you will die." Muramasa was completely stunned by Sakumo's aura. He broke out in a cold sweat, and the back of his shirt was soaked with sweat. "What do you want to do, Master Sakumo? We are ninjas from Konoha." Page 24. Muramasa spoke again, but this time his tone was obviously different and much weaker. Rustling. The night wind blew across the four people's cheeks, lifting the withered yellow leaves. Time seemed to stop at this moment, until Sakumo retracted the dagger and slowly left. After walking a few steps, Shuumao turned around and gave the four people a cold look. "Tell Danzo that adults don't need to be involved in children's affairs. Also, the Root are also Konoha's ninjas. They should be doing tasks for the village, not spying on the villagers." After saying that, Sakumo left in an instant, leaving the four Root members standing there, not daring to move. After a long while, Muramasa finally spoke. "Let's go, what are you standing there for? Go back and report this to Lord Danzo." After hearing this, the remaining three people finally reacted. "Yes. That's what he said." Danzo sat on a stone chair, his left eye slightly closed, his face expressionless. At this moment, he was extremely calm, so calm that even Muramasa and the other three were scared. "Yes, Lord Danzo. Hitaki, Sakumo-sama also said that the Root are also Konoha's ninjas and should be doing the village's tasks, not spying on the villagers." Muramasa spoke cautiously, fearing that he might cause any dissatisfaction to Danzo. "I understand. Withdraw the people who are monitoring Uchiha Haneda. Also, the news that Hitaki Sakumo personally taught him cannot be leaked. Go down." Danzo said calmly, his tone extremely calm. "Yes, Lord Danzo." Muramasa and his three companions responded quickly and left in an instant. Danzo was still sitting on the stone chair, his left eye slightly closed, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Suddenly, he stood up and looked at the tunnel from the office that led directly to Konoha. The tunnel was dark, with only the faint light from the oil lamps on the wall allowing people to barely see inside. "Hiruzen, you are too weak." Danzo recalled something and said unconsciously. At this time, he sat down again and took out a confidential document from the drawer of the stone table. "It seems like we need to plan ahead. Don't blame me, Hiruzen. I will prove that I am the best person to be Hokage." On the other side, Haneda returned to the tribe with a cheerful pace. At this time, a young man rushed over. "Asshole Haneda, you actually skipped a whole day of class with that idiot Kakashi." Obito rushed over, waving his fist. "Kakashi's father, Uncle Sakumo, is treating us. I'll go over to eat." Haneda caught Obito's fist and asked in a joking tone, "Why, you feel uncomfortable? Asshole, who cares about you?" Obito turned his head away, pretending not to care. But Haneda knew very well that in order to see into Uchiha's heart, he needed to look into his eyes, not his words. "Okay, stop it, Obito." Haneda walked to Obito's right side and tried to put his hand on Obito's shoulder, but Obito dodged. "I apologize to you, please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, is that okay, Obito?" Haneda said somewhat helplessly. After a while, Obito's mouth corners slightly raised, he forced himself to suppress the raised corners of his mouth, hummed a few times and said, "Asshole Haneda, I begrudgingly forgive you, but why didn't Uncle Sakumo bring me along when he treated us to a meal? I also said he was a hero at school." Suddenly, Obito recalled something and said angrily, "That idiot Kakashi must have been saying bad things about me behind my back." After saying that, Obito put a hand on Haneda's shoulder. "Come on, let's go to my house and play. You have nothing to do at home alone anyway." Haneda glanced at the watch on his right wrist. "It's almost 8:30, and I have school tomorrow. Forgive me, Obito. Maybe next time." As he spoke, Haneda gently tapped Obito's forehead. "Damn you Haneda, who told you to touch my forehead?" Obito was furious and punched Haneda. But Haneda dodged it easily. However, at this time, Obito's right hand took advantage of the momentum and grabbed Haneta's left hand. "I don't care. You're the only one at home anyway. Why don't you come back and live at my house?" Chapter 024 Sleeping with Obito. Haneta glanced at Obito's expectant eyes, and finally nodded helplessly. "Okay. But let me make it clear in advance that you must get up when I call you tomorrow morning, otherwise you will be late again." "Oh yeah." Obito raised his left hand excitedly. "Let's go home together, and I won't be late, you bastard Haneta." Obito's house is relatively close to Haneta's, about 400 or 500 meters away, and a little over 10 minutes walk. Along the way, Obito chattered and shared with Haneta how the teacher felt when the two best students in the class skipped class. Soon, they arrived at Obito's house. "Grandma, I'm back, and I brought Haneta with me." Obito opened the door and casually dragged his shoes on the ground. It was Haneta who put Obito's shoes on the shoe cabinet together with his own. "Little Obito is back. Hey, little Haneta is here too. Let's all sit down first." Grandma's soft voice came from inside the house. Haneta walked into the living room where his grandmother was, walking towards the kitchen. There was cold food on the table. "Little Obito, little Haneta, the rice is getting cold. Grandma, let me heat it up for you two first." Grandma turned around and said to Haneta and the others. "No need, Grandma, I've already eaten." Haneta waved his hand. "It's okay, just treat it as a midnight snack." Grandma said this, carrying a plate and walking into the kitchen. "Grandma, let me help you." Obito also walked in with the dishes. This scene made Haneta feel a little embarrassed, so he quickly followed with a plate of food. "I am coming too." However, he remembered a question: why didn't Obito go home for dinner? Is it because of Lin, or he couldn't have waited for me half the night? Haneta was shocked, but at the same time, he felt a warm feeling in his heart, as well as a hint of guilt. On weekdays, he always went home with Obito after school. After dinner, Haneta and his companion came to Obito's bedroom. The interior of the bedroom is very empty, with only a few objects and not even a bed. What made Haneta feel inexplicably amused was that Obito's bedroom actually had a desk lamp, and a full bookshelf. Although he had been here many times, he was attracted by the bookshelves every time he came in. There is no way, the last room is actually filled with books, can you believe it? At this time, Grandma came in with bedding. She spread the mattress on the floor and folded the quilt neatly. Before leaving, Grandma did not forget to remind. "Little Obito, remember to go to bed early and don't be late. Xiao Haneta, if you have anything, remember to call Grandma. Don't be embarrassed." "Okay, Grandma." Haneta and Obito said in unison. After Grandma left, the two looked at each other. In the end, it was Haneta who broke the silence first. "Do you train at night, Obito?" Page 25. Why practice at night if you don't sleep? Do you practice, Haneta? Hearing this, Haneta couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was his problem that he expected the last one to practice at night. He overestimated him. However, Haneta was always curious about the bookshelf in the bedroom, and asked again. "Then why do you have so many books on your bookshelf? Don't you read any of them?" "That belongs to my parents, not me," Obito said indifferently. "The truth is here." "Then go to sleep. There's nothing to do anyway." Haneta covered himself with a thin quilt, looked at the ceiling above his head, and thought about his training. His general plan was to take Kakashi to skip classes in the morning to learn fire escape and illusion, practice swordplay with Uncle Sakumo in the afternoon, and practice shadow clones and Chidori in the evening. As for tonight, just treat it as a companion to relax. After secretly watching Obito for a while, he couldn't help but yawn. "What are you thinking about, Haneta?" "It's about cultivation." Is this important? Obito tilted his head and asked Haneda. Isn't it important? Haneda asked back, but when he said this, he hesitated. He could avoid World War III by graduating and joining the Guard. The night of genocide is still a long way off, and by then he might have already opened his kaleidoscope, which will be enough to deal with all crises. As for the Fourth War, with Naruto, Sasuke, and the Six-Path Sage backing us up, what is there to worry about? So, what is the purpose of his hard work in cultivation now? Suddenly, Haneda looked at Obito seriously and said with a smile. Perhaps it is to change the predetermined fate. A predetermined fate? Obito repeated in a low voice, speaking carelessly. What a bullshit fate! I, Uchiha Obito, don't believe in it. Haneda, when did you become so weird? I don't know. Haneda looked at the ceiling above his head and replied softly. He didn't know why he had such a thought, the feeling only lasted for a moment. The next day, early morning. The sun slowly rose, and the sunlight shone through the window onto Haneda's face. He felt something pressing on him and opened his eyes dazedly. I saw Obito hugging his thighs with drool coming out of the corners of his mouth. What? Haneda kicked Obito away and stood aside with an angry look on his face. Ouch, what are you doing? Bastard Haneda! Obito was kicked awake, rubbed his face which was slightly red in pain, and roared angrily. Why are you asking me? I also want to ask you, why are you hugging my thigh and drooling? What? Hearing this, Obito quickly ran to the window and spat. Afterwards, he still felt his mouth was unclean, so he picked up the water cup on the desk, took a big gulp, and spit it out the window. It's over. The two of them sat on the ground with their backs to each other, feeling hopeless. However, Haneda quickly calmed down. Isn't it just being held in someone's arms while sleeping? Who hasn't been held in someone's arms when they were little? Just treat yourself as Obito's biological father. Come on, Obito, wash up, eat, and go to school. I don't mind, but you mind. Then why did you kick me? What? Do you have any objections? Haneda opened his single Megatama Sharingan and showed a cold smile. No. Obito quickly closed his mouth. There's nothing he can do, because he can't beat Haneda. At this time, Grandma came up. She looked at the two people who were arguing and smiled slightly. Breakfast is already on the table, Obito-chan, Haneda-chan. After dinner, get ready to go to school. Okay, Grandma. Haneda and Obito looked at each other and said in unison. After breakfast, Haneda took Obito out of the door with a serious expression. Obito, listen carefully, I'll leave, and then you go. Haneda said solemnly. What the hell, what are you doing, Haneda? Obito looked confused. I just don't want to be late. Haneda pulled Obito quickly out of the streets of the Uchiha clan's territory and came to the center of Konoha. This place has the most people and is most likely to meet old ladies. Pulling Obito and hiding behind a telephone pole, Haneda stuck his head out and looked ahead. There are relatively fewer people in the morning and there are no elderly people walking on the streets. Chapter 025, Confrontation with Youth Brother. Walk. Haneda pulled Obito and quickly crossed the street to a corner. He stuck his head out and didn't find the target, so he quickly pulled Obito away. Obito, exhausted, broke free from Haneda's arms, held his knees with both hands, and gasped. I can't stand you anymore, Haneda. It's just an encounter with an old lady. What's the big deal? You don't understand. Haneda looked down at Obito, then looked around again. As a guy who has the innate holy body of an old lady, Obito is like a fat sheep that always loses in gambling, so he must remain highly cautious. After waiting patiently for Obito to rest for a while, Haneda stretched out his hand and said, Let's go, Obito. If you delay any longer, the old lady will be here soon. As he spoke, Haneda carefully raised his head and glanced ahead. I saw an old lady walking on the street tremblingly with a cane. Suddenly, she stopped, looked at Obito who was next to Haneda, and smiled kindly. Send. Da-da-da. The sound of hurried footsteps sounded in the school corridor. Along with the sound of footsteps, a boy's complaint was heard. I told you to follow me closely, but you didn't believe me. Now you're late again. Hehe, there's nothing wrong with helping others, you bastard Haneda. Shut up. While they were arguing, Haneda and the other man also came to the classroom door. Private Marcel, sensei. Haneda and Obito walked into the doorway one after the other. Teacher, I. Obito, who was extremely familiar with the process, started to explain immediately. But he was interrupted by the teacher. I see, Obito. You were delayed because you were helping an old lady cross the street, right? Okay, no need to explain. Teacher, I. Haneda was about to explain but was also interrupted by the teacher. You don't have to explain yourself, Haneda. I know you and Obito were helping the old lady cross the street, right? The teacher rubbed his temples and said. Okay, you two go down and remember to listen carefully. And Haneda, don't skip classes. Remember to ask for leave if you have something to do. Cooperate with the teacher. Thank you. Hearing this, Haneda smiled awkwardly. When did the teacher become so self-conscious? He even felt a little embarrassed to skip class. This time of being late was different from the last time, except for a few people who were laughing at Obito. What's more, I admire, respect, and envy Haneda. Wow! Yudian is wearing black clothes today. Which makes him look more handsome and cooler than a white shirt. Ah! I can't take it anymore, Yudian's smile is so sweet and warm. He seems to be smiling at me. Assholes, you are not allowed to snatch the feather palace from me. Page 26. Draw your swords, my former good sisters. A group of little girls looked at Haneda with loving eyes and admiration, exclaiming. Uchiha Haneda, who defeated Kakashi, has been late twice and skipped class once this week, but he's still so awesome. It looks like I have to work harder. This is youth. The young man Might Guy thought excitedly below. Kakashi, who had dinner with Haneda last night, kept his eyes on Haneda until he returned to his seat. Breaking the rules again, Haneda. You are worthy of being the son that I have been chasing all my life. Kakashi thought secretly. Haneda didn't want to pay attention to those crazy girls, and of course he didn't know what Guy and Kakashi were thinking. At this moment, he stared at Obito beside him, wishing he could kick him a few more times in the morning. Obviously his plan was so ingenious and his reconnaissance was so perfect. But just because Obito took a short break, he was controlled for nearly an hour. Why are you staring at me, you bastard Haneda? Obito, who felt a little uneasy when he was stared at, couldn't help but ask. What do you think? Haneda said coldly and turned away. He doesn't want to bother with this guy now. Next time, no, there will not be a next time, he will definitely not go to school with Obito again. Jingle bell. The bell rang urgently, but in the end Haneda did not choose to skip class. He decided to show a little respect to the teacher and went to the office to ask for leave. Just as he reached the classroom door, a strange hand rested on his shoulder. This strange hand was very powerful, as if full of determination. Haneda looked back and the bright watermelon-like hair almost blinded his eyes. I have a bad habit. Whenever I meet a genius, I want to challenge him. The speaker was Kai. He raised his index finger and said excitedly. How about it, Haneda? Bet your youth on the line and have a heated duel with me. Seeing that Might Guy, one of his 3 major targets, had come up to him, Haneda pretended to be hesitant, and after a moment reluctantly agreed. Okay, Kai, what do you want to compete with me in, ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, or kunao or shuriken. Forward. After hearing a series of competitions, Kai started to have difficulty making decisions. He thought about it, and since he was not good at ninjutsu or genjutsu, he ruled out those two options. As for physical skills, that was what he was best at, and it had to be saved for last. Kai ruled out all the options, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Haneda with burning eyes. Then let's compete in shuriken first, Haneda. Okay. Haneda nodded. But I have to make it clear in advance that I don't have much time. If you really want to challenge me, then follow me. Haneda remembered something and added, remember to be prepared to skip class. After saying that, Haneda put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the stairs. It seemed that he wanted to go to the training ground. Looking at Haneda's back, Kai gritted his teeth and followed him. Compared to boring theory classes, competing with Uchiha Haneda, the top genius in the grade, that's youth. Kai's mind went back to the days when he had been using geniuses like Kakashi as his goal and self-discipline. At this moment, his eyes became extremely firm. As long as he defeats Haneda, it means he has also defeated Kakashi, perfect. Came to the shuriken training ground. Haneda put his hands in his pockets and asked politely, you first, or me? You go first. Kai had long wanted to witness the true level of Haneda's shuriken. In the battle between Haneda and Kakashi, Haneda showed a level different from usual, which was incomparable to the past. Okay. Haneda took out 3 shuriken from his waist bag. Swish, brush, brush. 3 sounds of breaking through the air were heard, 3 targets, 3 bullseyes, all hit. At this moment, Kai was stunned and thought, could this be a genius? It wasn't long before Kai regained his confidence. Taking such genius as a goal and self-discipline, this is what youth is all about. Kai no longer hesitated and also took out 3 shuriken from his waist bag. Swish, brush, brush. 3 sounds of breaking through the air rang out in succession, but unlike Haneda, Kai's 3 shurikens only hit the edge of the same target. I lost. Yoshi. As punishment I have to run 5,000 laps around the school. If I can't do that, I have to walk 5,000 laps handstand. Hearing this, Haneda looked at Kai with some confusion, you don't want to continue the competition? Kai gave him a thumbs up. If you can't do it again, then challenge Haneda. Hearing this, Haneda suddenly had a bad feeling. Oh no, Kakashi and Guy's homosexuality won't spread to me, right? But soon Haneda withdrew his thoughts and walked out of the school. The duel with Kai was just a small episode, today's training has just begun. Chapter 026 Unexpected Reward. Arrived at the Uchiha family training ground, the familiar grove. Brother Fugaku, I'm here. Haneda shouted towards the grove. Unlike last time, this time Fugaku jumped down from the tree quickly. It's Haneda, why didn't Kakashi come today? Fugaku said with a smile. Don't worry, he stayed in school to attend classes and read some information about sealing techniques. Haneda waved his hand. To be honest, it was embarrassing for Kakashi to let a good student skip class with him. By the way, Brother Fugaku, are we training in genjutsu or fire escape techniques today? Don't you train shadow clones? Fugaku asked back. Hearing about the shadow clone, Haneda wondered if Brother Fugaku had really come to his senses. Shadow clones aren't too difficult, I'll practice them tonight. Brother Fugaku, didn't you say you would teach me illusion techniques yesterday? That's it. Fugaku thought for a moment, then recalled his father's words and said. Then I will teach you 2 practical illusions of the Uchiha, the shackle technique, which is one of the forms of using the hypnotic eyes, and the mirror heaven and earth rotation, which is a way to bounce back illusions. The art of Jiahang, mirroring the rotation of heaven and earth? Isn't this the illusion that can kill Orochimaru and Kurane instantly, Kifu, when one is fighting 7 people? There was a hint of excitement in Haneda's eyes. He finally learned something useful. These two illusions require the use of the Sharingan. Since you have already opened it, I will teach you. After learning these two illusions, you will have basically no weaknesses in the field of illusions, enough to deal with most ninjas. As he spoke, Fugaku had already opened the three Magatama Sharingan. He just glanced at Haneda, and in an instant, the illusion was activated. Haneda instantly fell into the spiritual world. At this time, his limbs were nailed by four thick pillars, his body was completely restrained and unable to move. Hiss! It hurts. Being controlled by illusion just by looking at each other, is this the power of Sharingan? Haneda's body was shaking slightly, and the real pain seemed to be tormenting his soul. Feel it well. This is an important ninjutsu passed down by the Uchiha family. Ordinary people cannot access the advanced use of the hypnotic eyes. Fugaku's figure appeared in front of Haneda, his three Magatama Sharingan slowly rotated, revealing a hint of weirdness. Do you feel it? The use of pupil power. This spiritual world is entirely made up of me. In my world, all your freedoms will be restricted. Fugaku slowly walked in front of Haneda, he looked down at Haneda and said coldly. You're trying to break free, aren't you? Page 27. Unfortunately, in my world, unless someone else breaks in and it's one-on-one, you can't break free. Fugaku's calm voice kept ringing in his ears. Haneda raised his head and opened his single Magatama Sharingan. But in front of the triple Magatama Sharingan, a single Magatama is too weak. Feeling this kind of pain and the despair of being unable to escape, Haneda realized the powerlessness and fear that Orochimaru felt when facing a 1-on-7 situation. Suddenly, the four huge pillars disappeared and Haneda's vision returned to the grove. The green trees, the singing of birds, the fragrance of grass. Everything seemed so real. Haneda sat weakly on the ground, feeling powerless all over. Especially the limbs, which are in constant pain, as if they had undergone surgery. This is my first time experiencing a false illusion. My body is not used to it yet. It will be fine after a few more times. Fugaku walked over, patted Haneda's shoulder and smiled. Ah! Still coming. Haneda said with some fear. This kind of real pain was like being tortured, and he didn't want to experience it a second time. At this moment, Haneda looked at Fugaku, and the more he looked at him, the more he looked like a devil living in the world. Fugaku looked at Haneda's young face and smiled. This is the clan leader's arrangement. Most Uchiha have not yet received the benefit of individual instruction from a Jonin. Besides, if you want to learn these two illusions, you need to make a great contribution to the Uchiha. Just be happy, Haneda. Hearing this, Haneda also understood the reason why Fugaku taught two new illusions. It looked like his reward for bringing Kakashi to the clan had arrived. And there is another intangible reward hidden, which is that the Uchiha people value him more. This hidden reward comes not only from his own talent, but also from the political influence of his bond with Kakashi. After Haneda figured it out, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he asked with a smile. Brother Fugaku, how long will it take to learn these two illusion techniques? Fugaku raised a finger and smiled. Based on your demonstrated talent for illusion, the first one will take about a week, and the second one will take at least a month. A week? About the same as the shadow clone. Haneda thought silently. He propped himself up with his hands and climbed up from the ground. Come on, brother Fugaku, I feel like I'm full of motivation now. After a whole morning of training, Haneda felt like there was something wrong with his body and he couldn't use any strength in his body. He rested for the whole afternoon and felt a little better. As a result, I was unable to go to Uncle Sakumo to practice swordplay as planned in the afternoon. Just as Haneda was about to have dinner, a figure appeared above his head, scaring Haneda. Let's have a youthful duel, Haneda. Kai was seen hanging on the ceiling, his eye-catching watermelon head facing Haneda. No time. Haneda has always been a person who keeps a distance, and he was very upset when someone broke into his house and suddenly appeared. Add to that physical fatigue and it becomes even more impossible. He put down his chopsticks, walked to the door, opened it and said, "It's very rude to break into someone's home without the owner's permission, Kai." "Okay, I'll come see you next time." Kai didn't care much about what Haneda said. He gave a thumbs up and showed a gay smile. This smile almost electrocuted Haneda to death. He was so scared that he quickly glanced at Kai's affection for him. 121. Grass. Can a real green plum resist the gift from heaven? When did it happen? Haneda watched Kai leave the room speechlessly until he disappeared from his sight. He silently glanced at the system records and finally knew when it happened. That's right, it was this morning, the moment he agreed to fight Kai. In just one morning, Kai's favorability towards him increased by hundreds. The only pity is that I didn't get the 8 gates, but I did get a turtle summoning beast used as a stepping stone, as well as Konoha Tornado, Konoha Great Tornado, and Konoha Strong Tornado. The former is one of the only few ninjutsu that Kai knows, and the latter is one of his most representative physical skills systems. Once he targets someone like Kai, he will come over on his own initiative. Forget it, forget about him, eat first, then take a bath. Haneda thought silently while eating his rice and finished it quickly. He lay on the sofa and looked at the 2 illusion scrolls given to him by elder brother Fugaku for a while before going to take a shower. Chapter 027 Ching Chun brother comes to the door. The bathroom was foggy. Haneda lay in the bathtub, hot water continuously washing his tired body. Comfortable. Haneda closed his eyes and enjoyed the relaxing bath. Suddenly, he felt someone peeping at him, and immediately opened his eyes and looked out the window. All I saw was a bright watermelon head hanging on the tree. Seeing Haneda looking over, Kai immediately gave a thumbs up and shouted, "Let's have a youthful showdown, Haneda." Seeing this, Haneda's face was full of black lines. He silently hung the bath towel in a shameful place, then closed and locked the bathroom window. The world is quiet now. Haneda lay back in the bathtub, but this time he was no longer in the mood to take a bath. After half a minute, she wiped the water droplets on her body with a towel, put on her pajamas and prepared to go to bed. I just lay down on the bed and turned my head slightly, and saw a bright watermelon-headed girl appear in front of the window again with the moonlight. "Let's have a youthful showdown, Haneda. Roll." Haneda couldn't hold it in anymore and started swearing. What kind of person is this? He comes to me when I eat, when I take a bath, and even when I sleep. He, who usually has a good temper, really can't stand it anymore. But suddenly, Haneda had an idea, climbed out of bed and opened the window. Seeing this, Kai immediately gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Yoshi, Haneda. Are you finally ready to have another youth showdown with me?" "No, Kai, I think your idea is very problematic." Haneda barely suppressed his unhappy mood and said calmly, "To challenge genius and improve yourself, you need to take one step at a time, rather than aiming too high. You should challenge Kakashi now, not someone stronger than me, Uchiha Haneda. Kakashi is my defeated opponent, a man who is 60:40 with me. Only after you defeat him will you be qualified to be my opponent." Looking at Kai, who was very excited, Haneda patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Go, might guy, take defeating Kakashi as the first step towards youth, and then stand in front of me." At this point, Haneda imitated Kai and gave a thumbs up. "Yoshi, Kai. This is youth." Kai was so excited when he heard the youth's declaration that he almost fell out of the window if Haneda hadn't held him back. "That's right, Haneda. This is youth. I will take defeating Kakashi as the first step of my youth, and then challenge you again." Upon hearing this, Haneda could hardly suppress the smile. With this move, he not only gave Kai to Kakashi, but also retained the opportunity to obtain the 8 gates. 4 words, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right, this is youth. The moment you defeat Kakashi, I will accept your challenge. Page 28. Go, Might Guy. Take the first brave step towards youth. After sending Might Guy away, Haneda couldn't help but smile when he thought of the cold and aloof male god Kakashi facing the passionate Might Guy. In a word, how uncomfortable he felt facing Guy was twice as uncomfortable as Kakashi felt. Forgive me, Kakashi. I did this for you. I found you an opponent you can trust with your life. Hey. After dumping Guy to Kakashi, Haneda's life returned to normal. He would skip classes or ask for leave to give his teacher face, and go to Fugaku to learn illusion techniques. He would practice swordsmanship with Kakashi in the afternoon, and practice Chidori and shadow clones at night. Until 3.5 days later. The Uchiha family training ground, in a small forest. Haneda stood quietly on the grass with a dazed look in his eyes. At this moment, his pupils were blood red, and a black Megatama was slowly rotating, and Fugaku was standing in front of the pupil. Like Haneda, Fugaku also opened his Sharingan. The two looked at each other, and when a leaf in the middle fell, Haneda moved. His face turned pale, and he suddenly staggered back a few steps, covering his right eye with one hand. Seeing this, Fugaku quickly retracted his Sharingan, stepped forward quickly, supported Haneda, and asked with concern. What's wrong, Haneda? You're almost breaking the shackle technique. My shadow clone at school was broken, and the memory suddenly came back, disturbing my mind, causing me to be backfired by the illusion. Haneda said weakly. Are you going back to school now? Of course. Haneda nodded. If the teacher sees us, I will definitely have to go over and explain. After saying that, Haneda closed his eyes and began to think about how to explain it to Obito and the teachers. Moreover, what happened today might attract the attention of the Sandame and the 5.5th and th Nabekage Danzo. Time goes back 10 minutes. Haneda was slacking off in the training ground. He and Obito were sitting on the tiles, chatting intermittently. Hey, Haneda, Kakashi is training so hard, aren't you worried that he might surpass you? Obito said, pointing at Kakashi who was training with shuriken. It's nothing that he surpassed me. That's because of his talent and hard work. I'm the last one. I rely on persistence and hard work. There's no comparison. Haneda said nonchalantly. In the world of Naruto, the only one who has achieved the strongest through hard work alone is probably Menkai. A true master either relies on blood, technology, or an old man who falls from the sky. If the original story had developed, Obito would have met an old man named Madara in the future, and then he would have become a 6 paths level warrior. In a word, the strong ones only appear in the first and last places. What? Apart from talent, what's the difference between these two? Obito asked puzzled. Haneda smiled and didn't explain. At this moment, Kai suddenly appeared from the tree above Haneda's head. Come and have a youth showdown with me, Haneda. Kai jumped down from the tree with his eye-catching watermelon head. Hearing this familiar voice, the smile on Haneda's face froze. If it was before, it would be fine, but now he is a shadow clone who has attended classes for half a day and cannot withstand the fierce battle. This is also the reason why Haneda's shadow clone was slacking off next to Obito. Haneda refused without hesitation. Kai, come and challenge me after you defeat Kakashi. You are still very weak now and are no match for me. I have defeated Kakashi, Haneda. Come have a fateful battle with me with your fiery youth. Kai said excitedly. How can it be? Haneda simply didn't believe it. According to the development of the original work, except for opening the 8 gates, Kai would never be able to defeat Kakashi in his life. Although their duel in the later period was a bit abstract, Kai didn't defeat Kakashi either. Guy, I'm sure Kakashi lost to you on purpose. It would be easy for him to defeat you with his strength," Haneda added. After saying that, Haneda looked in the direction where Kakashi was training shuriken, but at this time Kakashi's figure disappeared inexplicably. Grass. Seeing this scene, Haneda suddenly understood everything. "Haneda! How can you escape the Oath of Youth? This is a fateful battle. My lifelong rival." Kai held Haneda's hand and said excitedly. Looking at those eyes full of gay love, Haneda's face was filled with black lines. "First tell me what you and Kakashi competed against each other." Chapter 028 Shadow Clone is destroyed. Cough cough. Kai coughed a few times when thinking of this and explained in a low voice. "Scissors, rock, and paper. Kakashi kept throwing out rock, and then I figured out the pattern of his punches and threw out paper once, and I won." 6. This was truly a thrilling duel, and victory was literally within Kai's reach. "You are amazing, Kakashi." Haneda didn't expect that Kai, a natural idiot, could figure out why Kakashi deliberately gave it to him, so he nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's continue with the shuriken duel from last time, shall we?" "No. Haneda. I know my shuriken skills are very poor, but I will challenge you with my strongest form. After all, this is youth. So what do you want to compete in, Taijutsu?" Kai nodded. "Yes, physical skills. I have been training hard for a week, and my physical skills have improved greatly. This time I will defeat you with my strongest posture." Haneda hesitated, and finally shook his head and said, "I'm afraid this won't work. Let's do it tomorrow. Come back tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Kai was immediately disappointed. The rule he set for himself was that if he failed to climb up and down the mountain 5,000 times, he would challenge Haneda. Now that Haneda has refused, his self-restraint has become ineffective and he can only train normally tomorrow. Really tomorrow, Haneda?" Kai hugged Haneda's thighs and said with tears in his eyes. This posture gave Haneda a chill. But for the sake of the 8 gates, he endured it. After all, it's a shadow clone, not the real body. Obito on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He kept pestering Haneda unless Haneda accepted the challenge. What kind of person is this? Also, why was he kicked last time when he was sleeping with Haneda, but Kai was fine? Damn watermelon head! Take your pig's feet away! Obito said indignantly. World Weary Novel Transfer Station 99-285-9387. Who are you? Haneda's friend. Guy looked up at Obito, confused. He always felt that the other person was inexplicably familiar, but he couldn't remember who the other person was. You bastard watermelon head! I haven't even settled the score with you for the sneak attack on me last time. How dare you forget about me? Obito, who had a bad temper, couldn't stand it anymore and punched at Guy, but Guy caught his fist easily. Who are you? Why are you so excited? Do you know me? Guy asked 3 questions in a row, making Obito even angrier. Originally, he was very upset about Kai's entanglement with Haneda, but this watermelon head dared to look down on him. Did he really think that he, Uchiha Obito, was jealous? I don't care what you want to challenge Haneda. I'm really annoyed with you now. I'm going to beat you up. Obito raised his thumb downwards in a gesture of contempt. When Kai heard that Obito wanted to challenge him, he happily gave him a thumbs up. Yoshi, you have a lot of youthful fighting spirit, my friend Haneda. Asshole. My name is Uchiha Obito, the man who will be engraved on the Hokage cliff in the future, you better remember this name. Okay, Uchiha-runtu, let's start. It's Obito, you bastard. I'm going to beat the shit out of you, you watermelon-headed guy. Obito was not as excited as before. He quickly took out 3 shuriken from his waist bag and threw them over. Although the hit rate was not high, it limited Kai's position very well. At the same time, Obito took out a kunao, held it in his backhand, and rushed towards Kai. Page 29. You bastard watermelon head, take that! Obito used all of his chakra to cover the kunao, which greatly increased its power. He knew his level was not high, and was ready to fight Kai in one move to decide the outcome. Seeing this, Kai also became excited. Yoshi, Uchiharuntu, I recognize your enthusiasm. I will welcome the climax of your youth with the most powerful blow I have recently created. Konoha Tornado. As he spoke, Kai jumped high and concentrated all his strength on his right foot. Seeing this scene, everyone on the training ground couldn't help but look over. Is Kai trying to kill Obito with this momentum? Obito, Kai, these two losers. Kakashi, who had been hiding in the dark and observing silently, quickly ran over to rescue them. The same is true for teachers on the training ground. One of them was using a kunao to chop people, and the other was using his heavy feet to kick people. The two kids didn't know how to be gentle and heavy-handed. You can imagine the result. Oh, that idiot, there's nothing I can do. Haneda rubbed his temple helplessly and stood up. He also didn't expect these two people to be so irrational. At the moment when the two were about to collide, Haneda jumped up and stood in front of them. He pushed Obito away with his left hand, and at the same time raised his right leg and struck back with a Konoha whirlwind. However, he overestimated the shadow clone who had been in class for half a day, and Kai's current strength. Boom! Haneda's figure was shot down, turned into a cloud of smoke, and disappeared in an instant. What the hell? How did Haneda disappear right after he bumped into me? Haneda! You bastard watermelon head, what did you do? Just as Obito angrily rushed towards Guy with a kunao, Kakashi stopped him. Calm down, Obito, that's a shadow clone, the real one is probably in. Kakashi paused here. He roughly guessed where Haneda was now, but he didn't say it out loud to keep it a secret for his friend. After all, the teacher is right next to us. Kakashi, you should know where Haneda is, right? The teacher asked with a dark face. Haneda skipped classes and asked for leave for more than 1 or 2 days. It was rare for him to come to class, but he came as a shadow clone. It was so hurtful. I'm sorry, I don't know, sensei. Kakashi shook his head, secretly resolving to keep his friend's secret. But it's not good to reject the teacher directly, Kakashi added. Haneda will definitely explain it to you personally, sensei. Before the relocation, the Uchiha clan's territory was not far from the Ninja Academy, about 20 minutes away. Haneda arrived very quickly, in just 10 minutes. In the office, the teacher used a ruler to educate Kai and Obito. Haneda knocked on the door and walked in. Sorry, teacher, I caught a cold last night and I'm not feeling well. Looking at Haneda, who said I sincerely apologized and will do it again next time, the teacher was also grumbling in his heart. But there was nothing we could do about him. There was no way around it. Haneda was one of the best students in his class, and one of the best students in the entire Ninja Academy since its inception. Only, why does Haneda always use this excuse whenever he has something to do? Can you change it and just be a little perfunctory to the teacher? The teacher sighed deeply and said, Haneda, as your teacher, sometimes I wonder if there is anything I can teach you. Every time I think about it, I feel like a failure and feel guilty about my career in education. Seeing this, Haneda quickly said, It's okay, teacher, I think you teach very well. Yes, teacher, I also think you teach very well. What Haneda and Runta said is right. Teacher, you are definitely the best teacher I have ever seen. Obito and Guy followed suit. 1 is second from last, 2 are third from last, the 3 worst students in the class are all here. Moreover, he hardly pays attention in class. He either sleeps or slacks off. The teacher couldn't help but twitch his lips. If the 3 of them had listened to a few classes, they would have believed what he heard. Forget it, let's report this matter to the 3rd generation master. It is not up to him to decide whether such a genius leaves or stays. In the end, the teacher didn't say anything. He just gave Haneda and the others a lecture and let them go. Chapter 029 Your youth was not wasted. Haneda, I'm sorry, this incident was caused by me breaking your shadow clone. Kai bowed 90 degrees to Haneda and apologized. Haneda waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. It's because my shadow clone is too weak. It's not your problem." Haneda helped him up and said, "By the way, the challenge you issued to me is not over yet, so you don't need to bother me now, right?" "Now? Really, Haneda?" Kai rushed to Haneda, hugged him, and cried with excitement. This passionate attitude made Haneda very surprised. He is not Xiaoli, he is not gay. However, Haneda had a general idea of what kind of person Kai was, and he didn't have any particular aversion to him. However, Obito, who was standing by, couldn't help himself when he saw this scene. "Get your dirty hands off Haneda, you bastard watermelon head!" Obito pulled Guy away from Haneda. He has never hugged Haneda like this, so why would Kai do that? Seeing that Obito wanted to fight with Guy again, Haneda hurriedly pulled the two of them together. "Kai, let's go to the training ground now. Yoshi, let this fateful duel begin at the most exciting moment of youth," Kai said with a thumbs up. On the training ground, Haneda and Kai stood on each side, and Obito was forced to act as the referee, holding a small red flag and looking at the two of them with gritted teeth. At this time, Kakashi, who had been hiding from Haneda for a long time, along with Asuma and other boys and a group of little fans, surrounded him. "Ah! Yudian's gesture of putting his hands in his pockets is so handsome. He is such a master. It's the cool and handsome Heiyu Dian again, I love it. Asshole! Don't stand in front of me and affect my appreciation of Yudian's beauty. Hey, don't you guys care about Haneda and the others' wins or losses? Could it be possible that Yudian would lose? How could Yudian, who bears the name of Uchiha, lose to a loser? Damn, it's so noisy." Haneda accidentally heard a group of little fans chasing their idol, and his face suddenly turned colder. He finally understood how Urshasa felt when facing a group of annoying girls. "Haneda, it seems that you are very popular," Kai said with a smile. "Fortunately." Haneda calmly stretched his hands out of his trouser pockets and made a fighting stance. Kai's expression also became serious, and he secretly encouraged himself. "If you lose the challenge, you have to run 5,000 laps around the school. If I don't finish before dark, I'll do another 5,000 laps of handstand walking. Kai, for this most exciting moment of youth, come on." The scene of his father being laughed at by two Chunins suddenly appeared in Kai's eyes. At that time, he couldn't bear these insults and wanted to teach them a lesson secretly. Page 30. But he was so weak and powerless that he was easily played with. Just like Kakashi said, Dad was ridiculed like this, but you couldn't even fight back. "I must defeat Haneda and prove that hard work can surpass talent, father." Kai's eyes gradually became firm and full of passion. At this time, Obito slowly raised the flag and said loudly, "Haneda vs Might Guy, the ninja battle begins." After the words and the flag were spoken, Haneda immediately began to move. He did not use the illusion he was good at, nor did he open his Sharingan. He only planned to fight Kai with simple physical skills. Boom! Haneda's fist slammed into Kai's arm, but Kai didn't move at all. Even Haneda's hands were numb from the recoil. Kai's arm strength is much stronger than mine. Is this the blue beast whose skill points are all added to physical skills? There was a hint of surprise in Haneda's eyes, and he jumped back using the reaction force to avoid Kai's side kick. At the same time, he slightly turned sideways to avoid Kai's right hook again. Tisk tisk tisk. The sound of breaking air kept ringing in Haneda's ears. He kept dodging Kai's attacks and fell into a disadvantage for a while. "Nice hiding, Haneda," Looks like I have to go all out too. As he spoke, Kai untied the sandbags tied to his legs and revealed a confident smile. But in the eyes of others, Kai was somewhat overestimating his own abilities. Isn't it just untying a sandbag? Why are you pretending? Wait and see how you Diane, will kill you in an instant. That's right, Yudian didn't use any ninjutsu and deliberately let that guy go. But that guy pretended to be so shameless. During the battle, Kai didn't care about what others said. He just looked at Haneda quietly, and his fighting spirit gradually increased. Yoshi! Watch out, Haneda! Kai leaped lightly into the air and attacked Haneda with a 360-degree sweep. Konoha Tornado! The powerful leg strength forced Haneda to concentrate his chakra in his arms to block. Hundreds of pounds of leg force hit Haneda's arm, causing him to retreat continuously. At the same time, the aftermath of the attack raised countless dust, blocking the view. Where did he go? Haneda had to open his Sharingan to find Kai's location. And this moment, Kai's figure suddenly appeared behind Haneda, and another Konoha whirlwind was launched. Boom! In midair, a piece of wood was kicked out from the dust. Kakashi caught the wood in an instant and put it on the ground. Stay away, the real battle has begun. All the girls gathered around the training ground were startled by the sudden appearance of the wood and quickly took a few steps back. Kai, I recognize you. This kind of physical skills is enough to rank in the top 5 among all the opponents I have met. Unfortunately, my physical skills are better than yours. Haneda's face turned slightly red and his eyes gradually became excited. This high-intensity battle, rather than a one-sided one, made his blood boil. Kai! I'll defeat you with your best attack and prove that your youth has only just begun. All of Haneda's chakra and the strength of his waist and legs were concentrated at one point. At this moment, his aura gradually changed, taking on a bit of the aura of a strong man. Sensing Haneda's violent aura, Kai also began to accumulate strength. Yoshi, Haneda! Then I will ignite the climax of this youth with my own Konoha Great Cyclone. Null! 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 The exciting sound of breaking through the air was accompanied by the sound of wind, whistling and blowing away the dust around. The two strongest winds began to touch, offset, and spread. Konoha Great Cyclone! Konoha Goriki Cyclone! Two sharp noises were heard, and the dust was completely blown away, revealing two figures. Although Kakashi knew the result, he still looked towards the center of the training ground curiously. Obito, who was serving as the referee, stared at the scene intently, his eyes revealing surprise and relief. I lost, Haneda. I didn't expect you to learn my moves in one glance, and perform them better than I do. Kai lay on the ground, looking at the sky helplessly. He deeply doubted whether he could surpass genius through his own efforts alone. You are strong, but I am stronger than you. Haneda stood in front of Kai, looked down at Kai and said softly. Really, Haneda? Hearing the approval, Kai looked towards Haneda and met his serious gaze. Haneda nodded, your strength has at least reached the level of a genin in my opinion. Try hard, Kai, and challenge me again on the day you truly defeat Kakashi. Kai shed tears of excitement when he heard that Haneda recognized his efforts. At this moment, he seemed to see his father picking him up when he collapsed from exhaustion. Yoshi, your hard work has caught up with the pace of genius. Come on, Kai. Your youth was not wasted. Along with the sound, his father's smile and the thumbs-up sign symbolizing encouragement appeared in Kai's eyes. Chapter 030 Graduating Early? As for Kakashi, who was standing aside, his face turned terribly dark when he heard what Haneda said. He recalled the fear he once felt at the mercy of Kai. Suddenly, there was a burst of wanton laughter from outside the venue. Ah ha ha ha, you bastard watermelon head, you lost, right? You're really overestimating yourself by competing with that guy Haneda. I, Uchiha Obito, hereby declare that Haneda will win the battle against Might Guy. Obito held the flag high and happily announced Haneta's victory. At this time, Kai gave Obito a thumbs up. "Thanks for the encouragement, Uchiha Runto-san." Hearing the word Runto, Dai-tu was furious and immediately said, "You bastard watermelon head! My name is Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito." After Haneta and Kakashi carried Kai away, a young man curiously picked up the sandbag that Kai had casually dropped. With his efforts, the sandbag weighing several kilograms lay steadily on the ground, almost motionless. At this moment, he was shocked. "Oh my god, how come Kai's sandbag is heavier than the barbell?" Hearing this, other people on the training ground came over curiously. They tried to pick up the sandbags, but even the boy, who looked very strong, could only hold it up to his waist for less than 5 seconds. Is that guy Kai a genius in taijutsu? At this time, everyone who tried to lift the sandbag couldn't help but marvel. Hearing this, the girls who were walking halfway were all startled and their pace quickened unconsciously. On the other side, in the center of Konoha, the Hokage building, Takakura Buntat, the teacher of Haneta and his friends, stepped into the office of the Sandame again after a week. "Hokage-sama," Takakura Bunta said respectfully. The Sandame, who was sitting on a swivel chair, put down the documents in his hand and smiled. "It's Bunta, nothing happened to Asuma and the others these days, right?" Takakura Bunta looked at the easygoing third Hokage and his expression became much more relaxed. "Asuma didn't, it was Haneta. How should I put it? I feel that with his talent, there is nothing I can teach him anymore." Takakura Bunta scratched the back of his head and said that he felt that he had let down the Hokage. Page 31. Oh! The Sandame recalled Haneta's unparalleled talent and took a puff of cigarette silently. He slowly blew out a smoke ring and asked, "Did Haneta do something at school?" Gao Kang Wenta shook his head repeatedly. "I didn't do anything, I didn't do anything. He even learned the clone technique that was the subject of last year's graduation exam. He can even perform the forbidden technique, the shadow clone technique. Hokage-sama, I feel like I have nothing left to teach him. I feel like it's a complete waste of his time staying in the ninja school." After saying this, Takakura Bunta's face flushed and he felt ashamed unconsciously. "As a teacher, I have nothing to teach my students, which is really embarrassing. It seems that the new buds of the new era are very good." After hearing this, the Sandame's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Orochimaru, his most outstanding student back then, is probably no match for Uchiha Haneta at this age. The shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique invented by the teacher, which requires extremely precise control of chakra. Only. Disgusted with the world / the story of the car is about the car's position 8. His last name is Uchiha after all. The Sandame took a puff of his cigarette in silence, put his pipe down, and pulled out the list of students who were about to graduate this year. Every student on this list is qualified to graduate and just meets the requirements to form a team of 3. The Sandame picked up a pen and looked for a suitable replacement. Suddenly, the figures of Sakumo and Asuma appeared in his mind, and the picture became clearer and clearer. A plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone also emerged. The Sandame put down the pen in his hand, picked up the pipe that had just been placed on the table, and took a slow puff. As he blew out the smoke ring, he had already made his decision. "I see, Buntat. Although Haneta has learned ninjutsu very well and has met the graduation standards, but his theoretical knowledge is still too poor, and he only gets single-digit scores in every exam. He still has a lot to learn. You need to be patient and teach him carefully, Buntat. Especially his understanding of the village and the will of fire." The Sandame said this and slowly stood up. He looked at the Hokage cliff in the distance. Below the Hokage cliff, students from the Ninja Academy were laughing and playing on the training ground. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire grows. The fire will continue to illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout. Buntat, you still have a heavy burden on your shoulders. Haneda and the others are the new leaves, and we are the flames that illuminate Konoha. Guide them onto the right path at an age when their minds are still immature. Hearing the Sandame's deep expectations, Takakura couldn't help but feel ashamed again. Lord Hokage trusts me so much, how can I let him down? Thinking of this, Gao Kangwenta responded loudly. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will definitely teach Haneda seriously and live up to your expectations. After seeing off Takakura, the Sandame looked out at the Ninja Academy for a long time. Hey, Uchiha clan! If it were you, the teacher, how would you treat him? The Sandame looked at a document on the table, which stated that the daimyo of the Land of Fire had invited him to the daimyo's mansion. Bluebird. You must immediately go to the Uchiha clan territory, find Uchiha Haneda, and tell him to come to my office. The Sandame said to the unnoticed shadow. At this time, a man wearing a big bird mask came in front of the Sandame. He knelt on one knee and said, Yes, Hokage-sama. At this time, Haneda was not in the Uchiha clan territory, but was on his way to Kai's home. Because Kai was kicked by Haneda, after receiving treatment in the infirmary, his legs and feet are temporarily unable to move. Haneda and a reluctant Obito carried Kai home. Kai, your physical skills are very strong. Who did you learn from? Haneda asked knowingly. My dad. Kai looked a little embarrassed when he talked about his father. His father, Might Dai, was a genin who had been a ninja for 10,000 years. What does that mean? He has been a genin ever since he graduated from the Ninja Academy and has been used as a negative example. Because he only knows physical skills, Dai is often disliked by his companions and ridiculed by other ninjas. However, in Haneda's opinion, Dai is not the only one who knows taijutsu, but Dai is the only one who knows taijutsu. This sentence also applies to Kai in the future. Then your father's physical skills must be very strong too. Haneda said with a smile. Yet. Kai nodded seriously, in my opinion, my dad's taijutsu is the best. What do you mean you are the strongest in taijutsu? You are just a 10,000-year-old genin. What is there to be proud of, you bastard watermelon head? Obito made a downward gesture with his thumb, but was greeted by a thumbs up from Guy. Thanks for the encouragement, Uchiha-san. You bastard watermelon head. How many times have I told you, it's Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Obito. I'm going to tell you one last time. I, Uchiha Obito, am the future Hokage, the man whose portrait will be carved on the Hokage rock. Remember this. Chapter 031, 10,000 Years of Genin. Hey, one is face-blind and the other is stupid. Haneda covered his eyes speechlessly and shook his head. It is hard to imagine these two funny guys, one is the future Emperor Kai, and the other is Uchiha Madara who declared war on the ninja world. After playing around for about 10 minutes, the three of them arrived at a more remote training ground in Konoha. At this time, Dai was walking upside down and doing physical training. There were two Chunins standing nearby, pointing and talking at Dai. Playing training games again, 10,000-year genin. It's not easy to be a genin for 10,000 years. If you don't know ninjutsu, you can only focus all your energy on taijutsu. After saying this, both Chunins laughed. One of them noticed that Dai's son, Kai, was being held by two children and laughed again. Yo, the son of a 10,000-year-old genin can't even play training games. Yet, I don't know which kid injured him with ninjutsu. Dai and Kai didn't care when they heard the ridicule, but gave the two a thumbs up. Thanks for the encouragement. The two Chunins heard this and said without disguising anything. This father and son are like psychos. When others scold them, they thank them instead. Forget it, let's stay away from them. Before the man finished speaking, Obito became unhappy and pointed at the two Chunins and shouted. Shut up! You are not allowed to curse the opponent that Haneda acknowledges. Hearing the voice. A Chunin noticed the small fan on Obito's clothes and said sarcastically. "You're an Uchiha kid, why don't you follow your parents and bully the villagers?" "Ha ha ha, isn't the police force pretty impressive?" another person echoed. Hearing this, Obito was furious. How could the honor of the Uchiha be tarnished by two little Chunins? He was just about to rush over and teach the two of them a lesson, but he saw a shadow flying by like the wind. To deal with people like this, just take action, Obito. By the time Obito came to his senses, Haneda had already kicked over two Chunins and put one of them on the head. Two fake Chunins, it's bad enough that they were bullied by Kakashi, the top student in the grade, but they were killed instantly by a loser like me using only taijutsu. They might as well go back to school and repeat their studies, so as not to embarrass themselves. Also, you two fakes, remember this, Uchiha people don't bully the weak. Page 32. Get out. Haneda kicked each of the two men several meters away, then walked towards Kai and the others with his hands in his pockets as if nothing had happened. Watch out behind you. Dai came to Haneda at a rapid speed, before the two Chunins who were kicked over could perform ninjutsu. I saw a pair of single Megatama Sharingan slowly rotating. Illusion hypnotic eyes. The two Chunins' ninjutsu was completely interrupted and they fell into a coma. Haneda put his hands in his pockets, but continued walking towards Kai and the others. As he passed Dai, Haneda whispered, "Uncle Dai, don't bother. In front of these eyes that can see through all illusions, any actions done in secret will be exposed." Hearing such pretentious words, Obito couldn't help but exclaimed, "Cool. So cool, Haneda. Can you teach me this super cool move? Please, Haneda." Obito threw Guy aside and said pitifully while holding Haneda's hand. "No, you don't have the Sharingan, so you can't learn it." Haneda retracted the Sharingan and shook his head silently. Seeing that Obito was still pulling at his clothes, Haneda added helplessly, "The hypnotic eye must rely on the Sharingan to release it, but I can teach you other ninjutsu." After saying that, Haneda didn't care how Obito acted like a spoiled child or how he stuck to him. He asked Dai in confusion, "Uncle Dai, it should be easy to defeat them at your speed just now, why did you let them insult you?" "Strength is used to protect companions, and I am a ninja of Konoha," Dai said without hesitation. "I see." Haneda smiled and was not confused by Dai's answer. After all, his son Kai never used the 8 gates when fighting Kakashi. "By the way, are you Kai's friends?" Dai suddenly remembered this and asked, patting his head. "No." Obito shook his head directly, "I have a bad relationship with that guy." Haneda glanced at Kai, tilted his head and smiled. "I guess so. Kai is my opponent. His taijutsu is very strong and tough, and his will is as strong as steel, just like his fists." Kai couldn't help but blush when he heard Haneda speak so highly of him. It was the first time he heard someone praise him and acknowledge his physical skills in front of his father. Kai couldn't help but show off, "Dad, he is Uchiha Haneda, a genius who surpasses Kakashi." "Really?" Dai heard the school's top genius praising his son and couldn't help but hug Kai. "I knew, Kai, your youth will never end." "Yeah, Dad, youth never stops." The father and son immediately hugged each other and cried. This touching scene made Dai Tole, who was quite shocked, subconsciously take a few steps back. If Haneda hadn't been here, he would have run away long ago. Ding! Might Guy's impression plus 12. Ding! Might Guy's impression plus 13. Ding! Matt Dai's impression plus 7. Host's favorability with Might Guy reaches 183, and he has gained the understanding of Chunin level physical skills, excitation Konoha Diamond Force Cyclone, illusion resolution. The host and Mighty have a good impression of 86, and gain an entry-level understanding of the Gukuen system. 183, still no 8 gates. Haneda thought for a moment, and when Kai and the other man were almost done with their youthful excitement, he asked tentatively. Uncle Dai, I heard Kai say that he learned all his taijutsu from you. I feel that Kai's taijutsu is self-contained and has great potential, but it still looks immature. Taijutsu is an indispensable part of being a ninja. Can I learn from you for a while? Hearing Haneta's admiration for his taijutsu, Dai couldn't help but nod happily. Of course. But I have no experience in teaching geniuses, and I only use the dumbest method to teach Kai. Dai raised his index finger and explained. I call this training method self-discipline training. Simply put, it is to challenge yourself to difficulties and deliberately give yourself a punishment of failure to complete it. Push yourself to the limit and make your own rules, so that you can push yourself to complete the challenge. For example, my rule is that if I can't run 5,000 laps around the village before dark, I have to walk 5,000 laps handstand. If you haven't done it yet, do 5,000 weighted push-ups. At this point, Dai became excited. Do you want to try it? Haneta. This method is very effective. Seeing this, Haneta didn't know whether Dai was telling the truth. In the original work, this is how Kai was trained, but what does this have to do with the 8 gates? And his own time does not support such training. The 8 gates is just a desperate trump card, not his everything. Just as Haneta was thinking about how to decline gracefully, a ninja wearing a bird mask suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 032 Meeting the Sandame, Mission? Uchiha Haneta, I am a ninja affiliated with the Anbu, and the Hokage is looking for you. The bird-masked ninja said indifferently. When he saw the mask, Haneta immediately thought of the Anbu and the route. He was not sure which camp the other party belonged to. If the other party is a route, following him will cause big trouble. Haneta probed, what do you want from me, Hokage-sama? I'm just an ordinary Uchiha kid. I don't know, just come with me. The bird-masked ninja's tone didn't change at all, and he still had no emotion. This made Haneta even more hesitant. Then can I go with Uncle Dai? Haneta tested again. Hokage-sama only requires one of you, the bird-masked ninja said impatiently. It's okay, Uncle Dai, just take me to the entrance of the Hokage building. Hearing this, the bird-masked ninja hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Haneta then relaxed as well. With Uncle Dai around, no matter whether they are from the Anbu or the route, anyone who dares to kidnap someone in front of him is seeking death. Haven't you seen that the 7 mist ninjas have all been kicked into the 3 lucky treasures in the past few years? Pai Wa Juzang was so scared that he asked everyone he met if they knew a guy named Dai. It really scares me psychologically. Haneta was no longer worried. He pulled Dai's hand and said with a smile, Uncle Dai, can you accompany me for a walk? Thank you very much. Okay. Although Dai was puzzled as to why Haneta insisted on him following him, he did not refuse considering his relationship with Kai. Watching Haneta and the others leave, Obito immediately started cursing. Damn Haneta, you abandoned me again. I was actually summoned by the Hokage-sama. I'm so pissed off. After cursing inwardly for a while, Obito suddenly thought of something, clenched his fists, and looked towards the Hokage rock. One day, I, Uchiha Obito, will become Hokage, and I will summon that bastard Haneta into my office every day. Unlike Obito, Guy looked a little melancholy. He watched the 2 people who had been kicked down and hypnotized by Haneta's illusion get up and run away in fear. During this process, the 2 Chunins didn't even dare to look at them, let alone curse them. What they feared was not only Haneta's strength, but more the masked man who claimed to be an Anbu ninja. The Anbu are under the command of the Hokage. If I had Haneta's talent and ability, I would be able to gain the attention of the Hokage and protect my father's youth. Kai stared at Haneta's receding figure and muttered to himself. Even when faced with ridicule, he always responded with a smile and a thumbs up. But he could never forget the day when he was bullied, nor could he forget those ninjas mocking his father as a 10,000-year-old genin. Hokage Building, the Sandame's office. The bird-masked ninja led Haneda to the office and knocked on the door. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Haneda is here. It's Aoki and Haneda, come in. A kind, gentle voice came from the office. Page 33. King Niao then led Haneda into the office. Inside, the Sandame sat on a swivel chair. The table in front of him was piled with documents as high as a mountain. When Haneda and the others walked in, the Sandame was still processing documents while smoking his pipe, and he looked very busy. Only after Haneda stood up and the blue bird disappeared did the Sandame put down the pen and documents in his hand and look at Haneda in front of him. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Haneda. The Sandame put down his pipe and said with a smile. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Hokage-sama is very busy with his work, deciding all the important matters of the village. I am sorry to trouble you to take the time to see me. Haneda said, pretending to be flattered. Although he didn't know what the third generation's old master was planning, he had to show his basic attitude. Seeing this, the Sandame nodded secretly, very satisfied with Haneda's attitude. It was worth it that he specially staged a scene just to express his importance to Haneda. Haneda, I heard a lot about your performance in the ninja school from Takakura-buntat. I heard that you have learned the B-rank ninjutsu shadow clone technique and have skipped many classes, is that right? The Sandame said this in a somewhat casual tone with an amiable smile on his face. The more a person always has a smile on his face, the harder it is to see what he is thinking. Haneda couldn't figure out the Sandame's thoughts, so he just told the truth. Yet, what is taught in school is too boring, so it's better not to go. As for the shadow clone, it was given to me by the clan leader. I spent some time to learn it. Haneda was telling the truth, but of course he also hid a lot of information. For example, his relationship with the clan leader, and why the clan leader gave him a shadow clone. That's it. Seeing that Haneda didn't seem to be lying, the Sandame took a puff of his cigarette and smiled. Haneda, your theory score is very poor. I looked at your last test paper. You didn't write much, and your attitude was a little bit improper. Having said that, the Sandame looked into Haneda's eyes and asked. Do you remember the essay for the exam? Hearing this, Haneda suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He wrote a few lines during the exam and then fell asleep, so how could he know all this? Hokage-sama, the exam was so boring that I fell asleep on the table. Haneda explained in a low voice. Cough cough. The Sandame couldn't hold back when he heard this honest answer. However, he quickly adjusted his attitude and said. That is an essay on the understanding of the will of fire. You didn't write it at the time. I'm curious about what the will of fire in your heart is like. Will of fire. After hearing this, Haneda finally understood the purpose of the third Hokage, Old Deng. He wanted to win him over and make him a thug or spy for the Hokage's faction like Shisui and 1-on-7. For Haneda, who had attended 9 years of compulsory education, there were too many formulas and routines to answer this kind of question. He replied without hesitation. Where the leaves dance, the fire will live. The flames will illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. Haneda recited a famous poem of Konoha on the spot, and then said. The will of fire in my heart is for my companions, for the village, for my family, for everyone. And for sacrificing myself to pass on to the next generation. Although Haneda's words were empty and pretentious, the Sandame was very satisfied after listening to them. Haneda's words basically encompass the core idea of the will of fire, which is the spirit of village love and selfless dedication based on bonds. He recognized this will of fire. The Sandame took a puff of his cigarette and slowly blew out smoke rings. As the smoke cleared, he made his decision. It would be great if everyone in the village had the same awareness as you, Haneda. The Sandame suddenly sighed. After saying that, he picked up a document on the table. The document was about the Fire Country daimyo inviting the third Hokage to visit the daimyo's mansion. This document involves the whereabouts of the Hokage. It is a confidential document and very important. But the Sandame still let Haneda look at him. The Fire Country daimyo has a young daughter whom the daimyo loves very much. Haneda, you are about the same age as her, which makes you perfect for approaching this princess. I hope you will agree to go with me to the daimyo's mansion to find out from the princess the attitude of the daimyo's mansion regarding the allocation of funds to Konoha this year. P.S. Since the author is running out of manuscripts, after today, I will update twice a day, and consider updating 3 times a day during the weekend. Specific times are Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. The flag has been set. If you fail to do it, come and scold me, come and spur the author on. Chapter 033 Hokage Guards. Damning few? Princess? Grants? Do you think I could get any information from a young princess? Also, does the daimyo dare not allocate funds to Konoha? Haneda was extremely skeptical of the reasons given by the Sandame. He thought more about the political purpose of the third generation. For example, by allowing himself, a talented Uchiha boy, to get in touch with important village affairs, he tried to win over the Uchiha clan. You know, as a child he couldn't take part in any government affairs, but the fact that he could go implied a lot of things. Of course, his own talent was also worthy of 3 generations of attention. Haneda responded quickly. His face flushed slightly, and he said excitedly, Hokage-sama! Can I, really do this? You are capable enough for the job, and there is no other child in the village who can replace you. The Sandame said softly. But Kakashi can do it too. Hokage-sama, I'm really not confident about this mission. How about taking Kakashi with you? Kakashi. The Sandame nodded, thinking that Sakumo's attitude towards him had become much colder recently. When trying to win over the Uchiha, it wouldn't have much impact if I also won over Sakumo. Haneda scratched the back of his head and said uncomfortably, Hokage-sama, can I pull one more person? Just one. Your elders. Upon hearing this, the Sandame thought of the Uchiha people first. No, he's the father of a friend of mine, his name is Might Guy. Haneda shook his head. Might Guy, there's no such person among the Jonins, nor among the Chunins. The Sandame muttered to himself. At this time, Haneda's voice came again, with a hint of pleading. Uncle Dai has been a genin for many years. He is often laughed at by other ninjas and is nicknamed the 10,000-year genin. I want to help him, Hokage. I see. The Sandame thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, let him temporarily join the Hokage guard and be responsible for my safety. To the Sandame, bringing another non-Uchiha genin along wouldn't be a big deal. And Haneda did it for his friends, his companions. He had just finished educating the will of fire, and it would not be good if he refused. Coupled with Haneda's pleading, in order to win over this talented young man, it would be even more impossible to refuse. As for why Haneda wanted to drag Kakashi and Dai into the water, there were 3 purposes. One is for political purposes. Behind Kakashi stood Konoha White Fang. Judging from the way he got along with Kakashi, the Sandame could naturally see the relationship between the two. This means that behind Haneda is not only the Uchiha clan, but also Hatake Sakumo. The Sandame had to include Sakumo in his considerations as well. This is a layer of insurance. The second is his own safety. Who knows if the 5.5th generation Nabekage will attack him when he leaves the village. That dark ninja did a lot of stupid things like this. The people in this village who were bullied included Shisui, Suzuki, 1 against 7, and Kabuto Yakushi. The most typical example of making enemies outside the village is Nagato and Konan from the Akatsuki organization. These are all cage level or super cage level warriors. Danzo has done all kinds of stupid things. And with Dai, a strong man who can open 8 gates, around, he is not afraid of any attack. As for the third one, it is to improve favorability. For the sake of the 8 gates, there is nothing much to say about getting some benefits for Uncle Dai. Page 34. After that, the Sandame didn't talk much with Haneda. He just talked about campus life and let Haneda go. Walking out of the Hokage building, even the air smelled much sweeter. It is too exhausting to fight against the old fox of the third Hokage. You need to organize your words all the time and guess his thoughts from his words. Uncle Dai, I have a good story and a bad story to tell you. Which one do you want to hear first? Haneda said with a smile to Dai, who was standing in front of the Hokage building. Good news and bad news. Dai stopped doing push ups and looked up at Haneda in confusion. Let's hear the bad news first. The bad news is that you may not be able to see Guy these next few days. You will be away from Konoha for a while. Haneda said with a smile. What's the good news? Dai looked at the smile on Haneda's face and suddenly became more confused. Could it be that the Hokage wants to assign me a task? But why not just inform yourself? The good news is... Haneda paused here deliberately and gave his blessing happily. Uncle Dai, you've been selected to join the Hokage Guard. The Hokage's mission letter will be issued to you soon. Congratulations, Uncle Dai. What? The Hokage Guards? Dai was stunned for a moment, then he burst into laughter, and then he lowered his head and cried silently. He has been a genin for more than 10 years since he graduated from the Ninja Academy. Every time he carries out a mission, it is a D-level mission such as helping others carry things or catching kittens. Whenever he was seen by his former classmates and colleagues, he would inevitably be laughed at by the 10,000-year-old genin. Now, he was actually going to be selected into the Hokage Guard to protect the safety of the Hokage. This gap is too big. It was so big that he felt like he was dreaming and didn't want to wake up. But soon, Dai realized a problem. Why was he, a 10,000-year-old genin, chosen to join the Hokage Guard? You know, the ninjas serving as the Hokage's guards are at least special jonins. And he was just a genin who had only carried out a few C-rank missions. Thinking of this, Dai immediately looked at Haneda. It was you, Haneda, who recommended me to the Hokage, right? Haneda nodded slightly. Uncle Dai, your strength is definitely not that of a genin. I saw it when you wanted to help me before. I feel that with your strength and talent, you shouldn't be buried among the genin and perform those low-level and tedious D-rank missions. You should have a better stage to realize your ambitions, Uncle Dai. Suddenly, a figure wearing a bird mask jumped down from the Hokage building. He stopped in front of Dai and handed him a scroll. This is the appointment letter issued by the Hokage himself. Might Dai, please check for the details yourself. After that, he handed Haneda another scroll. Gather at training ground number 13 in the Death Forest at AM tomorrow. Don't be late. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in front of Haneda and the other man, and he jumped onto a roof and left into the distance. After the bird-masked ninja left, Dai couldn't wait to unfold the scroll. The 5 big words Hokage Guards made him so excited that he shed tears again, and the heavy stone in his heart fell completely. Dai hugged Haneda, happy, excited, and said with emotion. Haneda, I really don't know how to thank you. The breeze blew gently and the setting sun fell at the end of the street. The setting sun shone on Dai's sturdy body, creating tiny starlight. Chapter 034 Uncle Dai never lied to me. Sunset. Dai ran quickly down the street, holding a red and yellow scroll in his hand. He passed between telephone poles and squeezed through the crowded crowd. He slowly stopped when he came to a 2-story cottage. Dai held the door handle with excitement. After hesitating for a moment, he pushed the door open and walked in. I'm back, Kai. Dai suppressed his excitement until he saw Kai coming over and he could no longer suppress it. Kai, look at what your father is holding in his hand. Temporary appointment letter to the Hokage Guard. Hokage Guard. It was the first time Kai heard this name, but he could tell from the word Hokage that it was something extraordinary. Dai raised his index finger and explained happily. The Hokage Guard, as the name suggests, is to protect the safety of the Hokage. Every member of the team is either a special Jonin or a battle-hardened Jonin. Each one of them was personally selected and appointed by the Hokage-sama himself. Really, Dad? Kai raised his head and asked excitedly. Youth will not deceive you, nor will it let you down, Kai. Dai squatted down and hugged Kai, and all his grievances and excitement were vented on Kai's clothes. Kai also said excitedly, Yes, Dad. This is youth. After a long time, a snoring sound came from the stomachs of both of them. Dai and Kai smiled at each other. Come on, Kai, let's go to Barbecue Q for a meal to celebrate this most exciting moment of youth. But Dad, barbecued meat is very expensive. Kai hesitated. Consider it your belated 5th birthday present, Kai. I'm sorry that I haven't taken you to those places over the years. Dai hugged Kai tightly, stroked his head, and said apologetically. Ding! Matt Dai's impression plus 13. Ding! Matt Dai's impression plus 16. Ding! Might Guy's impression plus 9. The host's favorability with Might Dai reaches 173, and he has gained the understanding of Chiyunin level Taijutsu and the understanding of Gukenryu's minor success level. Host's favorability with Might Guy reaches 227, and obtains the training method of 8 Gates Dungia. 8 Gates. Haneda was so excited that he saw stars when he looked at this forbidden technique that could reach the 6 Paths level. This is the ultimate physical skill that Kai used to open the Death Gate and almost kick out the final outcome during the Fourth War. There are many corresponding physical techniques recorded in it. The Outer Lotus, the Inner Lotus, the Morning Peacock, the Day Tiger, the Evening Elephant, the Night Knight. Each one is stronger than the last one, and the last one even made the Dance King Madara excitedly call Emperor Kai the strongest. You know, Uchiha Madara is a man that no one except the hot mom takes seriously. When Haneda excitedly opened the memory of the practice of the 8 Gates of Dungia, he was stunned. The 8 Gates ninjutsu is a forbidden technique that transcends the limits of the body. The training method is to break the physical limit again and again and train a strong will. Ultimately, through the practitioner's body's long-term adaptation to the breakthrough state and strong will, the 8 stages can be completed. Isn't this exercise method the same as what Uncle Dai said? Really, he never lied to me. See. Haneda walked towards the clan leader's house with mixed feelings. He didn't have much hope in the 8 Gates ninjutsu now, so he could practice it when he had time. A classical house. There was a long table, 3 chairs, and 3 people sitting opposite each other. Page 35. You mean, the Sandame personally gave you a mission, asking you to follow him to the daimyo's mansion, and to gather information from the princess. The clan leader looked at Haneda in surprise, and when he saw him nod and say he fell silent for a moment. Fugaku, what do you think? The clan leader asked in a deep voice, considering the situation. Father, I think this mission is possible. Fugaku replied seriously. These words almost pissed off the patriarch, who was also his father, to death. If Haneda hadn't been here, the patriarch would have knocked him on the head and told him what politics was. He looked at his son's clear yet foolish eyes, sighed helplessly, and said to Haneda, "You did a good job, especially dragging White Fang into this. This way, whatever the Sandame wants to do to you, he will have to take White Fang's thoughts into consideration. Also, Haneda, remember, don't easily believe the Sandame's words. You have to look at his actions. He is a very hypocritical person. He smiles at almost everyone in the village. He seems sincere and friendly. But he said one thing and did another. I believe that with your intelligence, you will be able to see through it in the future. It doesn't matter even if you can't see that you don't trust me now. Remember, the Uchiha are your greatest support, even the White Fang is just an outsider. And I, the clan leader uncle, and your brother Fugaku will always trust and support you." Having said this, the patriarch paused for a moment and continued. "But the Sandaime didn't lie this time. He probably wanted to win you over, and also to ease the conflict between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha faction. Hate/H. Just like the Nidaime took Injing as his apprentice." Haneda listened in silence and nodded, "Yes. I will take a closer look at the character of Hokage-sama." Although he said that, Haneda knew very well that the Sandaime was either stupid or evil. Take the treatment of Naruto, the hero's son in the original work, as an example. He has been insulted and targeted by the whole village since he was a child, and all he eats and drinks every day is either expired milk or bucket-packed instant noodles. Look at Naruto's identity, the son of the Yondaime and the former Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. Look at what his parents did, they sacrificed themselves to protect Konoha. So, where did the legacy of the fourth Hokage and the Uzumaki clan go? That's it, there's no need to wash it. Although Kishimoto Akira is good at playing the Sandaime, he knows nothing about Naruto. Not only is the timeline extremely confusing, but there are also obvious loopholes in the plot. This has forced many fanfiction writers to use conspiracy theories to fix Kishimoto's logical errors. The patriarch took a look into Haneda's eyes and knew that Haneda was not lying. "Well, it's good that you know. If you encounter any troubles in the future, you can come to me and I will help you solve it. As the head of the Uchiha clan, you do have this ability. I remember it clearly, thank you, Uncle Clan Leader." Haneda bowed and expressed his gratitude. Ding! Uchiha Kenji's impression plus 11. Ding! Uchiha Kenji's impression plus 7. Ding! Uchiha Fugaku's impression plus 9. The host's favorability with Uchiha Kenji has reached 103. And he has gained the understanding of Chunin level fire release and some Sharingan pupil power. The host's favorability with Uchiha Fugaku reaches 141, and gains 0.3 cards of chakra and part of the Sharingan's pupil power. It seems that my political influence today, coupled with my trust in the Uchiha, has won the favor of the clan leaders. Haneda stopped halfway, he suddenly felt someone was secretly watching him. Anbu? As expected, the Sandaime wanted me to tell the clan leader about this news. I don't know when I can get rid of the chessboard. Haneda silently unfolded the system panel, and a light blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Chapter 035 Plan to Assassinate the Sandaime. Uchiha Haneda. Strength, Chunin, 71/100. Chakra, 1.8 cards, attributes fire, wind, thunder, yin, yang. Bloodline limit, single Megatama Sharingan, Mangekyo 21%, Sage Body, Unawakened, Primary 86%. Special abilities, Opening the 8 Gates, 0/100, Introduction to Hataki Swordsmanship, 23/100. PS1, Obito's favorability has increased, but I didn't write it, so the progress of the Sage Body has increased slightly. PS2, the Yang attribute comes from Lin, who knows medical ninjutsu. There is a time span in the text, and the favorability has increased. PS3, some chakras are also caused by time span. The above, I will not make any more notes next time, all interpretation rights belong to the author, *. Haneda looked at the panel and fell silent. He has already gained the favor of all the people he can come into contact with, and he will not have any chance to significantly improve his strength in the future. It seems that there is still a long way to go before we can have the strength to overturn the table. Kakashi's house. A red-eyed crow flew down from the sky and landed in front of the window. It put the note down from its paw, pecked at the glass window, and flew away. At this time, Shu Mao, who was having dinner, heard the noise and came over. He noticed the note in front of the window, took it in his hand, unfolded it, and fell into deep thought. After a while, Sakumo sighed. That kid Haneda is quite smart. He knew how to drag a half-teacher like me into this trouble. Kakashi stood on tiptoe and peeked at the note. He heard his father slandering Haneda and subconsciously retorted. Father, Haneda is not such a sinister and cunning person. Hearing this, Sakumo glared at Kakashi and said. I'm not done yet, Kakashi. Haneda is very honest. If he hadn't written to tell me, I would have thought the Sandame wanted to mend the relationship between him and me. On the other side of Konoha, where all the darkness gathers, the root base. What happened in the Hokage building this afternoon soon spread here. Danzo-sama, the Sandame-sama summoned Uchiha Haneda to test the will of fire at 43, this afternoon and arranged for him, Hatake Kakashi, and a genin named Might Dai to join the Hokage guard. A root ninja reported to Danzo. Testing the will of fire with an Uchiha? Tisk. Hiruzen, you are amazing. Do you want to repeat the teacher's teaching of the mirror? Unfortunately, there is only one mirror, and there won't be another one. Danzo sneered and looked at a confidential document on the stone table. Written in big red letters on the document was the plan to assassinate the third generation. Hiruzen, you are too weak to compromise with the inherently evil Uchiha. Danzo had been hesitant about whether to attack his best friend, but at this moment he made up his mind. Don't blame me, Hiruzen. Everything I do is for the village and for Konoha. Danzo closed his eyes and silently signed his name on the document. After a long time, he was still silent. It wasn't until the root ninja took the documents off the table and the plan began to be implemented that he slowly opened his left eye. Let Muramasa, Fox, Ghostface, and Demon Cat come over. Tell the four of them to coordinate with the other root ninjas to attack Hiruzen on his way to the daimyo's mansion. But their main mission is to capture Uchiha Haneda and Hatake Kakashi alive. Among them, try to capture Uchiha Haneda alive. If the mission fails, he must be killed. As for Hatake Kakashi, regardless of whether the mission is successful or not, he must be alive and not seriously injured. And, tell them. 1 Jonin and 3 Chunins, if you can't even complete this kind of mission, there's no need to come back. Since the Hokage's travel is a secret of Konoha, he does not depart from the main gate. The location is at training ground number 13 near the entrance of Konoha village. Early morning. Haneda finished breakfast early and arrived at the meeting point. Page 36. At this time, quite a few people had gathered at training ground number 13. There are ANBU who wear masks, and there are ninjas who don't wear masks. They have their own rules, taking turns with each other and warning those around them. Haneda looked at the ninjas here. There were 6 ANBU ninjas in total, plus other ninjas, a total of 12 ninjas. Together, these ninjas are enough to threaten a cage-level warrior. But for the powerful Konoha, it was just a light battle. At this time, Kakashi and Dai also came over and naturally met up with Haneda. This mission is very troublesome, Haneda. Kakashi said with his dead eyes. It doesn't matter, we are just mascots anyway. Haneda said casually. When he received the task, he never thought about completing it. For Haneda and Kakashi, it is more about the involvement of the forces behind the scenes. Kakashi nodded in approval. However, Dai, who was standing next to him, seemed a little confused. What mascot? Aren't we supposed to be the Hokage-sama's guards? Hearing this, Haneda smiled but said nothing. He didn't want to dampen Uncle Dai's enthusiasm. While they were chatting, an ANBU ninja wearing a bird mask walked over from a distance. He instructed the 3 Haneda people. Uchiha Haneda, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Dai, the 3 of you are responsible for protecting the Hokage's safety. The time is almost up, start executing the orders. After saying this, the bird-masked ANBU ninja didn't care whether Haneda and the others could understand him or not. To be honest, they were also very unhappy that 3 gilded people were suddenly inserted into the assigned task. After all, part of the credit has to be shared out, and it may also disrupt the execution of the task. Fortunately, the Hokage also understood them and kept the 3 Haneda people by his side, basically away from their duties so as not to affect their mission. Haneda and the other 2 came to where the Sandaime was. At this time, the Sandaime was sitting in a carriage. The windows of the carriage were covered by curtains, so the situation inside could not be seen clearly. Now that everyone is here, let's go. When Haneda and the other 2 just stood up, the soft voice of the Sandaime came from the carriage. It's a bit strange. I always feel like something is off. Haneda glanced at the curtain and muttered to himself. Why would a ninja need a carriage at such a speed? It would definitely take no more than 3 days to get from Konoha to Daimyo Prefecture. Is it to take care of me and Kakashi? Haneda thought about it again and quickly ruled out this answer. With his and Kakashi's talents and abilities, there was no need to pamper them by riding in a carriage. Forget it. With Uncle Dai here, no matter what dangers we encounter on the road, they can't threaten me. Haneda threw away his complicated thoughts and walked quietly forward beside the carriage. Soon, the Hokage's voice came from the carriage. Haneda, come in, I have something to ask you. Yes, Lord Hokage. Haneda had no reason to refuse, so he could only agree. When I walked into the carriage, I saw the Sandaime smoking a cigarette and reading a book. Haneda could see that what was written on the cover of the book was the will of Konoha and fire. Chapter 036 Strange Mission. Please sit down first. The Sandaime pointed to the tatami in front of Haneda and said with a smile. When Haneda sat upright, the Sandaime said, I know you're a smart kid, and I want to hear your thoughts on the Uchiha in the village. Although Haneda guessed that the Sandaime would hint at these issues, he didn't expect him to be so direct. What do you think of Uchiha? Hokage-sama, I feel that most Uchiha are actually kind-hearted at heart, but due to various painful experiences, they have become paranoid in their pursuit of power, especially those Uchiha who have opened their eyes. As for the village, I don't know much about it. In my opinion, the village is made up of countless individuals. To protect the village is to protect one's own interests, and in return the village will protect the interests of the individual. Haneda neither exaggerates nor slanders, but just speaks out what is in his heart. Since the Sandaime wants to test me, I should be honest with him about my thoughts. Anyway, he has Uncle Sakumo behind him, so the Sandaime and Uchiha don't dare to touch him easily. Of course, he had another secret to his opinion of the village. That is, when the village cannot guarantee the interests of individuals, it is understandable to betray the village. Yet, your view on the Uchiha is very similar to my sensei, the Nidaime-sama. The Sandaime nodded slightly, without commenting on Haneda's opinion of the village. Haneda's opinion was not the answer he wanted. He wanted to know more about whether Haneda valued the family or the village more. That's why he put the Uchiha and the village together. I just don't know whether Haneda is smart or didn't realize this, and both of them gave different answers. But overall, the Sandaime was quite satisfied with Haneda's answer. He felt that Haneda did have the potential to become the next Kagami. After that, the third generation did not talk to Haneda about the village and Uchiha anymore. Things like taking sides have to be inferred step by step from the sidelines, and you won't get the real answer by asking directly. The Sandaime took a puff of cigarette, slowly exhaled smoke rings, and showed a relaxed smile. Since I became Hokage, I have paid little attention to my 2 sons. Asuma is my youngest son and your classmate. He has always been a very rebellious child at home. To be honest, I am curious about what other people think of him. Maybe this can change my opinion. Haneda, can you share your thoughts on Asuma? After listening to this, Haneda was not quite sure what the third generation was thinking. Could it be that he was thinking about the last time he treated Asuma as a villain and killed him instantly and mocked him? Asuma-san? Hokage-sama, I think Asuma is a very loyal person, speaks his mind, and hates evil. As for loyalty, it has to be said that most of the gangsters are loyal. Speaking frankly means that it is easy to let something slip and you cannot keep a secret. I hate evil, and this evil is you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Really? The Sandame smiled. He didn't expect that his rebellious son had such a good reputation in Haneda. The Sandame then went on to talk about Haneda's parents, focusing on what they did and how they sacrificed for the village. In short, it's brainwashing, continuous brainwashing. But for some reason, Haneda's parents sacrificed so much for the village, but in the end they only received the minimum standard pension. After stepping out of the carriage, Kakashi came towards him. He opened his dead fish eyes and whispered. It's a bit boring, Haneda. Hold on for a few more days, Kakashi, just hold on a little longer. Haneda smiled awkwardly, remembering how he dragged Kakashi into the water. Kakashi hummed and subconsciously glanced at Dai, who was also a marginal member. At this time, Dai Zhang was walking back and forth, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. I don't know why Uncle Dai is so motivated. With the Anbu around, why would they need us? As he spoke, Kakashi's tone was somewhat complaining. After all, it would be better to use this time to train and improve your strength instead of carrying out such a disgusting political task. Uncle Dai? If he doesn't have the motivation, we might be in trouble. Haneda chuckled. Really? Kakashi looked at Haneda in confusion. Although he didn't understand why Haneda valued Dai so much, he believed in Haneda's vision and couldn't help but pay more attention to Dai. Time passed slowly, and the carriage still moved forward slowly. After countless shifts, dusk appeared and night came quietly. Here, these are your ration pills. An Anbu ninja came over and handed Haneda his Sanbei Raigan. Is this all we're going to eat? Haneda couldn't help but complain as he looked at the black pills. During the mission is the most important thing. After the Anbu ninja said this without any emotion, he was about to leave quickly, but suddenly the Sandame who was sitting in the carriage spoke. Page 37. It's night time, let's set up camp. It's still early to reach Damingfu. Hearing this, the Anbu ninja hidden behind the mask showed a flash of displeasure and jealousy on his face. The original plan was not to take a carriage, and to camp at night. Just to take care of Haneda-san, the mission was temporarily changed, and it happened to be at this time of night. You know, night is the time when accidents are most likely to happen. It's okay if we are on the road, but if we encounter the enemy while resting, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Anbu ninja didn't dare to refute the Sandame's words. He replied respectfully, yes, Hokage-sama. But when he left, he glared at Haneda and Kakashi with dissatisfaction. 3 burdens, always causing trouble. The Anbu ninja whispered before leaving. Ah, why did he say we are a burden? Dai watched the Anbu ninja leave, looking confused. Maybe he's jealous that we're more handsome. Haneda smiled. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Really? Dai curiously took out a mirror from his waist bag and looked at his dazzling watermelon head. Could it be that he really is more handsome? Is it just that it is difficult for others to discover his shining points? The tents are portable and can be set up quickly. In less than 10 minutes, several tents were set up. Haneda Tizo's tent was next to the Sandame's, while the Anbu and other ninjas were gathered not far away. The overall shape is a circle, tightly guarding the Sandame's tent. Haneda, what are you thinking about? Kakashi looked at Haneda who was sitting in a daze by the campfire, and sat down next to him. Don't you think this is weird? It's a classified mission. We're traveling along this path like we're going on an outing. Hokage-sama is not in a hurry. Instead, he seems to be waiting for something. He is taking his time. Now, it's like you're deliberately exposing your flaws. Haneda glanced at the Sandame who was gathered around a large bonfire with several other family ninjas, and spoke in a low voice. The Sandame only showed himself when he summoned him. The rest of the time, he stayed behind the scenes and rarely showed up. Instead, at this moment, he walked out of the darkness. Kakashi also became serious. Do you think there is a conspiracy? But Haneda, Lord Hokage is the strongest Hokage. Is it possible that someone would dare to attack us in the Land of Fire? Chapter 037, Hokage Guards Rebellion, Root Raid. The strongest Hokage? Haneda sneered. With the strength of the Sandame, it would be difficult for him to even make it into the top 5. With Hashirama and Tobirama in front, I don't know how this old man dares to brag about himself. If Onoki heard this, he would be socially dead. Just then, the accident happened. At the campfire in the center of the tent, a Chunin from the Nara clan used a shadow binding technique to control the Sandame. At the same time, black bugs were flying all over the sky and several shurikens with detonating tags were thrown towards the Sandame. At this moment, 3 of the 6 family ninjas rebelled. 1 Inoshikacha, 1 Abarame, and 1 Chimura. Protect Hokage-sama, someone shouted in the crowd. Before the Anbu and his men could turn around and approach the Sandame, another group of masked ninjas surrounded them. There were as many as 30 of them. That's 5 times the number of Anbu ninjas. Not to mention there's rebellion within. A sense of despair spread in everyone's hearts, but as ninjas they were already prepared to sacrifice. Which country are you from? Are you trying to start a war between the 2 countries by assassinating the Hokage? AANBU captain shouted sharply. But no one responded until the smoke caused by the detonating talisman in the center of the tent gradually dissipated. It seems that he still did it. I didn't expect that even you would betray me, hehe. The Sandame reappeared, staring at the 3 once loyal family ninjas and sighed. Everything is for the village, for Konoha. 3rd generation, please die. The Shimura family ninja made up his mind and said through gritted teeth. Hold them, support will come soon. The Sandame tore open a scroll, and a firework quickly rose up and bloomed in the sky. At this time, the Anbu ninjas also realized something, and the despair in their hearts became even greater. In the end, it turned out to be ninjas from the same village, the Root, who betrayed Konoha. The ANBU captain shouted to his 3 subordinates, go and protect the Hokage immediately. Captain, you. Follow orders. The squad leader responded coldly. He quickly formed a seal and several balls of flame came out of his mouth, stopping several Root ninjas. Go. The Anbu don't need extra emotions, everything should be based on the mission, don't you know that, Chizuru? The squad leader yelled at the hesitant young Anbu. Just at this moment, a trace of reluctance slid down my cheek. On the other side, the center of the vortex. The bonfire burned fiercely, and the flames on the wood swayed with the tearing wind. All around, the shadows of the night were dancing, and uneasiness was rapidly growing in the hearts of the 3 family ninjas who were standing in front of the Hokage. Damn it! Lord Hokage, give the order, we will cover your breakout. One of the ninjas said. The support will arrive soon. It will be a force led by Jiraiya. It won't take more than a quarter of an hour. The Sandame shook his head, pulled out a kunai from his waist bag, and assumed a fighting stance. At this time, the Root ninjas also surrounded from behind, and they looked at the Sandame coldly. One of the captains said. 3rd generation, you'd better surrender. That lord wants your whole body. As soon as he finished speaking, the ninja in front of the Sandame couldn't help it. Shut up! Damn traitor! When that sir succeeds as the 4th Hokage, we and you will still serve Konoha, so just surrender. Captain Gen's emotionless voice came again. Even if I die, I will never betray Hokage-sama. As soon as the words fell, a figure rushed over. Dang, dang, dang! The kunai kept colliding, and fierce sparks flashed. 2 other ninjas also joined the battle, forming a triangle formation to block the Sandame. Go ahead, since you've chosen to betray Konoha, kill them. Captain Root said coldly. Several figures moved quickly following the sound. In an instant, a figure was kicked down from mid-air and fell under a big tree. The forehead protector on his forehead also fell off from mid-air. At this moment, the battle situation collapsed instantly. Seeing this, the Anbu ninja had to use their trump cards to get rid of the entanglement of the root and provide support to the Sandame. The price is injury and death. Yoshi. It looks like it's the turn of Konoha's proud blue beast to appear. A discordant voice was heard from the battlefield that was ignored by the roots. Might die, a strong and sturdy Konoha genin stood up. Seeing this, Kakashi, who was hiding in a tree, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. It should be said that he almost fell out of the tree when he heard this. Uncle Dai is just a genin. Isn't it seeking death to participate in a battlefield where any jonin will die? Kakashi thought so, and so did the Anbu around the Sandame and the family ninjas who still had combat power. A dark captain shouted. Page 38. You, Matt Dai, take the two kids and run away before they do anything to you. Run away. Don't make trouble. The captain of the dark department knew the identities of these two children. One is Haneda, who represents the Uchiha, the strongest family in Konoha, and the other is Kakashi, the son of a man known as the White Fang of Konoha in the ninja world. If even one of these two children is caught, it will be a huge trouble for the Hokage. This mighty Dai is actually still making trouble at this moment. The captain of the Anbu prayed silently, hoping that this genin would have a better sense of the overall situation. But at this moment, Dai's aura suddenly became powerful and violent. Light blue steam continued to emerge from his body. Haneda, remember, this move is to protect the most important thing to you. Never use it against your companions. Dai turned back and said to Haneda. He no longer hesitated, crossed his hands, and stretched his arms out wide. The seventh gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the gate of shock, open. Dai's aura rose again, and the ground beneath his feet was instantly torn apart by thick blue steam. At the same time, a strong wind was howling from Dai's side. The leaves all over the area were rustling in the strong wind. Accompanied by the tearing and whistling wind, Dai moved. A huge white tiger figure condensed from mid-air and opened its huge mouth towards several root ninjas. The terrifying aura and violent breath made everyone stunned. Wait! We belong to the root, we are also Konoha's ninjas, and we are also companions. Zuhu! Haha! In an instant, the sound disappeared and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, 7 bodies torn apart by the air lay on the ground. And at their center, a man with blue steam rising from his head stood proudly. What did they just say? Never mind. I didn't hear it clearly. Dai glanced at the root ninja in front of him who was sweating with fear, then looked at Haneda and Kakashi who were following him. You go and protect Hokage-sama, Haneda, and Kakashi. As for me, Uncle Dai, I will go and meet these shady guys. Haneda looked into Dai's eyes and hesitated for a moment. He just wanted to follow Dai closely and hug her thighs. Even if it's just a pendant, he would be willing. As for the third generation, old Deng? A cage-level warrior needs the protection of 2 kids, him and Kakashi. Let's go, Haneda. Uncle Dai still needs to concentrate on dealing with the enemy. Kakashi reminded softly. Okay. Haneda nodded reluctantly and agreed. Following the Sandame would provide some security. After all, there was no way the Sandame would let him and Kakashi be captured by the root or die here. Kakashi once again felt Dai's violent and terrifying aura and couldn't help but say. Haneda, you are really good at judging people. Uncle Dai is really strong. Too strong. The nearby ninja heard this and nodded silently. Especially those Anbu who had looked down on and questioned Dai before nodded repeatedly. All the doubts I had before have now turned into true love. On the other side, Dai's battlefield. Captain Gen was surprised at Dai's strength and asked loudly. Who is that, so brave? Meter day, 1 genin. The informant who answered had doubts in his mind the moment he said it. This momentum, this strength, is this a genin? Are you sure? And not the captain-in-chief of the Anbu? Captain Root said coldly. I'm sure. He was mocked by the villagers as a 10,000-year-old genin, and he has been carrying out D-rank missions. D-level mission. Captain Gen was becoming more and more puzzled as he listened. Who was the idiot who collected this information? A genin who performs D-rank missions all year round? Okay? This is not just funny. If they were not on the battlefield right now, Captain Root would have wanted to slap those intelligence ninjas hard. Genin, goddamn genin. Unfortunately, they didn't know that there would be 2 more powerful genin than might die in the future. The night is getting deeper and deeper. Haneda and Kakashi surrounded the Sandame with kunao in their hands, while the other ninjas went to stop the Root ninjas who were trying to attack the Sandame. Thank you for your help, Haneda and Kakashi. The Sandame said with a gentle smile. No trouble, no trouble. Haneda said this repeatedly, but what he was thinking in his heart was what the Sandame, this old man, was trying to do. The situation is so clear now. If the Sandame takes action again, the Root will not be a threat. I don't have much chakra left in my body, so I can't perform many ninjutsu. I will explain this to you later. I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. The Sandame sighed and said. He looked into Haneda's eyes and recalled the time when Haneda had asked him for Might Dai. Did he know this a long time ago, or was it just a coincidence that he really wanted to help Might Dai, this extremely powerful, 10,000-year-old genin? The Sandame could see that Might Dai's strength was no less than that of the cage. At this time, 4 uninvited guests broke in. That is the clone of the 3rd Sama. It doesn't have much chakra left. A perceptive Chunin said. Damn it, we must catch Haneda and Kakashi, otherwise that adult will be in trouble. When Muramasa heard the word clone, sweat broke out on his forehead. He could hardly imagine what kind of crisis Lord Danzo would be facing at this moment. As long as Haneda and Kakashi are captured, Lord Danzo won't be in too much trouble. We can't delay any longer, get started. When Haneda saw the 4 Root ninjas, his palms began to sweat with nervousness. If he is caught by Danzo, won't he be brainwashed into a machine that can only carry out tasks? Uncle Dai is now dealing with other Root ninjas and cannot get away. The Sandame is just a clone and does not have much chakra, so there is not much hope. Both he and Kakashi are at most Chunin in strength. Big trouble. Chapter 038 Haneda, Kakashi vs Root Jonin. Hokage-sama. Haneda said to the Sandame. He had to hope that the Sandame could do something. I can hold off 3 at most. The Hokage picked up a kunao and assumed a fighting stance. He was just a shadow clone and had been attacked before, so he really couldn't do anything. Damn it! Come on, Kakashi! Haneda opened his Sharingan and his expression became completely serious. Okay. Kakashi leaned against Haneda and pulled out a silver-white dagger from his back. Don't look into Uchiha's eyes. Muramasa warned. His expression was serious, and he didn't show any carelessness at all because his opponents were 2 children. As soon as the words fell, the 3 Chunins beside Muramasa rushed towards the Sandame. While Haneda and Kakashi were left to the captain. The Root Jonin is against 2 kids, and the advantage is mine. At this moment, the battle broke out instantly. Just surrender, Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Haneda. Page 39. You don't want to bleed, so where are you hurt? That lord doesn't want you to die, but I can't tell the difference between the serious and the minor, so I can't say for sure. Muramasa tried to get Haneda and Kakashi to give up resistance, but they were met with several shurikens. Is this your answer? It just takes a little more time. Muramasa dodged several shurikens by leaning sideways, and the shurikens that were controlled by Haneda and could not be dodged were easily caught by him with his fingers. "What should we do, Haneda? Shurikens don't work?" Kakashi asked, his habit of centering on Haneda. "Drag. Try to drag it out for 10 minutes. Haneda also felt guilty about the root jounin. These people have undergone brutal training and are real ninjas who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. With extremely rich combat experience and combat intuition, I will take your scalp to deal with you. All we can hope is that the Sandame's plan goes smoothly and Jiraiya arrives on time." "Ichikosu, Kakashi." Haneda rushed directly towards Muramasa. What he was best at now were physical techniques and illusion techniques, so he had to make him look into his eyes. "You came at the right time, the little brat from the Uchiha family." Muramasa was excited. He didn't expect that Haneda would come to him on his own initiative. "Don't come over there," the Sandame warned loudly. Just when Muramasa thought he was about to get it, something surprising happened. The big whirlwind of Konoha. A sidekick flashed past his eyes, with such speed and power that he had to step back and dodge. The whirlwind kicked up the ground, stirring up dust. Kakashi also moved, throwing shurikens continuously from his waist bag. Taking advantage of the dust that blocked his vision, he rushed towards Muramasa. "I've told you, these little gadgets are useless." Muramasa dodged the shuriken by turning sideways casually. But at this moment, a shuriken tied with an explosive tag flashed past his eyes. Without any hesitation, he quickly formed seals. Earth release, earth current wall. A thick earth wall rose from the ground, completely blocking him. Bang, bang, bang. Violent explosions came one after another from the front. "Interesting." Muramasa chuckled, and suddenly, several shurikens flew from Muramasa's flank. Uchiha-style shuriken throwing technique. Tisk tisk tisk. The whistling of the Fuma shuriken continued to ring in his ears. Muramasa subconsciously blocked it with a kunao, and the wind shuriken spun, rubbing against the kunao and producing bright sparks. With sparks flying, the detonating tag stuck to the shuriken was triggered. "Damn it, where did this Uchiha brat get so much money to buy detonating talismans?" Bang, bang, bang. The dust was stirred up again, and there was dust all around. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, a mound of earth formed and wrapped up Muramasa. The mound of earth had just broken open, revealing a figure. Kakashi, who was hiding in the grey fog, moved and attacked Muramasa from behind. Tisk! The short sword and kunao kept alternating, forming several afterimages that were dazzling. At this time, Haneda, who was not far away, rushed over again. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. The huge force crushed the ground completely, and the crisp sound of breaking wooden boards was heard. "Have you had enough fun, you two little brats? It's over." A hand grabbed Haneda's leg from the ground and twisted it hard. Haneda felt the pain and quickly cut off his arm with a kunao. But at this moment, Muramasa, who was hiding on the ground, turned into smoke and disappeared. And his real body was hiding in the mound where he had previously avoided the detonating talisman. When Haneda and Kakashi thought he came out, he hid in front of their eyes. At this time, Muramasa, who was hiding in the dust, took advantage of the gap when Haneda took action and instantly controlled Haneda. He put one hand against Haneda's throat and held Haneda's right hand holding the kunao with the other hand. The situation on the battlefield changes in an instant. After succeeding, Muramasa looked at Kakashi coldly and said, "If you don't want your friends to die, just follow me. He is just one of the targets. He can die." Kakashi narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "I said follow me." Suddenly, the reflection of the mirror shone over him, and Muramasa realized something and immediately looked away. But at this moment, his left hand was controlled by Haneda. "Do you mind if I lend you my hand?" With the knife pressed against his throat, Haneda turned into a wooden board, and Haneda himself appeared next to Kakashi. Mirror, kid, are you stalling for time? Muramasa was furious. He didn't expect that the duck he had caught would fly away like this. Kakashi pretended to negotiate with him to buy time, and took the opportunity to take out the mirror hidden in his hand. Under Haneta's Sharingan, Muramasa had to look away. And just when he avoided the sight, Haneta used his left hand to complete the seal and left. He wanted to completely control Haneta's movements, but ended up failing. This process was completed extremely quickly. By the time he noticed it, it was already complete. Kakashi ignored Muramasa's incompetent rage and asked Haneta, "What's next? Look into my eyes." Haneta's Sharingan met Kakashi's gaze, and at this moment, Kakashi knew what to do. On the other side, Muramasa glanced at the battlefield in Jiaozuo. The root ninjas, who had the numerical advantage, were dispersed by Might Guy alone, and the Anbu began to counterattack. His three subordinates were held back by the third-generation master and were unable to escape for a while. Muramasa narrowed his eyes and thought about countermeasures. This brat Uchiha Haneta is particularly troublesome, but he lacks combat experience and can be taken down with a little trick. Kakashi Hatake has a high combat IQ and knows how to cooperate with Haneta to create opportunities, but his strength is worrying. As long as one of the two dies, the battle will end quickly. With this thought in mind, Muramasa made up his mind. Kill that inherently evil Uchiha brat and capture Hatake Kakashi alive. Shadow Clone Technique. Haneta created 2 shadow clones and threw 2 wind shurikens at Kakashi. Catch it, use that move. Understood. Kakashi tightly grasped the 2 Fuma shuriken and swung them out when Muramasa looked most serious. At the moment when the Fuma shuriken was thrown out, Kakashi and Haneta fled behind them at the same time. At this time, 2 shadow clones of Haneta rushed towards Muramasa, trying to delay time. Chapter 039 Because You Are My Son. Want to escape? Muramasa's eyes flashed with panic, which quickly turned into excitement. His shadow clone had injured Haneta's ankle before, so the two of them couldn't run far. And based on his years of experience, fleeing enemies are the easiest to deal with. Tisk tisk tisk. Muramasa used a kunao to block the wind shuriken. The violent sparks and tearing sounds made him feel a little uncomfortable. He just dodged another Fuma shuriken and saw one of Haneta's shadow clones transformed into the appearance of Kakashi. At this moment, Muramasa, who was concentrating on avoiding the shadow clones, looked at Kakashi. Page 40. Illusion, Fox Heart Technique. In an instant, Muramasa reacted and immediately slapped himself with his hands, using the chakra on his palms to disperse his own chakra and thus break the illusion. But at the moment it was released, the Fuma shuriken that circled behind him turned into the appearance of Haneta. At the same time, the sound of thousands of birds chirping appeared in his ears. Tear. Muramasa had just turned around when the scream of the Chidori pierced through his left chest. This was the limit of what he could dodge. He looked at Haneta in disbelief, only to see a pair of single Magatama Sharingan slowly spinning. Illusion, the art of shackles and hangings. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by 2 little brats. Muramasa murmured unconsciously. He took advantage of his last bit of consciousness and resolutely tore open the scroll around his waist. For Konoha, for Master Danzo, everything is worth it. Watch out! Haneta! Boom! A violent explosion erupted from Muramasa's body, and a thin figure pounced towards Haneta. Why, Kakashi! Haneta was distracted for a moment as he looked at Kakashi, who was hugging him tightly. Because you are my son, Haneta. The low voice echoed in Haneta's ears, and his pupils spun rapidly, and the 1 Magatama turned into 2 Magatama. Kakashi, you can't sleep. You absolutely can't sleep. Haneta stretched out his hands, and light green chakra emerged from his hands, turning into dots of green light. This is the medical ninjutsu he learned from Lin. Not enough chakra. Haneta's eyes changed again, turning into 3 megatama. At this moment, he no longer cared about hiding his strength or talent. All that thinking is for nothing. He just wanted to increase his chakra and save Kakashi. The chakra amplified by the 3 megatama completely maintained the medical ninjutsu performed in his hand. Until the support troops led by Jiraiya arrived, Haneda exhausted his chakra and fainted on the ground. There are 2 more wounded here. Where's the medical team? Where is the medical team? Oh my god, he survived even though his body was blown up like this. Who gave him the medical ninjutsu? Jiraiya stood beside Haneda and the others, watching the Sandame disappear into smoke, and murmured in a low voice. Old man, what on earth do you want to do? You actually took 2 children on such a risk. In Konoha, the sun is shining brightly in the afternoon. Danzo walked towards the Hokage building with cheerful steps. This process made him extremely happy and made him feel that he was moving from darkness to light. The Anbu personnel who were guarding the Hokage building did not stop Danzo. For them, this scene has become commonplace. Danzo slowly pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. The office, which is made of glass on 3 sides, is bathed in comfortable and pleasant sunlight. Da-da-da. He walked step by step towards the swivel chair that symbolized the position of Hokage. The pace is slow, from heavy to light. The moment he sat on the swivel chair, Danzo lay down on it, enjoying it quietly. He had dreamed of this moment for countless days and nights. Until he heard slow footsteps outside the door, he slowly pushed the swivel chair towards the door. The Sandame was seen smoking a pipe and looking at Danzo with a smile on his face. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Why? Why are you here, Hiruzen? Have you been waiting for me for so long? Danzo opened his left eye in disbelief. Even Uchiha Haneda, who represented the Uchiha clan, and Hitaki Kakashi, who represented the Konoha White Fang, went along. Why is Hiruzen here? Isn't he afraid of something unexpected happening? Have you sat long enough, Danzo? I can wait for you to sit for a while longer. The Sandame smoked his pipe and slowly blew out a smoke ring. Then, Anbu ninjas wearing various animal masks also appeared around. Windows, ceilings, under tables, behind counters. Why, Hiruzen? Aren't you afraid that they will die? Danzo couldn't bear it anymore and asked loudly. I bet you don't dare to kill them, unless you don't want to take the position of Hokage. The Sandame smiled, he knew too well what kind of person Danzo was. That's all your questions, Danzo. I also want to ask why you did this. The Sandame said this and the smile on his face disappeared. Hearing this, Danzo laughed out loud. After a while, he stared into the Sandame's eyes and said. Because you're too weak, Hiruzen. You're actually trying to win over the naturally evil Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, I am so disappointed in you. You are not fit to be Hokage. Everything I do is for the village, for Konoha. I will correct the mistakes made by my teacher step by step, Hiruzen. The Sandame smoked his pipe and waited quietly for Danzo to finish. He slowly blew out a smoke ring and said. Danzo, you are too radical. An Uchiha is always the village's Uchiha, even when the sensei is here. Have you forgotten our companion, our comrade, Uchiha Kagami? The Uchiha are not born evil, they are just more paranoid. I will correct them. Hearing this, Danzo couldn't hold it anymore. The Uchiha who is born evil is what the teacher said. He loudly retorted. You're too weak, Hiruzen. Sooner or later, you will regret everything you did today. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage, the Sandame roared. Seeing this, Danzo dragged his body and slowly walked past the Sandame. He ignored the many ANBU ninjas and headed straight for the door. Danzo said the Sandame. What, you want to kill me? Danzo stopped. I just want to remind you, Danzo, that we are still friends. At this point, the Sandame paused for a moment before continuing. I don't want to go through what happened today again. If you want to get the position of Hokage, you can fight for it openly instead of using conspiracy and intrigue. Hiruzen, you are still so weak. Danzo whispered. That's why I am the Hokage bathed in the sun, and you are the root buried in the darkness. The Sandame watched his best friend walk away. Until there was a bang and the door was slammed shut. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you, Danzo. Your root will not have funding for the next few years. In addition, the root's activities are not allowed in Konoha. Hearing this, Danzo stopped in his tracks. He responded in a low voice, I will lead the root to gather intelligence on the major ninja villages and will not appear in Konoha, Hiruzen. Chapter 040, Danzo and the Sandame's Shock. Page 41. At night, a tired Danzo returned to the root base under the Death Forest. He unfolded the scroll of the plan to assassinate the Sandame. The result of failure was already doomed, and Danzo didn't care too much. It wasn't until the news of the capture of Uchiha Haneda and Hotaki Kakashi appeared before him that he could no longer hold back. A root jonin was actually killed by two little brats. The naturally evil Uchiha brat created a lightning ninjutsu of at least B rank to kill a jonin instantly. When the village was about to die, it was revealed that Kakashi Hotaki had shattered the sword for Uchiha Haneda. The feeling of absurdity continued to evaporate in my heart. Danzo held the scroll close to his eyes and read it word by word. The more he looked, the more surprised he became, and his expression became stranger and stranger. A 10,000-year-old genin, might die, blasted 30 root members and saved the Hokage's guards from danger. With one move, Day Tiger, he killed 7 root members in seconds, including 3 jonin and 2 special jonin. Outrageous! It's really outrageous! Who wrote this report and where did they get the information from? Danzo screamed loudly. Reporting to Lord Danzo, the information comes from spies planted in the Hokage building and the ninjas who escaped back. A root ninja replied cautiously. Snapped. The sound of banging on the table echoed throughout the empty base. Danzo supported himself on the stone table with both hands, staring intently at the passage ahead leading to Konoha. Hiruzen. You're bullying me too much. Night Moon. The Sandame was sitting in his office, writing an apology letter to be sent to the daimyo prefecture. Suddenly, a memory came to him, and the Sandame's calm expression turned into astonishment in the blink of an eye. Might Dai, a perennial genin, unleashed forbidden techniques, instantly reaching the level of Kajin strength, and killed 7 root elites with a single kick. So scary. Just based on the momentum of the Day Tiger move that came to his memory, the Sandame didn't dare to take it head-on. That kick would either kill or cripple him. What surprised him even more was that Haneda and Kakashi were able to kill the root jounin. You know, every root ninja has experienced several life and death battles. The tasks performed must start from at least A level. The blood on your hands can even drown you. Not to mention the elite jonin. The Sandame took a deep puff of his pipe. The nicotine in the tobacco stimulated his brain, allowing him to complete the battle scene based on his vague impressions. Haneda and Kakashi first tried using shurikens and explosive tags, and everything went smoothly. But when Haneda rushed forward and kicked him, he felt like he had seen Tsunade. Both are violent, but Tsunade uses her fists and Haneda uses her legs. The root elites were undoubtedly very cunning and had planned early on to use shadow clones to attract the attention of Haneda and Kakashi. His real body continued to hide in the mound of earth, in a place that almost everyone would subconsciously ignore. In the dark, there was no doubt that both Haneda and Kakashi were deceived. At this time, the root jonin was lurking in the dust and instantly controlled Haneda when he tried to break free from his arms. But Kakashi started to perform. He used the prepared mirror, combined with Haneda's Sharingan, to force the root ninja to look away. And Haneda took the opportunity to escape. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and Kakashi is able to quickly come up with a way to help Haneda escape when he is in desperate situation. Haneda immediately understood Kakashi's thoughts and performed illusion to cooperate. Undoubtedly, Kakashi is not only a ninjutsu genius, but also a tactical genius. And Haneda is also a very qualified ninja who knows how to cooperate with his teammates. This brief confrontation was already a peak that most ninjas could never reach. The subsequent battles were a combination of psychological games and combat coordination. Haneda used Shadow Clone to block Kakashi's vision, and Kakashi took the opportunity to use Shadow Clone and transformation technique. The main body turns into the appearance of Haneda, making the root jonin mistakenly think that it is Haneda's Shadow Clone, and the Shadow Clone is used to confuse the vision of the root ninja. At this moment, Kakashi's Shadow Clone threw Fuma's shuriken at the root jonin, and Haneda performed a big move that seemed like a counterattack. This motive made the root jonin subconsciously think that the two were going to start a counterattack. But at this moment, Haneda and Kakashi's Shadow Clones escaped at the same time. This move was a stroke of genius, and it dispelled all the doubts of the root jonin. Counterattack is just a superficial move, while escape is the tactic. But who could have imagined that in a battle where they would surely win by delaying the game, two weaker opponents would choose to fight back? Coupled with the tactical misdirection, he is undoubtedly one of the root jounins. The real body of Haneda hidden in the wind shuriken and the real body of Kakashi transformed into Haneda's appearance in front of them were subconsciously thought to be tools to delay time. Just then, the counterattack began. Kakashi locked eyes with the root jonin and cast an illusion. At this moment, the root jonin was completely unable to dodge and could only break the illusion first. At this time, Haneda, who had turned into a Fuma shuriken, had already circled behind him and ended his life with a lightning release ninjutsu. At the same time, he used illusion to try to control him completely and not give him any chance. But what was unexpected was that the root jonin had already completed the action of disrupting his own chakra. Use the last bit of consciousness to complete the self-destruction. This kind of will and awareness makes people sigh. The Sandame took a few deep puffs of his cigarette, trying to calm himself down. He recalled the wonderful battle, and suddenly his voice turned into a long sigh. In this battle, Haneda performed a lightning ninjutsu that he had never seen before, and the power of this move was at least B-level. If he created it himself, his talent for ninjutsu is something that is rarely seen in a century. Even his most proud disciple Orochimaru couldn't match him. And precisely because of Haneda's talent, this matter became even more troublesome. After the raid, Haneda fell into a coma due to excessive chakra consumption, and Kakashi was seriously injured and fell into a coma while blocking the knife for Haneda. This incident was entirely caused by himself and Danzo, that is, the Konoha high-level officials. The Dark Horse Might Day, who has a good relationship with Haneda, is easy to deal with and can be won over with just a little trick. But after experiencing the dirty deeds of the Konoha high-level officials once, Sakumo is not easy to deal with. What's more, the Uchiha clan is watching and ready to make a move. Hitaki Sakumo, Might Dai, Uchiha Kenji, and the Uchiha clan. We already have both high-end and low-end combat power. If we anger them and start a coup, the consequences are disastrous. The Sandame rubbed his temples, looking slightly tired. He believed that people like Hitaki Sakumo and Might Dai would not betray the village, but the same could not be said for the Uchiha. Uchiha Haneda, Hitaki Kakashi. It seems that I have to think about how to compensate them. The Sandame stood up and asked the Anbu hiding around him. Where are Uchiha Haneda and Hitaki Kakashi? Are they in danger? They are currently being rushed to Konoha. Their lives are not in danger for now. Where is Tsunade now? The Sandame asked again. Lady Tsunade is still in the XX casino, with a ninja school student named Shizuan. Shizuan is also in Haneda and Kakashi's class. The Sandame murmured in a low voice and gave orders to the Anbu. Ask Tsunade to come see me. Forget it. Just tell him about Haneda and Kakashi. Ask her to go to the hospital. Chapter 041 Tsunade guards my bed. Early morning. Konoha Hospital, a single room. Haneda opened his eyes blearily, and the white-tiled ceiling came into view. Page 42. You're awake, little brat from the Uchiha family. A lazy female voice came to my ears. Haneda tilted his head slightly, and two proud peaks came into view. Moving his gaze upwards, he saw bright brown eyes, a purple-blue diamond-shaped mark, and long light yellow hair. Isn't this one of the legendary three ninjas, Princess Tsunade? The Sandame was really generous and even invited Tsunade. According to the original work, Tsunade is now at odds with the Sandame. After Shizuan graduated from the Ninja Academy, she immediately took Shizuan away from Konoha to wander around, and this can be seen from her attitude towards Konoha F4 since she succeeded as Hokage. Suddenly, memories of the previous battle came back to him, and Haneda rubbed his temples in pain. Hey, it seems that it's not just as simple as running out of chakra. The cool fingers touched Haneda's forehead, and a comfortable and warm feeling came from between the fingers. The pain in Haneda's eyes was relieved a lot. Thank you. Haneda thanked him softly, and then asked urgently, Lady Tsunade, how is Kakashi now? He is recuperating now and will be fine in a few days. Tsunade answered subconsciously as a doctor. Soon, she realized something and asked. You know me? Haneda was relieved to hear that Kakashi was okay. He replied without changing his expression. You are the legendary Sunin. I have seen your photo, Tsunade-sama. Is that so? Tsunade withdrew her hand and looked at Haneda's face. She always felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to this Uchiha brat in front of her. The feeling was familiar, a bit like her brother, and also like her grandfather. This is why Tsunade is willing to stay by Haneda's bedside. Thinking about the recent events in the village, Tsunade reminded. Little ghost, you are in trouble now. Many people want to see you. Do you know that? The head of the Uchiha clan, Hatake Sakumo, the recently appointed elite jonin might die by the old man himself, and the old man himself. Tsutsuizi, so many important people are coming to see you. Tsunade placed one hand on the table, supporting her chin. The more she talked, the more curious she became about Haneda. Tsunade originally didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the village, but recently she has heard a lot about Haneda. There is no need to say much about the Uchiha clan leader, Haneda's surname is Uchiha. It's normal to pay attention to Haneda, a very talented junior. But it is strange that Konoha White Fang and Might Dai have a very good relationship with him. The first one is a recent rumor in the village that Haneda said something good about White Fang. Tsunade could understand this kind of affection. The reason she fell in love with Kato Dan was that when no one supported or understood her, Kato Dan stood up and publicly supported her. But Mat Day is weird. How did Haneda realize that a 10,000-year-old genin had the strength to rival the cage? What is the connection between the two of them? Was it just Haneda who helped Mighty Dai? Tsunade looked at Haneda's handsome face and became more and more curious. A child who is doing well in the political vortex of Konoha, he seems to be an extraordinary person no matter how you look at him. Seeing that Haneda remained silent for a long time, Tsunade asked. Little ghost, why are you silent? My mind is a little confused, Lady Tsunade. Did you just say that Uncle Dai was appointed an elite jonin? Haneda didn't want to talk about politics with Tsunade, so he changed the subject. Haha. As soon as Might Dai returned to the village, the old man couldn't wait to greet him at the village gate and appointed him in public. Might Dai was so moved that he burst into tears. Tsunade chuckled, there was always a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Really? Haneda followed the third Hokage's usual method of winning people over, so he was not surprised by his behavior. He had experienced a similar performance in the Hokage building before. Da-da-da. Slow and heavy footsteps came closer from afar. Hearing the sound, Tsunade glanced at the big tree outside the window and saw that the Anbu who had left earlier had returned to the treetops. "All right, Uchiha brat, the old man is here to see you, so I won't talk to you anymore." Tsunade walked to the door a little unhappy, pushed open the door of the ward, and the Sandame happened to be standing at the door. She glanced at the Sandame, said nothing, and left. "Hokage-sama." Haneda noticed the Sandame who walked in and greeted him immediately. Tsunade may ignore the Hokage, but Haneda cannot. "Haneda, judging from your complexion, you seem to be in much better spirits. It seems that Tsunade is recovering well." The Sandame was carrying a basket of fruit and placing it on the cabinet next to the bed. When he spoke, he always had a gentle smile on his face and looked like someone who cared deeply about the younger generation. However, the Sandame's words vaguely attributed all the credit for Haneda's recovery to Tsunade. Before Haneda could speak, the Sandame continued. "I'm sorry about what happened last night, causing you and Kakashi to get accidentally injured. Don't worry, I have already ordered the investigation of the person behind this, and this incident will not happen again." The Sandame first apologized, and then stated that he had handled the matter at the speed of light. It seems that the Sandame is sincere and efficient. In fact, the Sandame did not say a word about how to investigate or who was the mastermind behind the incident. Haneda was well aware that it was a plot by the root to assassinate the third Hokage and allow Danzo to take the throne. It was purely by accident that he and Kakashi stepped into the pit. Due to political and other factors, he was targeted by that old bastard Danzo. As for the investigation that the Sandame kept talking about, Haneda didn't believe a word of it. According to the original work, after Danzo failed to assassinate the Sandame, nothing happened and he still controlled the root. The most outrageous thing is that Danzo is actually getting bigger and bigger. From this point we can see the Sandame's indulgence of Danzo. Haneda doesn't want to be hypocritical with the Sandame now. He is waiting for the chief of the Uchiha clan and Hotaki Sakumo. As long as these two people come, the Sandame's plan on him will fail and he will have to bleed profusely. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, my mind is a little fuzzy right now, I didn't quite hear what you just said." Haneda held his head and pretended to be in pain. Seeing this, the Sandame's smile suddenly froze. However, his complexion quickly returned to normal, and he spoke in a caring tone. "It's okay. You just woke up, so it's normal for your mind to be a little unclear." The Sandame was still sitting by the bed, looking like he was waiting for Haneda to get better. At this time, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the door, and someone else came. "Hokage-sama." Sakumo, who was watching over Kakashi next door, opened the door and walked in. "It's Sakumo, please sit down first." The Sandame thought to himself that something was not good. The person he least wanted to face now was Sakumo. "Hokage-sama, are you here to visit Haneda as well?" Sakumo asked in a low voice. "Yeah, it's my fault as the Hokage if something like this happens. How could I not come to visit?" The Sandame's expression remained unchanged, still with a smile on his face. However, when the Sandame finished speaking, the scene suddenly froze and no one spoke for a while. Chapter 042 The World Isolates Me. Just at this time, someone else came in. "Hokage-sama." The Uchiha clan leader walked in with Fugaku and greeted respectfully. "Kenji and Fugaku are here too, please find a seat and sit down." The Sandame looked at the two people rushing over and felt that things were becoming more and more troublesome. Especially when the Uchiha clan leader pulled Fugaku to sit next to Sakumo naturally, this feeling of trouble made him feel very uncomfortable. It really makes us feel honored that Lord Hokage personally visits the younger generation of the Uchiha family. Haha. The clan leader laughed. After speaking to the Sandame, the clan leader started talking to Sakumo again. Page 43. Sakumo is here too. Haneda is to blame for Kakashi's incident. That's why your son was seriously injured. I apologize to you on Haneda's behalf. Shimao shook his head. Nothing, it was Kakashi's own choice. I am proud of his choice to use his strength to protect his companions. This is what I have been teaching him. I see. Now that you mention it, I'm happy that Haneda has a friend like Kakashi. The clan leader said with a smile. The Sandame, who was sitting next to Haneda, felt a little embarrassed as he listened to the two of them chatting. The more familiar they are with each other, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. Just as the Sandame was about to say something, someone else came to the door. Hokage-sama, you are here too. Matt Dai appeared at the door. He didn't care about the people in the ward and said loudly to Haneda. I'm sorry, Haneda, Uncle Dai failed to protect you or Kakashi last night. It's okay, Uncle Dai, you are doing this for your duty, to protect the Hokage. Haneda said with a smile. At this time, Sakumo also spoke. Haneda is right, Dai. The World-Weary Man, Car Special Chapter 136. You were also thinking about the mission, and besides, staying with the Hokage-sama at the time was considered safe. The Sandame became even more embarrassed after hearing what Haneda and Sakumo said. The two of them kept talking about their responsibilities, and Sakumo even said that staying by his side would give him security. If he didn't know what kind of person Sakumo was, the Sandame would have suspected that Sakumo was deliberately trying to seduce him. Fortunately, his shadow clone used his strength to hold back the three people, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to stay here for a moment. Well, Haneda, you still like to think about others. Dai smiled and placed the carnation in her hand on the bedside cabinet. Afterwards, he naturally sat down next to Sakumo and the others. The Sandame secretly watched this scene, and he suddenly felt like he was isolated. Fugaku, who had been beside Obi, said gratefully. Senior Dai, thank you for your help with Haneda's matter. You need to take care of me on the way and protect me on the way back. No trouble, no trouble. Who are you? Dai looked at Fugaku curiously. Ah! I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Fugaku. I am half-teacher of Haneda, and also his elder brother. Well, I've been the one teaching him illusion techniques, Fugaku introduced himself. So it was you who taught Haneda. Yoshi, you taught very well, no wonder Haneda was able to defeat Kakashi. Dai gave Fugaku a thumbs up, and his familiarity made Fugaku a little at a loss. But in the eyes of the Sandame, only the people he had just won over had the possibility of being won over by the Uchiha. The Sandame was becoming increasingly uneasy. Just when he was about to say something polite, he heard a noisy sound of footsteps, and someone else was about to come in. Asshole Haneda, how could you betray me? As soon as Obito walked into the room, he saw a row of people sitting next to Haneda, and the Sandame sitting at the head of the bed, looking a little confused. Hokage-sama, clan leader, and Uncle Sakumo and Uncle Dai, they are all here, haha. Obito scratched his head and laughed awkwardly a few times. He was about to close the door and walk back when he heard Kai shouting from behind. Classmate Runto, why are you turning around? Go inside. Asshole, my name is Uchiha Obito. Obito's excited voice became quieter and quieter, until in the end only he could hear it clearly. There's no other way. His idol, Hokage, is in there. How can he be so careless and act insecure? Come in first, Obito, don't stand there. At this time, Lin also came over and said softly. For the sake of his beloved, Obito had no choice but to go in. Hokage-sama. Kai and Lin saw the Sandame sitting inside and greeted him respectfully. It seems that the young buds of Konoha have also arrived. Haha, sit down first. The Sandame said with a gentle smile. But it is unknown what he was thinking. Anyway, Haneda could see that the Sandame felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. He wanted to say something again and again, but someone suddenly broke in and interrupted his spell. Obito, Kai, and Rin put down the gifts and stood next to Haneta's left. After all, the elders were all sitting, and there were so many people and the space was crowded that there was no room for them to sit on the benches, so they had to stand. Seeing that no one spoke in the ward, Haneta said, "Oh, Bito, what did you want to say to me just now?" "Nothing, nothing, just concerned about you, Haneta." As he spoke, Obito glared at Haneta, warning him not to ask any further questions. But Haneta didn't care about that and said, "As expected of my longtime friend, you are the first one to come and see me, and you are not late." "Ah ha ha ha, how could I, who's so punctual, be late?" "Don't you think so, Haneta?" Obito said this while giving Haneta a frantic look. As the future Hokage, how could he let the Sandaime know about his good habit of being often late? "Yeah, Obito is the most punctual. He has never been late for me," Haneta responded with a smile. Watching the two kids chatting away incoherently, the Sandaime had almost gotten used to the embarrassment. "But why does everyone who comes and say hello to me first and then ignore me?" The Sandaime was deeply hurt by this. Moreover, he had completely missed the opportunity to contact Haneta, even though he was the first one to arrive. "Haneta, it looks like you're recovering well. I'm going to go check on Kakashi first." At this time, Sakumo stood up from his chair and said to Haneta. He saw that all of Haneta's classmates had come in, and staying here would only affect them. Seeing that Sakumo was about to leave, the clan leader took Fugaku and said goodbye. "Haneta, you should have a good rest first. Your brother Fugaku and I will come to see you later." "Okay, Uncle Sakumo, Uncle Patriarch." Haneta nodded slightly, and then he said to Fugaku. "Brother Fugaku, I remember the 3-color meatballs you took me to eat last time tasted very good. Can you bring me one later?" Hearing this, the clan leader instantly understood what Haneta meant. He was afraid that Fugaku would do something stupid and refuse, so he quickly pulled Fugaku's pants. "It is good." Fugaku felt a little speechless about his father's behavior. Given his relationship with Haneta, he would never refuse anything. Noticing that the adults had left on their own accord, Dai also said goodbye. "Haneta, you should take a good rest, talk to your classmates, and relax. I won't bother Uncle Dai for now." "Okay, Uncle Dai, take care." Haneta said goodbye with a smile. Soon, the Sandaime was the only adult left in the ward. The 3 children, Obito, Kai, and Rin, looked at him eagerly. At this moment, the Sandaime always felt that the world was isolating him. Chapter 043 An Unexpected Surprise. Ahem. "Haneta, you should take a good rest first. I will come to see you later." The Sandaime coughed a few times and said. His original plan to negotiate with Haneta and gain the other party's satisfaction at a lower cost had been completely interrupted. Now we can only hope that the Uchiha clan leader will not open his mouth like a lion. The Sandaime could vaguely sense that Haneta was not very satisfied with the results he had given. "Okay, Lord Hokage, take care," Haneta said with a smile. After the Sandaime left, the atmosphere in the ward changed instantly. Obito kept chattering in Haneta's ear. "Asshole Haneta, you actually abandoned me again and went on a mission with the idiot Kakashi. You're injured, can you handle it with your small body?" Obito's tone was somewhat resentful, which made Haneta smile. Okay, isn't this all right, Obiato? Besides, Kakashi isn't in any trouble either. He just needs to rest for a few days." Page 44. Haneta consoled. "You still say that nothing happened? I heard from Uncle Sakumo that Kakashi's back was blown to pieces. If he hadn't been treated in time, he might have died." "Asshole Haneta, why did you accept such a dangerous mission like the idiot Kakashi?" Seeing that Obito's complaints were full of concern, Haneta also comforted him repeatedly. Okay, I promise you I will never accept this kind of mission next time. You know, I'm a very cautious person. I won't act rashly unless it's necessary. Of course, this was purely an accident. I had no idea this would happen. After comforting Obito for a while, Haneda then turned his gaze to Guy. He heard from Tsunade that Uncle Dai had made a sudden ascent last night, going directly from a genin to the highest level of elite jonin. Haneda couldn't help but be curious about Kai's reaction. Kai, I heard that Uncle Dai was personally appointed as an elite jonin by the Hokage last night. Is this true? Kai also became excited when he mentioned this. Haneda, this time it's all thanks to you. Even if you helped my father plan a temporary position in the Hokage's guard last time, my father would not be valued so much by the Hokage. When I came to see you, I ran into those two chunins from a few days ago. They just avoided me, haha. Now no one talks about my father being a 10,000-year-old genin anymore, instead they talk about the hero of Konoha. At the mention of the word hero, Kai became more excited. What are they saying? A golden fish cannot stay in a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. That's a fancy way of saying it, but that's what it means. From Kai's voice and smile, Haneda could sense his happiness and gratitude. However, Haneda did not intend to take all the credit on himself. In his opinion, it is very easy for people with ability to get corresponding treatment. It's just a matter of wanting or not wanting. But Uncle Dai's situation is rather special. He has strong self-discipline and has been doing D-level tasks for decades, without any chance of unleashing the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Uncle Dai's strength only needs a proper stage, and I just pushed him onto the stage. The real performance still depends on Uncle Dai himself. His being able to walk to the center of the stage has little to do with me. It's just like giving him an admission ticket. Haneda didn't care and said he wasn't so shameless as to take all the credit on himself. Maybe you're right, but my dad and I are still very grateful to you. Kai held Haneda's hand and looked into Haneda's eyes deeply, which was rare. This gaze full of gay love made Haneda very shocked. He quickly looked away and glanced at the favorability system. In one night, the system rang dozens of times in succession. Uncle Dai's favorability has risen to 230, outrageous. Kai's favorability was even more outrageous, soaring directly to 280. He even brought in the 8 gates of ninjutsu that Haneda had intended to give up before, and his comprehension ability reached the 4th gate, the injury gate. This means that Haneda only needs a little practice to open the front 4 doors at will. You know, just the 3-door lotus is enough for Haneda to walk sideways in the realm of Chunin. However, this growing favorability made Haneda subconsciously recall the scene of Uncle Dai and Kai hugging and crying. Thinking of this scene, Haneda quickly shook his head to get rid of the complicated thoughts. Okay, Kai, you've been holding Haneda's hand so hard that it's turned red, Lin reminded. That's right, you bastard watermelon head. Get your dirty hands off Haneda right now. Obito followed up. Hearing Lin's gentle voice, Haneda looked over and gave Lin a grateful look. This inexplicable gratitude made Lin feel a little strange. But when she thought of Kai's excitement, she thought of it as helping Haneda get rid of Kai's enthusiasm. Noticing the tiredness on Haneda's face, Lin pulled Obito's hand and said softly. Obito, Haneda just woke up, so let's not disturb him from resting. Let's go now. Guy, do you want to go with me and Obito to visit Kakashi? I heard he is sober now. Kai noticed Haneda's tired face and nodded. Okay, Haneda, run to and I will go visit Kakashi first, you should have a good rest first. By the way, you must rest well. Once I defeat Kakashi, I will come and challenge you. Okay, I will wait for you. Haneda agreed, since he didn't think Kai could defeat Kakashi unless he opened the 8 gates. But thinking of Kakashi, Haneda fell silent again. As time slowly passed, he heard footsteps fading away and the sound of a door opening. Haneda couldn't bear it any longer and said to Obito and the others. Can you give me a message? Just tell Kakashi, tell him, thank you. After Obito and the others left, the ward suddenly became quiet. Haneda, who had been accustomed to loneliness, felt very uncomfortable at this time. He actually likes to have some friends and people who care about and are close to him. Although these people all made friends with certain clear purposes. Haneda recalled a sentence he had read online. Don't listen to what the Uchiha say, look into their eyes speak. When it happened to him, Haneda, although stubborn, admitted that he fell in love with these friends and people close to him. I closed my eyes quietly for a while, and as expected, the clan leader and Fugaku arrived. Fugaku walked in carrying his eldest son's favorite sweet three-color dumplings, intending to place them on the counter next to the bed. At this time, the counter was already filled with various gifts, including apples, bananas, oranges, carnations, and lilies. Fugaku had to tidy up the counter before putting down the three-color meatballs he had brought with him. He was about to hand a string to Haneda when the clan leader suddenly coughed a few times and said, Haneda, what happened last night? Were we attacked? The news from last night was completely blocked by the Hokage. I asked many people but couldn't get any information. Chapter 044, Tsunade falls into my arms. Uncle Sakumo didn't say anything either. Haneda asked softly. He just mentioned that he was attacked. He seemed to be afraid of causing misunderstanding and was unwilling to say more about the details. And he wasn't in a very good mood, so I didn't ask any more questions, said the patriarch. Hearing this, Haneda thought about it and thought that Uncle Sakumo was still the same and tolerated the dirty deeds of the Sandame and Danzo. But I didn't tolerate it completely. It could be seen from the fact that the clan leader walked in and sat next to Shimo that he did not show any disgust or rejection. This was to put pressure on the Sandame and express his dissatisfaction. Haneda had no intention of hiding anything. He was counting on the clan leader to join forces with Uncle Sakumo to put pressure on the Sandame in order to gain benefits. As for dealing with the real murderer, Haneda felt that there was no point in dwelling on what had already happened, and it would only make the current situation more troublesome. At least Danzo would definitely not be able to tolerate this, and would definitely do something secretly to target me. But in the future, Haneda will definitely take revenge. In a word, once I become strong enough, Danzo will definitely die. Haneda slowly opened his 3-Magatama Sharingan and looked towards the clan leader. When the patriarch saw these eyes, his expression flashed with shock and surprise. Having 3 Magatama at the age of 5 is quite incredible in the entire Uchiha history. Even Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world back then, could not reach the height of Haneda. Seeing the look in the clan leader's eyes, Haneda nodded secretly. What he wanted was the clan leader's shock and the Uchiha's attention in the future. With 3 Magatama and the first 4 of the 8 gates, he has the strength of a Jonin, plus his own strong background. Haneda can definitely take a certain initiative. Uncle Clan Leader, it is the route led by Elder Danzo Shimura who wants to assassinate the Hokage. Kakashi and I were targeted by Danzo in an attempt to threaten Uchiha and Uncle Sakumo to become Hokage. Haneda summarized the incident succinctly. The speech was short, only a few dozen words, but it contained a lot of information. Page 45. For a moment, the patriarch fell into deep thought. Danzo of the Hokage's faction attempted to assassinate the Hokage but failed, and Danzo has not yet been removed from his position, which means that the Sandame has done almost no punishment. So, what about Haneda and Kakashi who were attacked? Haneda represents the Uchiha clan, and Kakashi represents the Konoha White Fang. Just to smooth things over and deal with it perfunctorily? No wonder Sakumo was so angry last night. The clan leader didn't know how Haneda distinguished between root and Anbu ninjas. He knew that Haneda was smart and would say what he was willing to say and would not mention what he was unwilling to say. The patriarch said in a deep voice. What do you want from us, Haneda? Or rather, what do you want the Uchiha to do? Are you seeking revenge against Danzo, or Haneda said without hesitation. Hokage-sama does not want to deal with Danzo. This matter has already passed. If we keep dwelling on it, it will only embarrass both parties. It is better to use this to seek benefits. For example, the clan leader guessed that Haneda must have something to ask for, so he asked tentatively first. The Book of Seals, and the location of the Anbu. Haneda looked into the eyes of the clan leader. The Book of Sealing was planned for himself and Kakashi, while the Anbu was for the Uchiha. If you want to ask for something from others, you should first put yourself in their shoes. Haneda never thought that the Uchiha should do anything for him, only he could bring something to the Uchiha. And now is the time to repay the Uchiha. After hearing the location of the Anbu, the clan leader also understood Haneda's thoughts. He looked at Haneda with admiration several times, thinking that it would be great if Haneda was his son. If you need talent, have talent, if you need wisdom, have wisdom. Unlike Mount Fuji, a rotten tree cannot be carved. Haneda's words just now took into account almost everyone's position. The Sakumo side, the Uchiha side, and Haneda himself. As for the Sandaime, they are all adults now and should pay for their actions. Moreover, Haneda's requests were not excessive and were within the acceptable range for the Hokage. The patriarch nodded and agreed. Okay. I'll contact Sakumo and put pressure on the Sandaime together. Haneda, you should take a good rest these few days and wait for good news. Well. Goodbye, Uncle Clan Leader, and Brother Fugaku too. Haneda said goodbye. Haneda, if you need any help, you can come to me and I will help you. Fugaku said before leaving. The door of the ward was closed again, and the ward fell into true silence. Haneda glanced at the 3-color meatballs on the bedside table, picked up a bunch and took a bite. The soft, glutinous, and sweet taste spreads from the taste buds. After eating a string, the mouth does not feel too greasy. No wonder Itaka loved to eat it when he was a child. Haneda had just taken a sip of water to ease the sweetness when the door of the ward opened again and Tsunade walked in. Little boy, you're just starting to eat now. Tsunade sat down on the edge of the bed, grabbed a string of 3-color meatballs without caring about her image, and peeled a banana. She took a bite of the meatball and said to herself. Life is tiring, isn't it? As soon as you woke up, many people came to see you under the guise of visiting you for their own purposes. Seeing this, Haneda was a little confused. He didn't understand why Tsunade suddenly cared about him so much. You know, he is the Uchiha kid who is born evil in the eyes of Tobirama Senju. Haneda said perfunctorily. Fortunately, most people are actually very sincere. Hearing this, Tsunade smiled but said nothing. She peeled the banana and ate it until the peel was thrown into the trash can. Then she clapped her hands and said. The old man has gone too far this time. Even Jiraiya doesn't want to bother with him recently. Instead, he often stays with his apprentice Minato Namikaze. I don't know what Jiraiya is thinking about all day. He has been looking for a so-called child of prophecy for many years. I taught 3 children from the Rain Country a few years ago, and in recent years I have served as a mentor to the 3 children of Minato Namikaze. Yet, Kushina actually fell in love with that yellow-haired brat, what luck. Tsunade spoke intermittently. She looked at Haneda with a slightly drunken look, and the smell of alcohol continued to come out of her mouth. Haneda finally understood why Tsunade was acting unusually. It turned out that I drank too much. But why did she come to me to talk? Could it be that I look a lot like her brother, similar to Naruto? Well, although his immortal body has not yet awakened, theoretically he has the direct bloodline of the 1,000 Hands, so who knows? At this time, Tsunade suddenly mentioned Haneda. Haha! Kid, you are also curious about why the legendary Sunin would get drunk so early in the morning and run to a child to confide in him, right? Tsunade caressed Haneda's face and looked into his eyes with a tipsy gaze. You smell a lot like my brother. Yes, your face is similar, too. The more I look at you, the more similar you are. It's a pity you're not him. As she was talking, Tsunade fell headfirst onto the hospital bed and pressed on Haneta's chest. She kept repeating the words Shenchu and brother unconsciously. She still held Haneta tightly and refused to let go. Troublesome woman. Haneta didn't expect to gain any favor from Tsunade, this was just an accident. Most people who drink and get drunk do so to enjoy the pleasure of venting or forgetting their worries and sorrows. He simply looked like Tsunade and happened to meet her need to vent her emotions. He also happened to be a little Shota with a natural liking for women. These coincidences led Tsunade to her own ward unconsciously. The last time she saw me, she was fine and even called me a little brat from the Uchiha family. And there was no notification sound from the system, it was just that Tsunade simply imposed her love for her brother on herself. Suddenly, Haneta remembered something funny. Do you want to shout a few slogans about becoming Hokage? Maybe Tsunade will be the first to support you. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. No one is fit for the position of Hokage, so I'd better leave it to Kakashi. Chapter 045, Controversy involving the Anbu. The 2 mountains of Tsunade weighing on him were a bit heavy, so Haneta moved slightly. He glanced at Tsunade, who was already drunk beyond recognition, and smiled bitterly. There should be an Anbu nearby. Well, find someone to take her back. Let her lie down here. It would be bad if it caused unnecessary misunderstandings. Haneta glanced at the window and paid special attention to the treetops, where people could easily hide. Hey, uncle in the mask, Lady Tsunade is drunk, you should just send her back. Haneta called out tentatively, but after a while no one said anything. He turned his head and saw Tsunade still lying on the head of the bed, looking somewhat painful. Why do I have to encounter all the troubles? Is this the fate of the protagonist? Haneta smiled bitterly. He walked over to Tsunade, lifted her up with all his strength, and covered her with the blanket. I found a chair and fell asleep on the table next to me. A few seconds passed. On the big tree outside the window, a toad jumped down from the treetop. The toad looked back at the ward and a figure emerged from the toad's mouth. I was almost discovered by that kid. Hey, that old woman Tsunade came to me to drink early in the morning. Not only did she get drunk, but she also ran into this kid's ward. Don't you know his last name is Uchiha? It would be troublesome if the old man knew about this. It was Jiraiya who came out of the toad's mouth. He threw the Anbu ninja on his shoulder aside. By the way, I cast an illusion on him, making him unconsciously forget what happened today and think that he had accidentally fallen asleep. After doing all this, Jiraiya put away his serious expression and suddenly became non-serious. Page 46. But this guy is quite gentle. Is the patient taking care of the doctor? Yeah, that's some good material. Thinking of the materials, Jiraiya looked towards the hot spring in the back mountain and drooled. Hey, ladies, you must be thinking about me, right? I'll be there soon, ahahaha. The center of Konoha, the Hokage building. At this time, the Sandame was rubbing his temples with a worried look on his face. On his left and right, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en were arguing over the compensation for Uchiha and Sakumo. Hiruzen, you must not agree to them. There are too many secrets of the village involving the Anbu, and this information must not be leaked. Mito Minion said solemnly. Yan, what do you mean? Does that mean the Uchiha are no longer members of Konoha? Utane Koharu retorted. Mito Kato-en's words clearly excluded the Uchiha. At this time, Konoha had not yet experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion, and the village's overall attitude towards the Uchiha was only precautionary, not complete exclusion. What's more, Jing's old feelings are still there, so Utane Koharu is naturally willing to speak for Uchiha. If they dare to ask for the position of ANBU today, won't they dare to ask for the position of Hokage tomorrow and seize power? Xiao-chun, the desires of the Uchiha will only grow. The reason why the teacher arranged for the Uchiha to be in charge of the guard team was to prevent the Uchiha from entering the center of the village. We have been doing this for years. Once we let them have a taste of success, the high pressure from before will rebound and the consequences will be disastrous. Vitamin N never doubted the evil of human nature, especially towards the Uchiha. The Uchiha were too prone to extremes, and after seeing this so often, Mizudomanen had a bad impression of the entire family. Does Jing not participate in the village's major events? Does Jing not love the village? Utane Koharu asked questions continuously, leaving Vitamin N speechless. Back then, the teacher kept Jing by his side, taught him carefully, and even let him join the Hokage guard. And the memories of his youth all show that Jing loves the village very much, even more than his family. Let's be clear, Koharu. Not every Uchiha loves the village as much as Kagami does, and there is only one Kagami. I know you care about him, Xiao-chun, but you must admit that the interests of the village always come first. Mizudo Minion pushed his glasses and said seriously. Both of them consciously avoided the issue of Danzo, the mastermind behind the assassination, in their quarrel. There was also no discussion about the rationality of the compensation for Haneda and Kakashi. Both of them are victims, and there is a huge force behind them. Compensation is necessary, it's just a matter of how much. It depends on whether the Uchiha fights for it or not, which is also reflected in the condition of the Anbu. When the two of them had finished arguing, they quieted down. The Sandame took a puff of cigarette to cheer himself up. He put down his pipe and said slowly. The Uchiha are always the Uchiha of Konoha, this is an indisputable fact. Every member of the ANBU is a ninja who loves and is loyal to the village, and the same is true for the selection requirements. As long as the Uchiha participating in the selection meets the requirements, there is nothing wrong with it. Vitamin N said. Hiruzen. I have to remind you. Once you agree to the Uchiha's request, someone must be selected to come in. This has nothing to do with love for the village. If the Uchiha only appoints one, then we must hire him. Otherwise, we would be breaking our promise, which would only further anger the Uchiha. Kenji is a smart man, he won't do that. The Sandame said while smoking his pipe. Just as he finished speaking, another voice suddenly came from outside the door. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Giving in will only make the Uchiha get more aggressive. The naturally evil Uchiha will never be satisfied with the status quo. Danzo walked in, staring intently at the Sandame. Didn't I warn you not to appear in the village during this period, Danzo? Said the Sandame with some anger. Danzo seemed to have forgotten yesterday's unpleasantness and directly retorted. Everything I did was for the village, for Konoha. I will never let you, Hiruzen, the Sandame Hokage, go astray. Vitamin N looked at Danzo, who was even more radical than himself, and quickly tried to reconcile. Okay, Danzo, Hiruzen is also thinking about the village. Danzo glanced at Vitamin N. That's what he thinks, but his empty and foolish ideals will only make the current situation worse. The reality is that the Uchiha pride will never be integrated into the village, and there will never be another Kagami. This is the indisputable fact, Hiruzen. Boom! Suddenly, the office door was punched open, and a bold, violent figure appeared in the dust. Old man, you still like to talk nonsense with these three old men who are behind the times. Tsunade walked out of the dust, found a seat at random and sat down, not caring at all about the livid faces of Danzo and the other two. Tsunade, you are being unruly. This is the Hokage's office. Danzo opened his left eye wide and glared at Tsunade. The Hokage's office. Tsunade smiled nonchalantly. This is pretty much where she grew up. The first generation was her great-grandfather, the second generation was her second-grandfather, and the third generation was her teacher. What is Danzo? Chapter 046 The dust has settled. Tsunade said calmly. A traitor who assassinated the Sandame is still qualified to teach others. Is this your respect for the Hokage? What do you, a little girl, know? Everything I do is for Konoha. Danzo stood up and looked Tsunade straight in the eyes, but Tsunade still didn't look back. She picked up the teapot on the desk, poured herself a cup and took a sip. At this time, the Sandame couldn't bear to watch his old friend quarreling with his disciple, so he quickly tried to reconcile them. Danzo, Tsunade is my disciple. In addition to being a Hokage and a subordinate, there is also a teacher and student relationship. You're too weak, Hiruzen. It's you who made Tsunade like this today. Tsunade is like this, Jiraiya is like this too, one is addicted to gambling, the other likes peeping like you. That would be fine, but now, they don't even care about the village anymore and have been wandering around outside for a long time. That's enough, Danzo. No matter what happens to Tsunade and Jiraiya, they are still my disciples. You have no right to lecture them. Hearing this, Danzo looked straight at Hiruzen and roared. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. Boom. The door was slammed shut with a heavy sound. At this time, Midaman N said. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage, so you decide this matter. After saying that, Mizuto Minion also left the office. Seeing that both old friends had left, Utane Koharu looked at the Sandame, then at Tsunade, and shook her head helplessly. Tsunade and her had a feud that lasted a long time. The real conflict was caused by Tsunade's proposal to pair up medical ninjas. At that time, she rejected the idea due to the immaturity of medical ninjutsu and the difficulty in training medical ninjas. After that, their relationship went downhill. At least Tsunade never looked happy when she met her. Moreover, after the Second Ninja World War, the role of medical ninjas became increasingly prominent. All these phenomena prove that Tsunade is right. The relationship between the two became even more awkward. After the three people left, the office suddenly fell into silence, leaving only one person smoking a pipe alone and another drinking tea calmly. After a few minutes, the Sandame's face returned to his usual smile. He looked up at Tsunade and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh again, Tsunade. Looking at the Sandame who was sad but still smiling, Tsunade sighed and said, Old man, your indulgence of Danzo is really too much. He keeps saying that everything he says is for Konoha, but is it really for Konoha? I know him, the Sandame said, smoking his pipe. Haha, whatever you want, old man. I don't care what happens to Konoha anyway. Page 47. Tsunade said casually. After saying that, she drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, stood up and walked towards the door. Are you leaving the village again, Tsunade? Asked the Sandame. Go back and check on that Uchiha brat. Tsunade replied perfunctorily. However, she didn't lie this time. She came to the Hokage building to speak up for the kid and to discuss the three old men and women of Danzo. Thinking of Haneda, Tsunade suddenly stopped and turned back to ask. Old man, what did that brat Haneda ask of you? It's not Haneda, it's Uchiha and Sakumo, the Sandame corrected. They are all the same, there is no difference. Okay, old man, tell me first. Tsunade said indifferently. Based on her recent understanding of Haneda, this kid has a lot on his mind. He had just met with the old man, Sakumo, the Uchiha clan leader and others, and then immediately spoke to the Uchiha alone after a while. After the two men finished talking, the Uchiha clan leader contacted Sakumo without stopping and went to the Hokage building to put pressure on them and make demands. Tsunade didn't believe that there was no participation or planning by Haneda. The Book of Sealing and the location of the Anbu. Among them, Haneda and Kakashi each requested a forbidden jutsu, and the Anbu was the Uchiha's plan, but it was tied to the request made. However, Haneda recently created an A-level lightning ninjutsu called Chidori. I plan to exchange a ninjutsu of the same level with him. The Sandame replied. That's fair. There's nothing to hesitate about. I don't know what you're hesitating about, old man. After all, the Anbu involves a lot of the Hokage's work. Before the Sandame could finish his words, Tsunade interrupted him. The Uchiha are not outsiders. Hearing this, the Sandame took a puff of cigarette and spoke slowly. You see things very clearly, Tsunade. After Tsunade left, the Sandame stood up and looked around the office. He was the only one left in the office, except for the ninja hiding in the shadows. He looked towards the Hokage rock, picked up his pipe, took a puff, and blew out a smoke ring. The moment the smoke ring was exhaled, the Sandame had already made his decision in his heart. Tsunade left the Hokage building and looked back at the Sandame who was looking into the distance. She stopped for a moment and continued walking towards the hospital. This time I'll just consider it as a way of repaying that little brat for remembering to cover me with a blanket. In fact, Tsunade also knew why she came here. Although she always pretended to be indifferent to Konoha, she could never forget that this was the village founded by her grandfather and the hometown where she grew up. She couldn't bear to see Konoha being messed up by a bunch of corrupt old men and women. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade walked into Haneta's hospital room. At this time, Haneta had already woken up and was sitting at the desk by the window reading a book. Tsunade-sama. Haneta heard the sound of the door opening, turned around, and saw that it was his attending physician. He greeted him with a smile. You have just opened your Sharingan, so you should rest more and put your studies aside for now. Tsunade glanced at the scroll and deduced from the dozen or so small words that what Haneta was reading was roughly related to illusion. Lady Tsunade. Are you here for a checkup and are you ready to be discharged from the hospital? Haneta asked with a smile. Looking at this familiar smiling face, Tsunade couldn't help but think of her younger brother who was killed by an explosive tag. The kid in front of her really looks like her brother, but both of them were hit by explosive talismans, but one had someone willing to block it for him, while the other had no one around him. Tsunade silently withdrew her thoughts and said, Kid, you just have the sequelae of excessive chakra consumption. As long as your eyes are fine, the discharge procedures will be approved soon. Then Lady Tsunade, do you suggest that I be discharged from the hospital? Haneta asked again. This time, what he was greeted with was Tsunade's sandbag-sized fist. You smart little brat, don't think I don't know you are testing me. Tsunade snorted and said. Haneta held his head and said with a wronged look. What do you mean by smart? I'm just an ordinary 5-year-old kid. Just keep pretending. Tsunade raised her sandbag-sized fist and was about to strike down, but suddenly stopped. I can tell you clearly that the matter has been determined. You don't have to hide in the hospital and avoid others. Chapter 047, Ninjutsu in the Sealed Book. Tsunade checked Haneta and found nothing wrong, then she threw him a discharge certificate and left. Watching Tsunade leave, Haneta glanced at the discharge certificate in his hand and fell into deep thought. What Tsunade said before was undoubtedly a hint to Haneta, and the third Hokage agreed to all the requests he made. This means that Haneta, who bears the name of Uchiha, can actually touch the Book of Seals. In the original work, the sealed book records almost all the forbidden techniques left by Tobirama. Among them, the ones that performed particularly well in the original work include Flying Thunder God, Impure World Reincarnation, and multiple shadow clones. There is no need to say much about Flying Thunder God. As long as you master the space-time ninjutsu, almost no one can stop you. Like when Tobirama Senju was being chased by the troops of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, if Tobirama had wanted to leave, who could have stopped him? But he had 6 disciples around him, so for the sake of Konoha's next generation, the second generation stayed behind to cover their retreat. Haneta estimated that the final outcome would be that Tobirama's chakra would be exhausted and he would be dragged to death. Another iconic character is the 4th generation, Minato Namikaze. The second stage of Flying Thunder God plus Raise Nan is a move with fast speed and high damage, which even the AB combination is afraid of. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, even Obito's eye technique of Kamui was suppressed by Minato and he was severely abused. You have to know that the power of a single eye is enough to make the 5 Kage very afraid, and he can walk around the ninja world with just one eye. This is enough to show the potential of Flying Thunder God. Later, if it weren't for the plot, it would be a piece of cake for Minato to escape the nine-tailed fox with his speed. Let's look at the impure world reincarnation again. During the Fourth War, Kabuto Yakushi was able to support an entire army by himself, which was a magical skill on the battlefield. Especially among the powerful ones who were summoned by spiritual power. There were dozens of them with the strength of shadow level, and several of them were at the super shadow level. Later, Orochimaru also developed the art of reincarnation and achieved immortality, and his potential is no less than that of Flying Thunder God. As for the multiple shadow clone technique, it can be said to be Naruto's most powerful skill. Thousands of Raise Nan, dozens of people practicing at the same time. Moreover, the shadow clone can help the main body condense fairy chakra from a long distance. This ability is somewhat outrageous. Overall, the multiple shadow clone technique can be considered an advanced version of the shadow clone technique. But the former is more difficult, can produce more shadow clones, and has almost no upper limit. That's why this move is a magical skill that Haneda must master. When his sage body awakens and his chakra increases dramatically, he can divide himself into more than a dozen people to practice ninjutsu. Before Haneda used his shadow clone, he read more books and learned theoretical knowledge. But it's different if you have more chakra. The number of shadow clones he could create increased, and the chakra in the shadow clones' bodies also became huge, enough to support long-term ninjutsu training. At this rate, Haneda will only need a few years to equal the efforts of others over decades. Back then, Naruto used this heaven-defying ninjutsu to evolve from a know-nothing loser to a super genius who created S-level ninjutsu. And this time is only 3 years. Thinking of this, Haneda's mouth corners slightly raised. The impure world reincarnation thing is too weird, the Sandame would most likely not put it in the scroll for himself to read. Flying Thunder God is also a possibility, it all depends on whether the Sandame has any shame. After all, Flying Thunder God is the second generation's famous ninjutsu, and it cannot be hidden. But Flying Thunder God requires too much talent, and Haneda never thought of himself as a true genius. The reason why he can have the strength he has today is mostly due to the system. Flying Thunder God, Haneda really doesn't think he can learn it. Apart from the first 2 forbidden techniques, Haneda is determined to master the remaining multiple shadow clone technique. The latter is the most suitable ninjutsu for him to practice. The others are either unavailable or difficult to learn, so there is no need to worry about it. But page 48. Haneda thought of the young genius Kakashi and couldn't help but think about the possibility of Kakashi learning Flying Thunder God. In the original work, it is not explained whether Kakashi has learned Flying Thunder God. Although it can be inferred from the 3 Jonin around the 4th Hokage that Minato might have taught him, the result was that Kakashi did not learn it. But what if the 4th generation didn't teach him? During the Fourth World War, Minato said that the mark of Flying Thunder God could exist forever, but he did not tell Obito this. As a student of Minato, Kakashi might be like Obito. There are many things that Minato did not tell him. Plus, Minato died early, and Kakashi had his own fighting style, so Minato didn't teach him or didn't have time to teach him. The more Haneda reasoned, the more reasonable it seemed. Anyway, there are no forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals that are particularly suitable for Kakashi. If Kakashi doesn't have that talent, the worst that can happen is that I can compensate him with a Chidori. Cough cough. If all else fails, you can at least learn the 8 Gates ninjutsu. 2.5 days later, Kakashi was completely discharged from the hospital. Under Tsunade's treatment, Kakashi's body has no hidden dangers except that he cannot do strenuous exercise in the past half-month. Inside the Ninja Academy, the familiar training ground. That was where Haneda defeated Kakashi and said that Konoha White Fang was a hero, and it was also where the bond was truly formed. On the training ground, Haneda, Kakashi, and Obito were sitting under the shade of a tree, slacking off. Not far away, Kai was running hard. He was already sweating profusely after running only a dozen laps, but he was different now. Everyone in the class knew that Guy was running with weights, and they also knew that Guy's father had become an elite jonin just by virtue of taijutsu. No one would laugh at Kai for being the last one and thinking that all his efforts were in vain. Instead, I began to admire Kai's persistence. Haneda and the other three sat under the shade of a tree, watching Kai and the others train. "Aren't you going to train, Haneda? I remember you were practicing illusions at this time." Kakashi asked softly. Although ninjutsu is important to a ninja, it is not all there is to a ninja. Some things always stand out above the rest. Hearing these familiar words, Kakashi instantly understood Haneda's thoughts. He smiled and said with emotion, "Yeah, some things always stand out above the rest." When Kakashi finished speaking, the two of them fell silent. Neither Haneda nor Kakashi wanted to talk about the fact that Kakashi blocked the knife for Haneda. Maybe this is the tacit understanding between friends. Obito, who was paddling on the side, was a little confused and asked curiously, "What is it that can be higher than the others? I know all the characters, but it's weird when they are put together." Kakashi was always aloof and didn't say anything. Given his personality, it's a good thing that he didn't reply to Obito by calling him an idiot. "You'll understand one day, Obito. It is the most important thing for a person, whether it is conscience, ideals, or emotions." Haneda did not give too much explanation for this. This kind of thing can only be felt through deep understanding. At first he didn't understand the meaning of power being used for protection, but the moment he activated the 2 Megatama he suddenly understood it completely. Without something to protect and nothing to care about, strength is meaningless except for saving one's life. Just like he worked hard to make money in his previous life, apart from making a living, it was more for his parents and the people he cared about. Otherwise, the monthly salary of 4 or 5,000 yuan would be reduced by 2 or 3,000 yuan for food and accommodation. The remaining amount is more than enough for his expenses and he can live comfortably, so why should he work hard to make money? Chapter 048, 2A Levels and a Flying Thunder God. When did you start preaching like a teacher, Haneda? It seems that you are seriously ill. Go back and lie down. Oh. Haneda raised his sandbag-sized fist and said coldly. If something can't be explained by reason, I'll use my fists to break it open. Seeing this, Obito's expression immediately changed. As expected of Haneda, he could have defeated him with fists, but he still tried to convince him with reason. He is a cultured man, a cultured man. Although Obito said this, he was not convinced at all in his heart. If he could defeat Haneda, he wouldn't be afraid of him convincing him with reason. Inadvertently, Obito glanced at the Hokage rock, suddenly laughed, and thought secretly. Hehe, sooner or later I will become Hokage, and then I will call you into my office every day to give you a lecture. At this time, the teacher came over with a red and yellow scroll in his hand. Haneda, Kakashi, the Hokage is looking for you. He said he wants to reward you for completing an S-rank mission. As he spoke, the teacher's eyes were filled with envy from time to time. Not to mention accepting an S-level mission, he wasn't even qualified to take it. But even in this situation, his students actually completed it. S-rank mission, teacher, are you kidding me? When Obito heard what his teacher said, he couldn't sit still anymore and asked excitedly. That is an S-level mission full of danger and represents a huge contribution to the village. He was just fantasizing about Naruto, but 2 guys who were not interested in Naruto ended up getting closer to him. This made Obito feel very dissatisfied. Yes, it's an S-rank mission. This was determined by the Hokage himself. He believed that Haneda and Kakashi's performance, as well as the situation at the time, were fully worthy of the honor of an S-rank mission. The teacher said this with some excitement and joy. Haneda and Kakashi are both his students. The higher their achievements, the greater the honor he will have as their teacher. Hurry up, Haneda, Kakashi, don't keep the Hokage waiting for too long, the teacher reminded. Okay, Kakashi, and I will be there right away. Haneda pulled Kakashi out of the school, looking very anxious. But Haneda did this just to avoid the sight of others, he had something to talk to Kakashi alone. After Haneda and Kakashi left, the students who happened to hear the news were shocked. As the heads were handed over, the news spread quickly and soon reached the entire class. As expected, the handsome, charming, and capable Yudian and Kadayan are off to complete an S-level mission. No wonder I haven't seen them in the past few days. Ah! I can't stand it when I think of Yudian's cold and handsome face when he kills the enemy. Sisters, I'm going first. I want to look at the photos of Yudian and Kadayan again. What? You actually took pictures secretly? Hand them over and I will forgive you. A group of girls started to become jealous of Haneda and Kakashi. Obito, who was far away in the shade of a tree, was secretly angry as he listened. He looked around for Lin and was relieved to find that he was not hanging out with this group of superficial girls. Until Rin's words came, Obito's heart collapsed. Both Haneda and Kakashi are very popular, linear. Yui Kurane and Lin sat side by side, holding hands. Kakashi and the others are very handsome, and their strength far exceeds that of the entire grade. Hong, to be honest, I also admire Kakashi and the others. Hearing this, Hong smiled and said. Yet, who would refuse a handsome boy who can protect others? After saying this, there was another person who was equally sad next to Obito. Because the class was so excited about the discussion about Haneda and Kakashi, even Kai, who was undergoing self-discipline training, took note of it. Haneda and Kakashi completed an S-rank mission. Yoshi, you are worthy of being my lifelong rival. It seems I have to work harder. Haneda and Kakashi came to a corridor outside the school. The corridor was blocked by the houses on both sides, so it was a little dark and not many people passed by. Haneda didn't notice that someone was following him, so he stopped and asked in a deep voice. Kakashi, you should know about the reward, right? Page 49. Yes. My father told me that it was about the Book of Sealing. Kakashi nodded slightly. He didn't pay much attention to the Book of Seals. He just let me choose whatever I felt was appropriate. Hearing that Uncle Sakumo had no plans, Haneda heaved a sigh of relief. Kakashi, if you believe me, you should choose the Flying Thunder God technique. This is the famous ninjutsu of the second generation. It has a time-space property. No ninjutsu can compete with it in terms of mobility. Although I don't know if you have the talent to learn Flying Thunder God, you can try it once or twice. One of the reasons why Uncle Sakumo didn't make any plans for you is that there's nothing suitable for you in the Book of Sealing. Kakashi thought for a while and said. Yet. There really isn't anything suitable for me. The second generation's water jutsu requires too much chakra, which is not suitable for me. The others are all wood jutsu and strange forbidden techniques. I am best at lightning and earth release, but the lightning release collected in the Book of Sealing is too few, and the requirements are very high. It is not even as good as your Chidori, Haneda. Hearing your Chidori, Haneda smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, Kakashi didn't know who owned the copyright of Chidori, otherwise another Tobirama would have appeared to defend his rights. Arrive at the Hokage building. Haneda had just arrived here a few days ago and still had an impression of the office layout. He glanced at the brand new office door and felt a little strange. The last time he came, the door was still a little shabby. I don't know if the Sandame changed the one to entertain them or something. After knocking on the door, Haneda and Kakashi said politely, "Hokage-sama. It's Haneda and Kakashi, come in and sit down." The sandame's soft voice came from inside the house, and two people pushed the door open. Inside the office, the sandame was handling his official duties in an orderly manner. He looked up at Haneda and said with a smile, "I heard from Kenji that you created an A-rank lightning ninjutsu called Chidori, right?" Haneda nodded and acknowledged it. Tsunade had already told him about the exchange of ninjutsu last night. The sandame put down his pipe and smiled. "Haneda, your Chidori can make up for the village's lack of lightning-style ninjutsu. I would like to ask you to hand it over to the village. Of course, the village will also compensate you accordingly. You can exchange the sealing book for a ninjutsu of the same level." Haneda immediately said. "Contributing to the village is something I am willing to do, Hokage-sama, you are very polite." Seeing this, the sandame nodded secretly, and felt more and more that Haneda had the potential to become Jing. He waved his hand, and two ANBU ninjas appeared in the office holding up a scroll that was much taller than Haneda and Kakashi. The sealed book not only records forbidden techniques, but also many difficult ninjutsu and combination ninjutsu. "Haneda, Kakashi, take your time to choose, be careful, don't rush," the sandame said kindly. Seeing this, Haneda and Kakashi looked at each other. They each found their planned ninjutsu in the catalogue. Kakashi is the Flying Thunder God. As for Haneda, he uses the multiple shadow clone technique and the dark walk technique. Needless to say, the multiple shadow clones were already planned. As for the dark walk technique, it is an A-level illusion created by Tobirama, which is specifically used to deal with Uchiha. Haneda is good at illusion, and after learning the art of walking in darkness, basically no one can deceive his eyes. Chapter 049. The whole school was shocked. Although he had already made his choice in his mind, Haneda couldn't help but take a few more glances. 4 symbols seal, mutually multiplied explosive talisman, water style, water breaking wave, wood style, flower tree world advent, wood style, wooden man technique, wood style, true thousand hands. Looking at a series of extremely powerful wood release ninjutsu, Haneda drooled. His immortal body will be available soon, and he will also have wood release if nothing unexpected happens. And these wood release ninjutsu are simply more powerful than the other. Like wood release, flower tree world advent, once released, the vines can cover a large area in a short period of time and kill everyone in that area. That's not all, flowers will bloom on the vines and release pollen. Anyone who gets even a little bit of it will fall into a coma. In the original work, even the 5 Kage would faint after inhaling it, and even Madara, the dance king of the Warring States period, would stop dancing because of it. This move is a powerful weapon whether in a one-on-one fight or a group battle. The following wood dragon technique can be summarized in one sentence. Comparable to Susanoo. The size and strength of the woodman jutsu released by Hashirama are comparable to the complete form of Susanoo. The battle between the two even changed the terrain. It's terrifying. As for the true thousand hands, Kyuubi has the most say on this. Back then, Hashirama said that it was too powerful and then held it with one hand. This scene is often ridiculed. But is the 9-tailed fox weak? Its chakra is equivalent to the sum of several tailed beasts. Even half of the 9-tailed fox can rival the super shadow. Back then, Naruto was able to defeat Sasuke, who had absorbed the chakra of 8 half-tailed beasts, with only half of the 9 tails in the Valley of the End. In the movie, the chakra of the entire 9 tails can even penetrate the entire moon. In such a comparison, the power of Zhen Qianshao in holding the 9-tailed fox with one hand is evident. Thinking of this, Haneda secretly vowed, "One day, I will get all of these." He took another longing look at the wood release collection and started looking for impure world reincarnation again. Not surprisingly, this sealed book is a pirated copy. There is no such thing as reincarnation. Haneda withdrew his gaze and subconsciously looked at Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi was looking at Haneda, waiting quietly. Seeing Haneda's gaze coming over, he smiled and said, "Have you chosen yet?" Haneda nodded slightly and closed the sealed book. At this time, the Anbu ninja also took the scroll away appropriately. "Hokage-sama, I choose multiple shadow clones and darkness walking jutsu." Haneda came in front of the Sandame, followed closely by Kakashi. Multiple shadow clones and darkness walking jutsu. The Sandame was a little surprised by Haneda's choice. He could understand the dark walk technique. After all, as an Uchiha, Haneda was good at illusion techniques. Moreover, the dark walk technique can well make up for the hidden defects of the Sharingan. But multiple shadow clones are strange. Generally speaking, this technique is only suitable for people with a large amount of chakra. An Uchiha's chakra is not very high among bloodline ninjas. This also means that there won't be many shadow clones. In addition, 1 or 2 shadow clones are actually more than enough for most battles. The Sandame didn't quite understand Haneda's choice. He looked at Haneda seriously and kindly reminded, "Uchiha's chakra is not significant, and is not suitable for practicing multiple shadow clones. Haneda, are you sure you want to redeem it?" Hearing this, Haneda nodded. "I am sure, Hokage-sama. I am very curious about the principles of shadow clones and would like to study them a little." Seeing that Haneda showed no sign of regret, the Sandame said nothing more. He looked away and asked Kakashi, "What is your choice?" "Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied. Page 50. Flying Thunder God. The Sandame nodded secretly. Flying Thunder God combined with the Hotaki clan's swordsmanship is indeed a good choice. His teacher back then was very skilled in swordsmanship and once used the Flying Thunder God slash to severely injure Madara's younger brother Izuna. At that time, Izuna opened the Mangekyo, and the Sandame was not sure he could defeat him. "Haneda, Kakashi, the ninjutsu you exchanged will be delivered in a while. Remember, this is a reward for completing an S-rank mission. It involves the village's secrets, so keep it confidential." The Sandame rarely retracted his gentle smile and spoke with a serious expression. Seeing this, Haneda also understood what he was thinking. The Sandame emphasized that the reward was due to the mission, not the political struggle among the Konoha high-level officials. This is a reminder and a warning. Warn them, including the Uchiha and Sakumo, that this can only happen once. Don't think of using the same coercion to fleece Konoha. Haneda gave Kakashi a look, and the two responded immediately. "Yes, Hokage-sama." After leaving the Hokage building, both Haneda and Kakashi looked much more relaxed. A gentle breeze blew around, lifting up the black and white hair. Kakashi looked up at the sky and saw that it was just afternoon. "Where to next, Haneda?" "Go back to the academy, Kakashi. You can't train yet. It's too lonely staying alone." Haneda felt a little embarrassed as he said this. He quickly added, "And if I don't go back, Obito will blame me again." "Really?" Kakashi smiled and walked towards the Ninja Academy side by side with Haneda. The Hokage building was not far from the Ninja Academy, and the two soon returned to the school. When the two of them appeared on campus again, the whole school was in an uproar. Rows of girls were lying on the corridor railings and in the classroom windows, stretching their heads to look out at the playground. At this time, Haneda was wearing a bright white shirt. His black messy hair and handsome face make him look particularly handsome. Kakashi has long silver white hair, a black mask and black clothes, looking very cool. But the dark green scarf around his neck added a different kind of tenderness to him. When the breeze blew and the hair fluttered, the girls all fell in love with them. "Wow, isn't the first-year Class A student so handsome? With such good looks, I really want to be in the same class with him. I heard that the handsome guy in the white shirt is Uchiha Haneda, and the one in the black shirt and mask is Hotaki Kakashi. They are both super geniuses. Ah! They are Yudian and Kadayan. No wonder they are so handsome. Being handsome is nothing, he's just a gigolo. But Yudian and Kaden are ninjas who have completed S-rank missions, they're called male gods. What? An S-rank mission? No teacher in the school has ever completed it. Words about Haneda were circulated wildly in the corridor, and even those who didn't pay attention to Haneda and the others gathered around them. Looking at their looks and their achievements, there is nothing to say. Even the teacher did not refute the students' words at this time, because the results were real. But just like that, someone stood up. What's the point of being handsome? A bunch of superficial girls. Listen carefully, I, Uchiha Obito, hereby declare as the future Hokage. Haneda is my future Hokage advisor, and Kakashi is my elder who handles miscellaneous matters. All eyes, look at me. I, Uchiha Obito, am the future Hokage. Under the pale yellow goggles are a pair of unwavering eyes. Chapter 050 The Masterminds Behind the Scenes. Seeing this scene, Haneda couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands. To be honest, he was embarrassed for Obito. Who would believe Obito, a loser who loudly proclaims that he is the future Hokage? What's more, this guy had implicated himself and Kakashi in public. Oh, Beato, you idiot! Haneda rubbed his temple helplessly and quickly pulled Kakashi to a toilet. Once he and Kakashi were out of sight, Obito would probably be back in the classroom. As long as he ran fast, he probably wouldn't be chased and beaten. The two followed the school's pipes and climbed back to the classroom through the window. At this time, the crowd in the corridor dispersed a lot, and the students returned to the classroom one after another. Haneda saw Obito, who was beaten black and blue, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Hearing a familiar laugh, Obito looked over. After finding out it was Haneda, he couldn't hold it anymore and pointed at Haneda and shouted. Asshole Haneda, I was beaten up, and not only did you not help me get revenge, you even laughed at me. I'm sorry, Obito. I'm a professionally trained ninja. I won't laugh unless I can't help it. Ha 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 ha. Haneda couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed louder and louder. Asshole Haneda, don't think that just because I can't beat you, you can do whatever you want. Obito threw a punch at Haneda, but was caught directly. Seeing this, Obito was still not convinced and swung out his left fist again, but Haneda dodged it by slightly turning sideways. At the same time, Haneda knocked down Obito's arm with one hand. He took the opportunity to stroke half of Obito's face and said softly. Stop it, Obito. I'll help you heal. Asshole Haneda, who needs your help? Even if I, Uchiha Obito, jump down from here and die outside, I will never accept you to heal my wounds. Until the warm chakra came from Haneda's palm, the gentle feeling made Obito feel as if he was holding Rin's little hand. Even Obito, who was always stubborn, didn't care about what he had just said. He carefully felt the warm feeling and stood there in a daze. It's such a warm feeling. Obito's bruised head slowly returned to normal. Looking at this scene, Kakashi suddenly recalled a vague memory. That was when he was hugging Haneda and escaping from the explosion range, and it was also when he was about to die. A sun appeared before my eyes. It radiates warm sunshine, comfortable and soft, as if soaking into the soul. And the chakra in Haneda's hand is emitting this feeling. Suddenly, Kakashi realized something. He looked at Haneda's back silently, thinking secretly. So it was you who saved me that day, Haneda. Even Lady Tsunade said that it was a miracle that I survived. You really are my son, Haneda. In the Uchiha clan territory, when the news came that the Sandaime was meeting with Haneda and Kakashi, the clan leader was sitting opposite Fugaku. He picked up the teacup on the table, his hands trembling slightly for a few times, and then he drank a sip of tea smoothly and calmed down. It seems that the Sandaime has agreed to our conditions. The clan leader was excited but also a little worried. Isn't this good, father? Fugaku noticed the patriarch's worried look and asked puzzledly. The Uchiha's life will be very troublesome from now on. We have obtained too many things, which will arouse the fear of Konoha's high-ranking officials. And the clan leader paused here, picked up the note from Haneda and handed it to Fugaku. See? The Sandame is already giving a warning. He doesn't want to see us get too involved with Sakumo. Hearing this, Fugaku solemnly read the note sent back by Haneda several times. He said with understanding, Father, it seems that we Uchiha have to be more stable these days. Page 51. Hearing that Fugaku could relate to this, the clan leader suddenly became excited. My son finally learned some wisdom from following me. Little did they know that Fugaku was just like that. He led the Uchiha to live in peace for more than 10 years. Even though most of the Uchiha clan members could no longer tolerate the oppression of the Konoha high-level officials, Fugaku still endured it and chose to compromise. Well said, Fugaku. The most important thing for Uchiha right now is to be stable and digest the gains this time. The clan leader praised Fugaku and asked. What do you think about Haneda now? Haneda. Fugaku couldn't help but smile when he thought of the child's smiling face. He's very sensible, well, and very talented. Hearing Fugaku say this, the clan leader's face suddenly fell. That's not what I want to ask you about. It's his influence on the Uchiha, Fugaku. Looking at his father, Fugaku cautiously asked. Helped the Uchiha secure a position in the ANBU and gained the trust of the Hokage faction. Hearing this, the patriarch shook his head repeatedly. The Hokage faction will not trust the Uchiha, remember this. His real help to the Uchiha is the two people standing behind him. One is Hitaki Sakumo, and the other is Might Dai. These two are as powerful as Ying. Helping Uchiha gain their favor is the greatest help to Uchiha. You must remember this, Fugaku. After thinking for a while, Fugaku asked, then how should we treat Haneda, the same as before? No, it must be taken more seriously. The clan leader looked at Fugaku's clear yet stupid eyes and said helplessly. Forget it, I'll just tell you what to do. Give him the qualification to participate in the Uchiha clan meeting, improve his status in the clan, and make him truly feel a sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan. That's one of them. The second is to arrange for someone to protect his safety, teach him, and be responsible for sparring with him, and to provide him with substantial benefits. The third is to use bonds to tie him up. This is a common method used by the Hokage faction, and we can do it too. This is what you should do, Fugaku. On the other side of Konoha, at the root base beneath the Death Forest, Danzo held the intelligence scroll and clenched his teeth. When he saw the Sandame's compromise, he slammed the table in anger, and the documents on the table were shaken to the ground and scattered. Hiruzen, how can you be so weak that you even want to compromise with the Uchiha? Hate to talk about / what is the meaning of the word? 824. Is it because of that Uchiha brat, Hiruzen? I hate it. How could I hesitate and let a weak and incompetent guy like you become the Hokage? A picture seemed to appear before Danzo's eyes. That was when he, Hiruzen, and their teacher were on the run in the Land of Lightning. When Tobirama asked who would cover the retreat, he was hesitant, but Hiruzen decisively volunteered. Danzo punched the screen and shattered it to the ground. Back then, I should have been as decisive as you, Hiruzen. I should not have hesitated. Why do you have to be like me now, and I have to be like you now, Hiruzen? The Land of Water, which is across the sea from Konoha, is now the village of Blood Mist. In the dark and eerie basement, an old man with his back connected by wooden pipes sat on a chair with his eyes closed. Until a black and white humanoid creature emerged from the ground. Are there any outstanding younger generations in Uchiha now? Madara asked in a low voice, with an unquestionable tone. Black Zetsu naturally knew what Madara wanted to ask, and he answered. Uchiha Haneda and Uchiha Obito. 2, not bad. Ban commented lightly and asked. What's their situation now? Black Zetsu repeated the information he had collected in full. When the information about Haneda and his friend Kakashi teaming up to kill the Jonin was revealed, Madara smiled. His talent qualifies him to inherit the Moon Eye project. But he's too smart and stupid to do anything for me. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu immediately flattered him. Master Madara, that's because Haneda doesn't understand your great and noble ideals. Only someone as great and noble as you, Madara-sama, will understand and try to achieve true peace. Madara ignored Black Zetsu's flattery and asked again, where is Uchiha Obito? Black Zetsu then gave detailed information about Obito. At this time, Madara smiled again. His love is deep enough, whether it is for friends, lovers, or the village. Broad love is the prerequisite for the Uchiha to open their eyes. And when you lose this love, you will fully understand the value of love and understand this dark world. And then go try to change the world. End of this volume. Final remarks on the first volume and answers to some questions that readers may have. If you are not interested, just skip it, it won't affect the plot. The overall pace of the youth chapter is slower, and it pursues more logical rationality. In terms of the original characters, I sacrificed a small number of people to attract hatred. For example, Asuma, I think he is definitely not a bad person at heart. As for the fact that he laughed at Kakashi, I attributed it to love, that is, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his sweetheart. Of course, I can replace it with an unknown minor character, but this will not attract too much attention from the Sandome. Novels generally have a beginning, a development, a climax, and an end. The White Fang chapter is the beginning, attracting the attention of the Sandome, Danzo, and Uchiha. The subsequent plot is designed by the political struggle among Konoha's upper class. For example, later on, Haneda came into contact with the Uchiha clan leader and Fugaku. After that, Danzo, out of fear of White Fang and Uchiha, did all kinds of small things to Haneda. The story ends with an unexpected event, which is the assassination of the third generation. The timeline of the assassination here is advanced by a few years, but it doesn't matter. I wrote at the end of the first chapter that I would modify part of the timeline to ensure the smoothness of the plot. In preparation for the assassination plot, I arranged for Kai to come over appropriately. At that time, the words that Kai said when challenging Haneda were the same as the original words when challenging Kakashi. The time was very close and the timeline basically did not change. The later contact with Dai was initiated by Guy, which was very smooth. Guy's interest in Haneda was aroused by his victory over Kakashi, which was also reasonable. The reason for contacting Guy and Dai, besides the close timelines, is probably to find a bodyguard for the protagonist, and to make up for the regret of Naruto at the same time. I didn't include the later storyline about Haneda and Tsunade in my original outline, but when inspiration came, I added it in. Actually, the author just wanted to increase the word count to make a volume of 100,000 words so as not to affect the completion rate, ahem. It just so happened that a struggle among the upper echelons of Konoha was going on, and Tsunade was arranged to help, which led to the subsequent plot. After that, the protagonist's gains are counted and then a shocking ending is added. But I didn't write it very well because I was too sleepy that day. There are some flaws in 47 and 48, but it's not a big problem. The only pity about the entire article is that many book lovers skipped the final battle between Haneda and Kakashi and the Root Jonin. It took me 2.5 hours to design this battle. Referring to the original story of Team 7 vs Zabuza, the rest is all psychological games plus the strength laid out before. Note, there is a detailed explanation in the chapter on shock. As a result, I saw many book friends jumping in the background, and I was speechless. It seems that everyone likes to be semi-invincible and kill in one blow. However, I personally think that this battle is not as pretentious and full of twists and turns as the one I wrote at a certain point. Page 52. The main reason is that the strength does not allow it, otherwise the protagonist will be beaten like Sasuke, haha. Let's talk about conspiracy theories, that is, the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. I personally agree with conspiracy theories. After all, the facts are there and conspiracy theories explain them very well. But I didn't write the third generation as a bad person later on. I also wrote that he was politically indecisive, wavering, and lacked vision. Simply put, it's stupid. The Dark of the Ninja World, also known as the 5.5th Nabekage Danzo Shimura, is a typical radical and paranoid. Although he said so, he did all kinds of bad things. Vitamin N, extreme but relatively rational. Utane Koharu is a dove. After all, she is a woman and a medical ninja, so she is more or less gentle. Originally I wanted to write the last two as stupid, but after looking at the information, I saw that Kishimoto had a high opinion of them, so I designed them as two different concepts, just in time for the Sandame and the Mud. By the way, I have also written history and have some understanding of political struggles. Don't say I don't understand anything. P.S. At some point, the first order of historical themes was 116. At the end of 23 years, I couldn't continue writing, so I cut it off. I have to say that history is really difficult to write. After reading this, book lovers will have a general understanding of my creative ideas. Changes caused by higher UPS affect the protagonist's actions, thereby creating conflicts and establishing enemies. The one who used this trick particularly well was the best friend. Xiao Kei was passive from the beginning and was affected by the struggle between Yuan Tai and Yuan Gui. This is the top level. Next, the Gods of the Night faction oppose the Atom faction, causing conflicts and affecting the protagonist. Next up is the Church. Ahem, that's off topic. If you're interested, go and watch it yourself. In short, in the next chapter I plan to continue the ideas of the youth chapter, and drive the protagonist's actions through the plans of Black Zetsu and Madara. In this process, I will gradually expose the darkness of the ninja world through one event after another. The protagonist also gradually grows from a passive chess piece to the chess player. Towards the end of the story, I will probably kill one or two people to allow the protagonist to grow up quickly. This is not only about strength, but also about ideas. The main storyline also unfolds as a result. Yes, there is no main plot line up to this point, it all depends on the author to pull it out. Below are answers to questions that book lovers may have. 1. Is there a female lead? No need to think about it. There are only a few female characters that have appeared so far, and their frequency of appearance is not high, basically non-existent. But there is a male protagonist, ahem. Kishimoto likes to write the heroine as the hero, I can do that too. Reader Dad, they are friends, brothers, and a bond, what the hell do you know about Naruto? 2. Do the authors of the comments read it? Only read the book reviews, the paragraph comments cannot be seen in the backend, and the book reviews are also read by the author on the website. So if you want to give any suggestions, please leave them in the book reviews. I will reply to them. Remember to give it a 5-star rating. Remember, don't pay me in installments. There is no need to put pressure on the rating, I have never driven a car with this book. As for negative reviews, no one likes them, so I just report and ignore them. Ahem. Unless you've watched it for more than 2.5 hours, that's a little dark. As we all know, iron powder is black. Then I must open my eyes wide, read word by word, and reflect carefully. PS1, I couldn't understand some of the comments, and I didn't get their meaning, so I didn't reply. PS2, some comments have been replied to, that is, they have commented on my comments or tagged me, I can see it in the background of the website. 3. Is there a group? No, the author is socially anxious and feels that the group is useless. I joined 2 signing groups at certain points, and none of the authors in them were discussing novels. For how many words do you plan to write? According to the outline, one volume is about 10 plus, and the planned number of volumes is 9. Some are long, some are short. The volume name is placed below. Boys Arc, Ninja Arc, 3 Wars Arc, 9 Tails Arc, Travel Arc, Naruto Arc, Moon Arc, Dawn Arc, 4 Wars Arc. Among them, the Ninja chapter and the 3 Wars chapter may be merged, depending on whether I am willing to spend time and effort writing about the war. The 9-tailed fox chapter and the moon chapter are relatively short, only a few tens of thousands of words. The total number of words is about 700,000 to 800,000. If I add a little more of my daily routine, I'll finish it at about 1 million. In addition, there will be an additional update on May 1st, with 8,000 words per day. Please be informed. Summer vacation is also 8,000 days a day. If I forget, tag me. The flag is here, I said it. Since the author has worked so hard, it's not too much to ask book lovers to give him some free gifts, right? Asterisk. Reader Dad, if you dare to ask for gifts today, you will dare to hit your fans tomorrow. Number. Time, April 26, 2024, leave your claws. Chapter 051 Graduation Ceremony. 2 kun years later, the time came to the 47th year of Konoha. The leaves of the new generation have shed their immaturity and it is time for them to graduate. Inside the Konoha Ninja Academy, there is a conference room that can accommodate hundreds of people. A slightly calm voice echoed in the room. Where the leaves dance, the fire lives on. The flames will continue to illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout. The Sandame stood on the podium, preaching the will of fire. The students in the audience watched eagerly, their eyes full of longing for the future. Time seemed to go back to the entrance ceremony 5 years ago. But this time they are no longer students of the Ninja Academy, but real ninjas. Haneda listened quietly, seemingly seriously, but actually he was thinking about his future plans. His original plan was to join the Konoha police force upon graduation. This way, he avoided the early and middle stages of the Third World War, and by the time Konoha had to send Uchiha to participate in the war in the later stages, he had already had a certain ability to protect himself. But now, plans can no longer keep up with changes. Judging from the methods often used by the Sandame, in order to win over himself, he would definitely not allow himself to have too close a relationship with the Uchiha. The Sandame will definitely arrange a teacher. And this teacher is likely to be from the Hokage faction. Thinking of this, Haneda looked at Lin calmly. As Jiraiya's disciple, Minato is naturally a die-hard Hokage, so there is a high possibility that Obito and Rin will be replaced by himself. Haneda shook his head secretly and threw away his thoughts. Now is not the time to worry about this. What really matters is to survive the Third World War. The most important prerequisite for survival is strength, which is different from the background that Haneda relied on before. The enemy will not care whose son or disciple you are. The enemy is the enemy, and even Senju Rope Tree is no exception. Thinking of this, Haneda silently unfolded the system, and a light blue light curtain appeared in front of him. Uchiha Haneda. Strength, Jonin, 53/100. Chakra, 11.3 cards, attributes water, earth, wind, fire, thunder, yin, yang. Bloodline limit, 3 Megatama Sharingan, Mangekyo 67%, primary Sage Body, intermediate Sage Body 17%, would release. Special abilities, 8 Gates of Dungia, 73/100, Mastery of Hataki Swordsmanship, 71/100. Note 1, would release is a gift from the Sage Body, as are the Water and Earth Chakra attributes. Note 2, the data is good, but the strength is poor, that is due to lack of combat experience, here specifically refers to life and death struggles. With Jonin strength, if you keep a low profile and have a good teacher, it should be enough to save your life. Haneda thought secretly, At this time the Sandame finished his speech and began to award graduation certificates. Obito hasn't arrived yet. Looks like we'll be late again. Lin's voice came from the front. Haneda looked around silently and did not see Obito. He knew without even thinking that Obito was ambushed and held back by the old lady again. Page 53. Hey oh, Bito, this idiot, I reminded him many times last night. Haneda rubbed his temple helplessly, thinking that he should have brought him with him this morning. Not long after, the Sandame took the list and started calling the roll. Sarutobi Asuma. Hearing the old man pointing at him, Asuma walked to the side of the podium reluctantly, hanging by a straw. The Sandame looked at his rebellious son and smiled helplessly. He won't respond no matter how you beat him, and he won't listen no matter how you talk to him. What else can you do to him? But the Sandame is still Asuma's father, and he has the responsibility to educate his son. Asuma, congratulations! From today on, you are a true ninja. Before the Sandame could finish his words, he was interrupted by Asuma. Don't say anything sentimental, old man. You are still the same as when you were a kid, hee. The Sandame smiled and didn't take Asuma's words seriously. He still said seriously. Asuma, remember, once you become a ninja you are no longer a child. No matter what you were like before, from today on you must strictly discipline yourself as a ninja. Perhaps because of the Sandame's seriousness, Asuma did not show any rebelliousness this time. He nodded seriously and said, I understand. I will hold myself to the standards of a ninja. Seeing this, the Sandame smiled with relief. He handed the diploma to Asuma and whispered something in his ear. Asuma's expression suddenly became extremely excited, and even the grass in his mouth fell down unconsciously. The second one is Might Guy. When the Sandame called out his name, Kai quickly ran to the podium. Hokage-sama. Kai said excitedly. It's very youthful, Kai, just like your father, very passionate. The Sandame said with a smile. He stuffed the diploma into Kai's hand and said. Congratulations on graduating, Kai. I hope your youth will be like your father's, forever lasting for the sake of the village and your companions. Hearing this, Kai replied excitedly. Hokage-sama, for the sake of what is most important to you, youth will never end. Looking at Kai's passionate look, the smile on the Sandame's face grew even wider. The new leaves were so full of vitality that he felt that all his years of construction for the village were not in vain. The Sandame glanced down at the graduation list and read out another name. Hitaki Kakashi. Hearing their names, Kakashi and Haneda looked at each other and walked in front of the Sandame. Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed slightly and stood aside waiting for the Sandame to hand out the graduation certificates. It's Kakashi. I didn't expect to think of you so early. The Sandame had a gentle smile on his face, and his whole body seemed as warm as a spring breeze. I've heard so many great things about you over the past 5 years. After hard and diligent training, you have grown from a child to a true ninja. Congratulations on your graduation, Kakashi. The Sandame handed Kakashi his diploma and patted his shoulder. Thank you, Hokage. Kakashi silently took the diploma and put it away. He had heard his father talk many times about his experiences as a ninja, and the heaviness of this diploma. Take his father for example. After becoming a ninja, he had to carry out a mission every once in a while. The missions might be difficult, but they were all dangerous. Moreover, during the war, his father had to rush to the front line for the sake of the village, and sometimes he had to take on the task of command, so it was difficult for him to find time to accompany him. And this is just the tip of the ninja iceberg. Watching Kakashi leave, the Sandame read out Haneda's name. Next, Uchiha Haneda. Hearing the fourth Sandame call out to him, Haneda walked quickly down the aisle. When passing by Kakashi, he asked with a smile. How does it feel to be a ninja for a day? Yeah, it's fine. I just don't know if I can still train with you in the future. Kakashi said with a slightly heavy tone. From the day you become a ninja, there are many things you can no longer decide for yourself. They will go to various parts of the world due to their respective missions, and will also leave at different times when carrying out their missions. The two will not meet as often as before. Chapter 052 Graduation Classification. Hearing this, Haneda smiled, put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, and said, "How could that be? Maybe we can still fight side by side like we did 5 years ago." After saying that, he extended his right fist, and a smile appeared on Kakashi's face. The moment the two fists touched, each of them understood each other's intentions. A friend in need is a friend indeed. "We'll talk later, Kakashi." Haneda waved his hand, walked past Kakashi, and came in front of the Sandame. "You have a good relationship with your classmates, Haneda?" The Sandame selectively ignored Haneda's lateness and smiled. "It's okay. I have a good relationship with my classmates," Haneda responded politely. Hearing this, the Sandame smiled. He remembered that his rebellious son had mentioned Haneda many times. At this moment, the smile on his face became much more sincere. "Congratulations on your graduation, Haneda," the Sandame said, handing the diploma to Haneda. He looked into Haneda's eyes and asked with a smile. "As the best bud of the new era of Konoha, what do you plan to do after graduation?" Hearing this, the smile on Haneda's face immediately disappeared. He pondered for a moment, organized his words, and then said, "Probably to become a good ninja. Just like Uncle Sakumo, who has the sharpest knife but treats his companions tenderly." "Sakumo?" The Sandame nodded secretly. Judging from Haneda's performance over the years and his understanding of the Uchiha, the Sandame has no doubts about it. He patted Haneda's shoulder and said with a smile, "Yes, in the ninja world, people who don't follow the rules are called trash, but people who don't cherish their companions are even worse than trash. This is what you said back then. I hope you can always remember it." After 5 years, Haneda's eyes flashed with embarrassment when he heard Obito's classic words again. He said this back then purely to win Kakashi's favor. However, when I think back on it now, I find it both funny and amazing. All I can say is that fate is wonderful beyond words. "I will, Hokage-sama." Haneda raised his head and smiled. After Haneda left, the Sandame called upon all the students one by one. Until the moment the Sandame called out Obito's name, the conference room fell silent and there was no response for a long time. "Uchiha Obito? Isn't he here?" the Sandame asked again. At this time, 2 people stood up at the same time. "It's Haneda and Lin." Haneda glanced at Lin, who stood up and sat down silently. "Let's leave Obito's marriage to him and not get involved." "Hokage, can I lead on behalf of Obito?" Lin clenched her palms tightly and mustered up her courage. "If no one helps Obito collect his graduation certificate, his graduation will be delayed." Even if it meant embarrassing herself in front of everyone in her grade, Rin was still willing to stand up and help Obito. "Yes, Obito's learning achievements are enough for graduation, so don't worry." Page 54. "I remember your name is Lin, right? A very courageous girl." Lin said and quickly ran to the podium to help Obito collect his graduation certificate. "Thank you." Lin lowered her head and bowed repeatedly, looking very embarrassed. "It's nothing. Obito is also an excellent child. I often hear others mention his helpful character. He probably had an emergency, so he couldn't come," the Sandame said softly. Lin blushed slightly and trotted away holding her diploma. After the remaining dozen students came on stage, the ceremony of distributing graduation certificates came to an end. The Sandame spoke to all the students again, his voice no longer excited but rather sounded somewhat heavy. "From the moment your graduation certificates are issued, and the moment you put on the forehead guard that represents the Konoha ninja, you are no longer students of the Ninja Academy, but real ninjas. You will form teams of 3 and carry out missions for the village under the leadership of your instructor. From this moment on, you will all contribute your share to yourself, your family, and our village. This means that from this day on, you will take on the responsibilities of an adult. The Sandame paused for a few seconds when he said this. When the student's enthusiasm for graduation turned to thinking about the future, he finally spoke. Next, I will announce the rosters of each team. First class. Class 3, Might Guy, Anko Mitarashi, Genma Shiranui, and Instructor Orochimaru. Team 7, Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, and Instructor Namikaze Minato. Team 9, Uchiha Haneda, Sarutobi Asuma, Yui Kurane, and Instructor Hitaki Sakumo. Haneda was shocked as groups of teams passed by his ears. Although he understood why the Sandame gave Kai to Orochimaru, the difference in personality between these two people was too big, wasn't it? It was really hard for him to imagine how Orochimaru and Might Guy would get along. Faced with a boy full of youthful enthusiasm, would the aloof Orochimaru be annoyed enough to use him as an experiment? Orochimaru's current nickname is Lang Jun, which means he is very cold and aloof. Instead, he was assigned to Uncle Sakumo, and his teammates were the second-generation Kajisuma and his lover Yui Kurane, both of which seemed unremarkable. Generally speaking, the personnel arrangements of Haneda's 3 teams are full of political factors. The Sandame gave Kaisai to Orochimaru in order to bind Dai to the Hokage's faction. Asuma was assigned to Uncle Sakumo, and he was his teammate again. It is clearly shown here that the Sandame is trying to bring Sakumo and himself together, and see if Asuma can form a bond with him. Although Kakashi and the others are the same as in the original story, it also shows the Sandame's intention to win over Sakumo. When Kakashi and Asuma are added together, one can see how determined the Sandame is to win over Sakumo. While Haneda was thinking, Kakashi said in a low voice. It looks like, Haneda, we really will be separated for a while. But we're still friends. Haneda smiled, thinking of Obito, and said to Kakashi. And your teammates are all good. Obito is a very interesting guy. Although he is a bit noisy, it is really fun to be with him. Lin is the same. She is very gentle, caring and brave. Bless you, Kakashi, you've made new friends. Hearing Haneda's blessing, Kakashi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and smiled. Maybe. In fact, my father also suggested that I make more friends. After saying that, Kakashi glanced at the crowd. After the Sandame finished reading the list and announced that the students could leave, they left one after another. Where are we going next? Kakashi asked habitually. Let's keep a poor fellow company. Come on, Kakashi. Just as Haneda was pulling Kakashi out, Guy came and started their daily duel. Let's have a showdown of youth, Kakashi. Kai said excitedly, clenching his fists. Kakashi's face immediately fell when he heard the familiar voice. He glanced at Haneda, who had his hands in his pockets and turned away, and his face suddenly turned black. Chapter 053 Who said we were not here? Kai, your lifelong rival Haneda is right here. Go challenge him. If you defeat him, it's the same as defeating me. Kakashi tried to shake off Guy, but his face was still dark. No, Kakashi, youth must move forward step by step. Besides, I've already promised Haneda that I'll challenge him again when I truly defeat you. After hearing the words that truly marked the beginning of his nightmare, Kakashi glanced at Haneda beside him. At this time, Haneda was holding a ninjutsu scroll and pretending to read it. Noticing that Kakashi had been staring at him for a long time, Haneda felt a little embarrassed. Come to think of it, this incident was really caused by me. He had no choice but to help Kakashi out. Okay, Kai. Kakashi and I are planning a surprise for a poor kid. Maybe next time. Kai glanced at Haneda's serious expression, then glanced at Kakashi, who looked reluctant, and nodded. "Okay, Kakashi, I'll see you this afternoon." Hearing this, Kakashi's smile suddenly froze. "Ahem, come on, Kakashi, let's find a place to hide first." Haneda glanced around the conference room and silently marked the places where people could be hidden. Suddenly, he remembered the special relationship between Kai and Obito, and asked with a smile. "Would you like to come along, Kai?" The other side. After helping the old lady, Obito ran towards the meeting room where the graduation ceremony was held, breathing heavily. He finally arrived when the white banner with 3 big words on it was about to fall. And Lin was standing at the door waiting for him. When he saw this figure, Obito was surprised and fell down suddenly. "I can't believe you were late for both the entrance ceremony and the graduation ceremony." Lin bent over and said angrily. At this point, Lin was speechless. "Well now, the graduation ceremony is over." Hearing Lin's complaints, Obito replied in a low voice, feeling embarrassed. "But I met an old lady on the way." When Lin heard these familiar words, she put her hands on her hips and said even more speechlessly. "Obito, the probability of you running into an old lady is too high, isn't it? No wonder Haneda never goes to school with you." Obito felt embarrassed by Lin's words, and he lowered his voice and said. "Yeah, I've been getting ambushed a lot lately, like a group is waiting for me." "And Haneda?" When mentioning Haneda, Obito suddenly became indignant. "I slept with him several times, and he never called me." "You always blame others, even though you know it's your fault." Lin sighed helplessly, held Obito's little hand, and without minding the dirt, pulled Obito into the meeting room. She didn't stop until she reached the podium. Obito scanned the empty classroom several times, but he didn't see Haneda. His eyes dimmed and his mood became depressed. "Asshole Haneda abandoned me again and went to find stupid Kakashi." Obito thought secretly, and his eyes became moist unconsciously. Compared to a top student like Kakashi, I, a laggard, seem insignificant. Page 55. It's normal that Haneda pays more attention to Kakashi. But for some reason, Obito just felt sad about it. Obviously, he is Haneda's friend since childhood. Just when Obito was feeling sad, Lin took out a graduation certificate with a gentle smile on her face. "Diploma, Uchiha Obito. This is to certify that this student graduated from the Konohagakure Ninja School. Rain or shine, you have done an excellent job of persevering with your training and hard work." After Lin finished reading the contents of the diploma, she turned the certificate over and placed the front side facing the soil. "Here, congratulations on your graduation." Lin smiled and handed the certificate to Obito. Seeing this, tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of Obito's eyes. He wiped his tears with his sleeve and took the diploma. "Thank you, Linear. Although I didn't receive it personally from Grandpa Hokage, and Haneda and the others weren't here, but..." "Who said we weren't here?" Haneda's voice came from above Obito's head. He jumped down, and Kakashi and Kai, who were hiding above, also fell down. "Congratulations on your graduation, Obito." Haneda handed Obito a small yellow flower, which he picked from the bushes next to the meeting room, as a token of his appreciation. "Hey, I didn't expect that the last one in the class could also be a ninja, but congratulations on your graduation," Kakashi said with dead fish eyes. "Yo, Runtu, congratulations on your successful graduation and taking the first step in your youth." Kai gave Obito a thumbs up and smiled. "Asshole Haneda, idiot Kakashi, and you, a stinky watermelon rind whose name you can't even remember. I didn't expect you guys were hiding." Obito was angry and amused at the same time, and in the end all his emotions turned into tears of emotion. But even so, he still felt unhappy with Haneda. He was sure that this action must have been planned by that bastard Haneda. While Haneda was holding the little yellow flower, Obito punched Haneda in the chest. But to his surprise, this time Haneda did not dodge, but took the punch firmly. "Why don't you hide, you bastard Haneda?" Obito said with 3 parts of complaint and 7 parts of regret. "Just let you vent your anger." Haneda smiled, thinking that Obito's slightly hard fist only caused a little pain at most. He put his arm around Obito's shoulder and smiled. "We're not late, are we, Obito?" When Haneda said this, Kakashi and Kai also came over from the left and right. After looking at the 3 Haneda people and then at Rin, Obito shook his head silently. "I'd be happy if you could come. Although I was not able to receive the certificate from Grandpa Hokage, and the teachers are not around anymore. But having you is enough," Obito said with a bit of sobs. "Haha, when did you become so affectionate?" Haneda joked, and then he looked at the clock on the wall. The hour hand was almost pointing to 12 o'clock, and then he smiled and said, "Come on, Obito. It's almost noon now. Let's find a place to eat, shall we?" "Where to?" Obito asked subconsciously. "Let's go to a memorable place. How about barbecue?" Hearing about barbecue, Kakashi, Kai, and Lin had no objection. This is indeed a very memorable place. For Kakashi, it was the place that completely changed his life. When everyone blamed his father, Haneda, and Obito called his father a hero for the first time. And this place is exactly that, barbecue. For Kai, it carries a part of his youth. The night he went to barbecue for dinner was the happiest time of his life. "Hey, why are we here again? We've been there many times, right, Lin?" Obito shouted in protest. However, with 3 votes in favor and 1 abstention, the opposition was directly invalid and was rejected by Haneda. So, the restaurant we booked for lunch was the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 054, What is a Dream? Just like 5 years ago, the interior decoration of barbecue is still simple and warm. Most of the interior decoration is wooden, but many of the tables and chairs are a little worn. Inside the box, Haneda and his 5 companions found a seat and sat down at random. At this time, a middle-aged woman walked in, holding a menu in her hand, leaning forward, and asked with a smile. "Welcome, what would you like to order, kids?" "Sister, we are not children, but ninjas, okay." Obito corrected loudly. He must be a student who just graduated this year. He looks too young. "I'm sorry, gentlemen and ladies." The waitress smiled and handed the menu in her hand to Haneda, who was standing near her. Haneda took a look and saw that the menu had not changed, so he passed it to Obito, who was standing beside him. "Order whatever you want to eat and drink." "I'll just order what I like. I'm the same as always." Kakashi followed closely. At this time, Obito, who was holding the menu, suddenly suggested, "You two should just drink some drinks. How about we all drink? How can adults drink beverages?" "Obito, drinking is not a good idea, right? Ninjas are not allowed to drink before the age of 20. Lin said. "Just for the experience, Lin. Besides, today is our graduation day, let's drink a little and celebrate. Doesn't Haneda always talk about breaking the rules? And the rule of no alcohol is also to avoid delaying the mission. What ninja doesn't drink?" After Obito finished speaking, he stood up, holding the menu, and asked one by one. "Watermelon Head, you should have no objection, right?" Kai didn't want to drink at first, but seeing Obito's enthusiasm, he didn't want to refuse. So he fell silent and didn't answer. After the silence tacitly agreed, Obito asked Kakashi again. "Kakashi, what about you?" Hearing this, Kakashi looked towards Haneda. He was not too averse to drinking or not, after all, his father liked to drink quite a lot. But he habitually focuses on Haneda. "It's okay to experience it, Kakashi." Haneda spoke up. He had drunk alcohol in his previous life, and he neither rejected nor disliked drinking. To be honest, the taste of beer is just so-so. It tastes no different from boiled water, except that it has a slight bitter taste. In comparison, he still prefers drinking beverages, at least the drinks are sweet enough. Oh yeah! Obito excitedly held up the menu and said to Lin with a smile. Lin, you don't have to force yourself. We men can just drink some wine. Lin nodded, okay. Please order a set meal for me, and strawberry milk as a drink. Then, Obito picked up the dishes that everyone wanted and handed them to the waiter. That's all for now. If there are any more, I'll add them later. Thank you. After the waiter left, Obito remembered something, walked to the front seat, and asked with a smile. After graduation, what do you want to do besides completing missions? Page 56. Yeah. Like dreams and stuff. My dream is to become Hokage and leave my handsome goggles and eyes on the Hokage rock. Hehe, I will definitely open the Sharingan by then, and I must carve the Sharingan. Use my majestic Sharingan to intimidate those ninja villages that try to start a war. This way the village can remain peaceful, and no one will be injured or die in the war. Let's wait until you become Hokage and open the Sharingan before we talk about this kind of thing. Kakashi was the first to pour cold water on him. Idiot Kakashi, I, Uchiha Obito, can definitely do this. Don't look down on the Uchiha name I bear. Obito clenched his fists and roared. I believe Obito's Sharingan will intimidate all ninja villages. Haneda interrupted in agreement. Listen, Haneda believes me. Humph, idiot Kakashi, you like to criticize others so much, why don't you tell me what your dream is? Obito retorted. My dream. Kakashi hesitated for a moment. He lowered his head and thought for a while, and the scene of Haneda bathing in the sun flashed through his mind. Like the moon, watch over the Sunday. Kakashi said. It's weird. Obito simply commented, then looked at Lin and asked. Lin-chan, what about you? Lin held her chin. She had thought about it before and replied quickly. Maybe I should become a medical ninja. It's good to cure diseases and save lives. Well, learning medical ninjutsu will also allow me to protect everyone. As expected of Lin-chan. She is so gentle, kind, and always considerate of others. Obito's face suddenly turned red as he thought about what Rin said about protecting everyone. This includes myself. Remembering that there were two people he hadn't asked, Obito quickly shook his head, clearing his complicated thoughts, and looked at Guy. Watermelon Head, even though you always have trouble remembering other people's names, you work so hard. You must have a goal to strive for, right? Of course. This is all to improve myself and defeat my lifelong rival, Uchiha Haneda. Kai looked at Haneda excitedly and said eagerly. He would always think of this fateful confrontation inadvertently. Considering his relationship with Haneda, Kai said it without hesitation. But Obito also asked about dreams and the like, and Kai tapped his head again and said. As for dreams, protecting my friends and the village should count, right? Suddenly, Kai remembered his father's words, clenched his fists again, and said enthusiastically. Yoshi! Burning my youth to protect the most important things, this is my dream. It's still the same as before. Youth is always a part of my every sentence. Obito complained in a low voice. However, he still recognized Kai's dream, and he also had things he wanted to protect. Obito glanced at Lin, and finally his gaze turned to Haneda. Haneda, although I don't want to admit it, with your talent and strength, your dreams must be extraordinary, right? Dream. Haneda wanted to just do it perfunctorily, but seeing that everyone was so serious, he held his chin and began to think. Memories of the past came to mind, and scenes from the future were superimposed on the past. Obito turned evil for Lin and to change the despairing reality. The lonely scarecrow was redeemed by the former Team 7. The kind-hearted Lin sacrificed herself for her companions and the village. Kai burns his youth for the peace of the ninja world. Everyone's ending is unfortunate without exception, but it is just right and acceptable. But Haneda doesn't want that. He wanted to break the predetermined fate. Haneda raised his head and smiled. Seeing everyone safe and sound, this is my dream. What? I thought you wanted to snatch the position of Hokage from me. How boring. Obito complained. Haha, if Haneda wanted to be Hokage, you would definitely not have a chance. Be thankful that you are the last one. Kakashi said. Shut up. Idiot Kakashi. Sooner or later I will become Hokage and prove myself. The last one has no chance. He can't even pass the written test of the Chunin exam. After playing around for a while, the waiter came in pushing a cart. She put down the barbecue and drinks ordered by Haneda and his 5 companions and left. And Obito picked up the wine glass and shouted. Come on! Cheers to our dreams! Chapter 055 Class. No one knew what happened at noon, but Haneda vaguely remembered that he was carried back by someone. I feel a little dizzy and my throat is uncomfortable. Haneda guessed that he was probably drunk by Obito. He looked around and saw that it was Obito's home, and Obito was sleeping next to him. It is very likely that Lin asked someone to send him back, or it is also possible that the Uchiha clan members who were secretly guarding nearby carried him back. Haneda got up and looked out the window. It was sunny outside and it was still afternoon. At this time, according to his usual habit, he should be practicing sword skills with Uncle Sakumo. Haneda rubbed his eyes, regained his spirit a little, and changed into a new set of clothes from Obito's locker. These clothes were left at Obito's house because Obito always liked to pull him to chat and sleep together at night. The clothes that have been changed out will naturally be left here. Haneda glanced at Obito who was sleeping. He had drool at the corner of his mouth and was smiling foolishly. I wonder what he was dreaming about. Forget it, let's not disturb him. Let's go to Uncle Sakumo first. I think I should call him teacher. Haneda tiptoed past Obito, opened the door, and closed it gently, then quickly walked down the stairs. Leaving the corridor, the figure of Obito's grandmother appeared at the stairs. She held the hangover soup and said. Drink before you go to training, Haneda-chan. You'll feel more comfortable this way. Okay, thank you Grandma. Haneda did not refuse. He touched the temperature of the bowl and knew that Grandma had been preparing it for a long time. After drinking, Haneda said goodbye to his grandmother and left. Haneda did not go directly to Sakumo's house. According to the agreement, he usually went directly to the training ground to practice swordsmanship. Even if he was busy and couldn't go, Sakumo would continue his ninja training as normal. The training ground is located on the edge of the Death Forest and belongs to the Flagwood clan. The place was quite far away, and it took Haneda more than 10 minutes to get there. At this time, there were already 3 people at the training ground, and Sakumo was talking to his 2 future teammates, Asuma and Yui Kurane. Noticing Haneda approaching, Sakumo said. It's just right that you're here, Haneda. I was just talking to Asuma and the others about the test. Test. Speaking of this, Haneda remembered the tradition of Team 7, grabbing the bell. At this time, Asuma took the lead to explain. It's a small test to test teamwork ability. Mr. Shuomao said that this affects his consideration of accepting tasks. After saying that, Asuma shouted excitedly. Brother Haneda! We finally have a chance to fight side by side. That's it. Haneda was still a little confused and didn't react. He remembered the word big brother and said. By the way, didn't I tell you not to call me brother Haneda? You are older than me, Asuma. Okay, brother Haneda. Page 57. Another child who refuses to change. Haneda thought helplessly. Seeing that Asuma and Haneda seemed to have a good relationship, Sakumo nodded secretly. With this relationship, subsequent team cooperation training will be much easier. No need to waste time on small talk, Haneda, the three of you should discuss the test first. Although you have strong individual abilities, this assessment is about teamwork. Sakumo reminded in a deep voice. Hearing this, Haneda grasped the hilt of the knife at his back and pulled it out. The familiar coolness coming from his hands relieved a lot of his physical discomfort. Asuma, Ui Kurane, what are you each good at? Physical skills and wind style. Asuma replied, holding the chakra blade. Then, Zahi Kurane said, illusion, nothing else. Haneda didn't waste any time and started to arrange the tactics directly. Asuma and Kurane Ui are both future Jonin, and they should have basic ninja skills. Even if you don't have it now, the talent is definitely there, and you will understand how to cooperate during the battle. I am good at many things, including illusion, physical skills, and ninjutsu. I'll be the main attacker, and Asuma will cooperate with me to restrict Uncle Sakumo's position. Hong, you assist from the side, keep your distance, and perform the illusion at the right time. Okay. Asuma and Hong responded. Then, Haneda turned to look at Sakumo, who had drawn his short sword and was smiling. Are you ready? After asking this, Sakumo saw that Haneda and the others were in a fighting stance. He kicked up a stone and said, let's start with the moment the stone falls. After saying that, Sakumo held the stone and stretched his thumb upwards with force. The stone bounced up and flew through the air in a graceful parabola. And when the stone fell, Haneda and the other two moved at the same time. Xiri Hong quickly left the battlefield and hid under the surrounding grass. Asuma ran to Sakumo's flank and waited for Haneda's attack. Tsitsaizi. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping rang out, and blue lightning was wrapped around Haneda's sword. In a flash of lightning, Haneda moved. He swung his sword, and the lightning wrapped around the sword turned into a long curved snake and attacked Sakumo. At the same time, he activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan and rushed along the flanks of the lightning, attacking from both sides. Behind! Haneda shouted. He didn't care whether Asuma could understand what he really meant, so he didn't explain too much. The wind attribute chakra in his hand quickly condensed, and the pale white airflow gathered on the blade, and his own speed also increased a lot. Use wind for close-up and thunder for far away. When I told you that, I didn't expect you to use them together. It looks pretty good. Sakumo's eyes narrowed slightly, and the chakra on the blade turned pale white. Countless tiny breezes blew across the blade, then swirled back and continued to blow. Tisk tisk tisk. The sound of airflow continued to be heard. Sakumo glanced at Asuma, who was running behind him and preparing to attack, and instantly understood what Haneda meant. He knew he wouldn't kill Asuma, so he let him attack. Haneda attacked him from both sides, leaving him with no escape. Even Zahihong, who was hiding under the bushes, had the opportunity to cast an illusion on herself. Sakumo ignored what was behind him and swung his sword with all his might. Several wind blades passed through the knife, and as they moved forward in the air they transformed into tiny knives and attacked Haneda. At this time, Haneda was very close to Sakumo. Not to mention getting close, it's already good enough for him to block the attack. Don't underestimate me, Uncle Sakumo. Haneda formed a seal with one hand, and his left hand wrapped around the lightning in less than a second. Before the Chidori could even chirp, it transformed into countless tiny thousand needles and flew forward. The Chidori Senbon collided with the wind blade, which was knocked down and fell to the ground, instantly cutting off the grass on the ground, including its leaves and roots. The ground was suddenly in a mess, covered with broken leaves. Chidori's new form? When was it developed? There was a hint of surprise in Sakumo's eyes. This move was similar to his wind style, and he didn't know when it was modified by Haneda using lightning style. At this time, Raiden and Haneda, who had transformed into long snakes, had already attacked from the left and right, and Asuma in the back was following closely behind. Sakumo was attacked from 3 sides. Chapter 056, Battle against Sakumo. Is there nothing I can do but hide? Sakumo felt the violent wind and lightning chakra around him and jumped up without hesitation. It is Sakumo's habit to dodge attacks that can be avoided to avoid wasting chakra. And just as he jumped up, Haneda showed a cunning smile. When Haneda and Asuma's attacks missed, the released lightning snake actually returned to the sword in Haneda's right hand. It transformed into hundreds of thousands of needles and flew towards Sakumo in midair at lightning speed. In midair, with no place to step on, the body will only move by inertia. All you can do during this process is to adjust your hands and feet. There is no way to avoid the huge number of Chidori Senbon. Down below, said Haneda. Immediately, Asuma understood what Haneda meant and swung his chakra blade to predict where Sakumo would land. Interesting, you've grown again, Haneda. Sakumo swung his sword, his body spinning along with the blade. In an instant, a small whirlwind quickly formed and completely covered Sakumo. At the same time, Chidori Senbon was flung away by the whirlwind and fell to the ground. The plants in the entire area were electrocuted and covered with black spots. But Haneda and Asuma's attacks are not over yet. Empty, empty, empty. The sound of breaking air continued to ring out, and Haneda swung out 3 1-meter-long wind blades, flying towards Sakumo in a triangle killing position. The chakra contained in each blade is enough to cut through a whole block of rock. And below Sakumo, Asuma's chakra sword was coming towards him. Compared to the wind blade cast by Haneda, Asuma is obviously easier to bully. Sakumo naturally understood Haneda's idea. He could either take it head-on or eliminate Asuma. It would be easy for him to eliminate Asuma, but his purpose was to train the teamwork ability of Team 9. This result did not meet Chuumao's expectations. This is Haneda's conspiracy to take advantage of his own psychology. Used to consume more of his chakra and create conditions for victory. Sakumo weighed the options quickly in his mind, and just at that moment, a pair of red pupils suddenly flashed before his eyes. It was Zhihong who was hiding in the dark and took action while he was being attacked from both sides and thinking about countermeasures. This opportunity was well chosen, at a time when most ninjas had no time to think about other things. Seeing that he was about to be pulled into the illusion world, Sakumo's eyes focused and he made a quick decision. Then, a terrifying aura and powerful chakra surged out of Sakumo's body. When Hong's eyes were meeting Sakumo's, Hong suddenly showed a look of fear. She was backfired by the illusion she cast. At the same time, Asuma felt such a terrifying and powerful aura at close range and suddenly lost his mind. The whole person was panic-stricken, as if he had seen a great terror. He was sweating profusely, and beads of sweat from his forehead fell to the ground one by one. At this moment, Sakumo landed and stood beside Asuma. Even at this distance where he could easily succeed, Asuma still didn't dare to move. Page 58. He held the chakra knife and tried to attack every time, but was stopped by an unknown force and retracted. This power is the fear in the human heart and the desire to escape in order to survive. What are you hesitating about? Haneda reminded loudly. 5 years later, he felt Sakumo's terrifying aura again. But this time, he had no fear, no terror. He raised the knife in his hand and swung it without any hesitation. It seems that the kids from 5 years ago have grown up and are now able to face me. Sakumo chuckled. He dodged Haneda's attacks by moving sideways several times, and even deliberately leaned his back in front of Asuma. While dodging Haneda's attack, he deliberately exposed his weakness to Asuma. What? Asuma couldn't hold it in any longer and roared. His eyes were red, and he stared straight at Sakumo's back and bumped into him. But he dodged it easily by jumping back. Instead, he almost bumped into Haneda who was swinging his sword in front of him. I see the shadow of Haneda in you. You are pretty good, Asuma. Sakumo exclaimed in admiration. At this time, Haneda glanced at Asuma who was squatting on the ground gasping for breath, and then looked at Yui Kurane, who was so scared that she burst into tears. He also saw his own shadow in them. One bravely wields the knife when facing fear, while the other wants to escape when afraid of fear. All of you please get out of the way. It's too early for you to start this battle. Haneda didn't blame them and spoke softly. He opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan again, and lightning and thunder appeared on the sword. I will also use my full strength from now on, Uncle Sakumo. Watch out for my eyes. As soon as the words fell, Haneda moved instantly and came in front of Sakumo like lightning. He did not swing his sword immediately, but instead created a Konoha whirlwind, kicking up the sand on the ground and interfering with Sakumo's vision. At the same time, using the sand to block the attack, Haneda moved again. He used the Sharingan to observe the characteristics of chakra flow, which was equivalent to seeing Sakumo's position clearly like X-ray vision. Rustling. The footsteps were getting closer, and Shu Mao could tell where the people were by listening to the sound. But who knows whether this is a shadow clone? Sakumo put away his previous relaxed smile. He already knew from Haneda's previous series of actions that Haneda was difficult to deal with. I also understand what Haneda means by being serious. He will no longer just use swordsmanship combined with chakra to fight against himself, but will use all aspects of his abilities. Coming. Sakumo collected his thoughts and swung his sword to block Haneda's direct attack. At the same time, another figure walked out from the tree trunk and spit out a huge fireball. Sakumo used the force of the Haneda sword to jump backwards, formed a seal in the air, and slapped his hand hard the moment he landed. Earth escape earth flow wall. A 2-meter-high thick earth wall rose from the ground, blocking the fireball from behind. For a moment, flames raged and dust flew. But Shu Mao didn't dare to relax at all. He was sure that Haneda would do something with the help of the surrounding environment, which was a tactic in the opposite direction. Sure enough, several wind blades flew out from the front, covering themselves with dust. When he appeared in the field of vision, he was only 3 meters away from Shu Mao. Shu Mao swung his sword to block the wind blade in front of him, and at the same time jumped left and right to avoid the wind blade. But at this moment, Haneda cleverly calculated Sakumo's landing point. Hidden by the dust and smoke, spikes protruded from the ground. This is Earth style, Tsuchiria gun, an ability that Haneda has never used on Sakumo. Shu Mao's eyes flashed with surprise. He did a backflip in the air, and the moment he landed, he cut off the earth spikes with a knife, and at the same time, he continued to retreat to avoid the attack range of the Talong gun. At this moment, Haneda Mami, who was hiding nearby, moved. A pair of blood-red Sharingan slowly rotated in front of Sakumo's eyes. The world before my eyes was gradually replaced by blood-red. Invisibly, 4 pillars pierced his limbs, restricting him tightly. This is Illusion, the Art of the Shackle. Chapter 057 Promotion. You've grown a lot over the years, Haneda. You've completely predicted all my moves. Should I say it's worthy of the 3 Megatama Sharingan? At this point, Shu Mao suddenly smiled softly. I remember 5 years ago I told you about the second form of consciousness, which is to control your own consciousness and focus it on the knife. What do you mean, Uncle Sakumo? Haneda's figure walked out of the vortex and came in front of Sakumo. He was very curious about how Uncle Sakumo would escape from his Sharingan illusion. You know, this world is his spiritual world. Open an exit in other people's world, unless there is external interference, or the spirit and will are strong enough. Haneda's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to have thought of a possibility. At this time, Sakumo said, for a warrior skilled in swordsmanship, whether it is a branch on the ground or a forged sword, it is still a sword. The world of illusion is the same as the spiritual world. A silver-white dagger appeared in front of Sakumo's eyes, instantly cutting Haneda in front of him, along with the blood-red world behind him. At this moment, light returned to his eyes and he returned to the grove where he was training. Haneda half knelt down, covering his eyes with his hands in pain, a line of blood and tears running down his cheeks. That's why some samurai are immune to illusions. Their will is strong enough, and they can manipulate it intentionally or unintentionally. And ordinary illusions are ineffective against this kind of person. He must not realize that he is under an illusion. Sakumo's voice came from the front, and Haneda also recovered at this time. His primary sage body gave him extraordinary self-healing abilities, and also had a nourishing effect on the Sharingan. Recalling Sakumo's words, Haneda subconsciously thought of Hanzo, who was called the demigod. It was with his strong will that he broke free from the control of the impure world reincarnation. Because the source of the novel cannot be verified, if this resource accidentally infringes upon your rights, please trace the original disseminator and notify us to delete it in time. Thank you. In addition to being a ninja, Hanzo is also half a samurai. He could even break free from the enhanced version of the impure world reincarnation by his willpower, so ordinary illusions are no problem at all. Uncle Sakumo's situation is similar to Hanzo's, both are a combination of ninja and samurai. This situation exists and is normal. In the world of Naruto, in addition to ninjutsu, there are also some special power systems. Sakumo walked up to Haneda, stretched out his hand, and pulled Haneda up. I'm sorry I hurt you just now. It's okay, Uncle Sakumo. It's normal to get injured during training. Haneda smiled indifferently and said. It's Uncle Sakumo who needs to give me some guidance, haha. Hearing this, Sakumo also laughed. After a while, he said to Haneda. Actually, I don't have anything else to teach you. I've taught you everything I should have in the past 5 years. It's more about the lack of combat experience. From the test just now, I can see that you already have your own tactics. Generally, use dust or smoke to block the enemy's vision, and rely on the Sharingan's advantage to quickly close in. Page 59. Then the sword technique was combined with lightning and wind techniques to fight, and finally, I seized the opportunity to finish it off with illusion. Ordinary Jonin, no, most Jonin, even elite Jonin, will have a hard time getting the upper hand on you. Haneda felt a little embarrassed when he heard Uncle Sakumo praising him. At this time, Asuma pulled Yui Kurane over and asked, Teacher Sakumo, where are Kurane and I? Sakumo smiled and said, well, Asuma, you and Kurane are both good. You can be considered qualified genin. But compared to Haneda, we are still far behind. We need to keep working hard. Asuma laughed when he heard the compliment. Hey, Mr. Sakumo, who can compete with this perverted brother Haneda? He is now fighting back and forth with you, teacher. Asuma said this, turned to Yui Kurane and said, right, Kurane. Hearing this, Xiri Hong nodded repeatedly. She specialized in illusion, but was intimidated by teacher Sakumo's aura and was so scared that she started crying. It's quite embarrassing to say. And Haneda is indeed a genius who surpasses Kakashi. Now he is not afraid of Sakumo's terrifying aura at all, and Sakumo himself even admits that he has the strength of a Jonin. Hong looked at Haneda's back, her face slightly reddened. It was a very comfortable feeling to have a reliable companion leading her in front. Especially Haneda is really handsome. After Haneda rested for a while, Sakumo put away the smile on his face and said to the 3 people. There's still about an hour until dark, so let's start training. Asuma, Hong, you 2 go practice the tree climbing that I instructed you to do earlier. As for Haneda, come over and spar with me alone. In the following week, Class 9 trained and took on D-level missions to accumulate experience. Things like helping villagers find cats and dogs and driving away wild boars may seem insignificant, but it feels like a waste of time. In fact, this process invisibly exercises teamwork and detective capabilities. But overall it's still very trivial. Even Haneda felt that if he continued like this, the exercise would not be of any use. He has almost finished learning everything he should learn. Whether it is the Uchiha family's inherited ninjutsu or the forbidden technique obtained 5 years ago. Over the years, he has used multiple shadow clones to create more than 10 shadow clones to practice the changes in Chidori's forms, and based on Chidori, he has developed most of the lightning techniques that Sasuke has used. He also tried Flying Thunder God, but it can be said that he didn't have the talent for it. Even Kakashi was the same. It's just that Kakashi's talent is much stronger than his own, and he can barely reach the threshold of Flying Thunder God. As for other miscellaneous techniques, like Earth Escape, Water Escape, and Wood Escape, Haneda only learned a little bit of them. At this point, there are only 2 ways to further improve your strength quickly. One is to kill the one you love and open the Manjiki Sharingan. The second is to fight for life and death and accumulate enough combat experience. It is impossible for Haneda to do the former, and for the latter he has to rely on doing dangerous tasks to accumulate quickly. As for why Haneda is so anxious to improve his strength. Probably for my own dream. He wanted to change the predetermined fate of Obito, Kakashi, and others. Within 3 years, according to the development of the original work, Obito will fake his death in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Uncle Dai and Lin will die in the Battle of Platikodon Mountain. Among them, Uncle Dai opened the door of death to protect Kai. Rin died for Konoha at the hands of Kakashi's Chidori. At this point, Obito, his childhood friend, will also completely turn evil. These are not what Haneda wants to see. His future enemies are destined to include the most hidden masterminds in the ninja world, Madara and Black Zetsu. The time came to the early morning of a week later, at the place where Konoha accepted and issued missions. Asuma, seeing that Mr. Sakumo was about to take on another D-rank mission, couldn't help himself first. Teacher Sakumo. Our Class 9 has received 12 D-level missions in 1 week. Isn't it time for a higher level one? Haneda also spoke at this time. Uncle Shimao, I've been fighting with you these days, but I can't move freely. It doesn't serve as training. Why don't you try to take on a dangerous mission first? Chapter 058 Sea-Level Mission. Yet. Asuma nodded repeatedly and agreed. Orochimaru-sensei of Team 3 has led Guy and his team to kill hundreds of people, and the missions they received were at least C rank. Teacher Sakumo, it's time to do something dangerous to test the results of our training these days. Asuma was afraid that Mr. Sakumo would still not agree, so he tried to provoke him. Teacher Sakumo is known as the White Fang of Konoha in the ninja world. It's impossible that the students you teach are worse than the 3 ninjas, right? Sakumo glanced at Asuma, then at Haneda. These days, he has been taking Haneda and the others to complete many D-level tasks in order to train them. Like cleaning sewers, exercising patience, and overcoming your usual obsession with cleanliness. Like encircling and hunting wild boars escaping in the mountains, it exercises the ability of reconnaissance and survival in the wild. After completing basic ninja training, it is time to accept dangerous missions. Okay, except for Haneda, none of you have ever seen blood, so let's try a C-rank mission first. As he spoke, Shu Mao flipped through the task list and looked at it for a long time before he picked out one from the thick task book. That's it. Protect a wealthy businessman who does business with the Daming Prefecture. According to the information he provided, bandits will enter the city to rob him within half a month. In addition to escorting him back to Wave Country, we also have to help deal with the bandits there. The mission location is in the Land of Waves, close to the Land of Water. There may be a conflict with the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. Overall, the danger level doesn't seem high, and I can guide you while completing the mission. Sakumo took the corresponding task scroll from the staff and took Haneda and the others to a secret room. The secret room is divided into compartments of different sizes, and many ninjas are putting on makeup. What's wrong, Uncle Sakumo? Do we need to disguise ourselves first for this mission? Haneda looked around and asked in confusion. No. It's because the name of my Konoha White Fang is too famous, and I'm afraid it will affect your mission. Sakumo said as she put makeup on herself. He first dyed his long silver hair black, then cut it shorter and changed it to a fluffy hairstyle. Judging from his temperament alone, he seems a lot lazier. After doing all this, Sakumo also put on a pair of sunglasses. He looks like he is on vacation, completely lacking his previous capable and sharp temperament. You will lead the team for this mission, Haneda. I will correct your mistakes appropriately during the mission. After giving the order, Sakumo led Team 9 out of the secret room and into the mission dispatch room. At this time, Haneda and his employer also arrived. He looked very young, perhaps in his 30s. But the information shows that the businessman is already in his 40s and has a 17-year-old son. Sakata wears glasses, a black suit, and always has a professional smile on his face. He walked up quickly, shook hands with Shimao, and introduced himself. Hello, I am the employer of this mission, Yamano Sakata. You can just call me Sakata. The instructor of Konoha's Class 13, Kodari Yoda. Sakumo looked calm as he pointed at Haneda and the others and introduced them. These are my 3 students. They all graduated with flying colors from the ninja school. Sakata smiled apologetically and said, I'm really sorry to bother you. I just signed a large contract with Damning Few a few days ago. It is very likely that my colleagues will send people to attack me on the way, and the mission may be upgraded to B-level or even A-level mission at any time. However, I will pay according to Konoha's corresponding indicators. Mr. Yangtai, are you still willing to accept this mission? Sakumo nodded. There is no time to lose, let's go first. Hearing this, Sakata was not worried, because those who could serve as team leaders were usually senior ninjas. One jonin is enough to deal with hundreds of ordinary people, not to mention that he is a jonin from Konoha, so the quality is guaranteed. Page 60. Sakata's convoy stopped at the gate of Konoha village, just a few steps away. The convoy was loaded with many specialties from the Fire Nation, but more of them were food. In addition to hiring Konoha's ninjas, Sakata also has 12 samurai. The 9th team served as escorts and had a special carriage to receive them. The carriage was not very big and could accommodate 4 or 5 people at most. Haneda and his team had gone through some D-level missions and had no complaints about this cramped environment. At least there was no need to be exposed to the sun in the carriage or smell the stench of shit from the sewer. Inside the carriage, Shimao drew the curtains and asked quietly, what do you think of this mission? For example, people or things. It's quite easy. It feels like we don't even need to do anything. Asuma replied quickly. Zhaihong thought for a while and said, I always feel that my employer wears glasses and smiles like a beast in human clothing. What about you, Haneda? Sakumo looked at the silent Haneda. Haneda analyzed. The employer emphasized that he was doing business with the daimyo prefecture, and also said that there might be assassinations by his peers. It was obvious that he wanted us to take this mission seriously. And said mission could turn into B rank, or even A rank, at any time. We could very well be attacked by ninjas. And the ninja who came must be very powerful, otherwise he wouldn't bring 12 samurai with him and come to Konoha specifically to hire ninjas. It seems his enemies have a lot of capital too. After hearing the answers from Haneda and the other two, Sakumo just smiled and said, then let's wait and see. We still have a lot of time. Right now we can only analyze some things based on the limited information. The carriage traveled very quickly and arrived at the coastal area of the Fire Country after about 5 days. To get from the land of fire to the land of waves, you need to take a boat. The employer, Sakata, plans to rest at the dock for one night and set off tomorrow morning. Tonight, the night is dark and windy. Sakumo stayed at a hotel, and his room was next to Sakata's, making it easier to protect him. Haneda and the other 3 were temporarily sent by their employer to guard the warehouse. Why should Mr. Sakumo be able to rest in his room while we have to guard this gloomy warehouse? Asma sat down on a bag full of rice and said unconvincedly. This is not the teacher's arrangement. Maybe the employer is worried that someone will steal things at night. I heard that there are a lot of bandits in many places outside. This might be the place. Hong said beside him. He looked at their leader, Haneda, and asked. Brother Haneda, are you keeping watch tonight, or what? Asuma seemed bored and thought about slacking off, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. We had been traveling for several days, and every day we were either practicing climbing trees or treading water, and we didn't encounter any danger. Instead of working diligently to keep watch, it is better to play cards or sleep. Someone is here, masked. Haneda, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, shocking Asuma so much that he quickly drew his chakra blade. Brother Haneda, where is the person? Asuma asked in a low voice. The windows on the left are all ordinary people. After he finished speaking, 7 masked men holding machetes climbed in through the window. Asuma was stunned when he saw the fierce masked man in front of him. Is this person an ordinary person? Chapter 059, I am the bad guy? Don't just stand there, come on. Haneda pulled out the short knife from his back, took a step forward, slid down, and went around the crotch of a masked man to his back. He kicked the man behind him to the ground with a fierce kick, and at the same time used his dagger to block the attacking machete. ZZ. The short knife slashed across the machete, creating sparks. At this time, 2 masked men came sideways and slashed at Haneda. A powerful blow from a grown man is enough to split thick wood, and the result will be either death or disability. But Haneda opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and controlled the 2 people who attacked from the flank with just a glance. The machete also fell into the air and froze. Within half a second, the 2 men fell asleep on the spot. It's a ninja. Run away. The remaining 4 masked strong men in front of Haneda were shocked, shouted loudly, and ran outside quickly. At this moment, Haneda pulled out 3 shuriken from his waist bag and released them from his hands as if he were throwing them away casually. The shuriken penetrated through the lower bodies of the 4 people and pierced their calves at an extremely tricky angle. Blood splattered on the floor, and a faint smell of blood filled the warehouse. Asuma and Hong froze in place as they watched the scene before them. The bloody images and physical discomfort made their stomachs churn and they felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Haneda turned around and said to Asuma and Hong calmly. There are 4 left. You guys deal with them. Don't let them escape. You, brother Haneda, do we need to kill them all? If you can capture them alive, try to capture them. If you can't, it's okay to kill them. I've already left a few alive, enough for questioning. As he spoke, Haneda threw a kunai at the masked man he had kicked over before, finishing him off. At the same time, he took out ropes and tied up the hands and feet of the 2 people controlled by the hypnotic eyes. The remaining 4 people were unable to escape due to their injured legs and feet. Despite their desperate resistance, they were no match for Asuma and Hong. In just 1 minute, all 4 were knocked down and captured alive. Asuma and Hong couldn't get over the hurdle in their hearts and couldn't bring themselves to kill. What should we do next, brother Haneda? Asuma's face was a little pale, and he felt uncomfortable looking at the blood on his hands. Trial. Haneda opened his 3 Magatama Sharingan, his face expressionless. The reason why he left Asuma, Hong, and the other 3 to live with was simply to train them. For him, killing 7 strong men was just a matter of a glance or a lightning escape. Even though these people are extremely vicious and have killed many people, they are still ordinary people in the eyes of ninjas. Haneda used his hand to open the eyelids of one of the men, and the man's pupil immediately showed a pattern of 3 Magatama. Tell me, why did you come to the warehouse instead of assassinating Yamano Sakata? I received an order to assassinate Yamano Sakata, but I wanted to live more, so I conspired with others to smuggle some food back here and then set fire to this place. Why do you want to steal food? Food is not expensive. Besides, Aren't you assassins? Asuma asked in confusion. When food from the land of fire is sold to the land of waves, the price will increase tenfold. We are not assassins, we are just civilians from the land of waves. We just agreed to assassinate that damned vampire Sakata. Asuma and Hong were speechless as they listened. 7 people came all the way from the land of waves to the land of fire just for their stutter. Also, is the price of food in wave countries so high? People who live by the sea make their living from the sea. Isn't it nice to go out to sea and catch fish? At this time, Haneda asked. The price of fish is also expensive in wave country. Expensive? That vampire Sakata controls all the main roads in wave country and forbids us from fishing privately. That's why the price of fish is so high. The person controlled by the illusion subconsciously gnashed his teeth and became indignant. This answer made Haneda understand a lot of things. He took out a kunao and was about to kill the person in front of him. But he was stopped by Asuma. Brother Haneda, they are just civilians, why did you kill them? Haneda glanced at the puzzled Asuma and Hong, and said calmly. What you should be thinking about is why the employer sent the 3 of us here and no other samurai. And how did he know someone would come to attack the warehouse instead of assassinating him? After saying that, Haneda swung the kunao in his hand and killed the man without any hesitation. The blood flowing from the neck made the bloody smell around even stronger. You guys do the rest. I don't want to see anyone alive. Page 61. If you want to ask why, I can only say that there is a traitor among the 7 of them, and that is our spy. Besides, the employer only wants an attitude, do you understand? Asuma couldn't bring himself to use the chakra knife in his hand. He looked up at Haneda who was walking outside and asked loudly. Are we going to help a bad guy? Haneda looked back at the innocent Asuma and said calmly. What makes you think he is a bad guy? Is it just based on what these people said? Also, he came from the Fire Country Daimyo's mansion. From a standpoint, he is one of ours. Haneda paused for a moment, then said, if you can't do it, I can help you. But it's only once. On the battlefield, there is no distinction between good and evil, only between stances. After saying that, Haneda stood at the door and waited for a long time, until 7 bodies were left in the warehouse, and then he left. Asuma and Hong fell to the ground and took off the Konoha forehead guards. Looking at the forehead protector that symbolizes a ninja in his hand, I wonder what he is thinking. Hostile. Haneda stood in front of Sakata and Sakumo and quietly recounted the attack that had just taken place. He hid a lot of information and just said that he killed someone immediately after discovering he had sneaked in. Well done. The 7 assassins must have been sent by them. I understand. I will increase the reward for this mission. Let's say 5,000 taels per person, which is equivalent to the price of a D-rank mission. Sakata pushed up his glasses and said. Shuo Mao, who was sitting next to him, said, it's a very fair price. Sakata said, if everything is all right, you can go and rest first. This kind of incident should not happen again in the future. Of course, even if it happens, I believe that with the means of several ninjas, it won't be too difficult to solve the trouble. Then don't bother us for now. If you need anything, you can call us. Sakumo then excused himself and left, with Haneda following closely behind. In Sakumo's room. At this time, Asuma and Hong were sitting on chairs, staring blankly out the window until Haneda and the others came in. Teacher Sakumo, can we give up this mission? Asuma trotted up to Sakumo and asked. After looking at Asuma's slightly pale face and then at Hong, Sakumo didn't say anything. He looked at Haneda, and seeing that Haneda had no expression on his face, he asked with a smile. What do you think? Chapter 060, Trouble in East City. Haneda said, regardless of whether the mission is right or wrong, we cannot give up the mission just because our employer has an unclear relationship with the Fire Country Daimyo. and giving up the mission temporarily will affect Konoha's reputation. Besides, the employer did not deceive us. The prices were clearly stated before us. Sakumo had received detailed information before coming to his employer, and he nodded in approval. Compared to Asuma's immaturity, Haneta's considerations are much more thoughtful. And what Haneta said is very true. Why do you think Sakata is a bad guy? Can you tell just from what a few people say? What's the use of eyes then? Sakumo said, the mission continues. Asuma, Hong, what Haneta said is right. We are ninjas, and many times we have to give up unnecessary emotions. But... Asuma began to speak, but was interrupted by Sakumo. No buts. At least you have to see the truth of the matter clearly before considering it. What if this is the truth? Asuma asked. At this time, Sakumo looked at Haneta, and his intention of investigation was self-evident. Haneta said without hesitation. Complete the mission before killing. Completing the mission is the professional ethics of a ninja, and killing is a personal conscience. This is the best way. We are ninjas after all. Sakumo said to Asuma. The Water Kingdom is across the sea from the Fire Kingdom. In an underground base, a man with grey hair sat on a chair with his eyes closed. After a while, a humanoid creature with white left and black right emerged from the ground. Undoubtedly, the identities coming from are Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Madara-sama, Uchiha Haneta has left Konoha and is currently at the border of the Land of Fire, and will soon be heading to the Land of Waves. The team's instructor is Konoha White Fang's Hitaki Sakumo, and his teammates are the Sandaime Hokage's son Asuma Sarutobi and his lover Kurane Ui. Black Zetsu said. What mission did they accept? Ban asked in a low and hoarse voice with an expressionless face. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu quickly reported the details of the mission and also told about the situation in the Land of Waves. Hearing the struggle hidden under the water in the Land of Waves, Madara laughed a few times and said slowly. Interesting. I have come to the Hidden Mist Village to issue the mission. Since that kid Sakumo is interested in training Uchiha Haneta, let's arrange for a Jonin to lead the team to test his strength. It's a good opportunity to let him see the dark side of the world. It took less than half a day to take a boat from the Fire Country pier to the Wave Country. It was just afternoon when Haneta and his companions arrived at a city called Fengbin, which means a city of harvest and by the sea. Daimyo Prefecture is located here, and Toyohama is equivalent to the capital of Wave Country. Although it is called the capital, the entire city is similar to a small town in the Fire Nation. The streets are paved with yellow mud, and the better sections are paved with bricks. There are many open-air shops on both sides of the street selling fish, shrimp, bread, fruit, woolen clothes, and other food and clothing. More expensive items like jewelry are only sold in the city center. The poverty of Wave Country is visible. After walking for a while, we arrived at Sakata's residence. There are two majestic stone lions at the entrance of the mansion. Walking in, you will see carved railings and painted buildings everywhere. Two stone lions carved from marble stand majestically in front of the ebony door. Stepping into the interior, there are rockeries, flowing water, curved bridges, and the three friends of winter are planted around. The corridors you pass through are well arranged, with carved railings and painted buildings everywhere. This made Haneta feel as if he had traveled back in time, and it was as if he was seeing a Jiangnan garden. This classical and majestic mansion would make the Uchiha family, the first family in Konoha, ashamed. Gentlemen, I have a party tonight and I cannot attend you. Sakata said to Sakumo and the others with a polite smile on his face. No need to provide protection. Shu Mao asked. Hearing this, Sakata thought for a moment and said with a smile. The place I'm heading to has good security. If you don't mind, you can protect my good-for-nothing son. He should be in East City now. At this point, Sakata said to the middle-aged man beside him. Butler, please go and entertain these gentlemen. Seeing this, the butler bowed slightly to Shimao and the others and said. Please follow me, gentlemen. After leaving Sakata's residence with the butler, Sakumo suddenly spoke. Butler, I have to leave for a while. You can take them away first. Okay. The butler didn't think much about it. He just thought that Chuomao didn't want to protect the young master, so he politely refused. After Sakumo left, Haneda became the center of the group. Asuma and Hong both followed closely behind Haneda, and the butler could tell who was in charge, chatting with Haneda along the way. As soon as I arrived at East Market, I heard noises coming from across the street. A group of people surrounded a dozen warriors with swords on their waists, and a young man was protected by the warriors. The stall in front of the young man was smashed to pieces, and next to the stall lay an old man with a bruised face and nose. The old man was protecting a little girl. What are you looking at? I beat people up and smashed the shop because this guy didn't pay the rent for the stall this month. You dare to continue setting up a stall without paying? What kind of rules are you following? Page 62. The leading young man paid no attention to the crowd around him and continued to speak arrogantly. Bullshit. You're clearly attracted to the third master's granddaughter. Someone in the crowd shouted, and immediately attracted a wave of agreement. That's right. Who here doesn't know what you, Yamano Kazuo, are like? Yes. You bully men and women, force people to buy and sell things, and you still have the nerve to talk about rules. If you dare to gather and cause trouble again, the rent at the end of this year will be doubled. As soon as Yamano Kazuo said this, the scene suddenly became quiet. The Shanyi family has absolute power in Fengbin, and the merchants alone control almost all the traffic on the sea. Not to mention controlling the shops, even their food, clothing, housing, transportation, and even their lives can be controlled. It is only natural to pay back debts. Since this old man can't pay, he can use his granddaughter to pay off the debt. What are you still standing there for? Arrest him! After Yamano Kazuo finished speaking, the warriors around him began to arrest people. No one among the people gathered on the field dared to step forward to stop it. Some people looked at it numbly and left silently. Their lives are hard enough, how can they care about others? At this moment, Haneda and his men stopped the samurai. Hey, why are you so unreasonable? Just give the rent a few days grace period, why are you hitting someone? Asuma couldn't stand people who were more arrogant than him, a top second generation, and spoke out. Ninjas from Konoha? Why don't you help my father complete his mission and start meddling in other people's business? Asuma was so angry at the second generation in front of him that he laughed. What do you mean by meddling in other people's business? You've almost killed someone and robbed a woman. We're just seeing injustice and this is meddling in other people's business. Are you out of your mind? Kazuo Yamano had never heard anyone scold him like this since he was a child, and he was so angry that he laughed. He sneered, so what if I kill you? So what if I rob you? What's the difference between these untouchables and the straw in the field? A new batch will grow next year. Why, the legendary ninja-sama looks down on these lowly people so much. Haha, you ninjas are much more efficient and quick in harvesting the lives of untouchables than people like me. One person is a whole village in one night. Master Ninja, tell me if these people are cheap or not. Chapter 061 Behind the Scenes. Asuma was at a loss for words to refute this series of sarcasm. He killed several of the untouchables that Yamano Kazuo called last night. It was both killing, but the other person hadn't done the killing yet. Asuma himself felt ridiculous for being 50 steps ahead and the pot calling the kettle black. At this time, another voice was heard. Enough! The ninja-sama you're talking about killed an entire village in one night. Killing a group of ordinary people is no different from killing cattle and sheep. Haneda threatened. With his strength, it's considered good-tempered of him not to kill anyone directly. If he hadn't wanted to see what would happen in the coming days, Haneda would have already taken action. Hearing the threat, Yamano Kazuo was about to threaten back at a child ninja. But seeing the sinister look in Haneta's eyes, he closed his mouth from the bottom of his heart. Let's go. We don't want to play anymore. It's boring. Yamano Kazuo put his hands in his pockets, pretending to be casual, and prepared to leave. But Haneta spoke again. Who asked you to leave? You haven't paid for the things you broke, the medical expenses for the people you beat, and the compensation for your mental damages. After saying this, the samurai next to Yamano Kazuo couldn't bear it anymore and suggested. Master, do you want me to kill this rude boy? Hearing this, Yamano Kazuo glanced at the burly warrior, then looked at the young man who was calm but revealed a murderous aura, and decisively gave in. Forget it, a small amount of money is nothing, just give it to me, who cares? After saying that, Yamano Kazuo threw a stack of money and left without even looking at the amount. The butler looked back at Haneta and the others, then quietly whispered a few words into the young master's ear and left. When the samurai's back completely disappeared in the street, the old man called Iryi pulled his granddaughter to thank Haneta and others. Don't thank me, I just simply can't stand this kind of behavior. After saying that, Haneta said to Asuma and Hong. I'm going to go get some information first. If you have nothing to do, you can go back or take a walk. Okay. Hong and I will help the old man clean up the stall first, and then we will go to find Sakumo-sensei to practice. Asuma knew that if he and Hong followed brother Haneta they would only be a burden to him, so he did not force himself to follow him. Inside the city, in a secret room in Yamano Kazuo's mansion. The butler brought Yamano Kazuo here, whispered a few words in Sakata's ear, then closed the door and left. When the door was completely sealed and the room was dark, Sakata said coldly to his son. Didn't I tell you not to go out and cause trouble these days? And they bumped into you. Dad, I'm helping the family, helping to collect rent. It was just that the process was a bit rough, and it happened to be seen by those 3 Konoha ninjas. Yamano Kazuo argued. But Sakata knew very well what kind of person his son was, and even without the butler's reminder, he could guess most of the causes and consequences. After staring at his son's eyes for a long time, Sakata suddenly said. Forget it, this is good, at least I can test the attitudes of those ninjas. They are already thinking of taking action against me. They will most likely hire ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. This struggle has already involved the positions of the other 2 major powers. Whether people are good or evil is no longer important. But Sakata said this and slowly walked in front of Kazuo. He glanced coldly at his only son and said. I don't care what your temper was like before, but you must not leave the house for the next few days. If you want your father, me, and yourself to die. Did you understand? Yes, Dad. I will never step out of the house again, and I will never provoke those Konoha ninjas again. It was rare for Yamano Kazuo to see his father so serious, so he immediately made the promise. After you get out, ask the butler to come see me. Sakata put his hands behind his back. As the footsteps faded away, the sunlight came in again, only to be blocked by the heavy door again. Sir. The butler saluted respectfully. Find an opportunity to reveal the information of those ninjas from Konoha to the people of Kirigakure, and lead them to fight to the death. Sir, are you going to kill them all? What do you say? Hee. Ninjas are just tools. If they can't be used by me, then I'll just destroy them. Leaving Fengbin City, there are endless fields and high mountains that block the sea. Haneta transformed into a black-haired young man wearing a bamboo hat and walking on the path in the field. He planned to collect some information about the bandits. Soon we passed a village. According to the intelligence scroll, this place is very close to that nest of bandits. There are not many houses in the village, about 40 or 50, and only a few dozen families. There was a family with a white cloth hanging in front of their door, as if someone had died, but there was no one around to pay tribute, which seemed very strange. Haneda climbed in through the window, and as soon as he stepped inside, his feet raised a cloud of dust when they touched the floor. The things here are very shabby, the tables and chairs have signs of being broken, and it looks like no one has lived here for a long time. But the white cloth at the door looked the same as when it was just hung up, which was very strange. Haneda became even more curious. He remembered that when he first walked into the village, he saw an old lady sitting at the opposite door, so he thought of asking her. As quickly as it came, it went as quickly as it came. Haneda climbed out of the window and walked to the opposite door as if nothing had happened. At this time, an old lady was weaving. Seeing someone coming, she stopped sewing and asked enthusiastically. Page 63. Need directions, young man? Haneda shook his head and pointed at the white cloth on the opposite door and said. I am a traveler from the Fire Nation and a writer dedicated to recording the customs and culture of various countries. Grandma, I'd like to ask, is there any legend or reason for hanging a white cloth in front of the door of a person who has died a long time ago? As he spoke, Haneda took out a booklet and a pen from his waist bag and looked at the old lady very seriously. When the old lady heard this question, her eyes dimmed. She didn't want to answer at first, but when she noticed Haneda's sincerity and seriousness in his eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse. Besides, this young man is from the Fire Nation, so it's no big deal to say it out loud. That was hung up by my son Xiao Feng. It's not the custom of Wave Country. Oh? Is it because your son has a good relationship with that group of people? Haneda asked with a pen, pretending to take notes. I guess so. He had a very good relationship with Takahashi. After his family was killed by the people in the mountains, he became silent. Until that day, a group of people found Xiao Feng. He hung up a white cloth and left. Before leaving, he said. We are like straw in the field. We will fall down when the wind blows, or even when there is no wind. So we must fight, grow wildly, and take root in the fields. Xiao Feng left this sentence and left. Didn't he come to visit Grandma? Haneda asked again. He said he didn't want to get me into trouble. The old lady looked gloomy, as if she knew what path her son had chosen. Chapter 062 The So-Called Ninja. Who are you and why are you in my house? Suddenly, a young man in his 20s rushed in and pulled Haneda away from the old lady. Xiao Feng, you're back, the old lady said excitedly. Mom, why are you talking about village affairs with outsiders again? The young man named Xiao Feng looked at Haneda with hostility. I am a traveler and writer from the land of fire. I traveled to the land of waves to study the local customs and myths. Haneda ignored Xiao Feng's rude behavior, and introduced himself with a smile on his face. From the Fire Nation. The hostility in Xiao Feng's eyes was even stronger. If his mother had not been right next to him, he might have already started fighting. The land of waves does not welcome people from the land of fire. Is it because of the Yamano family? Haneda said in a deep voice. You know this. You must have misunderstood me, sir. I am just a civilian of the Fire Nation like you. When Haneda said the word commoner, the hostility in Xiao Feng's eyes disappeared a lot. At this time, the old lady interrupted and tried to change the subject. Xiao Feng, why did you come back this time? Didn't you say you wouldn't go home again? Hearing this, Xiao Feng hesitated for a moment. He glanced at his mother and then at Haneda beside him. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and Xiao Feng looked at Haneda with much closer eyes, and it was obvious that she trusted Haneda. He took the old lady's hand and said, Mom, I'm coming home this time to bring a better life to the village. You don't know, I joined the rebel army. There are already hundreds of official members in the organization, and they can mobilize thousands of people at any time. This time I returned to the village to complete the organization's mission and raise funds to issue missions to the ninjas of the water country to kill Yamano Sakata and the others. As long as Sakata dies, people living on the coast will be able to go fishing, do business, and transport food here. Food prices will also drop, and we can live a better life. Like Uncle Suzuki next door, he no longer has to farm during the farming season, and works in the city during his free time. People like Uncle Takuchi at the north gate of the village can also buy some meat to try during the New Year holidays. Everyone in the village will be better off. Suddenly, Xiao Feng looked at Haneda and said eagerly. How about it, sir, do you want to donate some too? Haneda was silent. Donating money to hire someone to kill him? According to his current investigation, the greatest evil is Sakata's power, the employer of their Team 9. In the end, Haneda still gave a little. 300 taels, almost the price of 5 meals of Ichiraku ramen. After leaving the village, Haneda stood on a high place and looked out over the village nestled in the fields. He watched an ordinary young man named Xiao Feng, who went from house to house to publicize the uprising and raise funds. Suddenly, he remembered what the old lady had just said. We are like straw in the field. We will fall down when the wind blows, or even when there is no wind. So we must fight, grow wildly, and take root in the fields. The wind blew gently, and the black hair fluttered in the wind. Haneda thought of ninjas like Asuma and Hong who had just graduated from the ninja school. Killing a dozen ordinary people only required them to overcome their psychological fear. For a jonin like him, it is only a matter of time to massacre a village or even destroy a country. Is this struggle meaningful? The struggle that is doomed to fall when the wind blows. Haneda muttered to himself. He tried to step out of Konoha's standpoint and his identity as a ninja and look at the situation in the land of waves from an outsider's perspective. Sakata's family controlled all the major transportation routes in the country, controlled food prices, controlled people's lives, and even controlled life and death. They can abuse people at will, plunder people's wealth, and forcibly take away the remaining money of others in a monopolistic manner. The lower class people try their best to barely make a living. In order to maintain their extravagance, the upper class still wants to squeeze out the last bit of surplus value from the lower class. Class antagonism has already taken shape, and the tide of the times is rolling forward. According to normal development, the solidified old society will be overthrown by the will of the people. Haneda cancelled his transformation technique, took off the forehead protector, and looked at it in his palm. But there are ninjas in this world who only care about money and stance. Behind Sakata is the daimyo of the land of fire. Konoha is bound to the daimyo and there is no way they will just sit back and watch Sakata do nothing. The rebels hired ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, and Konoha and Hidden Mist Village have always been at odds with each other. From my perspective, I should help Sakata. Suddenly, Haneda remembered his answer to Uncle Sakumo and started laughing. Konoha is Konoha, and I am me. Positions can't change, but that doesn't mean people can't. Haneda suddenly understood the key to the matter, but the word ninja still lingered in his mind for a long time. In the afternoon, we returned to Sakata's residence. This time, Haneda no longer had the time to appreciate the uniqueness of the Jiangnan Gardens. In his eyes, every carved railing and painted building was covered with blood. He arrived at the room arranged by the butler and found a note left by Sakumo saying that he had taken Asuma and the others to the northern outskirts of the city for training. So, Haneda left again. On the northern outskirts of the city, Asuma and Hong were practicing treading water in a lake. And Chuo Mao was setting up a barbecue, with fish from the lake and edible vegetables and mushrooms around. These were skewered and placed on the grill, with Shu Mao adding firewood and turning them over from time to time. Your eyes are confused. Are you doubtful about this mission? Sakumo noticed the sweat on Haneda's forehead and handed him the water bag. You must be thirsty. Drink some water first. Taking the water bag, Haneda drank a few sips, wiped the corners of his mouth, and said, Yes and no. The mission is only one aspect, and this kind of thing can be given up. Uncle Sakumo, I just really want to know what a ninja is. Hearing this, Sakumo laughed. So you're thinking about this? Are you starting to doubt the meaning of ninja's existence because of the mission? Page 64. Sakumo stood up, patted Haneda on the shoulder and said. In a broad sense, a ninja is someone who can endure everything. In a narrow sense, it refers to people who possess and control chakra. I know you won't approve of the spirit of ninja, Haneda. Then let me talk about chakra, or the meaning of power. Legend has it that the sage of 6 paths created the ninja clan and distributed chakra to other people to connect people's minds. Initially, chakra was used to cultivate fields, build bridges, and construct roads. Later, due to human desires, it evolved into a weapon for killing people. As he spoke, Sakumo drew out the short sword from his back and said with a smile. What do you think of this knife? Sharp, can it kill people? As soon as Haneda answered, Sakumo took out his beloved short knife, cut the grilled fish, and gave a piece to Haneda. Now what? Doesn't it taste good? Haneda tried the fish grilled by Uncle Sakumo and it tasted really good. And the fish bones were shaved off at the cutting points. Is acceptable. Haneda licked his lips, and suddenly he realized something and began to think deeply. Chapter 063, Missed Hidden Attack. At this time, Shuo Mao said. There is no right or wrong in power. The knife in my hand can not only kill the enemy in front of me, but also protect my companions behind me. After saying that, Sakumo pointed at Asuma and Ui Kurane who were practicing treading water in the lake and said. It's like they trained so hard, falling from the water again and again, and standing up again and again. Are they doing this to kill people? In fact, they just don't want to be left too far behind by you, and don't want to be unable to protect the people they love during the mission. And that's what chakra, or power, is all about. Haneda recalled the purpose of his hard training and suddenly understood everything. He lives not only for himself, but also for his friends, Obito, Kakashi, and others. And this is the meaning of power, and the reason for the existence of ninjas. 3 nights later, a covered boat approached the coast of Wave Country and stopped. 4 cloaked men walked out of the boat and stepped onto the land of the Wave Country. Captain, what is the objective of the mission? One of them asked. A businessman named Sakata, and 4 ninjas from Konoha, including 1 jonin and 3 genin. The leader lifted his cloak higher, inadvertently revealing the forehead protector representing the ninja Kirigakuer. He exhaled, recalled what the 4th Mizukage had said, and said. Don't worry about the one named Sakata for now. We need to deal with the ninjas from Konoha. Especially a man named Uchiha Haneda, whose Sharingan is very valuable. Speaking of murder, the Kirigakuer Jonin revealed a hideous smile. As elites cultivated in the Blood Mist village, they are much stronger than the flowers in the greenhouse of Konoha. 1 Jonin and 3 Chiyunins against a team led by a newly graduated class leader, the advantage is on my side. The Kirigakuer Jonin had no idea how he could lose. At this time, a man wearing a cloak also came over. He threw a scroll to the Kirigakuer Jonin and left. Taking the scroll, the Kirigakuer Jonin narrowed his eyes. It was not until I saw the contents of the scroll that my doubts were resolved. It turned out that there was a traitor in their group. Early in the morning, outside Toyohama Kita Castle, Haneda and his team were training. More than a dozen shadow clones of Haneda stood in different positions and practiced the changes in the forms of lightning release chakra. This scene made Asuma envious. Brother Haneda, how did you create so many shadow clones? I can only have 3 at most. The A-level ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, records how to create more shadow clones. Haneda said. Brother Haneda, why can you create so many shadow clones for training, but I have a headache when I create 1 or 2. I'm gifted. Brother Haneda, can you be quiet? Haneda said with a frown on his forehead. Brother Haneda, I just want to work hard to become stronger. Asuma said with a wry smile. Just as Asuma was harassing Haneda, Sakumo arrived. Someone sneaked in here, at least 3 people. Shu Mao said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Haneda immediately took back his shadow clone and stopped training. Waves of memories were transmitted into the brain, but were quickly absorbed by Haneda's extraordinary mental power. The consumed chakra is also quickly restored with the blessing of the primary sage body. After a while, Haneda opened his eyes and the 3 Magadama Sharingan opened. At this time, a light white mist floated over quickly. And the figures of 4 ninjas with swords appeared in Haneda's field of vision. They were standing on a tree branch, looking down at Haneda and the others. On the other side, riots broke out in the 4 districts of Fengbin, East, West, South and North. Countless heroes rose up and rushed towards Sakata's men with their weapons. Some people also took the opportunity to rob, smashing or snatching things in the market where rice, grain, oil and salt were sold, and all kinds of goods were scattered all over the ground. The crowd was also in chaos. Suddenly, the whole city seemed to have received some kind of signal and became chaotic. But the masters behind this city don't care about it. In the Yamano family's mansion, Sakata paced back and forth in the most heavily guarded lobby, waiting for news from the butler. In Daming Prefecture, countless officials held banquets, enjoying wine, singing and dancing, waiting for news from Daming. The upper-class nobles seemed to know tacitly that the real victory or defeat did not depend on the city. Instead, it was a battle between ninjas in the suburbs of the North City. 1 Jonin and 3 Chiyunins. Haneda roughly judged the strength of the 4 people by the amount of chakra they had. He said to Shimao, who was standing beside him. Uncle Sakumo, I'll deal with the Jonin, you hold down the 2 Chiyunins, and leave the remaining 1 to Asuma and the other 2, how about that? Okay. Sakumo nodded. His original intention was to train Haneda and the others, and now the whetstone was here. Hearing the reply, Haneda grinned. He hooked his finger forward and said with a smile. What are you standing there for? Come here and meet me for a moment. Seeing this, the Kirigakure Jonin bared his 2 rows of fangs and sneered. What an arrogant little brat! I wonder if you will kneel down and beg for mercy later. As he spoke, the Kirigakure Jonin drew out his long sword. Because of the 7 mist ninjas, almost all ninjas in the hidden mist village are good with swords. Knives have almost become their standard equipment. Heart, liver, spleen, kidney, lung. Arrogant little devil, which one do you want to try? The fog became heavier, and the whole area was filled with white mist, with visibility of only about 3 meters. Once they get within 3 meters, killing someone is just a matter of seconds for the Kirigakure ninja. I should be the one asking you this. Haneda's 3 Magadama Sharingan could see all the movements of the 4 people. He drew the short knife from his back, and lightning immediately wrapped around the knife, making a sound like 1,000 birds screaming. I hope you can hold on a little longer in my hands. Page 65. As soon as he finished speaking, the knife moved. A flash of lightning passed by, and Haneda appeared behind the Kirigakure Jonin almost in the blink of an eye. Stab! The blade slashed across Wuyan's body, exploded in an instant, and turned into a pool of water. Water clone! Haneda turned around and stretched out his hand, the cry of Chidori was heard again, and lightning pierced through the mist village Jonin behind him like a column of light. But at this moment, the Kirigakure Jonin sneered, and the situation suddenly reversed. The Kirigakure Jonin, who had originally turned into a puddle of water, suddenly transformed into a human form again and put a knife to Haneda's back. Little ghost, didn't your elders teach you the water transformation technique of the ghost lamp? Ended. The blade passed by, but not a drop of blood was seen. Instead, I heard the cry of crows. In the part where the blade had cut through, Haneda's body turned into crows and flew away, circling in the sky. From time to time, crows gathered in the air and formed Haneda's face. Why do you think everything you see is real? Haneda's cold voice came. To outsiders, the two men stood there motionless, and nothing happened. Chapter 064, Farewell Gift. Illusion? Interesting, you are indeed an Uchiha ninja. The Kirigaku Jonin quickly formed hand seals. Illusion, break! His own chakra began to collide and become chaotic, and thick fog returned to his vision. The Kirigaku Jonin silently withdrew his gaze. He had underestimated Haneda before. In a one-on-one fight, he absolutely could not look Uchiha in the eye. Water style, water cannon technique. The Kirigaku Jonin stretched out his hand like a pistol and shot at Haneda. Baiu! 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 Several water drops like bullets sprayed out quickly, and Haneda also formed a seal immediately. Art fire escape ho fireball. The high temperature emitted by the fireball evaporated the water droplets, and the surrounding fog became a little thicker. It was at this moment that the Kirigaku Jonin quickly moved in the mist. Clang! The short sword and the long sword collided violently, and the two men were shocked and took half a step back. The Kirigaku Jonin was secretly shocked that the Uchiha brat in front of him was not inferior to his own in physical skills. You have to know that he is a ninja who walked out of the blood mist. Taking advantage of the moment when the blades collided and connected, the Kirigaku Jonin quickly thought of a countermeasure and formed a plan in his mind. Dang! 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 The swords flashed and collided continuously, and countless sparks splashed. Just as Haneda swung his sword, the Kirigaku Jonin pretended to swing his sword to block. But at this moment, he actually dropped his sword, used the water transformation technique, and passed through Haneda's sword. In an instant, a ball of water condensed in his right hand, completely covering Haneda. Got you, kid! You think I'm going to play bumper cars with you forever? The Kirigaku Jonin maintained his right hand, and as long as the water prison technique was controlled long enough, it would be enough to drown Haneda. But a cold voice sounded in his ears. Why do you think everything you see is real? Haneda's body turned into countless crows and crawled out of the water prison. Black figures gathered in front of the Kirigaku Jonin. A dagger was placed across his throat. At this time, the Kirigaku Jonin grabbed the knife stuck in the ground and slashed at Haneda, but Haneda turned into a crow and flew away again. When he performed the waterfall technique in defiance of evil and attacked all the crows, a bolt of lightning pierced through his chest from behind. The Kirigaku Jonin looked back, only to see a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan looking at him coldly. When did the illusion happen? Since I opened my Sharingan. After answering, Haneda put away the Chidori sharp spear and said calmly. Now it's your turn to answer my question. Who told you that we practice here? A Kirigaku ninja would never betray his employer. The Kirigaku Jonin sneered and immediately detonated the detonating tag in his waist bag. Boom! Blood splattered on Haneda's face, bringing with it the residual warmth. Even if the people from Kirigaku didn't say it, he guessed who it was. Sakata. This place was recommended by Sakata's butler. Haneda looked back and saw that except for Asuma and his men, all other battles on the battlefield had ended. He said to Sakumo, I'm going to kill someone. Yamano Sakata. Yet. Haneda nodded. If you kill him, how are you going to explain it to the village and Daming Prefecture? Shu Mao asked. Sakata betrayed us, so there is nothing wrong with killing him. As for the daimyo, just give him a replacement. After saying that, Haneda walked towards Fenghama, while Sakumo watched Asuma and the others fighting thoughtfully. At this time, in Sakata's residence. This is the most intense place in the entire Fengbin battlefield. Compared to the battles between ninjas, this is even bloodier. Beneath the carved railings and painted buildings, there were fights between samurai swords, and everywhere were bleeding corpses and broken limbs. Countless people who rushed to fight fell under the armor and raised samurai swords. Sakata was wearing a well-fitting suit and a bright red tie, standing at the door of the lobby, exposed to everyone. But even though he was standing there, no one could rush to him. The sounds of fighting continued. Sakata took a sip of the tea brought by the maid and asked. Hasn't there been any news from the housekeeper yet? It should still be on the way. Sakata put the teacup back and looked at the one-sided fight, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The current situation is very clear. The rebels, or bandits, are being defeated by the warriors he bribed. But the uneasiness in my heart grew with time. At this moment, a figure passed through the eaves and finally stood on the roof of the lobby. Sakata looked back and saw the genin named Haneda. What are you doing here? Think carefully. I am a business partner of the daimyo, and I bring hundreds of millions of dollars to the Fire Nation every year. And I am your employer. Do you want to kill your employer and ruin Konoha's reputation? Haneda waited quietly for Sakata to finish speaking until he calmed down, his palms sweating with nervousness and his thighs shaking unconsciously. Shouldn't all the bad guys die at the end of a good story? This is a parting gift. As he finished speaking, the cry of 1,000 birds could be heard from the roof of the lobby. Just as Sakata was about to run away, hundreds of Chidori Senbon pierced his body, and he finally fell powerlessly on the blue brick road. What? Kazuo Yamano, who had just walked out of the house to check the situation, saw his father lying on the ground with blood flowing. He immediately screamed in fear. There is still one fish that escaped the net. Then let's kill them all. I have been very annoyed with you for a long time. The cry of the Chidori sounded again, and a sharp spear pierced through Yamano Kazuo's heart. As a result, the entire Yamane family died here. Haneda looked at the dazed samurai and the rebels who rushed in. Page 66. He said calmly. Give you two choices. One is to replace Yamano Sakata, take charge of trade between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire, and pay tribute to the Uchiha of Konoha every year. Second, die here with him. In the afternoon. At the port of the Land of Waves leading to the Land of Fire, a large ship sailed away from the port. Asma was so excited as he looked at the boxes of gold products and stacks of banknotes. What the rebels looted from Sakata's residence alone would be enough to support his future wealth. Converted, it is equivalent to at least 14 S-level tasks. Brother Haneda, we're going to make a fortune this time. Asuma said excitedly. It's just a little money. Are you short of money? Haneda asked back. This question stumped Asma. Both of them are people with powerful backgrounds and are not short of money. But when Asma thought about the fact that the rebels had to give so much money as a thank you, he was still very excited. He counted the bills and checked the accounts over and over again. The daimyo prefecture of Wave Country. Sakata is dead, and the Uchiha asked to take over some of the business. Daimyo, what do you think? Just give a little money over there. With the foundation left by Sakata, we can earn back the money quickly. What about the rebels? The rebels? Aren't they the rebels and bandits? After the daimyo finished speaking, the officials below all laughed as if they understood what he meant. The daimyo then said, remember to cover up all previous arrangements in the water country, and don't spare anyone who is too deeply involved. And send all the donation money to Damingfu. On the other side of the sea, in the Land of Water, Madara's underground base. White Zetsu's figure emerged from the ground. Madara-sama, Uchiha Haneda ended the battle with just a genjutsu. Madara opened his 3 Magatama Sharingan and just glanced at White Zetsu, and all the information recorded by White Zetsu was transmitted to his brain. Interesting. Has the illusion already been cast since the moment you hooked your hand? It seems that ordinary jonin are no match for him. Chapter 065, Returning to the Village Encountering Team. A few days later, in Konoha village. Finally back to the village. Asuma ran towards the village gate excitedly. For the first time, he felt that everything in the village was so beautiful. Haneda smiled slightly as he watched Asuma running. He looked at the gate of Konoha, secretly thinking that he could finally meet Obito, Kakashi, and the others. Team 7 should still be doing D-level missions now, right? I don't know how Obito felt when he knew he had completed an A-rank mission. Uncle Sakumo, we are going back to the village. Should we go our separate ways or go have a meal first? Haneda spoke softly to Sakumo. Let's go eat first. It's almost noon now. Shu Mao looked up at the sky. The sun was hanging directly above his head. Thinking about the delicious food in the village, Haneda swallowed inadvertently. They were so busy traveling these days that the food they had on the road wasn't very good. It would be unreasonable if I didn't treat myself to a meal when I return to the village. Then let's go, Uncle Sakumo. I heard there's a new ramen restaurant in the village called Ichiraku. It tastes pretty good. How about going there? Haneda looked up and smiled. Yeah. How about you ask Hong and Asuma, and if they agree, then we can go there. Sakumo nodded. After hearing this, Hong at the back immediately said. Sure, Haneda. Asuma probably won't refuse you, so just eat there. As they were chatting, Haneda and others also entered the village. As soon as he turned the corner of a street, a cat ran over at high speed and passed under Haneda's crotch. And a familiar figure bumped into them. Kakashi, don't worry about me, go catch the cat. It was Obito who bumped into Haneda. He turned around and said to Kakashi. But Kakashi just stood there, looking surprised, and so did Lin. At this moment, Obito realized something and looked up. Wasn't it Haneda? You're back, Haneda. Obito hugged Haneda and said excitedly. I didn't expect you to come back so early. I thought you wouldn't be back for a month. Haneda rubbed Obito's head and smiled, aren't you going to catch the cat? After a while, Obito reacted and immediately stepped back, shouting. Asshole Haneda, who told you to touch my head? By the way, Kakashi, where's the cat? The cat is here. Zahikurane came over holding the cat. Did you accept the mission to catch the cat? Well, thank you. Obito nodded, caught the cat and held it up, but the cat kept trying to break free and seemed to hate Obito. At this time, Lin and Kakashi also walked in front of Haneda. Lin hugged the cat in Obito's arms and rubbed its head gently, and soon the cat became docile. Kakashi looked at Haneda and suddenly felt a little emotional. Long time no see, Haneda. It's only been about a week. It hasn't been that long. Haneda walked up to Kakashi and raised his right fist. Seeing this, Kakashi smiled and raised his left fist to meet Haneda's right fist. You're right, it's only been a few days. Kakashi withdrew his left hand and asked again. I heard you took on a C-rank mission. Did it go well? Well, there's nothing dangerous. We just encountered some ninjas from the Hidden Mist village along the way. All the C-rank ninjas became A-rank. Haneda said in a casual tone. Although this mission made him realize a lot of things, he was not willing to share those dirty things with his friends. What? A-level mission? Haneda, your Team 9 actually completed an A-level mission. When Obito heard that Haneda had completed an A-rank mission, he suddenly felt unbalanced. Their Class 7 has been doing D-level missions these days. Not to mention Team 3, even Team 9, to which Haneda belongs, has started doing advanced tasks. Suddenly, Obito realized something. A-level missions are quite dangerous and seem to involve Jonin. Haneda, are you okay? Obito asked with concern. How can a Kirigaku or Jonin really hurt me? Haneda said nonchalantly. Just then, Asuma got excited. Obito, you don't know how powerful Brother Haneda is. Brother Haneda was a Jonin from the Hidden Mist village, and he just used a look and an illusion to control him right where he was. It only took a minute from the start of the battle to the end. You know, that was a Jonin who fought his way out of the blood mist. But even this is not as good as a look from my brother Haneda. When Obito heard Asuma bragging about Haneda, he was a little skeptical. Page 67. Asuma is Haneda's #1 fan, and Obito feels there is something wrong with 8 out of 10 of his sentences. Really? Obito looked towards Haneda. It's fake. Haneda shook his head. If he admitted it, Obito would pester him with questions. Kakashi, who was standing by, knew it was true as soon as he heard it. He whispered in Obito's ear. As expected of the last one, he didn't even know he was cheated. What are you talking about, idiot Kakashi? I'm smart enough to know that Asuma is the one bragging. Obito hit back directly. Okay, Obito, Kakashi, we are all companions, please tolerate each other. A yellow-haired young man wearing a Jonin vest walked over. He said softly with a smile that made people feel warm unconsciously. Minato-sensei. After hearing Team 7's greeting, Haneda knew who was in front of him. A ninja who combines gentleness and strength, a nearly perfect ninja, the future 4th generation Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Haneda looked at Minato, who also looked over and asked with a smile. You are Uchiha Haneda, right? I often heard Obito and Kakashi mention you. Haneda nodded and introduced himself, Uchiha Haneda from Team 9, friend of Obito and Kakashi. Even Kakashi praised you highly. You are pretty good, Haneda. Minato said with a smile, and then his eyes turned to Sakumo behind Haneda. Long time no see, Sakumo-senpai, how about we go have a meal together? It's almost noon now. Sakumo glanced at Rin and Hong who were petting the cat, then looked at Haneda, Obito and Kakashi who were gathered together, and agreed. Well, how about going to a ramen shop called Ichiraku? Ichiraku Ramen? That ramen restaurant tastes really good. Kushina and I both like to eat there. Minato nodded slightly. After hearing what Sakumo and Minato said, Haneda immediately pulled Obito and Kakashi and said. Let's go eat Ichiraku ramen. Ah! Kakashi nodded slightly, while Obito was still struggling with the previous question. Hey, Haneda! Tell me first, did you defeat a Jonin from Kirigakure? You guess. Haneda neither admitted nor denied it, but deliberately kept silent, which immediately caused Asuma to say in a contemptuous tone. Do you still need to guess, Obito? With brother Haneda's strength, it's no wonder that he can easily kill a Jonin with just one illusion. Ah, I don't believe it. You bastard Haneda! Who is lying to me? He the last one. Chapter 066, Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant, Encounter with Team. After chatting and chatting all the way, they soon arrived at their destination, Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. This is Naruto's favorite place in the future, and it is also the safest place in the entire Konoha. Back then, Ichiraku Ramen House remained intact despite being carried by Tendo Pain, which shows how high its level of safety is. Boss, 3 servings of miso ramen and 5 servings of soy sauce ramen, thank you. Minato sat down and smiled at Haneda and the others behind him. Let's find a place to sit down and chat. Sakumo sat down next to Minato, with Kakashi, Haneda, and Obito sitting on his right. Not long after sitting down, Obito couldn't help but speak. I didn't expect you to actually kill a Jonin from Kirigakure. Asshole Haneda, it seems that you didn't teach me seriously when I asked you for advice several times. Before Haneda could speak, Asuma said. Brother Haneda has been training so hard. Can you ask for advice whenever you want? It's great that I can teach you. Who are you? Haneda is my childhood friend, and we are also from the Uchiha clan. If I want him to teach me, let him teach me. Asuma chuckled and said. Listen up, Obito. I, Asuma Sarutobi, and brother Haneda have been classmates for 5 years. We are both comrades in Team 9, brothers. Even I can only ask for advice from brother Haneda occasionally. Aren't you a waste of brother Haneda's precious time? Upon hearing this, Obito could no longer hold back and stood up and said. Haneda, how about we go train after dinner, with Kakashi? After looking at Asuma and then at Obito, Haneda nodded helplessly and agreed. He had originally planned to go back and rest in the afternoon. Of course, Obito. But we can only train until dark. I have something to do tonight. Hearing this, Obito's mouth felt as sweet as if it was smeared with honey, while Asuma felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from behind. Kakashi, let's have a youth duel. Kai, wearing a green tights, walked over. He noticed Haneda next to Kakashi and suddenly became excited. Haneda and Runto are here too. How was the mission out of the village this time? The latter sentence was obviously asking himself, and Haneda responded with a smile. It's okay. Although it turned into a level later, it's not a big problem. While the two were chatting, 3 more people came over. Walking in front was a long-haired man with pale skin and golden snake eyes. It was Orochimaru. Following closely behind were a girl named Mitarashi Anko eating meatballs and a boy named Shiranui Genma holding a senbon in his mouth. A-rank missions, the students under Sakumo-senpai's guidance are pretty good, and the students I lead just completed a B-rank mission. Orochimaru said this with a smile, but everyone felt it was a bit eerie when they heard it. Teacher Orochimaru. I was planning on having a youth duel with Kakashi. Really? That sounds exciting, but you still have to keep going, Kai. Orochimaru said casually, his attention fixed on Sakumo and Minato. At this time, Sakumo smiled and said, "It's not my credit. The mission has always been done by Haneda and his team." Uchiha Haneda? The 3 Magatama Sharingan is pretty good. Orochimaru looked into Haneda's eyes, licked his lips, and after saying this, he stretched out a snake and forcibly tied Kai away. Let's go, Kai, this ramen shop doesn't look like it has any seats left. No, Orochimaru-sensei, I still want to have a youthful duel with Kakashi. You can't beat him. Teacher Orochimaru. Youth never stops. You must constantly challenge geniuses who work harder than you. You can't beat him. Teacher Orochimaru. Quiet. A snake sealed Guy's mouth, and as Guy muttered, Orochimaru's back gradually walked away. Haneda's nervous heart also calmed down immediately. When Snake looked into his own eyes, he wondered if his Sharingan was being targeted. What? Even that watermelon head has completed a B-rank mission, so he's just one step away from Haneda's A rank. Obito couldn't help but complain as he thought about the D-rank missions his Team 7 had been doing for half a month. He looked towards Minato and said eagerly, "Minato-sensei, isn't it time to switch to a more difficult task? Look, Kai's Team 3 has already completed a B-rank mission. And Haneda's Team 9 has completed an A-rank mission. If this continues, our Team 7 will be completely outclassed." Hearing Obito's complaints and requests, Minato smiled and said, "We'll talk about it some other time, Obito. Now you haven't even learned how to tread water yet. You still need to work hard to improve yourself." "No, Minato-sensei. You don't want to be outdone by Uncle Sakumo and Sensei Orochimaru, do you?" Obito used the provocation method. "Yes, Mr. Minato, if we continue like this, we will fall completely behind Team 9. Kakashi interrupted. The instructor of Class 9 is his father, and among the members, Haneda is his best friend and brother. He didn't want to be left too far behind by Haneda. Page 68. Moreover, his current strength is not much worse than Haneda, and he is a bit tired of doing D-level tasks. Seeing both students thinking this, Minato scratched his hair. He said sorry to Kushina in his heart and reluctantly agreed. "Okay, for the next mission, I'll pick a senior one. Oh yeah! I can finally leave the village to perform advanced missions." Obito waved his arms excitedly, and Kakashi's eyes were also shining. But Haneda wasn't happy for them. Taking on higher level missions means greater danger and exposure to deeper darkness. After training with Obito and Kakashi for an entire afternoon, Haneda returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. At this time, the sun was approaching afternoon and the sky was full of red clouds. Haneda pushed open the door of the patriarch's residence with familiarity and walked inside. "Uncle clan leader, brother Fugaku, I'm back. It's Haneda, come in first." The clan leader's voice came from inside the house. When Haneda took off his shoes and walked into the house, 2 cups of tea were already placed on the wooden table. "I heard that you found some business for Uchiha in the Land of Waves and collected some protection fees," asked the clan leader. Haneda did not answer immediately, but asked first. "Uncle clan leader, where's brother Fugaku? Is he training?" "He's in training. Judging from the weather, he'll probably be back soon." The clan leader glanced out the window, then turned his attention back to Haneda. "You brought 70 million taels of silver to the tribe this time, as well as a lot of gems and gold. That's great. Good." Haneda didn't care about the money. He asked the rebels of Wave Country to pay tribute to them in order to find them a backer and to replace Sakata's trade with Fire Country, so as to avoid trouble from Daming Prefecture. Of course, he also wanted to repay Uchiha for his care over the years. Chapter 067, Clan Conversation. According to the estimates of the Uchiha clan members we sent, the Wave Country can bring us about 100 million ryo per year. It's more than enough to pay the tribesmen's salaries in the police force. "Haneda, you did a good thing for the Uchiha," the patriarch said happily. Haneda picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. To be honest, he didn't want to talk about the Wave Country. There he saw a lot of other sides of ninja. Seeing that Haneda was not very interested in this matter, the clan leader immediately stopped the topic. He asked about Haneda's mission. "The enemies we encounter in this mission are not strong, right? With your strength, it should be easy to deal with them. Fortunately, there is only one Kirigakure team led by a senior ninja, so there is no danger," Haneda said calmly. "Jounin." The patriarch's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he knew that Haneda was very talented and his strength had reached the level of a Jounin long ago. But judging from Haneda's tone, it would be an easy task for him to deal with a Jounin. "You have to know that is the village of Blood Mist, and the Jounin who fought his way out of the pile of dead bodies is not the kind of self-proclaimed one from the smaller ninja villages." However, thinking that Haneda was able to defeat the Root Jounin 5 years ago, his expression immediately returned to normal. At this time, Haneda said again, that Jounin from Kirigakure was too careless. "I just beckoned and he looked over. Hee. Isn't it stupid to meet an Uchiha size?" Haneda thought about that battle and found it somewhat boring. With the strength of the Kirigakure Jounin, this shouldn't be the case. Unfortunately, the mist-hidden technique obscured his vision, preventing him from discovering that his eyes were the 3 Magatama Sharingan. As a result, as soon as he got close, he was controlled. The clan leader laughed and said, "No wonder, your age is very deceptive. Most ninjas will be controlled by your Sharingan immediately if they don't know your intelligence." While they were chatting, footsteps were heard outside the house and Fugaku walked in. He noticed that his father was chatting with Haneda, and greeted him with a smile. "You're back, Haneda. I returned to the village this afternoon, brother Fugaku. I went to train with my friends and didn't have time to see you," Haneda said. "Haha, it's okay. You just started a team, so it's good to develop team chemistry. By the way, you weren't injured on this mission, were you?" Fugaku walked to Haneda's side and asked with concern. "No, brother Fugaku. The enemy I encountered was too careless, and I haven't yet used my full strength." Compared to the clan leader, Haneda prefers to chat with Fugaku. Although Fugaku is not as smart as the clan leader and has more power, he is a relatively simple person. The first thing they cared about was whether he was injured, not the things about the Wave Country like the patriarch asked. Seeing this, the patriarch left quietly, leaving his position to his son and Haneda. Fugaku, Haneda. You guys chat first, I'll go out and bring you food. Haneda, you probably didn't have dinner, is there anything you want to eat? Haneda replied, just like brother Fugaku, I'm not a picky eater. After the clan leader left, Haneda and Fugaku looked much more relaxed. The clan leader still has to go out to fetch food at such an old age. Brother Fugaku, when will you completely win over sister Mikoto? Haneda teased. Ahem. We've already discussed it. We plan to get engaged first. When talking about marriage, Fugaku blushed slightly and waved his hand. Let's not talk about this for now. I will definitely invite you to the wedding day. Did your mission go smoothly this time? Luckily, we met some people from Kirigakure. There was about 1 Jonin and 3 Chiyunin. You solved the problem of Jonin. Yes. Those from the Kizuna family are destined to lose when they face my Sharingan. Haneda nodded. Of course, the Kizuna family is one of the best in the Hidden Mist village. The water transformation technique of this family is considered powerful in the ninja world. It is immune to most physical attacks, but it is just restrained by your lightning escape. Fugaku exclaimed. He was the one who taught Haneda illusion techniques personally, so Fugaku knew very well what level Haneda was at. But he didn't expect that Haneda could defeat a senior ninja from the Kizuna family with just illusion. Haneda's face turned slightly red after being praised. Not bad. Even if I don't use illusion, I can easily solve it with lightning escape. I've been having some problems lately, and I have a question for brother Fugaku. That is, what is a ninja to you? Ninja. Fugaku wasn't quite sure why Haneda asked this. But when he saw Haneda's expression change from embarrassed to serious, his expression also became much more serious. He held his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, Ninja. I'm not really sure what that means. In my opinion, being a ninja is a profession. My father taught me to become an excellent ninja when I was very young. The teachers and classmates at school are the same, and they are also moving forward with this goal, and I am moving forward with it. After I became a real ninja, I joined the police force and dealt with village affairs every day. To me, this kind of life is no different from work. There is one good thing about ninjas, and that is that they have enough power to protect the ones they love. As he spoke, Fugaku patted Haneda's shoulder and said with a smile. This question must be very important to you. I'm sorry, brother Fugaku, I'm a mediocre person except for my talent and strength, and I don't know the answer to your question. Maybe it's hidden in my heart, but I can't express it. Haneda smiled and said, It's okay, brother Fugaku, I'm just asking for more people's opinions. Actually, I already have the answer in my mind, but I just want to explore it more deeply and broadly. After chatting for a while, the patriarch came back with a lunchbox. Page 69. Haneda smiled and joked. Look, I have to trouble the clan leader to bring me food every day. Brother Fugaku, you have to work hard. Try my best. Try my best. Fugaku chuckled. To be honest, he also wanted to marry Mikoto as soon as possible and live together. Hokage Building. The Sandaime looked at the report handed over by Sakumo and fell into a long silence. He took a puff of his pipe and slowly blew out smoke rings. The new leaves are already thriving. 5 years ago, Haneda was able to work with Kakashi to kill a root Jonin. 5 years later, he was able to fight against the Jonin of the Hidden Mist village alone, and he was from the Kizuna clan. He could even control him with a single illusion. With such talent and strength, he must be completely bound. Portraits flashed through the Sandaime's mind, and he arranged them according to their closeness and importance. Asuma, Kakashi, Obito, Kai, Rin, and Kurane. Minato, Orochimaru. Thinking of Orochimaru, the Sandaime got a headache. Apart from teaching other students, this student of his has rarely been seen recently. He is only slightly better than Tsunade and Jiraiya. The Sandaime had no choice but to set his target on Minato. It just so happens that Obito, Kakashi, and Haneda have a pretty good relationship. Let Team 7 and Team 9 do a mission together. It would be even better if Minato can bring Haneda closer. Chapter 068 Joint Mission with Team. The next day, early morning. Haneda had just woken up and was washing up. Da-da-da. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Obito. Haneda took the toothbrush and walked to the door. When he opened the door, he saw a black-robed ninja wearing a bird mask and said, "Uchiha Haneda, I am a ninja affiliated with the Anbu. The Hokage asked you to come to the office." After saying that, the Anbu ninja handed Haneda a mission scroll and left instantly. Haneda, who was holding the mission scroll, was a little unhappy. He had just completed one task when another one came. How could he not have a break? Biting the toothbrush, Haneda unfolded the mission scroll. Looking at the personnel list, which was Class 7 and Class 9, he smiled slightly. "Kakashi, it looks like we can fight together again. It's a good opportunity to see how Obito is doing with his training. He must have worked harder after graduation, right?" Haneda put the scroll into his waist bag and put it away. He then trotted to the sink, rinsed his mouth and spit out water, washed his face with his hands, and quickly wiped it clean with a handkerchief. After a while, there was a bang and the door was locked. At the Hokage building, the two teams gathered. Minato and Sakumo arrived at the Hokage's office early and were chatting with the Sandaime. When Haneda and Obito trotted in, Minato said in surprise, "Is Obito not late today? Is it because of Haneda?" Kakashi said, "Minato teacher, it must be Haneda who specifically informed Obito, the last one. Haneda's sense of time is much better than the last one." "Stupid Kakashi, I got up very early this time, and I just happened to be on my way to Haneda," Obito said with an unhappy look on his face. In the morning, a masked stranger suddenly broke into his house and threw a task scroll at him. Who wouldn't get up early? The last one. Idiot Kakashi. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Haneda reluctantly tried to reconcile them. "I met Obito on the road this time. Let's listen to what Uncle Sakumo and the others say about the mission first." At this time, the Sandaime coughed a few times, cleared his throat, and said, "This temporary mission is a B-level mission, and the location is an underground black market in Shuakao town in the north. This black market involves spying on Konoha and sending intelligence to Kumagakure. The mission of Team 7 and Team 9 is to investigate the detailed location of the black market and intercept the information. People in the black market won't send the news out before they get paid, but they have to do it as quickly as possible. The specific information has been given to Minato and Sakumo. Although the Sandaime said so, he had already asked the root to handle the matter. They were sent over just to promote the relationship between the Hokage and Haneda and the others." "Hokage-sama, don't we need to destroy the black market?" Minato asked doubtfully. "There are so many things involved in the black market, and Konoha often needs to use them, and the same is true for the 5 great nations. You will slowly understand it in the future," Minato said the Sandaime. After leaving the Hokage building, Haneda chatted with Obito and Kakashi. "Did you do well in practicing the Chidori's form changes yesterday afternoon, Kakashi?" Haneda asked. "Not bad. You've almost mastered your Chidori Senbon," Kakashi said. "Obito, what about you? I taught you a special enhanced version of the Phoenix Fire Jutsu. The one with the shuriken? Hehe, I already learned it after a night of training." Asuma glanced at Hong and Lin, then at Haneda Tizo, as if he was being singled out. So he interrupted. "Brother Haneda, why don't we talk about the mission first?" Hey, Asuma, with Minato-sensei, Uncle Sakumo, and Haneda here, shouldn't missions be easy to handle?" Obito said that there was nothing to worry about regarding the mission. Not to mention Minato-sensei and Uncle Sakumo, Haneda alone could accomplish it. Haneda just killed a Kirigaku Jonin in seconds a few days ago, so even an A-level mission would be no more than this. You're the last one. Although this is only a B-rank mission, there is still a chance of an accident. Kakashi said coldly beside him. Are you looking down on my friend Haneda, Kakashi? I'm not, don't talk nonsense, Obito. Kakashi shook his head repeatedly. Minato, who was running in front, heard his two students arguing again, still because of Haneda. He smiled and said to Shimao beside him. From what Obito and the others said, it seems that Haneda is a very good ninja, Sakumo-senpai. Kakashi has had a good relationship with Haneda and Obito since they were young. And if this mission is just to intercept intelligence, it really won't be difficult for Haneda. Sakumo said. Sakumo-senpai, do you want to train the students? This is a great opportunity, isn't it? I even wanted to tell Haneda not to do it. Sakumo said with a smile, his words full of confidence in Haneda. That's it. Minato turned around and glanced at Haneda, who was trying to persuade them to make peace, and thought that the other party could defeat the Jonin of Kirigaku head-on, and that Sakumo-senpai was indeed confident that he could do so. His eyes turned to Rin, Obito, and Kakashi again. He wasn't too worried about Kakashi and Rin. But Obito was a bit troublesome. Maybe it's time to train Obito. Minato thought secretly. Not long after Haneda and Obito left Konoha together, Madara, who was far away in the land of water, received the news. Madara-sama, Haneda, and Obito are heading to the northern part of the land of fire together. Their instructors, Hitaki Sakumo and Namikaze Minato, as well as Hitaki Kakashi and Nohara Rin, are also here. White Zetsu reported to Madara. Page 70. Ban sat on a stone chair with his eyes closed, his graying hair and wrinkles on his face making him look lifeless. After a while, Ban asked. How is the relationship between Haneda and that kid Sakumo and his two teammates now? Based on Haneda's performance in Wave Country, Hitaki Sakumo is not only his swordsmanship teacher, but also his life mentor. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurane Ui don't have a very good relationship, White Zetsu replied. At this time, Heiju spoke grimly. Madara-sama, their close friend Hitaki Kakashi is here, and Obito's lover Nohara Rin is here, why not? He, this is just the right time to open 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, Madara-sama. Listening to what White Zetsu and Black Zetsu said, Madara still closed his eyes, as if he was asleep. After a long time, Ban opened his eyes and said. Sakumo's swordsmanship is pretty good, he's quite skilled. Namikaze Minato has mastered Tobirama's Flying Thunder God, but he's barely acceptable. It's hard to stimulate Haneda to open his eyes. And Obito's Sharingan hasn't been activated yet, so let's try to stimulate him this time. After saying that, Madara fell silent again, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he continued. Black Zetsu, control Ichiro and go there. Find a chance to attack Rin, Haneda, and Kakashi, and stimulate Obito to open the Sharingan. And test Haneda's current strength. Chapter 069 Encountering the Enemy. The speed at which the team moves forward depends on the last person. Because Obito, Rin, and Kurane Ui were traveling slowly, the overall speed of the team was slowed down. By the time they arrived at Shuakao town, it was already the 3rd day. The black market is usually hidden above ground, in places where people pass by without noticing. Haneda, take Asuma and the others to search for you. Be careful to hide your identities. As for Team 7. At this point, Sakumo looked towards Minato. Should we act separately? Minato smiled and said. Let's split up. This town has a large flow of people, so the possibility of getting into danger is relatively small. Kakashi, lead Rin, and Obito, be careful. After saying that, Minato threw a kunao at Obito and gently instructed. This is the sword of ninja love. Obito, you must keep it safe for the teacher. Yes, Minato-sensei. Obito held the kunao curiously. At first glance, there was nothing special about it except for the 4 words on it. It was Minato teacher who personally instructed him, so Obito put away the kunao very solemnly. Unlike Obito, Haneda and Kakashi immediately realized that it was the Flying Thunder God mark. Although the 2 of them did not learn Flying Thunder God, it did not affect their understanding of Flying Thunder God. I didn't expect that Minato-sensei, would take such good care of Obito. Haneda and Kakashi thought to themselves at the same time. At this time, Sakumo's instructions came. He is the most experienced senior in the entire team, and this kind of mission is given to him to command by default. I'll go north and you go south, Minato. As for Haneda and Kakashi, they will lead their teams to explore the east and west respectively. After saying this, Obito immediately started complaining. Damn it! I have to listen to the orders of that idiot Kakashi again. I really want to be with Haneda. Do you think I just want to stay with you, you loser? Kakashi immediately retorted. Let's go. Haneda quickly led the team away. He didn't want to wait for Obito and Kakashi to start arguing over him again. But after walking a few steps, he turned back and said. See you later, Obito, Kakashi. See you later. Kakashi responded with a smile, and then said to Obito and Rin. They're gone. They're the last ones left. Haneda and the others are gone. As they walked towards North Street, Asuma approached Haneda and asked. Brother Haneda, how do you find me? Take your time to look for it, or find the right person to ask for directions. After saying that, Haneda took off the forehead protector and said to Asuma and Hong. Hide your identity first. The black market does not openly welcome ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages. Do you need to use transformation techniques? Asuma asked again. No, there is a lot of traffic here, so it doesn't matter whether we use it or not. Besides, we are not important people. Apart from the village, almost no one knows our intelligence. Haneda said as he led the 2 of them to search. Based on the characteristics of the black market, he focused on places such as toilets and izakayas. After walking for 2.5 minutes, Haneda and his 2 companions found an izakaya. Although it was not yet nightfall and there were not many people in the pub, it was still very noisy. Almost half of the seats were filled. A drunkard saw the 3 little devils coming in and teased them. Little boy, didn't your parents tell you that children can't drink alcohol? Haha. Haneda only glanced at the drunkard who spoke rudely, and the drunkard fell to the ground on the spot. When the people around saw this, they thought the drunkard was drunk and laughed at him. There was a girl sitting in front of the counter in the izakaya. She was young and pretty, and her smile could arouse men's desire. But Haneda wasn't interested in her. He walked straight to the high stool in front of the counter and asked in a low voice. Any information on the black market, ma'am? Black market? What black market? Your question is really weird, kid. The girl placed one hand on the table, her lipstick-coated lips curled up in a seductive smile. If you know where it is, tell me. I don't want to be violent towards a lady. Haneda said calmly without changing his expression. Coming from out of town. Haneda did not deny it, but waited quietly for the next sentence. Well, sir, judging by your cool and calm demeanor, you must be a ninja. The girl whispered and shouted upstairs. Ichiro, a guest has arrived. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit came down from upstairs. He glanced at Haneda, then followed his gaze to look at Asuma and Hong who were looking at him curiously from behind Haneda, and asked with a smile. Which guest introduced you? I recommend myself. Lead the way. Haneda stood up and used an illusion to make the middle-aged man subconsciously believe him. It turns out to be Mr. K. Please allow me to lead the way for you, my dear gentleman. The middle-aged man said respectfully. While speaking, he also made an inviting gesture towards the door of the pub. Not at the pub. Yes, sir. The black market is outside the town. The middle-aged man said respectfully. Lead the way. Then, Haneda rolled up his sleeves and led Asuma and Hong to follow. Passing through the more crowded North Street, the flow of people became less and less. Buildings such as houses are also getting further and further away. Until three figures approached, they were Obito, Kakashi and Rin. And the person leading the way in front of them was exactly the same as the one on Haneda's side. Finally everyone is here. The son of the Sandame, the son of Konoha White Fang, and two brats from the Uchiha family. Your heads are valuable, and your girls are very juicy. Page 71. Ichiro licked his lips, his eyes showing no sign of hiding his animal nature. He took off his suit, and his upper body muscles bulged, tearing the clothes apart. Asuma, Hong, go back to the village and find Uncle Sakumo and the others. Obito, Rin, you too. Haneda and Kakashi stood in front at the same time and looked at Ichiro and spoke one after another. I, Uchiha Obito, cannot abandon my companions. Obito took out a kunao and prepared for battle. Me too. Asuma took out the chakra knife and said to Hong. I'll protect you, Hong, you should go back to find Mr. Sakumo. Rin, don't bother us. Obito added after hearing Asuma's words. At this time, Ichiro took out a long sword and performed a beautiful sword flower. It's very touching, but unfortunately I will not let any of you escape. Ichiro showed a ferocious smile, and then moved at an incredibly fast speed, leaving only an afterimage. In an instant, Ichiro jumped over 10 meters and kicked Lin and Hong, who were running towards the village, to the ground. This speed surprised everyone present. Haneda, can you see clearly? Kakashi gripped the short sword tightly. He wanted to save people, but this was not a rational decision. With great reluctance, Haneda's Sharingan stared at Ichiro, but Ichiro seemed to know that Haneda had a 3 Magatama Sharingan and didn't even look at him. Could it be swift escape? Even the Sharingan could barely see clearly, and Kakashi immediately thought of this bloodline limit that was good at speed. Chapter 070, Double Blood Limiter. What should we do, Haneda? Kakashi asked again. The speed of swift escape is very fast, but it has a disadvantage that it has great inertia and is difficult to change direction midway. Watch the direction of his attack. Coming. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by and instantly appeared behind Kakashi. He touched his chin and slowly raised his right leg. As he kicked it down, a piece of wood hit the trunk hard, knocking the tree down. It's a substitution technique. If this blow lands on Kakashi, he will either die or be crippled. Haneda's Sharingan was always fixed on the opponent, but his reaction was always half a beat slower than Ichiro's. It is difficult to restrict the enemy unless the distance is close enough. Come closer, don't separate. Haneda stared at Ichiro, sweat on his forehead due to nervousness. He must keep a close eye on Ichiro and protect his companion. Have you figured out a solution quickly? But in the face of absolute speed, all plans will fail. Ichiro laughed contemptuously. He moved quickly again, but this time he did not attack Haneda and the others directly. Instead, it kept circling around Haneda and the others. After a while, the sand and gravel were blown up and flew around at high speed, getting into the eyes and causing discomfort. But Haneda couldn't avert his eyes, and now he was the only one who could see Ichiro's movements clearly. In order to protect Obito and Kakashi, he cannot relax at all. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Haneda immediately calculated the distance the opponent had moved. Then, in a flash, just before he hit Ichiro, the chirping of 1,000 birds could be heard, and lightning flashed continuously, condensing on the sword. Chidori-ryu. Clang. Sizzle. The short knife and the long sword collided, and the powerful force attached to them exploded in an instant. At this moment, Kakashi also moved. The silver-white blade swung towards Ichiro's heart, but Ichiro did not dodge at all and let Kakashi act. Stab! The silver-white dagger seemed to have stabbed into a steel plate, even causing sparks to fly. Kakashi's powerful blow only left a faint white mark, without even breaking the skin. "You two little brats, are you just doing useless work? Try harder." Ichiro opened his mouth wide and smiled, his rows of steel-like teeth flashing with metallic reflections. This is undoubtedly steel release. The enemy in front of him, Ichiro, is actually a rare double blood limit owner. Fear, terror, and a faint despair enveloped Asuma, Obito and the others. "Use lightning-style Chidori." "He doesn't dare to resist it head-on, Kakashi!" Haneda shouted immediately. He could see that Ichiro dared to take Kakashi's sword head-on, but didn't dare to take his own Chidori head-on, which was enough to show that Chidori could definitely cause damage to the opponent. Understand? Kakashi was about to release Chidori, but at this time Ichiro retreated several meters at lightning speed. The Chidori in Kakashi's hand fell completely empty. "What should we do, Haneda?" Kakashi asked habitually. "Use that move, you know, Kakashi. Look into my eyes." "Got it." Kakashi smiled slightly and immediately understood Haneda's thoughts. At this moment, Haneda began to form seals, and in an instant, more than a dozen shadow clones were formed. The art of multiple shadow clones. When Haneda's figure completely protected everyone, hope suddenly rekindled in Obito and Asuma's hearts. Haneda has defeated the Jounin of Kirigakure before, and if he and Kakashi work together, they may be able to defeat the owner of two bloodline limits. Moreover, Haneda and Kakashi looked confident, obviously knowing what they had planned. "Are they all shadow clones? Hehe, what's the point of having so many people? They are just paper kittens trying to pretend to be tigers." Ichiro stood high on a branch, looking down at Haneda and Kakashi. As for Asuma and Obito, he completely ignored them. Two genuine genin are not worth his effort. "Ichikosu, Kakashi." Haneda threw 3 wind shurikens to Kakashi, and he released Chidori and applied it to the short sword. "Understand?" Kakashi immediately threw out 3 Fuma shurikens, one from above, one from the left, and one from the right, and attacked Ichiro. Haneda used lightning chakra to stimulate his thighs, increasing his speed, and used lightning body instant and Chidori style to kill from the lower body. Fuma shuriken, boring stuff. Ichiro actually didn't want to dodge, but he habitually turned slightly to avoid the attack of the first Fuma shuriken. At the same time, he quickly moved through the 2 shurikens and came in front of Haneda. In front of him was the chirping of Chidori, but he was too fast and grabbed Haneda's right hand which was performing Chidori style. It happened. It's over. Obito and Asuma couldn't help but wonder in their minds. They tried to move forward but were completely surrounded by Haneda's shadow clones. Looking at the Chidori being caught with bare hands, Obito and Asuma felt powerless and desperate. Even Haneda was controlled, so what about them? Boom! Suddenly, the captured Haneda disappeared in a puff of smoke. And the Fuma shuriken on Ichiro's flank transformed into Kakashi, whose eyes immediately met Ichiro's gaze as he moved to the right. Illusion Hell Vision Technique. The horrifying and bloody scenes one after another shocked Ichiro's brain, making it difficult for him to use his speed to escape immediately. Page 72. At the same time, the Fuma shuriken above and behind transformed into the appearance of Haneda. The chirping of 1,000 birds rustled in Ichiro's ears. Gana! Chidori! Chidori sharp spear! A bolt of lightning shot towards Ichiro's head, and a beam of light rushed towards Ichiro's heart. In an instant, a flash of blood appeared. Ichiro relied on his strong will to barely control his body and avoid the fatal position. There was a huge scar on the right chest and left shoulder. The scar looked like burnt flesh, black in color and emitting a meaty smell. Just as Ichiro wanted to escape quickly, a flash of blood appeared. It's Haneta's 3 Megatama Sharingan. Illusion, the art of shackles and hangings. Haneta didn't give any chance and directly used his best illusion. For the past 5 years, he has always felt guilty that his illusion skills were not refined enough and his control was not strong enough. He has been working hard to practice illusion techniques over the years just to prevent Kakashi from getting hurt at the same time. At this moment, the bloody world completely enveloped Ichiro. 4 thick pillars completely pinned Ichiro's limbs. It's over, this is my world. Haneta said lightly. I never thought that I, a dual-blooded limiter, would be defeated by 2 brats. Ichiro looked up at Haneta's figure, feeling frustrated and unwilling. Haneta ignored Ichiro's impotent rage and said calmly. You're not the first. Now I ask you questions and you answer them, and I will leave you an intact body. Who sent you here? How did you know our intelligence? Don't tell me you didn't know. At this time, almost no one in the outside world knows that I have a 3 Magatama Sharingan and am extremely good at illusions. He. Do you think I will tell you now? Suddenly, a dark force tore open a corner of the blood-red world and took Ichiro away completely. But in reality, Haneta covered his eyes in pain. He couldn't understand why his shackle technique had failed. Haneta. Kakashi used Chidori and wanted to end Ichiro's life. But compared to swift escape, his speed pales in comparison. Boom! Kakashi was kicked over in front of Obito, and Haneta followed closely behind. They are just 2 little brats. How could I possibly lose? Now it's your turn. Ichiro opened his 2 rows of steel-like fangs, showing a ferocious smile, and looked at Obito and Asuma. At this moment, despair completely enveloped the 2 of them. Chapter 071 Minato's Handsome Rescue. I will never allow you to hurt my companions. Obito said this as if to encourage himself. His eyes changed rapidly, and double Megatama Sharingan suddenly formed. Obito, you! Haneta and Kakashi, who were kicked to the ground, looked into Obito's eyes in surprise. But what is the use of the double Megatama Sharingan? Even Haneta's 3 Megatama were defeated by Ichiro. Haneta, Kakashi, don't worry, I will protect you no matter what. Obito took out the sword of ninja love that Minato had entrusted to him, held it upright in front of him, and stared intently at Ichiro in front of him. Double Megatama Sharingan, not bad. It's a pity that even the 3 Megatama Sharingan can be defeated by my swift escape. Ichiro instantly appeared in front of Obito and raised his thigh, wanting to kick him down. But it was blocked by Obito with a kunao. Stab it! The kunao hit Ichiro's leg like it hit steel, leaving no trace. Ichiro possesses the skills of swift release and steel release, combining speed and defense. It was already the limit for Obito, who had just opened his eyes, to be able to barely see his movements and take action. A useless person cannot protect his companions. Your power is too weak. So weak that I have no interest in you at all. Ichiro said contemptuously. Compared to the Chidori cooperation between Haneta and Kakashi, Obito is really weak. Suddenly, Haneta stood up and released the light blue Chidori spear from his right hand and killed Ichiro. Then, Ichiro dodged sideways and instantly came behind Haneta. He touched his chin, raised his right leg high, and aimed it at Haneta's heart. First, take care of those who are still threatening, and then kill you few weak and pathetic guys. Ichiro laughed wantonly and allowed Obito and Asuma to attack him. Since Haneta was right next to him, Obito couldn't use his fire escape technique that he was so proud of. Even if it was used, it would be difficult to hit Ichiro, who had the ability of swift escape. Are we just going to watch our companions die like this? Obito opened his double Megatama Sharingan and revealed a look of complete despair. He hated his past self for not working hard at training, so that now that Haneta and Kakashi had fallen, he could do nothing. Am I just going to have to watch him kill Haneda? Obito murmured, his eyes welling with tears. At this moment, a bright golden light flashed and attacked Ichiro. Ichiro, who was about to take action, was kicked away. Am I late? A gentle male voice sounded in everyone's ears. The person who came was the yellow flash that appeared instantly through Flying Thunder God, Minato Namikaze. Minato-sensei! Obito shouted excitedly. Are you close to serious injury? It seems you are doing well. Minato said as he spread the sword of shinobi love all over the battlefield. The enemy has mastered the techniques of swift release and steel release, Senior Minato. Haneda reminded loudly. Steel release? Such a troublesome fellow. Minato used Flying Thunder God and instantly appeared behind Ichiro. Before Ichiro could react, the kunao in Minato's hand had already condensed wind attribute chakra and attacked Ichiro. Boom! The kunao hit Ichiro's neck, and in an instant, the kunao broke directly. There was only a bloody scratch on Ichiro's neck, and there was no sign of the aorta being cut. Even the wind attribute chakra that is good at cutting can hardly break the enemy's defense. I really lack a lot in attack. Minato used Flying Thunder God to flash away. Shunshin Ichiro's arm that was about to hit him was only a millimeter away from him. Even Ichiro, who has the power of swift release, is no match for Minato in terms of speed. But the moment of attacking reminded Minato of his fight with the Four Tails Jinchuriki Laoshi and the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han. Although he had speed, he couldn't break through their tailed beast coats. Minato's gaze turned to Ichiro's right chest and shoulder, where there was a dark area of rotten flesh and scars. It was obviously caused by Haneda and his men. At this time, Haneda, who possessed the body of a sage, stood up. His physical strength and chakra barely recovered to 30%. Use lightning release, Minato-senpai, Chidori can break his defense. Haneda wiped the dirt off his face and said in a deep voice. Chidori? I see. Can you still fight now, Haneda? Minato asked softly. Can. The moment he opened his mouth, the chirping of Chidori was heard, and a dazzling blue light shone on Haneda's short sword. Page 73. Just attack forward, and leave the rest to me. Minato smiled. The moment the words fell, Flying Thunder God started. At the moment when Ichiro was about to retreat, a dagger flashing with lightning stabbed towards his left chest. At this moment, it only takes 0.01 seconds. And this is exactly Minato's speed. Ichiro, whose heart was pierced, subconsciously broke the seal hidden in his watch. Countless detonating tags broke out from the seal and completely enveloped Ichiro. He is going to blow himself up. Minato-senpai. Before Haneda could finish his words, a golden light flashed and Ichiro's body was completely free from the detonating tag. And Haneda returned to Obito's side without any reaction. Ready to explode. Minato reminded softly. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of explosions rang in his ears. A mass of unknown black liquid-like substance flowed out of Ichiro's body that was teleported away. Looking at Minato's handsome back, Haneda felt safer than ever before. This man who combines gentleness and strength is so perfect. Especially Flying Thunder God, which made Haneda extremely envious. Even the speed-focused swift escape cannot match this speed. And this is the power of space-time ninjutsu. Sorry, I'm almost late. Minato turned around and said apologetically to Haneda and the others. No. You came just in time, Minato-senpai. Haneda said with a smile. That's right, Mr. Minato, you're here on time. Obito said excitedly. Just a second before Minato arrived, Obito was very desperate that he could not protect his companions. The arrival of Minato-sensei is the light of hope. The situation was reversed in just a moment. Minato felt a little embarrassed by the praise, scratched his head, and looked at Kakashi and the other two who were kicked to the ground. It looks like this B rank mission is going to be upgraded to S rank. Minato took out a sealing scroll and put Ichiro's body away. This body will be sent back to the village's autopsy team to obtain intelligence using special methods. It also includes the reason why Ichiro attacked Haneda and others. We are ready to go back. Senior Sakumo has already found that the mission is complete. Minato said softly. Haneda and the others also completely relaxed and collected the items that they accidentally dropped on the battlefield. After taking a look at Kakashi, who had fainted at some point, Haneda smiled helplessly, then carried Kakashi on his back. Seeing this, Obito and Asuma looked at each other, and were very happy. One of them carried Rin and the other carried Kurane, and they left. This chapter is complex, combining the cool rescues from One Piece and Naruto. Chapter 072 Madara, Black Zetsu. Shuakao Town. When Haneda and the others came back, the sky was already full of red clouds and the sun was about to set. Inside a hotel, Haneda gathered the light green chakra in his hands and healed Kakashi and the others one by one. Minato on the side looked at him with some surprise and said, "I didn't expect that besides your superb lightning escape technique, you also know medical ninjutsu." "Just a little bit," Haneda said without stopping his actions, and soon Kakashi and the others woke up. The moment he opened his eyes and saw that it was Haneda, Kakashi smiled slightly. "It's your turn to protect me this time, Haneda." "Don't say that." Minato-senpai and Obito also contributed. Haneda said, turning his eyes away unconsciously. Hearing the conversation between the two, Minato smiled and said, "Haneda broke through the steel escapement defense. Speaking of which, I have always lacked the means for the Flying Thunder God attack. Raise Nan?" The image of Minato-senpai attacking Ichiro flashed through Haneda's mind. He used Wind Attribute Chakra and Kunao, instead of the Raise Nan that was made popular by Naruto. In a sense, Minato invented the Raise Nan to complement the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, Minato's speed was too fast, and only the unmatched ninjutsu could keep up with him. While Haneda was thinking, Obito shouted, "That's right, Kakashi. I have done my best to protect you." After saying that, Obito opened his double Megatama Sharingan, pointed at his eyes, and boasted, "Look, this is my double Megatama Sharingan. It will be engraved on the Hokage rock in the future. My words have come true, you idiot Kakashi. Hey, the last one who opened the Sharingan is still the last one. In the end, he still has to rely on Haneda for protection." Kakashi taunted out of habit. "Idiot Kakashi. If I had known, I wouldn't have protected you." Humph. Hearing the two quarreling again, Haneda and Minato smiled helplessly. These two people are always bickering, it's really a headache. After seeing that Kakashi was fine, Haneda suddenly recalled Ichiro's body. He was now very confused as to why this guy knew that he had 3 Megatama Sharingan and was extremely good at illusion. Also, how did Ichiro get rid of his shackles? You know, the art of shackles and hanging is an advanced application of the hypnotic eye, and it is also one of the top ones in the field of illusion. I have also been training hard for this for 5 years. Senior Minato, has the body been sent back to Konoha? Asked Haneda. This matter. I have sent it to Myaboka Mountain and Mr. Jiraiya will hand it over to the autopsy team. I think we will get the results soon. Minato said softly. In the distant village of Blood Mist, in the basement where Madara is hiding, Black Zetsu's figure emerged from the ground following White Zetsu's body. Master Spot. Black Zetsu awakens the sleeping Madara. Because of his old age, Madara has been relying on the Outer Path Demon statue to sustain his life. In order to live until the day when the successor of the Moon Eye project arrives, he falls into a deep sleep most of the time. The plan he arranged was carried out by Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. How is the plan going? Madara opened his eyes and asked slowly. Madara-sama, Ichiro died at the hands of Haneda and Minato Namikaze, and he almost died at the hands of Haneda and Kakashi Hatake. If I hadn't helped Ichiro break Haneda's illusion, he would have definitely died at the hands of Haneda and Hatake Kakashi. Black Zetsu said respectfully. Where is Obito? Madara asked in a deep voice. The Sharingan was opened successfully, and it is a double Megatama Sharingan, said Black Zetsu. It seems that he is very obsessed with Nohara Rin, Haneda, and Hatake Kakashi. Madara rested one hand on the stone chair, drumming his fingers. Dong dong dong. After a while, the dull voice disappeared, and Madara spoke again. It may only take one step for Obito to open the Manjiki Sharingan. The girl he loves most is Nohara Rin, right? Just arrange for his best friend Haneda or Hatake Kakashi to kill Nohara Rin in front of him. Page 74. Having said that, Ban paused for a moment and continued. As for Haneda, arrange for that kid Sakumo to die on the mission. Kill his teacher in front of him. It would be best if he kills him personally. Let's throw this matter to Konoha again. The route that Danzo created is not bad, and it just happens to have a grudge against him. After saying this, Black Zetsu immediately flattered. He. Madara-sama's plan is flawless. I don't think that Haneda would have thought that everything was arranged by you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, will definitely protect Danzo. This way, we can use the power of revenge to make him join us. 2.5 days later, Haneda and his group returned to Konoha Hokage building. The Sandaime looked at Haneda and the others who came in and took a puff of his cigarette silently. He never expected that this B-level task would suddenly become an S-level task. Originally I just wanted to foster the relationship between Haneda and the Hokage faction, but I didn't expect that I almost lost someone. However, the performance of Haneda and Kakashi surprised the Sandaime. A ninja with double bloodline limits, combining speed and defense, with strength between an elite ninja and a kage. This kind of person was almost defeated by two genins, Haneda and Kakashi. Even though he had anticipated Haneda's strength, the Sandaime was still shocked. In time, perhaps a second mirror will really appear. Hokage, this is a detailed report of the mission. Sakumo walked forward and handed a scroll to the Sandaime. The Sandaime took a quick look and then said, Well done. Ichiro is a notorious bounty hunter in the black market who specializes in assassinations. He targeted Haneda and the others, perhaps because he had his eyes on Haneda's 3 Magatama Sharingan and the bounty on my son Asuma. According to the report from the autopsy team, his body was specially treated and his brain was completely destroyed when he died. It's very likely that he was involved in too many secrets, and the people in the black market played tricks on him. Listening to the Sandaime's explanation, Haneda's mind became active. It is possible that the black market knows his information, but the likelihood is small. Although he had taken action in the Land of Waves, that time he was killed instantly and there was no one around watching. The possibility of being discovered is very low, and Asuma and the others will not mention this to irrelevant people. The most strange thing is, how did Ichiro break free from his shackles? He had clearly accepted his fate at that time. It's impossible that he has a split personality, right? Suddenly, Haneda recalled an evil laugh. He suddenly realized that Ichiro's laughter during the battle was hearty and definitely not like that of an old villain. At this moment, a bold guess came to his mind. Could it be Black Zetsu? Could it be that Uchiha Haneda is being targeted by Madara and Black Zetsu, the masterminds behind the ninja world? Chapter 073, Minato learns Chidori. Haneda silently turned his gaze to Obito. Judging from the plot of the original work, it is very likely that Obito was targeted by Madara. The only person in the Uchiha clan who helps the old lady every day, loves the village, and is positive and optimistic is Obito. And this is the kind of person Madara needs. As for myself, it is normal for him, the most talented young genius in Uchiha, to be targeted. According to this speculation, all the unreasonable aspects of the battle suddenly made sense. Haneda looked very worried as he walked out of the Hokage building. Sakumo was very familiar with his student, so he asked with a smile. "What's wrong, Haneda? You feel uncomfortable because you are wanted by the black market?" "More or less." Haneda did not tell Sakumo his speculation. The news that Madara is still alive is too ridiculous and no one will believe it. Moreover, why is it that only Haneda knows this news that no one else knows? Time travel is his most important secret, and he would never reveal this secret to anyone. Sakumo smiled and comforted him. If they fail once, the people in the black market will not do it again for a short period of time. They may even be afraid of you because of your strength. Don't worry, they want your Sharingan, but they also have to consider the cost of offending the Uchiha and Konoha. The effort is not proportional to the reward. Yet, Haneda nodded slightly and decided to keep this matter deep in his heart. Even if Madara and Black Zetsu targeted him, what could he do to them? Thinking about this is just asking for trouble. It is better to work hard to improve yourself, and then overcome everything. The other side. Minato walked on the streets of Konoha with something on his mind. He was always thinking about how to make up for his shortcomings in attack. Not to mention dealing with the tailed beast ball, he even found it difficult to break through the tailed beast coat. Minato thought again of his own powerlessness in the face of the Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Ziai and the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han. If, according to them, only a Jinchuriki could fight a Jinchuriki, then his lover would have to go to the battlefield. But now Kushina cannot completely control the Nine Tails. Once she goes to the battlefield, if her emotions fluctuate too much, she may be controlled by the Nine Tails. This was something Minato absolutely could not accept. It would be great if I could perfect that technique. Just as Minato was thinking, suddenly, a woman with long red hair ran over from a distance and hugged him. "Minato, you're finally back. It's Kushina, long time no see." Minato said subconsciously. "You look troubled, Minato." Kushina's sensitive heart could feel that Minato didn't seem to want to meet her today. "Haha, it's nothing, Kushina." Minato laughed a few times, trying to cover up the matter. He didn't want to tell Kushina about his feelings. He was willing to bear all this pain alone. "How about we go practice the sealing technique?" "Don't worry, Minato. I will be strict today as well." Kushina became more and more excited as she spoke, and looked towards Minato with great anticipation. "And you understand very quickly, Minato. The Uzumaki clan has many more sealing techniques, and we will have to learn them next." "I'm sorry, Kushina, Minato lowered his head, avoiding Kushina's expectant gaze, and explained. "I want to be somewhere else today, practicing other ninjutsu." "What technique?" Kushina stretched her head and looked into Minato's eyes. Her eyes were serious and seemed angry. "That, You can't even tell me." "No." Minato shook his head quickly, "It's because the technique has not been completed yet and is still very dangerous." Suddenly, Minato had an idea and thought of Haneda's Chidori. His Chidori was released directly without any hand seals. "Doesn't this technique suit me perfectly?" Minato's own chakra attributes also include lightning attributes. It's just that he didn't practice much in this area of ninjutsu. Shuman immediately said. "It's the Chidori created by Haneda. Kakashi also knows this jutsu. It's A rank and very dangerous to train. I don't want you to get hurt, Kushina." "Really? I understand. Okay." Page 75. Under Minato's puzzled gaze, the blood-red pepper went berserk. "If you hate being with me, just say so." "No, I've never thought about it that way." Minato denied it by waving his hands. And at this moment, Obito happened to pass by. "Minato-sensei." "Kushina-ne." Obito greeted and shouted excitedly to Minato. "How about we go train this afternoon, Minato-sensei?" I don't want to be laughed at by that stupid Kakashi anymore, and I don't want to be protected by Haneda all the time. How is it, Minato-sensei? Please. Sorry, I'm leaving first, see you later. Minato ran towards Obito and turned back to make an apologetic gesture to Kushina. Sister Kushina, goodbye. Obito also greeted her. Seeing this, Kushina was about to chase after him, but was stopped by two Anbu behind her. This is already outside the barrier. I understand. Kushina lowered her head and turned away silently. No one knew what she was thinking. Hey? Minato-sensei, you said you wanted to learn Chidori from that guy Haneda. Obito said in surprise. He knew very well what ninjutsu his teacher was good at. Apart from time and space ninjutsu, there are wind escape techniques, sealing techniques, as well as summoning techniques and fairy techniques. The sun rose from the west, and teacher Minato actually wanted to learn the lightning release ninjutsu, Chidori. Teacher Minato, are you serious? Obito asked again. There is a technique that is too dangerous. I haven't perfected it yet. I thought that Haneda's Chidori would be perfect to pair with my Flying Thunder God. Take me to see Haneda, Obito. I'll count you as the teacher asking for your help. Minato rarely put away his gentle demeanor and spoke seriously. Seeing such a serious Minato teacher, Obito nodded subconsciously and said, okay. Half a month ago in the afternoon, Haneda must have practiced swordsmanship at the Hotaki clan's training ground. But now it was different, he was usually at the Uchiha family training ground, a location very close to his home. Obito sometimes trains with Haneda, and he knows where Haneda is training. Soon the two arrived at where Haneda was training. This is a small forest, and Haneda is sitting on a big rock, surrounded by a dozen shadow clones. He is training in changing the nature of lightning chakra. Haneda, guess who I brought with me? Hearing Obito's familiar voice, Haneda, who was sitting on a big rock, immediately opened his eyes. The figures of Obito and Minato appeared in his sight. Obito, Minato-senpai, are you here to see me? Haneda asked in confusion. To be honest, he and Minato were not close friends, and their affection for each other did not rise to the level shown by the system. As for Obito bringing Minato to see him, Haneda could guess that it was Minato who came to find him through Obito. After almost 10 years of friendship, he knows Obito too well. But I just don't know why Minato is looking for me. Chapter 074, 1826 times 10 plus of effort, what talent do you have to compare with me? Minato-sensei would like to ask you for advice on Chidori, Haneda. Obito walked over carelessly. He glanced at the lightning in Haneda's hand and thought that Haneda was so talented and powerful, yet he was still working so hard. I have to work harder than Haneda to catch up. Really, Minato-senpai? Haneda jumped down from the boulder and landed next to Obito, and asked curiously. Isn't Minato-senpai good at wind jutsu? Why did he suddenly start learning lightning jutsu? Minato scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed about asking a junior for advice on ninjutsu. Haneda, after the last battle, I discovered that your Chidori can be released without a seal, which is perfect for pairing with my Flying Thunder God. That's it. Haneda thought it would be a good idea to use Chidori ninjutsu to win Minato's favor, so he agreed. It's no problem, Minato-senpai, but Chidori needs a high level of proficiency and understanding of the changes in the nature of chakra to achieve the unsealed release. It takes a long time to train. Minato knew clearly how difficult it was to train Chidori since he had heard Kakashi complain about it several times. He immediately said, "It's fine if I can practice it. By the way, Haneda, is there any ninjutsu you want to learn? Flying Thunder God?" Haneda knew what Minato was thinking. He didn't want to get his ninjutsu for free and wanted something in return. After thinking for a while, Haneda smiled and said, "The four-symbol seal, I heard this seal is very powerful, it can even seal the tailed beasts, I don't know if it's true or not." I'm sorry to trouble you, Minato-senpai, for the next few days. My foundation in sealing techniques is quite weak. When Minato was about to say something, Haneda began to demonstrate the use of Chidori. Minato-senpai, Chidori's seals are Zi, Wu, Shen, Wu, Mao, a total of 5 seals. Haneda was making hand seals while speaking, and at the moment when Mao fell, the sound of a chirping bird was heard. At the same time, blue lightning wrapped around Haneda's right-hand side, flashing, with special effects at full power. That's awesome, Haneda! Obito couldn't help but admire it. It was the first time he saw Haneda demonstrate the release of Chidori. Can you demonstrate it again? Minato stared at Haneda's right hand carefully. He was observing the changes in the chakra on Haneda's hand. He could feel that when Haneda formed the seal, a large amount of lightning chakra gathered in his right hand. When Chidori is released, the nature of lightning release chakra is rapidly changing. At that moment, it was like a wild beast staring at something and rushed towards it. Of course, no problem, Minato-senpai, I was just demonstrating it just now, I haven't officially started teaching yet. Haneda took the Chidori back, and the sound of thunder and lightning disappeared in the blink of an eye. The secret of Chidori lies in the speed of the thrust. The high-intensity electric current formed by a large amount of lightning chakra is concentrated on the hands to match the speed of the thrust. As he spoke, Haneda formed hand seals again, but this time the speed was very slow and the speed of gathering lightning release chakra also slowed down a lot. It is extremely difficult to control and slow down a violent attribute like lightning chakra. But Haneda had been training for 5 full years to develop Chidori, and his understanding of lightning release chakra had already reached a certain level. I need you to demonstrate it again, hey. Under Haneda's shocked gaze, Minato quickly formed a seal, and within a second, the sound of a chirping bird came from his right side. Hearing the familiar voice and the familiar light, Haneda was struck by Minato's talent. He recalled once again the fear of being dominated by Kakashi. The same thing happened when he taught Kakashi Chidori. You'll get the hang of it after watching it once or twice. It's really too outrageous. This is the world of true geniuses, which cannot be compared to someone like him who relies on hard work. It seems simple. The secret of Chidori is the thrust, Haneda, you explained it very well. Minato smiled. Listening to the gentle voice and looking at Minato-senpai's relaxed smile, the bitterness in Haneda's heart turned into Chinese medicine and dissipated. You're amazing, Minato-sensei. Haneda learned it after only 2 demonstrations. Obito exclaimed. This familiar scene made Haneda feel even more uncomfortable. He decided to gamble the 5 years he had spent using his shadow clone to see if Minato could perform Chidori without any seal. More than 10 shadow clones, 1,826 nights, Haneda doesn't believe that the genius can overcome this hurdle. Ahem, since Minato-senpai has already learned Chidori, I will explain the techniques of Muyin. There is no essential difference between performing Chidori without seals and performing it with seals, but the seals can temporarily concentrate the mind, making it easier to gather lightning chakra at high speed. Just like enzymes in biology and catalysts in chemistry, hand seals are the medium for the performance of ninjutsu. As long as we can mobilize more chakra in a short period of time and cause the nature of the lightning chakra to change more quickly, we can use Chidori without any seals. Page 76. Like this. As soon as he finished speaking, 1,000 birds chirped in Haneda's hands and lightning flashed. He didn't make any seals, and the Chidori was performed in an instant. That's awesome, Haneda. Haneda's academic explanation, coupled with his nonchalant performance of Chidori, made Obito's eyes sparkle. When will I be able to be like Haneda, and get whatever I say to happen? Haneda smiled faintly and took back the Chidori in his hand. The effort of these 1,826 nights multiplied by 10 can never be made up by talent. Minato listened and tried. He gathered a large amount of lightning chakra in his right hand, wanting to quickly cause a change in nature, but it was already too late. The lightning in his hand went out instantly. Minato tried again. He reduced the concentration of lightning chakra and accelerated the change in the nature of the chakra. But the chakra was not enough, and the Chidori soon faded and disappeared. Minato quickly realized that in order to perform Chidori, he needed to have precise control over the lightning chakra he was using. At the same time, one must have a deep enough understanding of the changes in the nature of lightning chakra, which is not something that can be learned overnight. Seeing this, Haneta's mouth corners suddenly rose again. How can genius compete with your own efforts and cheats? Even Sasuke would have to spend 3 years to reach his level. Minato-senpai, lightning release chakra is too violent. You need to practice slowly and carefully. As long as you are willing to spend time and practice slowly, you will definitely be able to learn it. Haneta said patiently. Really? Minato smiled bitterly, thinking that he had to make preparations for both situations. The recent international situation is not very good. The Sand Village has been making moves, trying to provoke a war and seize the territory of the Fire Country. While one village is doing this, the other 3 ninja villages are also actively preparing for war. The war in the ninja world may break out at any time, and it may be difficult for him to learn Chidori and protect his lover before the war breaks out. Chapter 075, The Light Wheel Water Ball Spins Up the Haneta Double-Style Maru. After a whole morning of study, Haneta was a little tired from teaching Minato. Halfway through, Obito insisted on working together, so Haneta had to create another shadow clone to help Obito practice fire release and provide guidance on some issues regarding the use of the Sharingan. By noon, Haneta sat on a rock and drank water from the water bag. And Minato was still training, changing the nature of lightning release chakra. After taking a big gulp, Haneta wiped his mouth and asked. Minato-senpai, why are you training so hard? What Haneta has been working hard on from 5 years ago to now is to change the fate of his companions and close friends. He was somewhat curious whether Minato was now striving for Konoha. What is the purpose of your efforts? Minato paused for a moment, then smiled. Protect your companions, the village, and the people you love. You should understand my thoughts, right, Haneta? Minato knew clearly what the opening of the Sharingan meant. What's more, it is the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Before Haneta could speak, Obito suddenly interrupted. That's right. Minato-sensei. If you can't protect what you should protect, what's the point of this power? That's it. Haneta smiled and asked, is this also what Minato-senpai thinks of ninjas? Why are you thinking about these boring things again? Isn't the purpose of being a ninja to protect your companions? I remember you said 5 years ago that those who abandon their missions are losers, and those who abandon their companions are even worse than losers. Hearing this, Obito complained. But Haneta's attention was obviously not on Obito. He ignored Obito's figure and looked at Minato. Ninja. Minato was deeply moved by the word ninja, and he probably knew some of Haneta's inner thoughts. Minato smiled and said. As a ninja of Konoha, protect your companions, the village, and the people you love most. That's how I feel about ninjas. But my teacher once told me that a ninja is someone who can endure everything. Minato added another sentence. Just as he finished speaking, a tall, middle-aged man with waist-length white hair and a forehead protector with the word oil on it appeared next to Minato. Yo, Minato finally found you. Why are you hanging out with 2 Uchiha brats today if you are not training with that hot-tempered girl Kushina? Aren't you going to come and practice with me on that little-tailed beast ball today? Jiraiya's words Uchiha's brat immediately made Obito angry. Hey! Lecherous immortal! Why are you so rude? Haneta and I are already ninjas, not the brats you're talking about. Obito yelled, pointing his finger at Jiraiya. It's really a little devil. Jiraiya ignored Obito and instead looked up at Haneta. He often heard the old man mention this talented young man who had begun to show his talent 5 years ago. It is said that this kid actually has the talent and ability that Orochimaru had back then. Jiraiya, of course, scoffed at this. He has a very high regard for Orochimaru. Jiraiya-sama, Haneda greeted. Seeing this, Jiraiya nodded slightly and said to Minato beside him. Are you training lightning escape? I remember you're good at wind escape, right? Come on, Minato, let's go to the third training ground and practice with that little-tailed beast ball for your girlfriend. Minato said, let's do it here, Jiraiya-sensei. Obito and Haneda happen to be here, so you can guide them in their training. Both of them. Jiraiya remembered the old man's Uchiha's conciliatory policy, and because Obito was his disciple, he nodded. Okay, the environment here is actually quite good. Small-tailed beast ball? Haneda, who had been eavesdropping openly, wondered if Minato was creating the Raise Nan. According to the original work, the prototype of Raise Nan is the tailed beast ball. Minato created the Raise Nan for Kushina, which just happened to match the girlfriend that Jiraiya mentioned. While Haneda was thinking, a loud explosion was heard from not far away. Minato was trying to condense a ball, and before the ball could take shape it exploded due to the highly concentrated chakra. Minato dodged the explosion using Flying Thunder God, but the ground suffered the most and a big hole was created on it. Teacher Minato, are you okay? Obito asked with concern. It's still too violent. Is this kind of high concentration of chakra really possible? Minato secretly thought about the changes that had just taken place. He noticed that Obito was concerned about him, and then he reacted and said to Obito. I'm fine, Obito, you better be careful and stay away. Okay, Minato-sensei, be safe. Obito knew there was nothing he could do, so he sat down next to Haneda. He felt very safe in this position. Even if the ball came flying at him, he believed that Haneda would be able to block it. Haneda silently watched Minato try again and again, and he himself was also recalling how to practice the Raise Nan. He vaguely remembered that the anime mentioned that the practice of Raise Nan was related to flushing balloons and balls. Because he didn't remember the details, Haneda didn't take the risk of practicing the Raise Nan. Compared to Raise Nan, Chidori is more suitable for me who has the Sharingan. So much so that he didn't pay much attention to the Raise Nan afterwards. In just a few minutes, Minato had tried to create the Raise Nan dozens of times. Until Minato fell to the ground due to excessive chakra consumption. Page 77. At this time, the place where Minato trained was already filled with pits of various sizes. These are all traces left by practicing the Raise Nan. Haneda looked at Minato and Jiraiya who were discussing and reminded them. Why not try to simulate highly concentrated chakra using a balloon filled with water, and then direct the water in random motions to cause the balloon to explode? This consumes a lot less chakra. What do you know, little brat? Jiraiya, who was excitedly discussing with his apprentice, was interrupted and said with some annoyance. But suddenly, he and Minato looked at each other, and at that moment, they both thought of the same thing. Is this even possible? Jiraiya quickly found a balloon filled with water for Minato, and Minato did not disappoint. It only took a few tries to pop the water-filled balloon. At this time, Haneda said, replace the balloon with a stronger leather ball. You don't need to fill it with water. Just use the highly concentrated chakra to replace the water. Genius idea. Minato and Jiraiya thought at the same time that the idea provided by Haneda was simply amazing, as if he knew the birth of Raise Nan. No, even the steps for cultivation are given. Looking at the surprised expressions of Minato and the other man, Haneda shook his head silently. This general method of practicing the Raise Nan was either created by Minato or Jiraiya. If Haneda had not vaguely remembered the original work, a similar incident like Tobirama's rights protection might have happened again. After Jiraiya found the ball, Minato tried it out. With a bang, the ball exploded. At the same time, a ball made entirely of attributeless chakra appeared in Minato's hand. It's the first time I've seen the prototype, Jiraiya-sensei. Let's name it. The light wheel water ball starts to spin the Haneda double-styled Maru.